Chapter 1. The Dog's Fate. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the pattering rain hammered against the roof, cascading through the crevices to form a stream that dripped into a basin on the floor. This was a small wooden shack erected at a scrapyard, owned by a boy named Chin Hao, an orphan who had spent his early years begging on the streets. As he grew older, he scraped by collecting refuse and occasionally engaging in petty theft. In this dilapidated scrapyard, the shack was constructed from crude timber, furnished with a single bed and a second-hand virtual reality headset. This was all that Chin Hao possessed. He tightened his tattered clothing and muttered a curse. Damn this wretched sky. After slurping up the last of his noodles, he carelessly set the bowl aside with one hand on the keyboard and the other gripping the mouse. His eyes were fixed intently on the computer screen. In addition to scavenging, he was also a professional player, aiding others in acquiring equipment and gold. At that moment, he was immersed in a game called Confronting, deftly maneuvering a lightning element psychic master, skillfully evading a barrage of boss attacks while unleashing a flurry of dazzling lightning spells upon the foe. 3 minutes later, the boss crumpled to the ground, and he collected a gleaming piece of equipment that had dropped. Mailing it out moments later, a notification pinged on his phone, indicating a transfer of 500 renminbi. His face bore no trace of joy. He numbly closed the game interface, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon a note taped to the top of the screen. One day, I shall no longer toil for survival. One day, the entire world will know my name. Chin Hao. I'm such a fool. He self-deprecated, suddenly thrusting his middle finger at the crack in the ceiling, shouting, "Come on, rain harder. I'm your father." Unbeknownst to him, the wire beneath his feet had been soaked by the rainwater. Sparking ominously, his vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the ground. In the depths of darkness, tiny points of light flickered like fireflies, gradually coalescing into characters that formed in Chin Hao's consciousness. You have died, followed by 2 options. A revive 1 hour earlier, allowing you to continue your mundane existence. Be transcend into the world of Confronting, where infinite possibilities await, but perhaps in the next moment, you may perish through death. What is this? Is this a choice for me? I choose B. Very well, then the next question. Become the son of the most powerful individual in this realm, yet possess no innate talent for cultivation. B. Struggle as a lowly individual, but possess a chance to acquire an extraordinarily unique talent. Only oneself can be relied upon. I choose B. The final question. What do you think I am? An unstoppable fate. Be a damned sky. Is there a difference? They are but a pile of dog feces. Good luck. A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, and an unexpected deluge fell upon a place in Confronting known as Little Stone Village. A thatched hut trembled in the midst of the tempest, surrounded by a rickety wooden fence that creaked ominously, as if it might lift off the ground at any moment. Chin Hao sat on a small stool, her feet resting beside a wooden basin large enough to hold her entire body, surrounded by piles of dirty laundry that filled the cramped space. Her fingers submerged in the wash basin, her small hands reddened from the cold. She scrubbed the clothes while casting worried glances at the small boy lying on the stone bed, tightly wrapped in blankets, his eyes swollen from tears. "Brother, please wake up. Don't leave me. Xiaohua is so scared." With a trembling voice, she scraped the last bits of rice porridge from the stove and carefully spooned it into her brother's mouth, knowing that their food supplies were dwindling. Though she could earn 3 coins a day washing clothes, those coins were meant to be saved to hire a psychic master from the city to treat her brother's illness, not for food. Suppressing her resentment, she fed the entire bowl of porridge to the boy. "This is all for you. Brother, you must get better." After feeding her brother, Chin Hao scooped a large bowl of water from the vat. To quench her own thirst, food was precious. It needed to be reserved for her brother. She had already consumed a bowl of porridge today, so water would suffice. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, causing her small hands to tremble nervously. She opened the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged woman, accompanied by a stout boyar aunt and her cousin. "Mom, all the other students at the academy have maids. I want one too." "She will do," the plump boy named Chin Shurhu, who had just awakened his psychic abilities, said as he was sent to Tianfeng Academy. All right, whatever my good son says," the aunt cooed, ruffling her son's hair as she cast a disdainful glance at Chin Hao, coldly declaring, Did you hear what my son said? From now on, you'll serve as his maid. No, I won't go anywhere. I want to take care of my brother. Well, he won't live long anyway. It's better to bury him sooner rather than later. This is settled. The aunt said, her face contorted in disgust as she glanced inside the hut, dragging her son away. Oh no, my brother won't die. At just 8 years old, she lacked any means to resist her aunt's oppression. She sat on the ground crying for a while, a flicker of determination crossing her small face. She must save her brother first. She counted the coins in her pouch. It was not enough to hire a prestigious psychic master. But there was no time to save more. Her only option was to sell herself to a brothel to raise money for her brother's treatment. Brother, she called out one last time, braving the downpour as she dashed out of the courtyard. Her head ached, and her eyelids felt heavy. In the midst of darkness, Qin Hao's consciousness trembled violently. He could sense his existence, yet was unable to control even a single finger. For a month, he had remained in this state, aware that a little girl was caring for him, his sister, in this body now. It seemed she was in peril. It cannot be, it absolutely cannot be in his past life. He had been an orphan, never experiencing familial affection, but now, during this time, he had felt that warmth through this little girl, although it was towards the original owner of this body. It belonged to him, Qin Hao now. Wake up, damn it! Wake up, you worthless piece of shit! In the darkness, the tremors of consciousness intensified until suddenly, the entire world shattered into countless fragments. Rushing toward him behind the shards, a hazy figure approached rapidly. Take care of my sister. A thunderclap echoed through the darkness. Chapter 2, Awakening. Qin Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a familiar yet foreign scene unfolding before him. Name, Qin Hao. Race, human. Attributes, strength 07. Agility 08, Constitution 04 weak, Intelligence 13, Perception 17, Psychic affinity 0. Profession, Apprentice Ninja level 1. Talent, Constitution System Autumn Path Family Bloodline. Health points, 1010. Chakra, 100,100. Experience points, 0-100. Skill points, 0. Attribute points, 0. Professional skills, Basic Body Technique 20, Body Flicker Technique 10, Shadow Clone Technique 10, Reconnaissance Technique 20. Talent Skill, Meat Tank 15. Items, Explosive Tag 3, Kunai 1, Military Ration Pill 3. Exchange Points, 0. This is somewhat akin to a player's initial template, but isn't this the Psycho Continent? Where are the supposed psychic masters? What is this ninja situation? A psychic affinity of 0. Is this a joke? Can there really be such a useless character in Psycho Continent? Could this be the so-called unique talent? This is truly absurd. There was no time to ponder further. He needed to find his sister since the moment Qin Hao awoke in this world. Qin Xiaoguo was undeniably his genuine sister. Hastily, Qin Hao exited the door, following the memories of the original owner of this body, heading east in the small town toward the only brothel in Tianfeng City. 3 taels of silver if you agree. Come with me if not. Get lost. A gaunt man with a sharp chin held an umbrella, his tone impatient as he addressed the little girl kneeling in the rain. 5 taels, please. I promise to repay you later. To hire a psychic master, at least 5 taels were needed. Qin Xiaoguo could not settle for 3. Kneeling in the rain, she clung to the man's leg, bowing her head desperately, not yet comprehending the meaning of dignity at her tender age. After all, could dignity save her brother? Only her brother mattered. Get lost. The man kicked Qin Xiaoguo aside, his voice icy. It's 3 taels. When Qin Hao arrived, this was the scene that greeted him, and his heart nearly shattered. Flames of fury ignited within him, and he propelled himself forward, instinctively utilizing the body flicker technique to close the 10-meter gap in an instant. Body flicker technique activated successfully. Xiaoguo. Qin Hao scooped up his sister, who had fallen in the rain, feeling her frail body trembling from the cold upon closer inspection. Her face was pale, and her lips tinged with blue. Come home with me. I will protect you from now on, Qin Hao said, his voice slightly hoarse. Brother? Qin Xiaoguo, upon hearing the familiar voice, widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at the brother who held her close. Brother is awake. In that instant, the fear and pressure that had weighed heavily on her heart erupted forth. her petite figure clinging desperately to Qin Hao's clothing as she nestled into his embrace, bursting into tears with a loud wail. 3 or 2 silver coins. Will you sell her or not? The old man interjected insensitively. Not selling, Qin Hao replied coldly, rising to face the old man with a fierce glare. If he possessed the lightning powers of Sage from the game, he would have struck him down in an instant. However, this was reality. He dared not apply the knowledge from the game to this world. He had only just awakened, and his memories were not yet fully absorbed. Most crucially, he had yet to comprehend that damn talent of his. He needed to endure and take time, perhaps just a nighto, digest everything. Utter nonsense, the old man murmured, taken aback by Qin Hao's gaze, before turning to leave. Qin Hao cradled his sister and hurried home. He boiled water, changed clothes, and soothed his sister to sleep. Watching his sister quickly drift into slumber, Qin Hao realized how exhausted she must have been. She was merely 8 years old, though his body was only 13. His actual age was nearly 30, and as her brother, he bore the responsibility. He gently touched his sister's forehead, relieved to find she did not have a fever still. He felt a twinge of worry calling upon military grain pill in his mind. A green bean appeared in his hand, which he carefully fed to his sister. After a while, hearing her steady breathing and seeing her complexion grow rosy, a hint of joy crossed Qin Hao's face. He drank a bowl of clear water, gazing at the piles of laundry baskets scattered about, and his expression darkened. Once more sitting on the small stool his sister used for washing clothes, he stared intently at the door, lost in thought. In his consciousness, the memories of this boat's original owner were being rapidly absorbed and integrated by Qin Hao. Suddenly, he recalled the blurry figure he had seen just before awakening, murmuring softly, "Rest assured, I will take good care of my sister. I will not allow anyone to bully her again." Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the original owner of this body was also named Qin Hao. Age 13, his father was a low-ranking fire element spiritual energy master, who had been killed 5 years ago by a member of the fire refining sect. His mother was an ordinary woman, perpetually melancholic, who had also passed away 2 years ago, leaving the siblings to rely on one another. Logically, since their father was a spiritual energy master, the inheritance left behind should have ensured a worry-free upbringing for the siblings. However, due to their tender age, this inheritance was coveted by their relatives, who moved into their home under the pretense of needing to care for them eventually. They grew bolder and forcibly expelled the siblings from their own home. The place they now resided in was merely a dilapidated house that had originally belonged to their uncle and aunt, while their own small estate was completely occupied by them. What could 2 young children do to survive? They found no help from heaven or earth. The older Qin Hao resorted to begging on the streets, scavenging for scraps, and, when desperate, stealing small items to trade for money. A month ago, he had stolen from a lightning element spiritual energy master, resulting in a thunderous blow that left him utterly unconscious. How similar our fates are, except you have the added burden of sister, Qin Hao mused to himself, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What a pair of relatives who have usurped the nest, worse than beasts. Through the original owner's memories, Qin Hao learned that this world, compared to the game, was vast, and the powers of spiritual energy masters were formidable. Yet it bore striking similarities. It remained a world belonging solely to spiritual energy masters, with powerful dynasties and numerous sects, where spiritual energy masters held dominion over truth and resources, rendering ordinary people lesser than ants in this realm. Laws applied only to common folk. In short, it was an era where human life was as trivial as grass, and strength equated to truth. Is strength truly the essence of truth? Qin Hao mused, contemplating his predicament. A spiritual affinity of 0 directly precludes the possibility of becoming a spiritual energy master. Thus, this ninja template becomes my means of survival in this world. Very well. Let me test how potent this asset truly is. Let's start with my uncle and aunt. He resolved as an orphan. Qin Hao was inherently ruthless, and his heart could hardly be described as magnanimous. On the contrary, he was a thoroughly vindictive individual. Thus, upon understanding that this was a world where the strong prevailed, the innate bloodlust and obstinacy within him surged forth, and the thought of revenge firmly took root in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 3. Revenge. The torrential rain continued to pour, the night sky above growing ever darker, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour the entirety of Tianfeng City. The road beneath his feet was treacherously muddy, making each step laborious as Qin Hao trudged along the desolate street, counting his steps in an effort to alleviate his inner tension. Since I must struggle to survive in this world, killing is inevitable. The sooner I adapt, the greater my chances of survival. No need to be overly anxious, especially since there are wretched souls to hone my skills on. He stood at the threshold of a familiar yet foreign courtyard, gripping the hidden dagger tightly within his sleeve. Raising his head, he wiped the rainwater from his face, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. The courtyard door remained stubbornly shut, prompting Qin Hao to circle the walls until he found a relatively low spot. Though it was not particularly high, it posed a slight challenge for his 1.4-meter frame. This was a traditional Siyuan, and in his memories, the eastern wing housed his parents' bedroom, while the two small rooms on the west belonged to him and his sister. Now, however, they were occupied by his uncle and aunt's family. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, with only the sound of rain breaking the stillness, indicating that everyone had likely retired for the night. Clutching the dagger, he delivered a forceful kick to the wooden door of the eastern wing. It rattled but did not yield. Damn it. He almost forgot he was still a minor, a mere wretch with a strength of only 0.7. Who's out there? Came a low voice from within. Ignoring the query, Qin Hao stepped back 2 paces, gathered momentum, and charged at the door once more. Bang! His meager strength, combined with the flimsy construction of the door, ultimately resulted in it crashing open. Qin Li and his wife hastily rose from their bed. Igniting an oil lamp, brandishing a stool, and staring in alarm at the small figure that had burst in. Qin Hao, isn't that our nephew? Didn't they say he was on the brink of death? What's he doing here in the middle of the night, wielding a dagger? Qin Li, taken aback by the ferocity in his nephew's eyes, felt a prickling unease at the nape of his neck. He exchanged furtive glances with his wife. What a little rascal! Has he lost his mind, running wild in the night instead of staying home? He must be itching for trouble. Qin's wife glared fiercely at Qin Hao. I've come to collect a debt, Qin Hao declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Qin's wife, plunging the dagger deep into her heart. The series of actions occurred in a flash. By the time Qin Li registered what had transpired, Qin Hao had already withdrawn the dagger and stood to the side, a string of data materializing before his eyes. Instantaneous technique activated successfully. Chakra reduced by 20. Cooldown timer 90 seconds. Basic taijutsu activated. Heart extraction successful. Lethal strike, inflicting 12 points of damage. Target deceased. Soul energy extracted, gaining 30 experience points. Indeed, when he sought out his sister earlier, the data that had appeared in his vision was no mere illusion. Instantaneous technique, taijutsu, backstabbed that it felt as though these skills were imprinted deep within his soul, already learned by his body, merely awaiting practical application to be fully mastered. Was this a part of his innate abilities? This was reality, not a game. Such a cheat-like capability was undeniably formidable. With this power, even if he possessed nothing else, he could one day ensure his name echoed across the heavens. Furthermore, a flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Hao's mind. And suddenly he glanced up, locking eyes with Qin Li, who appeared utterly bewildered that a grin spread across his face as he mused to himself. Let us try again. The instantaneous technique was still in cooldown. But that mattered little. Drawing upon the image in his mind, he brought his hands to his sides, leaning forward as close to the ground as possible, though he was still some distance from fully lying flat. He felt a sense of contentment. With a gentle push from his toes, he darted forward like a serpent gliding across the earth, swiftly arriving at Qin Li's side, rising abruptly, and thrusting his right arm upward. Thud! Qin Hao chuckled softly as he retracted the dagger. Basic taijutsu activated. Throat slashing successful. Lethal strike, inflicting 12 points of damage. Target deceased. Soul energy extracted, gaining 30 experience points. Yes, this was the sensation he sought. This was his capital for survival in this world. Just 40 more experience points until he could level up. What would happen after leveling up? A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The blood within him, unwilling to accept mediocrity, began to stir. He stepped over the lifeless body and headed towards the western wing. Odd. Despite the commotion, the adjacent room remained eerily silent. Was Qin Shihu not home? Qin Hao searched each room, finding no trace of Qin Shihu. It appeared he resided at the academy. You're lucky to be alive. Qin Hao muttered under his breath. He rummaged through the house, uncovering 10 taels of silver and the property deed, stowing them away. Unfortunately, items in reality couldn't be transferred into an inventory, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. He retrieved a palm-sized explosive talisman, its front and back adorned with cryptic symbols, the center emblazoned with the character for explode. Qin Hao stacked his uncle and aunt's bodies together, affixing the talisman to them. Following the memory in his mind, he infused the talisman with 10 points of chakra before swiftly fleeing. 3 minutes later. Around the corner of a nearby street, Qin Hao stood dumbfounded, gazing at the towering fireball that erupted. First came a deafening bang, followed by an explosion of flames that engulfed the courtyard, leaving only splintered wood and debris swirling in the blaze. Such immense power, surely comparable to a full-force attack from a third-tier fire elemental adept. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with flames as he swallowed hard. After a brisk run home, he glanced at his sister still in slumber. Peeling off his damp clothing, the blood that had stained them washed away by the downpour, he found a cloth to dry himself, then gently traced the myriad scars crisscrossing his body, falling into a contemplative silence. At just 13 years old, he bore over a dozen twisted and serpentine scars, a testament to his harrowing survival. The most prominent was a lightning-shaped scar on his left chest. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He rushed to his sister's bedside, carefully flipping her over and lifting her shirt slightly. Scars marred her back as well, though not as thick or terrifying as his. They were still shocking on the small frame of an 8-year-old girl. His face darkened like ink, and it took him a long moment to regain his composure. The injuries on his sister's body were unknown to the memories of the original owner. He had spent each day scavenging, begging, and stealing, unable to fully care for his sister at home, while she had been remarkably understanding, never revealing these hardships to the original owner, an 8-year-old child, having learned to be strong and bear burdens under the cruel weight of life. Qin Hao's heart bled. Power. He needed even greater strength to ensure their survival in this brutal world, that he would not allow anyone to harm his sister again. Yet, to enhance his abilities, he required combat. He needed to level up. He could not be by his sister's side at all times. That he needed to join a faction for protection. Chapter 4. The Extraordinary Genius, the Spirit Energy Continent, in the height of its dynasty. Teeming with sections for 3 millennia, these two great powers had been at loggerheads, neither able to extinguish the other. The dynasty thrived on centralization, resembling a colossal beast perched at the heart of the continent. Unmatched in the world, the sects, though fragmented, were like locusts, overwhelming in number, relentless in their pursuit. However, since the 3,317th year of the continent's history, the balance of power began to subtly tilt in favor of the sections. It was as if the grievances accumulated over 3 millennia erupted, with countless geniuses emerging like bamboo shoots after a rain, vying for recognition among the major sections. Heroes, champions, and tyrants competed fervently, causing the strength of the sects to surge dramatically, ascending numerous tiers. Conversely, the talent pool of the endowed dynasty gradually dwindled, fading into obscurity. This served as the backdrop for the game's commencement. In other words, it was highly likely to foreshadow the future trajectory of this world. And it was now only the 3,312th year of the continent's history. The world is filled with heroes like us. A phrase suddenly flashed in Qin Hao's mind, the bare-chested and seated cross-legged on the ground. A surge of ambition welled up within him. This was truly his world. First, he must join a sect. The sects were categorized into 6 ranks, corresponding to the 6 tiers of spirit energy practitioners. In gaming terms, one could not establish a sect without being a 4th-tier spirit energy practitioner, which required reaching level 30. The mightier the sect, the more abundant its resources. Consequently, the disciples under its tutelage ascend in strength at a swifter pace, thereby raising the threshold for entry. In Tianfeng City, within a radius of 100 miles, there exists a 6th-tier sect established by a 4th-tier spiritual energy master. However, at this juncture, it is beyond my reach. Thus, my options are limited to the 3 lesser sects, the Thundergate, the Fire Refinement Sect, and the Giantwood Sect, which are all deemed inferior. The Fire Refinement Sect is the sworn enemy responsible for my father's demise, and is therefore not worth considering. This leaves me with only 2 choices, and I shall first ascertain my sister's spiritual aptitude tomorrow before making a decision as for the academies affiliated with the dynasty within the city. They are entirely outside of Qin Hao's contemplation at the break of dawn the following day. Qin Hao took his sister to indulge in a hearty meal on the streets, spending a mere 7 coins. "Delicious," exclaimed Qin Shaogua. "But brother, 7 coins could buy us 3 bowls of rice. If we save, it would be enough for us to eat for 3 days. What shall we do after this meal?" She held a fried dough stick in her hand, her face etched with worry. "Do not fret, dear sister. I have money that we shall not endure hardship any longer," he reassured her. "Yes, brother. Eat," Qin Shaogua nodded, though a trace of concern lingered in her eyes. "Have you heard? The Qin family was razed to the ground last night. Both of them perished," a voice nearby remarked. "Indeed, a great fire raged through the night, impervious to the rain. It is said that it was the work of a spiritual energy master. Of course, otherwise why would the officials merely take a glance and then withdraw? Matters involving spiritual energy masters are beyond the purview of the government." Listening to the surrounding chatter, a subtle smile crept upon Qin Hao's lips. His expectations were met. A detonating talisman had perfectly framed the spiritual energy masters, and the authorities indeed ceased their investigation. "Brother, what are they discussing?" inquired Qin Shaogua. "Hush, eat your meal," he urged. "Is it true? Brother, have you become a spiritual energy master?" Though Qin Shaogua was puzzled about how her brother achieved this, she could not suppress her joy. "Brother has become powerful. How wonderful." She refrained from asking further questions and, after finishing their meal, followed Qin Hao to a pawnshop. "Storekeeper, here is the land deed." The pawnbroker examined the deed with a flicker of skepticism in his eyes, raising 2 fingers. 20 taels. The price was evidently low. Yet Qin Hao did not wish to linger on this matter. He nodded in acceptance, took the silver, and led his sister across to the measurement pavilion. In the realm of spiritual energy, every individual possesses a degree of affinity. The majority of ordinary people have an affinity ranging from 10 to 20, insufficient to awaken spiritual energy. Only those with a score exceeding 40 possess the potential for awakening and embarking upon the path of cultivation. His sister's affinity measured at 64. While not on par with prodigies, it was nonetheless commendable, a fact he had confirmed through his reconnaissance technique. However, this was merely the first step. The next task was to ascertain the nature of her constitution, which could not be discerned by his rudimentary scouting abilities and required the aid of a spirit testing stone. The spirit testing stones vary in rank. Low-tier stones can only determine the type of affinity, like the one Qin Hao was purchasing for 20 taels, whereas high-tier stones can also reveal if the individual possesses a more unique spiritual constitution, such as the rare fire cloud or fire phoenix. These require high-tier testing stones, which are prohibitively expensive. There are even more extraordinary divine-grade testing stones, rumored to possess numerous miraculous properties, which Qin Hao had never encountered in his previous life as a gamer. The testing method is straightforward. A drop of blood is placed upon the stone. The 9 colors, gold, green, white, red, yellow, gray, blue, black, and rainbow, correspond to the 9 elemental systems: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Aren't you going to test yourself, brother? No need for me to test. It is your turn. Qin Hao, curious about which affinity a person with a 0 affinity like himself would belong to, nonetheless prioritized his sister's needs, as his funds were only sufficient for 1 test. With that, Qin Hao produced a kunai, gently pricking his sister's palm to let a drop of blood fall onto the spirit testing stone. The fist-sized transparent stone eerily absorbed the blood, gradually reacting to a verdant hue. Vibrant and full of life, began to spread from the point where the blood seeped in. Green. So it appears to be what affinity. Just as Qin Hao was about to discard the now-defunct spirit testing stone, he suddenly froze in place, his breath quickening. Holding the stone tightly, he concealed it within his sleeve to avoid drawing attention. Within his sleeve, a green stone faintly radiated a spectrum of colors, a sight to behold. It was a rare dual affinity, and moreover, a difficult one to coexist with other systems. Yang affinity. A dual affinity with Yang nature is a talent of unparalleled caliber. Even in the future, the ability to house both types suggests a constitution far from ordinary. Potentially a remarkably unique genius physique, an extraordinary prodigy. His sister is an extraordinary prodigy. The innocent suffer for the wealth they possess. Such an aptitude, if discovered, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition between the dynasty and sects, as neither would allow the other to claim her. Had anyone witnessed this? Cursed be his carelessness. conducting the test right before the measurement pavilion. If a discerning individual caught sight of it and informed the academy. No, he must leave quickly. They needed to exit the city post-haste, for Qin Hao did not wish to tether himself and his sister to the chariot of a dynasty destined for downfall. He purchased some provisions without returning to gather his belongings and departed the city directly. Traveling straight out of the city, he ran with his sister in his arms for nearly 10 miles before finally slowing down. Breathless and reassured that he had overreacted, he gazed at his sister, who looked bewildered, and chuckled. Our little Gua is a genius. Chapter 6. On the run, a gentle breeze swept by. The scent of blood dissipated into the air as Qin Hao held his sister's hand. Preparing to traverse the grove occupied by the fire spirit monkeys, suddenly, a sharp roar erupted from deep within the woods. Roar. It was entirely different from the shrill cries of the fire spirit monkeys, deep and filled with power. Its volume far surpassing theirs. Leaves began to rustle violently. A shadow flitted by in a blur. Something was swiftly navigating between the trees. Qin Hao's expression shifted abruptly. He felt a chill creeping up from beneath his feet. An instinctual warning of danger. It was perilous. Extremely so. He felt as though an exceedingly terrifying beast had locked onto him. Any slight movement could spell doom. Sweat beaded on his brow, not merely from anxiety, but also from the rising heat surrounding him. The air temperature surged, distorting his hair. His skin became unbearably hot, as if he might spontaneously combust at any moment. Run. A singular thought flashed through his mind. Forget instinctual warnings. Remaining still would surely lead to demise. Qin Hao swiftly scooped his sister back into his arms and bolted. The ominous presence drew closer behind him, and he could not afford to let her ride on his back. Though it would hasten their escape, it was far too perilous. Running while cradling her made movement cumbersome, and he could feel the temperature escalating behind him. He couldn't escape. It was too fast. Even if he had allocated all his attribute points to agility, he would never outrun it. But running was the only option. What else could he do? Turn and confront that entity. Ridiculous. Simply drawing near would sear him alive. If he couldn't endure it, how could his sister? Xiaogua, are you all right? He quickly glanced down at her. I'm fine, brother, Qin Xiaogua replied, pressing close against her brother's chest, her eyes filled with worry. It's not too hot. He checked her temperature, feeling somewhat relieved, but only slightly, as the air grew even warmer. With all his strength, he fled forward, stealing a glance back in his peripheral vision. That one glance nearly cost him his sanity. There was no longer any grove behind him. It had transformed into an infernal blaze that a lion, engulfed in flames, was pursuing him just 100 meters away. Firecloud lion? How is this possible? Has the giant with sect lost their minds to build their sect here? Are they not afraid that this lion will come and devour them all one day? The Firecloud lion, even without the use of reconnaissance techniques, is currently beyond the scope of his abilities to detect such high-level demonic beasts. Nevertheless, as a seasoned gold farmer, he possesses an intimate understanding of the levels, information, and weaknesses of all demonic creatures in the spiritual energy continent. The Firecloud lion ranks between level 40 and 45. A legitimate 5th-tier demonic beast, corresponding to the 5th-tier spiritual energy marquee among humans. That it is a lethal threat. Qin Hao, drenched in sweat and anxiety, is acutely aware of the creature's weaknesses, yet he questions whether that knowledge holds any significance at his current level. He stands no chance in a direct confrontation. An escape seems futile. It appears he can only await rescue. However, within a 100-mile radius, there are merely 3 inconsequential sects, with the strongest member barely reaching level 30. Insufficient to distract this beast, he doomed. Qin Hao is resolutely unwilling to perish at the hands of a mere beast. He is yet to make a name for himself in the world, and cannot afford to die in such a pitiful manner. Moreover, what will happen to his sister if he dies? Instantaneous movement. Qin Hao's form flickers, appearing 10 meters ahead. The technique is successfully activated, consuming 20 chakra. With a cooldown timer of 90 seconds, Qin Hao's expression darkens as he immediately allocates all skill points he had saved during his recent upgrade to instantaneous movement. Instantaneous movement 10, instantaneous movement 20, instantaneous movement 30, instantaneous movement 40. He expends all 30 skill points in a frenzy, yet the outcome is disheartening. The technique is upgraded to level 40, and the cooldown timer now counts down from 60 seconds. What a cruel twist. 30 skill points merely reduce the cooldown by 30 seconds. Is this a joke? Can he even endure for 10 seconds? A flicker of despair glimmers in Qin Hao's eyes. Brother, let me down. You can run faster alone. Silence. If we are to die, we shall die together. Qin Hao's tone is firm, lacking the usual gentleness. Understood. Qin Shaogua clings tightly to her brother, with one arm around his sister. He holds a kunai in his mouth while his right hand swiftly retrieves 2 remaining explosive talismans, wrapping them around the kunai. Whoosh. He launches the kunai backward. 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion reverberates behind him. A powerful shockwave slamming against Qin Hao's back that he stifles a groan, forcing the blood in his mouth back down, and uses the momentum from the shockwave to accelerate further. Roar. The explosive talismans merely momentarily hinder the fire cloud lion's advance. Yet they evidently infuriate it. The beast swipes its paw forward, unleashing a claw of flames that hurtles forth at a terrifying speed. The claw, formed by 3 parallel flames, each 2 meters long and half a meter thick, radiates intense heat, incinerating every tree in its path. 1 second, or perhaps half a second. Qin Hao cannot tell. He only feels the 3 fiery claws as if they have transcended space, appearing just a foot behind him. In a desperate bid, he hurls his sister aside and curls his body into a ball, launching himself toward her like a cannonball. The innate skill, Rolling Thunder, is activated successfully. During the activation, attack damage is doubled. Chakra consumption is 40 points per second. Given that he gains 100 chakra with each level, he currently possesses a total of 400 chakra. After using 20 points for instantaneous movement, he has 9. 5 seconds left. A swift calculation races through Qin Hao's mind. But half a second later, the rapidly rolling ball of flesh unfurls, and Qin Hao leaps high to catch his sister's body. The unfortunate Rolling Thunder skill does not allow for anyone else to roll with him. If he were alone, he could recklessly utilize this innate skill to escape, perhaps increasing his chances of survival. However, he has his sister to protect, and this skill offers no defense. After rolling for merely half a second, he feels as though his entire body is on the verge of collapse. 9 seconds. Better to perish than to endure this. This skill may prove powerful in the future, but for now, it is utterly useless. He can only rely on running. Qin Hao glances down at his sister, whose pale face betrays her fear, yet she strives to maintain a brave facade, gritting her teeth as they press on. Damn it, cursed fire cloud lion. If I survive this time, I will return one day to roast you for dinner. Despair deepens in his eyes. He refuses to surrender, yet he understands he may not survive this day. At the very least, he must ensure his sister lives. He must find a place to hide her and divert the beast's attention. But where can he hide? There are no suitable locations nearby. And the beast is in hot pursuit, leaving no opportunity for escape. Wait, why is it relentlessly pursuing him? He merely killed a few foul monkeys. They are not its is it truly necessary for it to chase him like a mad creature? Could it be? A sudden realization washes over him, draining the blood from his face. Chapter 7. Dan Taixian. Since earlier, the temperature around him has been steadily rising, while his sister's body temperature remains stable. Surrounding Qin Shaogua, there exists a faint, almost imperceptible layer of iridescent green light that is gentle, tranquil, and refreshing. This sensation is the ethereal wood divine body. So, the beast is after his sister. If the instinct for survival ignites a terrifying thought in Qin Hao's mind, one so dreadful that it sends chills through him. In that instant, he feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, within a second, he forcibly extinguishes that notion that he throw his sister away to save himself. What difference is that from being a beast? However, whether he throws her or not, it holds little significance, for the fire cloud lion has finally closed the distance to less than 10 meters behind him. 10 meters is merely a leap for the fire cloud lion. Qin Hao's hair begins to twist, flames ignite on his clothing, and blisters form on his skin, bursting as the pus is instantly vaporized. I am doomed. He lacks even the time to turn around. The only action he can take is to hurl his sister forward, buying her a few more precious seconds. Roar. No. Qin Shaogua turns to face the monstrous beast, its maw wide open, ready to swallow her brother whole, and screams in a heart-wrenching cry. Boom! A dazzling 7-colored light flashes high in the air, and in the next instant, like a bolt of lightning, it pierces through space, appearing behind Qin Hao and pinning the leaping fire cloud lion to the ground. Rubble flies. Countless shards of stone rain down upon Qin Hao's back like bullets, the immense force propelling his body toward his sister, In the next moment, a white cloud-like shoe gently presses against his forehead, abruptly halting his movement in midair before he plummets straight to the ground. What is happening? Qin Hao rolls over and instinctively looks ahead, but his sister is nowhere to be seen that he quickly glances back. His pupils dilating in shock at the sight before him. Where he once stood, there now lies a massive pit with a radius of 5 meters, surrounded by shattered stones, the center of the pit. The previously imposing and fierce fire cloud lion now lies weak and breathless, as if it has been nailed to the ground. A 10-meter-long, fist-thick pillar of 7-colored light pierces through the entire body of the fire cloud lion, rendering it immobile, its flames flickering precariously, on the verge of extinguishing entirely. Right. The shoes. Qin Hao seems to finally regain his senses, looking up toward the sky 0.3 meters above the ground. A pair of white shoes comes into view. Brother, Qin Hao gasps as he fully tilts his head back. His sister, with tear-streaked cheeks, gazes at him, and upon seeing him raise his head, she breaks into a smile, held in the embrace of a mysterious woman clad in white robes. The woman possesses a delicate oval face, devoid of makeup, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Her long black hair is elegantly coiled atop her head, secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding an air of aloofness and serenity. Is this woman the one who saved me? With a single strike, she has slain the fire cloud lion. Her power must be at least that of a 7th-tier spiritual energy sage. Could she be an ancient enchantress? Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I am Qin Hao. May I inquire your esteemed name? Qin Hao respectfully bowed to the woman. There is no need to thank me. I merely recognize the bond between this disciple and myself and have come to rescue her. Dantai Xian cast a cold, indifferent glance at Qin Hao, effortlessly discerning his meager affinity for spiritual energy. Such a worthless individual was hardly worth her time. She then shifted her gaze to the girl in her arms. Her eyes suddenly filled with delight. Ah, how remarkable. Truly, this is the individual my ancestor, at great personal cost, calculated would save our sect. Born with dual affinities and possessing the ethereal Imu divine body, perfectly complementing our sacred arts. Indeed, she possesses unparalleled potential that I wish to take your sister as my disciple. Do you have any requests? Dantai Xian inquired, observing the struggling Qin Shaohua who wished to be set down, her brow slightly furrowing as she addressed Qin Hao in a frigid tone. I humbly request that you allow me to enter the sect alongside her, Qin Hao implored, having surmised the woman's intentions and feeling an unsettling premonition. Our sect consists solely of women, and you lack any aptitude for cultivation. This arrangement is inappropriate. Instead, I shall offer you a bone-refining pill to transform you, granting you longevity. Would that be acceptable? Dantai Xian stated, her words concealing another thought. It was utterly laughable for someone of such potential to aspire to cultivate. And bringing him back to the sect would only distract her disciple from her training. Such extraordinary talent should not be burdened by this waste of a person that I do not wish to be separated from my brother. I do not want to. Qin Shaohua cried out in desperation. Dantai Xian pointed a finger at the back of Qin Shaohua's head, rendering her unconscious, her gaze towards Qin Hao flashing with a hint of malice. Your sister is a natural prodigy in cultivation, while you are merely a mundane failure. Do not deceive yourself. With that, Dantai Xian flicked her finger, sending a green pill flying towards Qin Hao. His expression darkened. Yet he had no choice but to accept it. Given the woman's temperament, refusing would likely lead to dire consequences. In that moment, her supposed act of salvation was reduced to ashes in his mind. Leaving only resentment and bitterness, that he grasped the pill tightly and bowed his head, saying, I understand. May I trouble you to reveal your esteemed name? One day, I shall visit to see my sister. Dantai Xian scoffed inwardly, from southern state to northern lands. A journey of countless miles. A mere mortal thinks he can traverse such distances. What a foolish dream. With a gentle pinch of her right hand, she transformed into a radiant, multicolored beam, soaring into the sky. I am Dantai Xian, the holy maiden of the Lufu sect. Qin Hao watched the fleeting star-like figure in the distance, pausing for a long while before retracting his gaze. Lufu sect, your kindness today shall not be forgotten. When I come to retrieve my sister in the future, I shall repay you handsomely. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, biting down so hard that he drew blood. He tightly pocketed the pill given to him by the woman. He dared not consume it recklessly. Strength. Without strength, one remains an ant. After a prolonged moment, Qin Hao turned his attention to the fire cloud lying on the ground, its flames extinguished, its breath faint that a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. If slaying a creature of a higher tier yields substantial rewards, surely defeating this fifth-tier beast would grant even greater benefits if he were to kill it. Would the experience points not be sufficient to elevate him by a level? Perhaps it might even drop equipment or skill books. The dark clouds in Qin Hao's heart dissipated slightly, overshadowed by the allure of immense temptation. His weapon had long been reduced to molten slag. Now he was left empty-handed. He leaped onto the back of the fire cloud lion, fist raised, and struck down fiercely. Attack determination, no damage. Mandatory damage. 1. Ha. This is precisely what I wanted. What if my attack is weak? With this mandatory damage of 1, I can grind you down to death. Bang. 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 Attack determination successful. Mandatory damage. 1. Qin Hao clung tightly to the fire cloud lioness waist, his legs locked around it like a vice, and unleashed a flurry of punches to its head. The damage notifications rang in his ears. His eyes seemed to perceive a delightful melody of numbers dancing above the lion's head. 1. 1. The fire cloud lion emitted a mournful whimper, its body collapsing. The beam of light piercing through it dissipated into the air. Fire cloud lion slain. Extracting soul energy, you gain 210,000 experience points. Ding, ding, ding. Mandatory upgrade determination. Experience bar reset. Current level, 11. Experience, 60,000. Level up. All attributes 7. Free attribute points 14. Skill points 70. Tier advancement grants 5 to all attributes, 50 skill points, and unlocks the path of bloodline advancement. Acquiring the Akimichi clan talent, multiplication technique. With the current number of bloodlines available for fusion, 1. Ding. You have gained 2,000 exchange points, unlocking the exchange function. Ding. You have acquired the ninjutsu, fire release, great fire dragon technique, 5th tier. Do you wish to learn it? Note, ninjutsu power is determined by character level and intelligence. Learn. This question requires no contemplation. Qin Hao decisively chose to learn it and eagerly opened his character attributes, discovering that all his attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Name. Qin Hao race. Human attributes. Strength 12.7. Agility 14.8. Constitution 10.4. Intelligence 11.3. Perception 11.7. Spiritual energy affinity 0. Class. Genin. Level 11 talent. Constitution type. Akimichi clan bloodline. Available for advancement health points. 110. 110 chakra. 110, 01100 experience points. 60,000 skill points. 120 attribute points. 19 class skills. Basic taijutsu 20. Body flicker technique 40. Substitution technique 10. Reconnaissance technique 20. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique 10 talent skills. Battle car 15. Multiplication technique 10 items. Explosive tag 0. Kanai 0. Military rations pill 2. Exchange points 2,000 available for redemption. All attributes have reached a composite standard of tier 2, each exceeding 10 points, a remarkable feat. It is known that a spiritual energy practitioner only requires 2 attributes above 10 to ascend from tier 1 to tier 2, making it exceedingly challenging to elevate all attributes to match the tier level. Apart from sects and dynasties that possess resources to amass such feats, only exceptionally powerful techniques or unique physiques can achieve this. From this alone, Qin Hao's physique undoubtedly qualifies him as a genius. He is far from the waste Dantai Xian described. Such a statement only proves her inability to recognize true talent, squandering a fine visage. Pausing slightly, Qin Hao clicked on the 3 glowing characters indicating advancement, revealing a talent tree-like template before him, divided into 2 main categories, constitution type and eye techniques. The former was illuminated, while the latter remained dim, indicating it was locked. Why not eye techniques? My Sharingan. How can I unlock it? No hints provided. Is leveling up sufficient? It doesn't quite seem like it. Forget it. If it's constitution, then so be it. It looks quite powerful as well. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Hao decided to close the eye techniques panel and focus intently on the constitution template. The top was his current Akimichi clan constitution, clearly the weakest variant. He smirked, as expected, and continued to scroll down. Yamanaka clan, mind-body switch technique. Nara clan, shadow techniques. Inazuka clan, beast transformation technique. Kagaya clan, bone manipulation. a Kimichi Bayun, 5 senses manipulation, and Kirigakure clan, hydration technique. The list was overwhelming, a sprawling array of known and unknown techniques. Some illuminated and others dark, and Shinhao felt his mind reeling from the sheer volume. Is this the Constitution type? It seems even more impressive than I techniques. It is entirely reasonable for Shinhao to feel this way. He had never been a fervent fan of Naruto, having only watched parts of it, and had merely heard of the later, immensely powerful I techniques. Now, confronted with this dazzling array of Constitution types, it was only natural he would find the Constitution type more formidable. In fact, it truly is remarkable. Lava release, steel release, the Kagaya clans, bone manipulation technique, bloodline, crimson tentacle technique. All of these sound incredibly powerful. However, is there no annotation? What are these techniques? Muttering under his breath, Shinhao found himself disinclined to ponder further. After all, the bloodlines he could currently choose to fuse were few. Only 3, all of which he recognized: Yamanaka, Nara, and Inazuka. Shinhao did not rush into making his selection. Instead, he decided to first explore the offerings available in the exchange shop. Perhaps there would be some delightful surprises in store. Explosive tags, 20 points. Military ration pills, 100 points. Kunai, 20 points. Blank ceiling scrolls, 100 points. Flashbangs and smoke bombs, 50 points each. Decapitation blade, 1,000 points. Thunderblade Fong, 2,000 points. Dull blade slash, 10,000 points. Grass cutting sword, 50,000 points. 8-span Yata mirror, 100,000 points. Basic Sharingan, 1,000 points. Byakugan, 1,000 points. First generation cells, 2,000 points. Shadow clone technique, 2,000 points. Flying Thunder God technique, 20,000 points. After perusing the items for about 10 minutes, Shinhao finally ceased his foolish grin. Ninja tools, equipment, organs, and ninjutsu. Everything one could desire from childhood to adulthood was available, although the prices were equally soaring. Nevertheless, it is only natural for valuable items to command a higher price. As long as he remained alive, he would eventually acquire these coveted treasures. The Sharingan was an inevitable exchange for him, but the basic version was not worth it due to its low cost-performance ratio. And the kaleidoscope variant was prohibitively expensive. Shinhao gazed at the kaleidoscope Sharingan priced at 20,000 points, his eyes nearly igniting with fervor. After a minute, he displayed remarkable willpower to divert his gaze. Hastily exchanging for 5 explosive tags and 2 kunai, spending a total of 140 points, before quickly exiting the shop. He was still unsure what else to exchange for, and with limited points, aside from the necessary consumables like explosive tags and kunai, he decided to save the remainder for future needs. However, he could not wait any longer for bloodline fusion. That a glint of determination sparked in Shinhao's eyes. He had made up his mind among the 3 bloodlines. Although this ability was somewhat repulsive, on the spirit energy continent, strength was paramount. Since he had arrived in this world, he must adapt to local customs, aligning himself with the pursuit of power. Bloodline advancement was available, and he could choose to fuse with the Oil Woman clan, parasitic insect technique. Confirm? Yes. Shinhao silently affirmed in his heart. A chilling wind swept through the forest, and the sky darkened in mere seconds. Rustling sounds echoed around him, and Shinhao licked his lips. Even though he knew this ominous phenomenon might be his doing, it still felt eerily unsettling, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 9. Talent Skills in No Time. The entire forest was enveloped in darkness. Countless insects surged toward Shinhao's direction, creating a buzzing wind that made the hair on his neck stand on end. Was this truly his doing? Was the spectacle really necessary? A sense of panic began to rise within him as he gazed at the impenetrable sea of insects surrounding him. He blinked in disbelief. Did he really not have to do anything? Would simply standing still suffice? Was this truly acceptable? As he observed the overwhelming tide of insects blocking out the sun, he exhaled deeply. He was merely scaring himself, frightened to death. Of course, this was his creation. He stamped his foot in place, flung his arms wide, and bellowed, "Come forth." In an instant, the cloud of insects, as if receiving a command, surged toward him at an astonishing speed, resembling tiny bullets being shot in his direction. The sharp sound of their buzzing reverberated through the treetops. Shinhao gripped an explosive tag tightly in his left hand, ready to detonate it at the slightest sign of danger. The first insect collided with his forehead, vanishing in an instant. Then came the second, the third, the 1,000th, the 10,000th. One after another, they enveloped every inch of his skin, and he was ultimately consumed by the sea of insects. Qin Hao's eyes widened as the insects crawled into his body through his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and even the pores of his skin. That he stood still, motionless, no longer sensing any danger. Instead, he felt an odd sense of harmonious return, as if these creatures were merely returning home, children reuniting with their father. Yet, the scene was somewhat nauseating. He inhaled deeply, and the insects surged into his nostrils even faster. He could feel them occupying every inch of his skin, every muscle fiber, every bone, even every drop of blood. He was their paternal figure, their home. This analogy brought a pang of melancholy to Qin Hao's heart. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but offer a wry smile. Thankfully, no insects had entered his lower regions. Or else, he shivered, daring not to think further. The human body resembled a miniature universe. Qin Hao now believed this saying, for he felt as though 2 hours had passed, yet the swarm of insects continued to pour in relentlessly. He was baffled as to where within him there was so much space for them to settle. He abruptly plopped down onto the ground, unconcerned about accidentally squashing the insects beneath him. In truth, such a thing was impossible. He shared a profound connection with these creatures. If he wished, he could hardly harm them, and they would not harm him either. So harmonious, Qin Hao mused, and no longer willing to wait idly. Uncertain of how long this would last, he sat on the ground and slowly formed a complex hand seal according to the newfound memories in his mind. The final moment of the seal. He placed his index finger to his lips and opened his mouth. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. A 2-meter-long dragon made of flames erupted from his mouth, charging toward the corpse of the fire cloud lion, burning fiercely for 10 seconds before gradually extinguishing. Throughout the entire process, the flames did not inflict a single scratch on the insects, nor did they harm the lion's carcass. The fire release. Great fire dragon technique succeeded. Damage assessment. Peak level 2 spell strength. Damage dealt. 400 points. Chakra consumption. 300 points. Duration. 10 seconds. Cooldown countdown. 90 seconds. Haha. Qin Hao chuckled awkwardly. It was expected that the insects would remain unharmed, but the fact that even that foul lion's corpse had sustained no damage was due to his spell's low potency. A perfectly good level 5 ninjutsu in his hands was constrained by his own level and intelligence, both stuck at level 2, thus limiting the technique's effectiveness to this extent. The true level 5 fire release. Great fire dragon technique would unleash a dragon of flames extending 20 meters, incinerating everything within 100 meters for hours on end. What he had just performed was a world apart, incomparable. To reach that level, there was no shortcut. He needed to either elevate his level or boost his intelligence. Unfortunately, neither could be achieved in the short term, leaving Qin Hao feeling powerless. Level 2 it was. He would make do with it as a trump card. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Qin Hao felt no regret. He had never placed much value on this level 5 ninjutsu, for its limited growth potential made it hardly worth the effort. Merely a transitional tool. The truly formidable ninjutsu were those paired with bloodlines. The innate skills they offered possessed boundless potential for growth, and their power was not limited by levels or intelligence. The ability to wield immense power at a low level or remain weak at a high level was entirely dependent on Qin Hao's own development, which was where his true focus should lie. At this juncture, Qin Hao had formed a rough judgment of this bizarre, game-like system, with its core being the key to his future dominance and renown across the world, not anything else, but the development of this innate bloodline. Other attributes and exchanges merely served to better support this aspect, enabling him to unleash even more astonishing power. Do not question why. It was the keen instinct of a professional player. Thus, let me see just how formidable you truly are. First, the multiplication technique. A surge of chakra coursed through Qin Hao's body, causing every muscle, every bone, and each cell to swell dramatically. His once frail form began to expand like an inflatable balloon. He grew taller, his limbs elongated, his hands and feet thickened, and his abdomen rounded. The 13-year-old boy, who stood approximately 1.4 meters tall, transformed instantaneously into a 1.7-meter young man. Furthermore, as Qin Hao gently clenched his fist, a far more abundant power surged within his palm. His eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, both his physique and strength had simultaneously increased by 4 points. The talent skill, doubling technique, had successfully activated during its duration. His physique and strength each enhanced by 4 points, With a chakra consumption of 40 points per second as Qin Hao listened to the familiar notification sound echoing in his ears, his gaze sharpened. He discovered an aspect he had inadvertently overlooked. The talent skill had no cooldown period. As long as he possessed sufficient chakra, he could maintain its usage indefinitely. Truly formidable. Moreover, the skills of the battle chariot and doubling technique clearly complemented one another. Without hesitation, Qin Hao sprang to his feet, swiftly spinning into a spherical form and darting away. Chapter 10. Doubling technique within the forest. A ball-like figure charged wildly, shattering trees and rocks in its wake. While behind him, a black tornado composed of a swarm of insects relentlessly pursued. It appeared that the number of insects had not diminished since their initial appearance. Rather, they seemed to have subtly increased. The doubling technique not only amplified the impact of the battle chariot, but also enhanced his body's defense, lessening the recoil damage from the charge. The synergy of these two skills was indeed remarkable. A smile crept into the corner of Qin Hao's eye as he glanced back at the pursuing swarm. Perhaps it was not just these two talent skills. Future abilities could potentially be combined as well. An outlandish thought flitted through his mind, but he did not dwell on it. It was premature to consider such matters. He stood still, fixating on the ominous black clouds above, confusion flickering in his gaze. Had the number of insects truly increased? What could be the reason? Could it be due to the doubling technique? His body had grown larger, enabling it to accommodate more insects, thus increasing their numbers. Qin Hao found himself speechless. The doubling technique consumed chakra, and with his current level of 11 and 1100 chakra points, he could not sustain this form for long. What would happen to these insects then? Would they simply return home? After 4 hours, he stared vacantly at the ground, littered with the corpses of insects, his own skin covered in a layer of black insect remains, rather than returning as he had expected. The surplus insects had engaged in a straightforward battle upon his body. The victors would claim a place within him, while the vanquished would be ruthlessly expelled after their last trace of nourishment was drained. The world of insects was incomprehensible to an ordinary person. It was difficult for Qin Hao to fathom that the insects, which had previously coexisted peacefully, had suddenly turned into mortal enemies, battling each other without mercy. Perhaps this is a good thing. Qin Hao muttered to himself. In his palm lay a survivor from the recent skirmish, a small, black, rice grain-like creature, lacking discernible limbs or features. Through their unique connection, Qin Hao could sense that this insect was significantly stronger than before. Its color darker and more robust, survival of the fittest. This was advantageous for me, he thought with a sly grin. Compelled by an impulse, Qin Hao sent a trickle of chakra into the insect. Its body swelled slightly, though not significantly. He attempted to inject more, only to receive a mental resistance from the creature. Was it only capable of expanding to this extent? Could it not endure more? Pondering this, Qin Hao abandoned his plans to experiment with the insect further. Nevertheless, he had at least confirmed one hypothesis. The doubling technique was indeed his talent skill, and since the insect was part of his body, it could also utilize this technique, albeit not yet to any practical effect. However, the future remained uncertain. Brushing off the insect remains from his body, he retrieved a kunai and hastily cut away the singed locks of hair. Scorched by the fire cloud lion, the fact that upgrading and healing did not restore his hair puzzled him. Could it be that hair was not considered part of his body, merely refuse? Without needing a mirror, Qin Hao was well aware that his current appearance was far from appealing. His clothes were riddled with burn marks, holes, and frayed edges, while his hair resembled that of a wild person. Damn it, that foul lion. I almost forgot to roast you for a meal. Suddenly recalling something, Qin Hao dashed back to the carcass of the fire cloud lion, a contemplative expression on his face. Where exactly had this beast emerged from? There was a fifth-tier monster at the foot of the mountain. How could the giant would sect dare to establish a presence here, unless they were oblivious to it? Yet, that seemed implausible. Qin Hao's eyes darted around as he hoisted the lion's body onto his back and sought a concealed location to bury it. He had no intention of foregoing a roasted lion. The issue was that his ninjutsu had proven ineffective on the corpse. For now, it was best to hide it and deal with it later. Present, he had more pressing matters to investigate. Following the trail left by the fire cloud lion, he ventured deep into the dense forest. It was not difficult to find. The fiery lion's path was marked by unmistakable scorch marks. An hour later, Qin Hao arrived at the entrance of a collapsed cave, its location exceedingly discreet, with only half of the opening visible. just large enough for the fire cloud lion to pass through, crouching down. Qin Hao carefully cleared the debris from the cave's entrance, picking up a stone to examine closely, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Steel rock. How could a high-grade gold elemental spirit stone possibly be found here? It made sense now. No wonder the fire cloud lion had not emerged from this cave. The creature had likely been trapped inside, hidden from discovery. Given the steel rock's resistance to flames, it would have taken at least a decade for the beast to carve a passage large enough to escape. As Qin Hao observed the claw marks on the ground, a hypothesis formed in his mind, but it only intensified his curiosity. Where did this cave lead? Had the fire cloud lion traversed here? Or was it trapped within? Fire escape. Great fire dragon technique. Qin Hao unleashed a fire dragon towards the cave entrance, merely to probe its depths. The cave was not particularly deep, and no movement could be detected within. After a brief moment of waiting to confirm there was no danger, he leaped inside. Cough, cough. What a cloud of dust. Qin Hao frowned. The cave was far larger than he had anticipated. He picked up a stick from the ground, ignited it, and glanced around. The interior was spacious, devoid of anything but scattered branches and stones. He pressed deeper into the cave, which grew narrower and more profound, stretching into an endless darkness. What on earth is this place? Qin Hao muttered, pressing onward. The cave walls became increasingly smooth, and the ground beneath his feet grew level, clearly showing signs of human excavation. Qin Hao's eyes brightened. The spirit energy continent was vast and boundless. It was not uncommon for ancient masters to leave behind hidden caves and legacies for those deemed worthy, a favorite pastime for treasure hunters in his previous life. Could it be? Though these legacies were tailored for spirit masters and held no relevance for him, Qin Hao felt undeterred. Driven by a treasure hunter's greed and the obsessive nature of an orphan, he thought, if something valuable exists, it must be claimed as one's own, even if it cannot be utilized. It should not be left for others. That would be wasteful. One day, it may prove useful in his two lives. Qin Hao vowed to uphold this creed with his very existence. Chapter 11. Treasures can be deadly. Seeking recommendations and collections. We are pests. We are pests. After us, not a blade of grass remains. Treasures, techniques, take them all. Take them all. Qin Hao hummed a cheerful tune, his hips swaying rhythmically as he moved forward, the torch flickering in the narrow passageway. He appeared to be lost in the thrill of anticipation for treasures, yet he remained acutely vigilant, his left hand never truly touching the adjacent wall, always retracting just shy of a centimeter. The torch danced before him, and his gaze shifted with it, scanning the cave walls illuminated by its light for any spots that gleamed unnaturally bright or appeared suspiciously dark, for those might conceal the treasures or traps he sought. His peculiar gait, swaying from side to side, was partly a personal quirk, but also a strategic maneuver. His steps alternated between quick and slow, light and heavy, seeming odd, yet enabling him to react instantly to any mechanisms beneath his feet. Whether to flee or freeze, these movements were the fundamental skills he had mastered in his previous life as a professional gold farmer. Only this time he executed them with ease, having recently enhanced his basic physical abilities to level 50. The sensation was simply exquisite, far more gratifying than controlling a game character. He mused with a hint of arrogance as he walked, black insects scattered beneath his feet and palms, swiftly crawling forward. The thoughts of these creatures were exceedingly simplistic. They could neither execute nor convey overly complex signals, which suited Qin Hao just fine, that he merely needed to sense whether the insects exhibited signs of excitement or fear, emotions that would provide him with the information he desired. A most convenient ability. Qin Hao smirked at his own cleverness. 5 minutes later, his pace quickened abruptly as he sensed the surge of excitement emanating from the insects. Had they discovered something? At the end of the narrow passage stood a long, red column resembling a lotus root, descending from a height of 20 meters to the ground, now completely covered by a writhing mass of insects. The exhilaration he felt radiated from them. Is this the fabled 1,000-year spirit sap? Surely, this must be the food of the fire cloud lion. What a stroke of fortune. The juice of the 1,000-year spirit sap could be described as a rare elixir, found only in deep mountains or remote locales. Essential for dynasties and elite sects to enhance their disciples' innate qualities. Long-term consumption could reliably elevate one's natural aptitude, transforming an ordinary spirit master into a remarkable talent, or even elevating an outstanding individual to the ranks of genius. Some methods could even coax specific physical talents in gifted disciples. What a treasure! Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with the prospect. He longed to know if prolonged use would improve his zero affinity for spirit energy. But how to extract it? Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Extracting the 1,000-year spirit sap required special techniques. Otherwise, severing it would yield no further juice, rendering it worthless, yet he had no knowledge of such methods. He lifted his gaze upwards, spotting a small stone platform protruding approximately 40 meters above, likely the location of the treasure or inheritance. The T around 30 meters. A faint blue light flickered subtly, not overtly bright. Yet Qin Hao recognized it instantly. A thunder web, a 5th-tier skill of the lightning element that, as the name suggests, it was a web woven from lightning, one of the common spells employed by lightning spirit masters. A skill he was quite familiar with from his gaming days. Knowing this, he understood that with his current 2nd-tier strength, he could not afford to engage with it. Contact would ensnare him and lead to his demise. It appeared he would have to leave it for another day. As for the 1,000-year spirit sap, he would have to devise a plan later. With reluctance, Qin Hao cast one last glance upward before turning to exit the cave. Yet he did not take the insects clinging to the spirit sap with him. If he couldn't partake, allowing his insects to feast here was a reasonable alternative. Once outside the cave, Qin Hao painstakingly piled the rubble at the entrance, attempting to obscure it from prying eyes. Then he stared blankly at the charred trail left by the fire cloud lion, feeling as though his efforts were in vain. Such conspicuous scorch marks would surely attract attention. He could only pray that no one with ill intent would come along. Given his current strength, he was powerless to address the blatant traces left by the fire cloud lion, and with a sigh, he stealthily departed the area. Lu Ling surveyed the charred forest, searching for clues on the ground, as he and his junior disciple Wang Fei ventured further inside. Brother, there was a fierce battle here just now. It seems 2 fire element spirit masters clashed violently. Wang Fei sniffed the air with his keen nose, detecting the vibrant presence of fire element spirit energy. Indeed, let us search carefully. It's unlikely anyone would engage in combat here without reason, either a pursuit or the discovery of some treasure. Lu Ling's keen eyes scanned every inch of the ground. Treasure? Wang Fei's eyes lit up as he intensified his efforts to sniff out any signs of valuable finds, while they busied themselves in search of potential treasure. They remained oblivious to a figure nearby, intently watching them, clad in red with white flame patterns. Fire refining sect. Qin Hao's breath caught, his complexion tinged with red as a tumult of anger and fear coursed through him. Emotions that felt less like his own and more like the remnants of this body's original owner. The vendetta for a father's murder? Qin Hao murmured to himself, gripping a shuriken tightly in his palm. Since you have entrusted this body to me, your vendetta is now mine. I shall annihilate the fire refining sect. He firmly believed that this body had been given to him by a youth truly named Qin Hao, and he felt obligated to live out the life of its former owner. He pressed himself close to the ground, camouflaging his presence as he awaited the opportune moment to strike. The world of spirit masters boasts the most esteemed and powerful profession. While the ninja is a vocation birthed solely for the purpose of slaughter, which is superior, the first clash is about to unfold. The name of the bloodline ninja shall one day resound throughout this realm where spirit masters reign supreme. For a man who has vowed to make his name known across the world is currently crawling on the ground, unwaveringly advancing, ready to strike with his shuriken aimed at the back of the spirit master. Fierce, cold, and relentless. Chapter 12. Ambush. Lu Ling and Wang Fei worked diligently, using hands and feet to excavate a sizable pit, revealing the colossal corpse of a creature. Is this the fire cloud lion? As fire element spirit masters, they had some familiarity with fire-based beasts. They exchanged alarmed glances, a multitude of questions flashing through their minds. Who could have slain the fire cloud lion? And why bury it here? The fire cloud lion was a 5th-tier beast, so whoever could kill it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Burying it here suggested a desire for concealment. Would that person return to retrieve it? Quick, let us cover it back up, he shouted urgently to his junior. His guesses were mostly accurate, except for 2 points. Firstly, he had miscalculated Qin Hao's strength, which was inconsequential. Secondly, Qin Hao had already approached them from behind. A far more critical oversight. Suddenly, Lu Ling's muscles tensed as he caught a glimpse of a figure drawing near from the corner of his eye. The sunlight reflected off something bright that glinted on his brow, sending him into a state of icy dread. An ambush. Lu Ling felt a sharp, prickling sensation on the back of his neck, a surge of goosebumps rising. He sensed a weapon aimed precisely at his heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. "Junior!" he screamed, simultaneously lunging to the left. Wang Fei turned in confusion, only to see a figure springing up from the ground like a venomous snake, a strange short weapon aimed at Lu Ling's back. With 50 points of basic physical prowess, Qin Hao could glide close to the ground, and from Wang Fei's perspective, he resembled a serpent slithering along the earth. As he neared his target, he sprang up in an instant, mirroring a snake launching itself to strike. "Snake up?" Qin Hao aptly named his maneuver. "Brother, be careful." Wang Fei reacted swiftly, his right hand sweeping forward, unleashing a fireball the size of a basin toward Qin Hao. Little fireball technique, a first-tier fire spell. With an unwavering expression, Qin Hao thrust the kunai in his hand recklessly towards Lu Ling's back, demonstrating a determination akin to braving a fireball spell to ensure Lu Ling's demise. Cursed be it, Lu Ling sensed the kunai, akin to a shadow, trailing closely behind him, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Cursing inwardly, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he abruptly halted his steps and turned in anger. He reached out with one hand in an attempt to block the kunai aimed at him, while the other hand formed a sword shape with his index and middle fingers aligned. Swiftly pointing towards Qin Hao's head, a slender flame, the width of 2 fingers, erupted from Lu Ling's fingertip, hurtling towards Qin Hao's head with astonishing speed. The Fire Finger Sword, a second-tier fire spell, compared to the sluggish first-tier fireball. The second-tier Fire Finger Sword was over 10 times faster, and its sword-like form elevated its lethality to unprecedented levels. Observing Qin Hao's unmoving stance, Lu Ling's face curled into a sinister smirk. The tip of the kunai had already pierced his flesh, blood flowing forth, yet the remaining portion was firmly grasped in his left hand, unable to advance further. Terrified, Lu Ling realized it was merely a wooden tip. A false alarm. He could almost envision the moment when Qin Hao's head would be severed by the Fire Finger Sword. Qin Hao, feeling the tremendous force transmitted through the kunai in his hand, deduced that his opponent was likely a second-tier energy wielder proficient in strength. He could ascertain that Lu Ling was a second-tier fire energy wielder through his reconnaissance technique, yet determining the specific attribute of his progression was beyond the scope of his 20-point reconnaissance skill. Such knowledge required battle experience to discern. It must pertain to strength and intelligence. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened as he relinquished his grip on the kunai, pressing backward towards the fireball under Lu Ling's deadly gaze. With a soft whoosh, a burning piece of wood fell to the ground, yet Qin Hao's figure vanished without a trace. The substitution technique was successfully activated. Chakra cost, 50 points, cooldown, 90 seconds. The body flicker technique was successfully activated. Chakra cost, 20 points, cooldown, 60 seconds. Qin Hao appeared expressionless behind Wang Fei, the kunai in his hand darting forward like lightning into Wang Fei's back. Extracting soul energy, he gained 100 experience points. Qin Hao furrowed his brow as he withdrew the kunai from Wang Fei's lifeless body, internally grumbling. A mere first-tier energy wielder yields only 100 experience points. This is an absurdly exaggerated path to future upgrades. Who on earth are you? Lu Ling's face turned ashen. He swore he did not recognize Qin Hao and could not comprehend the techniques he had just employed. It was only at this moment that he was struck by a chilling realization. He had no inkling about the enemy before him. Was the opponent even an energy wielder? Why could he sense no trace of energy fluctuations from him? What type of technique had the opponent just executed? Would Yang, he was utterly clueless if the opponent were to attack again. Would he be able to defend himself? As Lu Ling cautiously retreated, he discreetly retrieved a fire signal from his sleeve. Igniting, it would summon his sect's members for immediate rescue. My name is Qin Hao. There's no need for concealment. I have seen everything in your possession, Qin Hao remarked with a sly smile. You wish to buy time for your allies to rescue you. Very well, comply and answer a few questions. Lu Ling's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly nodded, igniting the fire signal, which erupted into a fiery pattern in the sky that lingered for a considerable time. How many people are at the fire refining sect? 74. Who holds the highest energy tier? The sect leader, Lu Feng, at peak 3rd tier. Is there someone in your sect named Lu Qian? Are you referring to the senior brother? Seeing Lu Ling's momentary hesitation in his response, Qin Hao took a large step forward, threateningly urging, speak swiftly. Lu Ling snorted but readily replied, Senior brother Lu is the sect leader's son and has also reached the third-tier pinnacle. Do you have a grudge against him? The enmity of a father's murder cannot be forgiven, Qin Hao replied coldly, casting a glance at the fiery signal in the sky, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Your reinforcements are too slow. It seems I must send you on your way first. Wasn't he that common sense? It had only been a minute. The fire-refining sect couldn't just tear through space to get here instantly. Even at a close distance, it would take at least 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling turned and fled without hesitation, reasoning that if he could evade for 4 minutes until his sect's members arrived, it would spell Qin Hao's end. Stay and fight me, and you may yet have a slim chance of survival. Attempting to flee is merely seeking your own demise. Qin Hao scoffed, suddenly propelling himself forward, curling his body into a ball, and shot towards Lu Ling in a straight trajectory like a cannonball. Chapter 13. Lu Qian. Boom. Qin Hao's body resembled a colossal elastic ball, gathering boundless energy as he barreled through trees and stones along his path. His speed not only unimpeded but actually accelerating in mere breaths. The distance between him and the fleeing Lu Ling was closed with lightning speed. The battle vehicle once more lightly bounced off the ground, spinning rapidly in the air, striking towards Lu Ling's back. Lu Ling felt a powerful gust behind him. He rolled sideways like a lazy donkey, turning back to unleash 2 fire finger swords. However, in the haste of the moment, the accuracy of the hastily launched fire finger swords was severely lacking, and Qin Hao remained vigilant against Lu Ling's moves. As Lu Ling raised his hand to cast a spell, the battle vehicle had already altered its course midair, deftly evading the 2 fire finger swords and barreling towards Lu Ling's back. Thud! A tremendous force slammed into Lu Ling, causing him to spurt blood as he stumbled and fell to the ground. A scorching tire-like imprint marred his back, and he felt as though all his bones had been shattered, his organs simultaneously suffering grievous harm. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, only to have Qin Hao land precisely on his back, forcefully driving him back into the ground. Thud! Another spurt of blood erupted from him, his body collapsing into the earth as he gasped for breath, his mouth and nose filled with dirt. Yet, that agonizing sensation halted abruptly at that moment. The kunai in Qin Hao's hand pierced through Lu Ling's back with surgical precision, embedding itself in his heart. Basic body technique activated successfully, heart extraction executed, delivering a critical hit, inflicting 124 damage. Target deceased. Soul energy extracted, granting 500 experience points. That a second-tier energy wielder of equivalent rank only rewards me with 500 experience points. This is exceedingly scant. Is there another method for leveling up? Qin Hao's unease grew as he recognized the scant experience gained. If this were the sole means of acquiring experience, it was utterly unreasonable. Moreover, he had yet to receive any exchange points. Aside from the occasion with the Fire Cloud Lion, he had not gained a single exchange point, which was undoubtedly amiss. That it felt as though a crucial module within his ninja system had been severely compromised. Damn. Indeed, he had dubbed this game-like talent of his the system. What on earth was it? Qin Hao, feeling agitated, placed 3 explosive tags on Lu Ling's corpse, cautiously flipping it over while scanning for a concealed spot to hide. 10 seconds later, his expression shifted dramatically as he leaped from his hiding place, deciding to retreat to a safer distance. The reason being, he lacked confidence in his concealment technique. The previous experience with the Fire Cloud Lion's corpse loomed large in his mind, leading him to doubt his own hiding abilities. Should he exchange for a basic ninjutsu instead, behind a massive boulder 400 meters away? Qin Hao hesitated as he eyed the basic ninjutsu in the exchange menu priced at 500 points. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Though costly, it should prove worthwhile. Like basic body techniques, it was indispensable. Basic ninjutsu. Do you wish to learn? Learning. In the next moment, Qin Hao felt a surge of pressure in his head, as a plethora of miscellaneous knowledge was forcefully imparted into his mind. Concealment, disguise, poison, assassination, tracking, environment, interrogation, psychology. Rubbing his slightly swollen head, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. His suspicions were not unfounded. The fundamentals of ninjutsu constituted absolutely indispensable knowledge and skills for any ninja. It is no exaggeration to assert that only by possessing this knowledge does one truly qualify to become a ninja, and only with it can one evolve into a peculiar, yet formidable practitioner. While these elements may seem to offer no direct enhancement to his strength, The indirect, intangible assistance they provided was far from negligible. This knowledge represented the very essence of the ninja profession. Without hesitation, Qin Hao allocated points to the fundamentals of ninjutsu, raising it to 50, akin to the foundational physical techniques. This figure marked the limit of his current capabilities, beyond which certain prerequisites must be met, prerequisites he had yet to fulfill. Light, air currents, and variations in surrounding temperature. All these factors could significantly impact the effectiveness of concealment. With his feet slightly arched, he moved silently like a cat among the stones and trees, the 50 points in basic ninjutsu allowing him to execute these maneuvers with instinctual ease. A mere flick of his eyes could discern the subtle contrasts of light and shadow in his surroundings, and as his skin's pores subtly contracted and expanded, he could keenly perceive the shifts in the air currents. Here it is. Qin Hao positioned himself behind a cluster of fallen trees, concealing his body in an extremely covert manner, nestled in the darkest, least conspicuous spot among the chaotic tangle of wood. His heartbeat gradually slowed, his pores closed, and his body temperature began to harmonize with the ambient environment, rendering him akin to a chameleon, perfectly hidden as he patiently awaited the arrival of his prey. 3 minutes later, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. 14 of them. Qin Hao's ears perked slightly, drawing a conclusion within his mind. Such a rich essence of fire-type spiritual energy. The disciples of this sect had just ignited the signal here. Lu Shizhi is with me, while the remaining members are searching in groups of 3. An elder from the fire refinement sect commanded his disciples. Yes, Elder Hu. What should we do if we encounter members of the Giantwood sect? One disciple voiced his concern, apprehensive about the presence of their rivals in the mountains. What is there to fear? My father is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 4th-tier spiritual master level. This matter is well known within 100 miles. The Giantwood sect will undoubtedly be swallowed by our fire refinement sect sooner or later, Liu Qian declared, his eyes flashing with arrogance. Indeed, even in the absence of the sect leader. With Elder Hu and the young master present, which of them falls short of the Giantwood sect's leader? Why should you be afraid? Remarked a sharp-featured disciple nearby. That I'm simply cautious. Enough, hurry and search. Liu Qian waved his hand impatiently. He turned to Elder Hu, his haughty demeanor slightly diminishing. Uncle Hu, do you think my father will succeed in breaking through to the 4th tier? Certainly, with the aid of the fire lotus seed. The sect leader's success is virtually guaranteed. Speaking of which, we owe it to the young master for discovering this fire lotus seed. He has achieved a great feat, Elder Hu replied, laughter punctuating his words. The exchange between the two revealed their complete disregard for the lives of the distressed disciples, treating this rescue mission as a mere excursion. So, it was a 3rd-tier spiritual herb, the fire lotus seed. Qin Hao pieced together the implications of their conversation with the knowledge he possessed about the circumstances surrounding his father's demise. Killing for treasure, all for a mere fire lotus seed. Despicable. Chapter 14. The Trap. Elder Hu. Senior brother, over here, came the frantic calls of several disciples not far off. Following the voices, Elder Hu and Liu Qian rushed towards the source. What is this? Elder Hu's expression soured upon seeing Lu Ling's corpse at their feet. The mirth drained from his face, and Liu Qian's demeanor darkened as well. Elder Hu crouched down, furrowing his brow as he gently traced the peculiar wounds on Lu Ling's back with his finger. His frown deepening. Elder Hu, have you found anything? Liu Qian inquired. Look at this mark on his back. Have you ever seen a weapon capable of inflicting such wounds? Elder Hu voiced his bewilderment, however, given the plethora of strange weapons and artifacts. It is not entirely surprising. What intrigues me is that Lu Ling's corpse bears no wounds from spiritual energy, which is quite odd. It is well known that battles between spiritual masters invariably leave marks of spiritual energy upon their opponents unless there is a disparity of 3 tiers or more, in which case one party could kill the other without utilizing spiritual energy. However, Lu Ling's situation clearly did not fit this scenario. Elder Hu pointed to the chaotic scene of the pursuit surrounding Lu Ling's body, asserting, if there truly was a 3-tier disparity, Lu Ling would not have been able to flee this far. What does that mean? Liu Qian was left perplexed by Elder Hu's words. Let me examine further. As he spoke, Elder Hu gingerly turned Lu Ling's body. Boom! 3 explosive talismans were triggered, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and explosion that instantly obliterated Lu Ling's corpse into a cloud of fragments, limbs, and small bones scattered through the air. producing a cacophony of piercing sounds as deadly bullets ricocheted in all directions. The surrounding disciples were riddled with holes, collapsing to the ground in silence. Among the remaining 3 disciples, fortune favored them as they avoided immediate death. Yet the overwhelming force of the blast and flames was beyond their capacity to evade. The power of a single explosive talisman was roughly equivalent to a third-tier fireball spell. 3 stacked together amounted to the full force of a third-tier pinnacle spiritual master's indiscriminate strike. Not only could these ordinary disciples not withstand it, but even Elder Hu and Lu Qian, both third-tier masters, were left severely injured. This was only due to their instinctive activation of a third-tier fire-type spiritual energy shield in the explosion's immediate aftermath. Otherwise, their survival would have been uncertain. "Elder, save me," the 3 disciples, engulfed in flames and rolling on the ground, wailed. Their internal organs had already been ruptured. There was no hope for salvation. Elder Hu's eyes blazed with fury as he seized the similarly injured Lu Qian, shouting, "We must leave. Regardless of who the assailants are or what they desire, both Lu Qian and I are gravely wounded, our strength reduced to less than 50%. Staying here would be sheer folly." With experience comes wisdom. Just as Elder Hu and Lu Qian made their escape, Qin Hao leapt from the trees, darting across the ground. Observing the distance between himself and the 2, he abandoned the pursuit. Had Elder Hu been a second slower in his reaction, Qin Hao retracted his gaze with a hint of regret, launching his kunai to swiftly end the lives of 3 lamenting disciples. 2 had escaped, leaving 9 corpses on the ground, with 3 others unaccounted for. Reflecting briefly, Qin Hao recalled that a group had ventured off to search elsewhere and had yet to return. With a light push of his toes against the earth, he glided like a specter across the terrain, advancing silently and swiftly through the dim light. Left, right. Qin Hao's eyes functioned like radar, effortlessly tracking the traces left by the 3 as he sped onward. Suddenly, he halted his pace, seamlessly concealing himself behind a tree as he observed 3 disciples clad in fire refinement sect attire huddled together, straining to listen intently. "What is going on?" Was that the sound of an explosion? "I believe I heard the cries of our senior brothers earlier. Should we investigate? Let us wait a moment and listen." As Qin Hao eavesdropped on their conversation, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. These 3 were not foolish, understanding the wisdom of caution amidst uncertainty. Alas, had they not learned the fundamentals of ninjutsu prior, gathering together would have posed some challenge to him. But now, he would allow them to test the limits of his prowess. Gripping his kunai, he glided across the ground, weaving swiftly between several trees. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened as he clutched his kunai in one hand and casually picked up a small rock with the other, flinging it toward the left of the trio while he, like a venomous serpent, traced a long arc to their right. "Careful," the 3 shouted in unison, alerting one another as they focused on the airborne stone. With a swift motion, Qin Hao erupted from his hiding spot, his right hand slicing through one disciple's throat with the kunai, propelling himself forward as he dexterously tossed the knife into his left hand. Delivering a gentle yet lethal thrust. "Only one remains." Qin Hao flashed a grin, activating his body flicker technique that at the moment the last individual turned around, he vanished from sight. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Hao retracted his kunai, and only at that moment did the 3 corpses, which could be said to have perished simultaneously, collapse to the ground. Just a mere trick, yet it effortlessly reaped their lives, while the energy masters of this world are undeniably formidable. In terms of cunning and certain skills, they are akin to a blank slate. This is quite understandable. Energy masters pursue truth and immortality, while the essence of ninjas lies in destruction and slaughter. It is difficult to judge which is superior. However, when it comes to certain assassination techniques, energy masters are undeniably outmatched by ninjas who dedicate themselves to mastering the art of killing. One must not become overly complacent. Perhaps this holds true for ordinary individuals, but for geniuses, skills are merely a jest. The future is an era of heroes and extraordinary talents. Qin Hao pursed his lips and glanced at the giant with sect on the mountain. Initially, he intended to find a refuge for his sister, but now that seemed unnecessary. Resolving the troubles here swiftly would allow him to seize the fates that rightfully belong to the chosen ones of heaven sooner. Most of these fates are currently unknown, and with my 5-year head start, even if I can only claim a small portion, if managed properly and paired with the system, my power will surge in a breathtaking manner. At that time, Qin Hao exhaled deeply, pulling back the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. He had been contemplating too far ahead. Ultimately, he must first deal with the fire refinement sect before he could leave with clarity of purpose. Chapter 15. Bloodline Master Hao Ren Wush, a red fire spirit monkey, was pinned to a tree by a kunai, and Qin Hao, feeling somewhat vexed, yanked it free. He had been tirelessly hunting the mountain's beasts for 3 days. Yet his level was still far from advancing at this rate. Even if he slaughtered every beast in the mountain, he might only gain a single leveled AT level 11. Is it already this arduous to level up? If I cannot find a solution, my strength will stagnate. Qin Hao felt a sense of frustration welling up within him. He stood up and muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, this broken system lacks any hints? Hint. A prompt with a bright exclamation mark appeared before Qin Hao, leaving him in stunned silence. Prompt. Choose to join either the dynasty or a sect to unlock the quest system. Note. The higher the academy or sect, the more quests available and the greater the rewards. Please choose wisely. If you withdraw, you will be punished and unable to join any other sect or academy for 1 year. What the hell? So the reason for my troubles all this time was that I hadn't chosen a faction. Damn it. Why didn't anyone mention this sooner? Qin Hao first felt a surge of joy. The issue that had plagued him for days finally had a semblance of clarity. Then he was left dumbfounded, ultimately feeling disheartened. What does it mean that the higher the sect's rank, the more quests there are? If I truly join a sect like the Giantwood sect, which isn't even ranked, I might end up with 0 quests every day. What does it mean to be unable to receive quests for a year if I withdraw? This is an outrageous clause, a forced binding. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Hao quietly devised a plan. First, he must join a powerful sect if at all possible. Second, he should avoid being expelled at all costs, ideally remaining in one sect for a lifetime. In essence, if one cannot join a formidable sect, then for the sake of one's future, it is best to elevate it into a powerful sect. Qin Hao felt that the system's wording was excessively convoluted. So much so that it made him want to curse. The reasoning was quite simple. Qin Hao had no interest in the arduous task of sect development. He didn't believe he could manage it. However, joining a powerful sect was indeed a Herculean challenge. His energy affinity was 0, making him the epitome of a failure in this world. How could a prestigious sect accept such a waste? Without joining a sect, there would be no quests, making it difficult to level up. He was but a failure, and as a failure, he could hardly enter a sect. This conundrum appeared to trap him in a vicious cycle. Cursed system, Qin Hao couldn't help but mutter in frustration. But at least he finally had a direction that as long as there was direction, problems could be resolved. He glanced at the darkening sky and chose a concealed path leading towards the Giantwood sect on the mountain. The mountain was not high, and it was nameless. At the summit, surrounded by a grove of round logs, stood a small sect known as the Giantwood sect. The sect did not possess a rank, and the sect leader, Li Shu, was merely at the peak of a 3rd-tier wood energy master. Although he was but a small player in the grand scheme of the Northern Territories, he still held a degree of authority in the impoverished region of Tianfeng City. At this moment, within the hall of the Giantwood sect, sect leader Li Shu sat upon a high seat, his expression grim. Disciples stood solemnly on either side, and a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the room. 12 corpses lay arranged neatly before the hall's entrance. 9 of the bodies emitted a charred odor, grotesquely unrecognizable, while the remaining 3 bore expressions of terror, each with a single fatal wound. Most crucially, their red garments clearly identified their affiliation. Sect leader, they are from the Fire Refinement sect. The eldest disciple, Li Heng, crouched on the ground, holding a charred and deformed token, frowning as he looked at the sect leader. How could the Fire Refinement sect's members have perished here? Who discovered these bodies? Reporting to the sect leader, it was one of our disciples who found them while patrolling last night, not far from the main gate. The 12 corpses were deliberately arranged here, and a letter was also found alongside them. As Li Heng spoke, he produced a letter from his pocket and handed it over to Li Shu. Raised an eyebrow, accepting the letter and reading it carefully. There are 2 treasures at the foot of the mountain. 1, the corpse of a fire cloud lion. 2, a millennium spirit marrow, coveted by the Fire Refinement sect. My 12 disciples have been slain by me. I now present these treasures to your sect, hoping you will cherish them. Moreover, the sect leader of the Fire Refinement sect, Lu Feng, is soon to attempt a breakthrough to become a 4th-tier energy master. Should he succeed, your sect will surely face calamity. This is a warning, and I hope your sect prepares accordingly. Bloodline Master. How run? Bloodline Master. What kind of nonsense is that? How run? Good man. Li Shu's eyelid twitched involuntarily. A sense of dread enveloping him as if he were shrouded in a grand conspiracy. Each word in the letter felt like a scythe of death, plunging him into icy despair. Elders, what are your thoughts? He tossed the letter to the three elders of equal third-tier cultivation behind him. A minute later, the three elders, each wearing a different expression, fixed their anxious gazes on Li Shu. This is utter nonsense. Someone must have killed the Fire Refinement sect's disciples, intending to frame us and incite conflict between our sections. Moreover, if there were treasures at the foot of the mountain, how could the Giantwood sect, established here for 40 years, remain unaware? Indeed, the treasure must be a fabrication, but I have also heard whispers about Lu Feng attempting to break through to become a fourth-tier energy master. If this is true, our sect may face catastrophic disaster. Yes, the Fire Refinement sect harbors ill intentions towards us. The sect leader must remain vigilant. We must prepare early. Li Heng watched as the three elders exchanged their thoughts, their expressions increasingly anxious. Finally, he mustered the courage to interject. Elders, we have found the corpse of the Fire Cloud Lion. The air fell silent instantly, the elders exchanging horrified glances, disbelief etched on their faces. The Fire Cloud Lion, a fifth-tier beast, had perished? Could it be that everything mentioned in the letter was true? Quick, where is the corpse? Li Shu was the first to snap back to reality. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed. The hall trembled, cracks forming in the rafters. Following the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Giantwood sect's main door was obliterated, debris flying through the air as flames engulfed the entrance. Amidst the inferno, a shadowy figure flickered past. What a bold Giantwood sect, daring to slay so many of my Fire Refinement sect. When the time comes for your annihilation, I shall ensure none of you have a burial place. The voice was sharp and hoarse, akin to the croaking of a duck, grating and discordant. Humph, which rat dares to show themselves? Li Shu's eyes widened, and beneath his feet, a phantom of a blue lotus suddenly materialized. He took a step forward, and in an instant, his entire being vanished from the spot. Qin Hao pinched his throat, emitting a peculiar sound that he leaped forward, his body curling into a tight ball as he shot out towards the dark, dense forest. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse behind him. At the very moment Li Shu burst forth from the flames, the dagger in his hand was violently flung backward. Propelled by the rapid rotation of the war chariot. Chapter 16. Conspiracy. The black shuriken, like a silent and deadly viper, lunged towards Li Shu's throat in the pitch-black night. The murderous intent drew near. As Li Shu surged forth from the fire, the skin around his throat suddenly tightened, sending a shiver of goosebumps across him, as if the surrounding air had plummeted to an icy point. Danger! His body instinctively reacted, halting him in his tracks, and his pupils constricted sharply. That a layer of dark green patterns, resembling a dense spider's web, enveloped Li Shu entirely. His skin appeared parched and rough, dull like a withered tree. Evoking an aura of terror, the withered wood technique, a third-tier wood-based spiritual energy technique, temporarily toughens the skin, muscles, and bones into the resilient bark of a century-old tree, enhancing defense and reducing damage. Do not underestimate the toughness of a towering tree. Its defensive capabilities rival those of metal and stone. With a withered hand positioned eerily before his chest, he grasped the silent shuriken in his palm. Before Li Shu could catch his breath, a violent explosion centered around his hand struck him heavily. Boom! His body was hurled through the air like a cannonball, blood erupting from his mouth in a shocking display. Sect Master! Master! The elders and disciples rushed towards the fallen and unconscious Li Shu. It happened far too swiftly. From the moment of the attack to Li Shu's pursuit and the subsequent explosion, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Taking less than a breath, and the highest-ranking cultivator of the Giantwood sect found himself gravely injured. Cough, cough. Li Shu spat out another 2 mouthfuls of blood, his darkened and sunken chest resembling an inflated balloon as his complexion gradually returned to normal. This is the most terrifying aspect of wood-based spiritual energy, the astonishing vitality and regenerative power. I am fine. Li Shu glanced at everyone, rising from the ground, his gaze penetrating as he stared at the conflagration where he had been blasted away. Was that the fireball technique? Its power was indeed comparable to that of a novice third-tier fire-based spiritual energy practitioner casting the fireball technique. But what sinister and silent method of attack was this? Fire-based spiritual energy is notoriously volatile. I have never heard of such a treacherous technique. Sect Master, the fire-refining sect has gone too far. We must retaliate. Several disciples and Elder Zhou expressed their indignation, clearly attributing the incident to the fire-refining sect. Indeed, we shall return to discuss matters. The sense of inexplicable helplessness washed over Li Shu. Too much had transpired this night. Too many enigmas without a single clue. He had a gut feeling that significant events would unfold in the coming days, and that these events would undoubtedly impact the lives and deaths of the entire Giantwood sect. Comprising around 70 individuals, deep in the forest, 500 meters away from Li Shu and the others, Qin Hao leaned against a tree, his right hand clutching a shuriken, skillfully carving on a piece of wood as strange shapes began to accumulate at the base of the tree. The following noon, having not slept all night, Li Shu sat beside the corpse of the fire cloud lion, watching as disciple Li Heng rushed back from outside. Have you gathered the information, Master? The fire-refining sect's leader, Lu Feng, is indeed in seclusion. It seems the information in the letter was not false. Lu Feng is indeed attempting to break through to the fourth tier, thought Li Shu, his expression shifting dramatically, emanating the decisiveness of a sect leader. Once Elder Wang returns from the Thunderbolt sect, prepare the entire sect. When the time comes, we shall strike at the fire-refining sect. At this point, Li Shu could no longer afford to ponder the true motives of the messenger. If Lu Feng truly broke through to the fourth tier, given his character and the accumulated grievances over the years, the Giantwood sect would certainly face annihilation. Strike first to gain the advantage. A fierce glint flickered in Li Shu's eyes. 2 days later, Xue Sihai, the leader of the Thunderbolt sect, gazed strangely at an elder from the Giantwood sect who had come to form an alliance. Your sect has discovered a corpse of a fire cloud lion and wishes to share it with us, with the price being our joint effort to eliminate the fire-refining sect? Indeed, our sect leader is willing to collaborate with the Thunderbolt sect on this grand scheme. Haha, how intriguing, Xue Sihai chuckled, his gaze playful. Is sect leader unwilling? Not at all. Return and tell Li Shu that I have long awaited this day. 3 days hence, I will lead my disciples to your sect to discuss significant matters, but I must first see the corpse of the fire cloud lion. A fierce glint flashed in Xue Sihai's eyes, and thunderous sounds crackled from his fingertips. Qin Hao embraced the 1,000-year spirit marrow stone pillar with both arms. In the next moment, a chilling rustling sound echoed throughout the space. The countless black insects that had been motionless on the surface of the 1,000-year spirit marrow suddenly surged towards Qin Hao's left hand, as if responding to a command, while an equal number of slightly less glossy insects emerged from his right hand, filling the vacant spaces on the surface of the spirit marrow. In and out, like a military rotation, orderly and efficient. His body resembled a barracks undergoing a blood transfusion, evolving his forces to become even more formidable. What a pity, I still cannot take it away. Qin Hao's face displayed a hint of pain as he withdrew his palm. Producing detonating talismans and shurikens. Detonating talisman exchanged successfully. 20 points deducted. Quantity 1. Detonating talisman exchanged successfully. 20 points deducted. Quantity 1. Alongside the incessant notification sounds in his ears, Qin Hao's exchange points plummeted dramatically, and the number of shurikens and detonating talismans in his hands increased. Adding to the originals, he now possessed a total of 11 detonating talismans, 10 shurikens, 1 flash bomb, 1 smoke bomb, and 2 rolls of silver thread. That should suffice. However, with these exchanges, Qin Hao's exchange points finally dwindled to 10-20 points. Truly unsustainable, Qin Hao muttered softly. Beyond the 1,000-year spirit marrow, countless small insects spread from beneath his feet, exiting the cave and scattering throughout the dense forest. Simultaneously, a radar-like image unfolded in Qin Hao's mind, revealing a multitude of densely packed points on the coordinates, devoid of any specific imagery. Most of these points were remarkably calm, indicating the absence of any spiritually capable individuals nearby, save for some insects at the outer edge of the forest, which now transmitted distinct fluctuations. The forces of the Thunderbolt sect were traversing the dense forest towards the summit of the Giantwood sect as agreed. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Qin Hao's eyes. He ceased his actions, left the cave, and sprinted towards the direction of the Thunderbolt sect's members. Chapter 17. The show begins, seeking recommendations, seeking collections. At the fire-refining sect, Lu Qian, clad in a crimson robe, sat in the foremost seat of the martial arts hall, his countenance shadowy, with disheveled long hair that bore traces of singeing, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Sitting to his left was Elder Hu, whose appearance was equally peculiar. The Thunderbolt sect and the Giantwood sect have allied. This was not good news for the fire refining sect. Lu Qian squinted, seemingly lost in recollection. Elder Hu, does this mean that the individuals who ambushed us last time were from the Giantwood sect and the Thunderbolt sect? Most likely. Elder Hu nodded, then inquired, how long until the sect leader emerges from seclusion? In just a few days. Lu Qian licked his parched lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Elder Hu, take people to closely monitor the movements of these two sections. The moment my father emerges, we shall annihilate them no problem. Elder Hu immediately stood, taking around 10 disciples with him as they departed. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Giantwood sect, Xue Sihai crouched beside the corpse of the fire cloud lion. Electric energy coursing through the creature's skin. After a while, a glimmer of barely perceptible greed flickered in Xue Sihai's eyes as he slowly rose, looking at Li Shu and laughing heartily. Truly worthy of a fifth-tier beast. Even with just a gentle touch, I can sense the unparalleled power of its core. Li Shu clenched his fist and remarked softly, if we extinguish the fire refinement sect, the crystal core of the fire cloud lion shall undoubtedly be presented to us. It's a promise. Xue Sihai extended a large hand to shake with Li Shu, thus sealing their alliance under the Thunder Giant Wood. The disciples of the Thunder sect had also arrived. Qin Hao stood atop a towering tree, gazing intently at the disciples of the Thunder sect stationed before the entrance of the Giantwood sect from a distance. Only the Fire Refinement sect remained. With a single leap, Qin Hao descended from the tree, wrapping the wood beneath him with silver threads, and stealthily made his way outward. Along his path, he planted arrowhead-shaped wooden stakes into the ground or nailed them to trees, each one strikingly conspicuous. Qin Hao moved intermittently, occasionally producing a kunai entwined with explosive talismans to insert into the underbrush, a slender silver thread tied to one end, while the other was secured to nearby trees or wrapped around stones. After 10 minutes, Qin Hao returned to the cave, chakra flowing over his limbs like a river. He skillfully employed the water-walking technique from the fundamental ninja arts, using both hands and feet. He climbed the smooth stone wall with the agility of a nimble gecko, ascending to the height where the millennia-old spiritual essence resided, approaching a slightly protruding stone platform about 40 meters high. Good heavens! Qin Hao looked up at the crackling lightning just within reach, exhaling slowly, his eyes filled with trepidation. The fifth-tier lightning skill, Thundernet, could spell instant death for someone of his second-tier prowess. Even with the slightest contact, he meticulously threaded the remaining 6 explosive talismans with silver wire, adhering them sequentially beneath the thunder net, then pulled the wire along the cave wall, finally concealing it in an inconspicuous corner of the cave. Buried beneath stones, having completed these preparations, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, gazing toward the outer edge of the dense forest, murmuring, "Are they coming? Who could it be?" At the forest's edge, Li Heng and 3 disciples of the Giantwood sect stared in astonishment at the sign before them. Land of the Millennia Spiritual Essence. The 6 characters appeared like a spell, causing Li Heng's expression to shift dramatically. He scrutinized the uniquely shaped wooden sign, his breath quickening, although he had never encountered such a sign before. The arrow-like symbols combined with the characters conveyed their meaning to him instantaneously. This implies we should follow the direction of the arrow inward. Is the Millennia Spiritual Essence located there? A plan formed in Li Heng's mind as he glanced at his fellow disciples. Instructing, "You stay here I shall report back to the sect leader." With that, he smashed the sign into fragments and dashed up the mountain. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the sign, small black insects communicated information to Qin Hao in an incomprehensible manner. Simultaneously, several furtive figures at the foot of the mountain, led by Elder Hu, were stealthily approaching the area. People. Elder Hu's eyes widened as he spotted the 3 disciples of the Giantwood sect. After ensuring the vicinity was clear of others, he lunged toward the unsuspecting trio. 7 disciples of the Fire Refinement sect followed closely behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Following a brief skirmish, the 3 disciples of the Giantwood sect were swiftly subdued. Elder Hu, there's something here, pointed out a keen-eyed disciple of the Fire Refinement sect, indicating the shattered wooden sign on the ground. Elder Hu cast a puzzled glance, faintly discerning that it seemed to have been inscribed with characters. He turned his gaze to the 3 subdued disciples, threateningly demanding, Speak. What are you doing here? Nothing at all, still defiant. Elder Hu's expression darkened, a crimson glow emanating from his palm as he pressed it against the chest of the one who spoke. Crack! The red handprint brutally shattered the man's entire chest cavity, incinerating his internal organs in a surge of fiery spiritual energy. Emotionless, Elder Hu tossed the corpse aside, his gaze icy as he turned to the other two, asking, "Will you speak or not?" 5 minutes later, Elder Hu decisively ended the lives of the remaining two, his face reflecting disbelief. The Fire Cloud Lion? The millennia spiritual essence? How could this be? His expression shifted between various emotions before he clenched his teeth and commanded the two surviving disciples. "You two, quickly relay this information back to the sect. The rest of you, follow me." Understood. Shortly after their departure, Li Hong, Li Shu, and an elder from the Giantwood sect arrived at the scene. "There's a scent of blood." Li Shu frowned. Sect leader, overheard. Li Hong turned over a body that lay in the grass, his pupils constricting sharply as he exclaimed, "The Fire Refinement Palm. These are people from the Fire Refinement sect." "They went this way," another elder remarked, glancing at the footprints on the ground. "Millennia Spiritual Essence. They are heading for the Millennia Spiritual Essence," Li Hong added urgently. "Pursue." Li Shu's expression changed as he stomped his foot. Propelling himself forward, the group from the Fire Refinement sect raced fervently into the dense forest, their eyes scanning for the next signpost. Clicked at a faint sound resembling a triggered mechanism echoed, and a white silver thread sprang up from the ground. Boom! A burst of flames engulfed the disciple who triggered the trap, with nearby disciples also caught in the blast, sent tumbling to the ground by the forceful shockwave and debris. Elder Hu and two of the quickest disciples narrowly escaped the epicenter of the explosion. Turning back with lingering trepidation, a body lay shattered, with two disciples sprawled on the ground, unconscious or worse, and two others rolled helplessly on the ground, moaning in agony as fragments struck them like rag dolls. Another trap! A cold shiver surged from his feet to his head, as Elder Hu felt a wave of terror wash over him. Twice now. Twice nearly caught off guard, he surveyed the dense forest and underbrush. Feeling suddenly paralyzed, his limbs frozen in fear. Chapter 18. The veil of death descends, feverish. At the encampment of the Thunder sect, Xue Sihai suddenly rose, stepping out of the camp with a hint of curiosity as he followed the sound of the explosion toward the mountain's foot. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as a burst of fire entered his field of vision. "Let us go take a look." The flash of lightning darted beneath his feet as he sped down the mountain, accompanied by the elders and disciples of the Thunder sect in swift pursuit. Among the 9 elemental energies, the speed of the lightning element ranks just below that of the yin and yang elements. As the lightning flickered at the mountain's peak, Xue Sihai had already reached the mountainside. Though the mountain was not tall, his speed was truly terrifying. "Sect leader, the Thunder sect has arrived." Li Shu's brow furrowed as he turned to see Xue Sihai's figure rapidly approaching. "Ignore him. Continue the chase. Even if the Thunder sect learns of it, we absolutely cannot let the Fire Refinement sect escape." Li Shu's expression hardened as he made a decisive choice. Not only had Li Shu noticed Xue Sihai's arrival, but Elder Hu in the dense forest had also become aware of it. The crackling sounds of lightning grew louder, making it impossible not to notice. "Elder, what should we do?" the remaining 2 disciples asked nervously. "Send out a distress signal." A bitter smile spread across Elder Hu's face. If it were just the disciples of the Giantwood sect, he would have had confidence in escaping, even if Li Shu were present. However, with Xue Sihai involved, he felt no such assurance, especially with the hidden traps scattered throughout the forest that made him exceedingly wary. This would inevitably slow his speed, making it only a matter of time before he was caught. He gritted his teeth, cautiously scanning the surrounding underbrush, and pressed onward in the direction indicated by the sign. 100 meters away, atop a large tree, Qin Hao concealed himself in an extremely peculiar posture. Completely blending into the foliage, from a distance, he appeared as part of the tree itself, rendering him nearly undetectable. As Elder Hu and his companions ran, their steps faltered before them as they encountered the last signpost, its arrow pointing downward toward a small, partially concealed cave. The millennia spiritual essence lies within this cave. Elder Hu gazed at the characters engraved on the wooden sign, while behind him, Li Shu and Xue Sihai were less than 100 meters away. With nowhere to retreat, the only glimmer of hope lay within the cave, and regardless of whether the millennia spiritual essence truly resided inside, he had no choice but to enter. Without hesitation, the three leaped into the air. Millennia spiritual essence? Shui Sihai gazed at the countless signposts along the way, incessantly reiterating the presence of the Millennium Spirit Essence, his breath growing slightly more rapid. What the Millennium Spirit Essence truly signifies is something every cultivator is acutely aware of. It is a genuine treasure of heaven and earth, capable of gradually enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. Such priceless resources have always been held by powerful sects in the Diu dynasty, and yet it has unexpectedly appeared here. Initially skeptical, Shui Sihai's heart suddenly skipped a beat upon witnessing Li Shu's grave and distressed expression. Could it be true? If so, Shui Sihai's face contorted into a fierce grimace, lightning flickering in his eyes, a manifestation of his spiritual energy operating at its peak. This is my fortune, with the Millennium Spirit Essence, not to mention the fourth tier. Even attaining the fifth or sixth tier someday is not beyond the realm of possibility. Whoever dares to seize it shall meet their demise. Beneath his feet, a dazzling spark of lightning erupted, disregarding Li Shu beside him as he transformed into a streak of electric light, traversing the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Thunderous Steps, a third-tier thunder system skill, can instantaneously double one's speed, akin to a flash of lightning. Humph! Li Shu's expression turned icy. A phantom of a lotus flower appeared beneath his feet as he flickered several times. Also covering the 100-meter distance, closely following Shui Sihai into the cavern. How swift, concealed among the trees. Qin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, his expression grave. The sensation was entirely different from playing a game on a screen. In the game, no matter how rapid the pace, every movement could be distinctly captured on screen. Yet at this moment, everything was indistinct. While he could barely perceive Li Shu's movements, Shui Sihai was nothing more than a flash of lightning. Utterly untraceable to the naked eye. Damn, it was at this moment that Qin Hao recognized the stark difference between reality and the game. Thus, he must not allow Shui Sihai to discover him. Otherwise, he would have no chance to escape. That a cold sweat broke out on Qin Hao's forehead as he remained motionless in his hiding spot, his gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. Elder Hu felt a chill run down his spine, his face suddenly paling. Just as a red spiritual energy shield enveloped him, it was shattered with a resounding crack. Shui Sihai. Elder Hu hastily turned, striking out with a palm while calling out. A massive hand crackling with electricity appeared barely a foot from his chest, first knocking aside his defensive palm, then forcefully pressing against his chest. Zzz. Elder Hu felt a surge of electricity course through him, his hair standing on end, his chest tingling as if his heart had momentarily ceased beating, though both were third-tier spiritual energy users. One at the pinnacle and the other at the beginner stage. A single strike was sufficient to render Elder Hu completely incapacitated, illustrating the tremendous power of Shui Sihai. Among the 9 systems of spiritual energy, the Thunder system is notoriously domineering, often referred to as the small invincible among peers, a claim not made lightly. The addition of small signifies that in the future, in an era teeming with prodigies, there will never be absolute truths. However, at this moment, within this cave, Shui Sihai is indeed the most formidable individual. Li Shu stood behind Shui Sihai, his gaze wary. The ease with which Shui Sihai subdued Elder Hu was something he believed he could not replicate. Li Zhongmin, how can we not share the fortune of the Millennium Spirit Essence? Shui Sihai feigned joviality, his eyes icy cold. Unconfirmed matters are not to be shared, lest it become a source of ridicule for Shui Zhongmin. Li Shu offered a faint smile, but his heart seethed with rage. Shui Sihai ceased to speak, turning his gaze to Elder Hu, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, exuding an exceedingly menacing aura. He raised his right hand, a flash of electricity crackling within, and struck down upon Elder Hu's crown. Thud. Shui Sihai coldly retracted his hand, not even glancing at Elder Hu's lifeless body beneath him, and posed a question that felt more like coercion. If the Millennium Spirit Essence is indeed discovered, what are your intentions, Li Zhongmin? Annihilate the Fire Refinement sect and share it with your esteemed faction. Li Shu spat out the words through gritted teeth. The Millennium Spirit Essence is unlike the corpse of the Fire Cloud Lion. It is a true treasure. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to share such a prize. Enraged, Li Shu dispatched 2 terrified disciples of the Fire Refinement sect, slaying them to vent his fury. Ha ha, splendid. Shui Sihai laughed heartily. With the Fire Refinement sect destroyed, you shall be next. Strangely, Both men simultaneously felt a decisive murderous intent arise within them. Chapter 19. The battle begins, requesting collections and recommendations. As Shue Sihai and the others entered the cave, another unwelcome group arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Feng, clad in a crimson robe, his long hair cascading, bore a visage as sharp as a blade, emanating an innate authority. His eyes glowed red, causing the surrounding air to feel subtly heated, an aftereffect of his recent breakthrough to the 4th tier. Still struggling to fully control his spiritual energy, Fire Cloud Lion, Millennium Spirit Essence. If Elder Hu's reports are truthful, it would signify a monumental boon for our sect, and we must seize it. Newly empowered, Lu Feng radiated an air of arrogance reminiscent of his son. Yener. Take half our disciples and seal off all paths around this mountain. Absolutely no one is to leave with news. Today, I shall eradicate the Giant Wood sect and the Thunderbolt sect, leaving not a single one standing. Yes, Father Lu Qian's expression mirrored his father's excitement. He was certain today would mark the end for the Giant Wood and Thunderbolt sects, and that henceforth, the Fire Refinement sect would reign supreme within a 100-mile radius of Tianfeng City. Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction, suddenly darting forth like a human bulldozer, racing towards the location from which Elder Hu had sent a distress signal. A 4th-tier spiritual energy user is expected to soar through the skies. However, Lu Feng, having just broken through, had not yet learned the 4th-tier techniques, and crucially, the Fire Refinement sect lacked any 4th-tier manuals for him to study. Nevertheless, even without employing any techniques, his raw speed was astonishing, rivaling that of Shue Sihai's thunderous steps. With the swiftness of the wind and the crack of thunder, a sharp sound like a cannonball echoed as Lu Feng barreled towards the location of Elder Hu's signal. Trees toppled, boulders shattered, everything in his path was obliterated, leaving a clear, straight trail behind him. Suddenly, he halted, furrowing his brow as he glanced sideways, muttering, "Strange, why do I feel as though someone is watching me?" Spotting Lu Feng looking in his direction from 50 meters away, Qin Hao's heart tightened, and he hastily averted his gaze, cold sweat pouring down his back. Such acute perception. This must be the leader of the Fire Refinement sect, having evidently reached the 4th tier, truly formidable. Could it be a mere illusion? Lu Feng spun around, then took off again toward the distant cave. 2 seconds later, Qin Hao exhaled deeply, realizing his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. He steadied his breath, his expression grim, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it, is a 4th-tier spiritual energy user truly this terrifying? He began to doubt whether his traps would inflict the anticipated lethality. Simply put, he was unsure if they could indeed kill a 4th-tier spiritual energy user. But if he doesn't eliminate Lu Feng, how can he confidently deal with Lu Qian? Should he really consider a hasty retreat? Only through the most direct, close-range observation did Qin Hao fully grasp the immense strength of cultivators in this spiritual world. He realized he had underestimated the complexity of this realm, despite possessing a game-like system as his advantage. This was no game but a reality far more terrifying. What to do? Should he take the risk and fight back, or bide his time until he becomes powerful enough to return and settle the score? Nonsense. It's decided. Action is the only option. At the very least, he must kill Lu Qian to account for the original owner's body. Moreover, if he abandons this opportunity now, he would truly end up with nothing. The exchange points, the corpse of the Fire Cloud Lion, the Millennium Spirit Essence, so many investments that made Qin Hao's heart ache, all for avenging the original owner's father. How could he simply alter his original plan due to Lu Feng's intimidation? As an orphan, adventure was ingrained in his very being, and he was an exceedingly miserly man, having been a scoundrel who loathed spending a penny in his past life. Now, wealth seemed trivial, but something far more significant was at stake. Having invested so many exchange points, if he doesn't recoup even a portion, Qin Hao feared he would end up metaphorically slapping himself awake in his dreams. Kill. Qin Hao silently urged himself, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the passing disciples of the Fire Refinement sect below. Where is Lu Qian? Qin Hao's gaze momentarily sharpened as he swept his eyes over the surroundings once more, yet still failed to uncover the whereabouts of Lu Qian. That a dark expression clouded Qin Hao's face. With a slight shift, he slid down the tree trunk like a glissade, the entire maneuver executed in utter silence, unnoticed by any of the disciples of the Fire Refining sect. 1, 2, 3. Qin Hao silently counted in his mind. And when only a single disciple of the fire refining sect remained outside the cave, he propelled himself forward, instantaneously appearing behind the unsuspecting disciple. The art of instantaneous movement had succeeded. Like a specter, Qin Hao leapt into the air, his form appearing without warning behind the disciple. He swiftly ensnared the disciple's waist with his legs, exerting force backward and causing the unsuspecting disciple to topple. Meanwhile, Qin Hao's hands were not idle. His left hand, akin to an eagle's claw, clutched the disciple's throat, stifling any outcry, while his right hand brandished a kunai, pressing it menacingly against the disciple's forehead. The cold steel of the kunai made it abundantly clear to the disciple the gravity of the situation, leaving him no choice but to remain silent as both bodies landed on the ground. Qin Hao exerted force through his waist, causing them to spin in midair like a whirlwind, reversing their positions. Qin Hao settled atop the fire-refining disciple, slightly loosening his grip with his left hand, and coldly inquired, "Where is Lu Qian?" Simultaneously, a battle erupted within the cave. Liu Feng dispatched a Thunder Sect disciple with a single palm strike, brazenly charging deeper into the cave. The fire-refining disciples who followed him wasted no words and, upon sighting the Thunder Sect disciple, launched themselves at him mercilessly. Liu Feng, Li Shu and Xue Sihai turned in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically, exclaiming in unison, "Fourth stage." The overwhelming aura and spiritual energy radiating from their opponent clearly surpassed their own by a considerable margin. Indicating his ascendance to the fourth stage, Li Shu grappled with his astonishment. A dreadful realization dawned upon him. Every word in that letter was indeed true. Who exactly was this person? Bloodline Master Haoren. Could it be that the Bloodline Master truly existed? Xue Sihai cast a glance at Li Shu's expression, noting that he seemed less surprised by Liu Feng's breakthrough, and finally understood why Li Shu had been so eager to obliterate the fire-refining sect. Damn it, we've been deceived. He glanced back at the Millennium's spiritual essence behind him, his resolve hardening. So what if he's at the fourth stage? He dares to seize my Millennium's spiritual essence. I'll still slay him. What pitfall or trap could hold sway over him, with such a precious treasure at stake? Even the King of Heaven could provoke Xue Sihai to gamble his life. Let us join forces to kill him. His words, laced with the chill of eternal ice, resonated with unwavering determination, causing a shiver to run through Li Shu's heart. I underestimated Xue Sihai, Li Shu thought, quickening his pace to follow closely behind Xue Sihai as they advanced toward Liu Feng. That we must kill him. If we don't kill him, we will all perish today. Li Shu's face twisted in a fierce grimace, his spiritual energy surging to its peak, a dark green glow shimmering in his palm, which he then propelled toward Liu Feng's forehead. Chapter 20. The Battle Elders. The paths leading in and out from the mountain have been sealed by the fire-refining sect. How brazen! Eliminate those fire-refining rabble. The disciples of the giant-wood sect surged forth from the mountain gate, led by two elders, furiously descending upon the fire-refining sect below, to the base of the mountain. Over 30 disciples of the fire-refining sect stood ready, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixed their gazes on the giant-wood sect disciples charging down from the summit. Young master, they are numerous. It will be difficult to defend. One disciple remarked to Lu Qian. Humph, what is there to fear? As long as we can stall for a moment, once the sect master arrives, it will be their demise. The disciples echoed their agreement. In their hearts, the sect master, who had undoubtedly surpassed the fourth stage, was an invincible presence within the mountain, but if they could just hold out for a little while, it would spell disaster for their opponents. Nave. A cruel smile crept across Liu Feng's lips as he flicked his fingers lightly, summoning 5 crimson fireballs the size of fists, which suddenly appeared in the air, arranged in a straight line and shooting toward Xue Sihai at a speed faster than bullets. Xue Sihai halted, slightly veering to the side, effortlessly dodging the 5 fireballs. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 5 fireballs, having initially passed him, abruptly paused before accelerating toward his back with even greater speed. Fire control technique, a talent ability automatically comprehended after reaching the 4th stage, was the singular technique possessed by most fire element spiritual practitioners. In the hands of ordinary individuals, it was not particularly formidable, merely allowing for some manipulation of the fireballs launched. However, for lower-tier spiritual practitioners, this technique still held some lethal potential. Watch out, Li Shu shouted to Xue Sihai. Xue Sihai felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, He abruptly dodged to the side, while simultaneously turning, his fingers forming a blade as he struck down at the 5 fireballs. Unleashing a blade of lightning that obliterated them all, with a grim expression, Xue Sihai nodded at Li Shu, then turned to face Lu Feng, who stood unmoving and indifferent, his body crackling with electric energy. An overwhelming aura of killing intent surging toward Lu Feng like a tidal wave. Lu Feng scoffed, his expression one of utter disdain. He pinched a green sword aura between his fingers, a fierce flame erupting from his fingertips, effortlessly consuming the entire sword aura. Li Shu's expression turned grave. Lu Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. Is this what the 4th stage entails? He bit down hard on his lip, glancing at Xue Sihai, whose face also bore a solemn expression, and suddenly declared, "I'll take your attacks." Huh? Xue Sihai looked at Li Shu in mild surprise, but quickly acquiesced. Fine. Use all your strength. I cannot hold out for long. If I falter, we both perish. This was both a truthful statement and a warning to Xue Sihai not to entertain any reckless notions. With that, Li Shu stepped forward. As he activated the withered wood technique, a layer of dark green patterns enveloped his body like a dense spider web, causing his skin and muscles to instantly desiccate, resembling the bark of an ancient, withered tree. Simultaneously, his defensive capabilities surged dramatically. Charge! Li Shu bellowed, a phantom of a blue lotus materializing beneath his feet. He took a bold step forward, fearlessly advancing toward Lu Feng. In that same moment, Xue Sihai propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of lightning. Closely following behind Li Shu as they charged at Lu Feng, Lu Feng remained unhurried, or rather, he regarded Xue Sihai and Li Shu as mere desperate struggles, like a cat toying with a mouse. He leisurely turned his wrist, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that shot toward Li Shu without hesitation. Puff, puff, puff. Li Shu's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, quickening his pace, his arms a blur as he spun them in front of him, extinguishing all the fireballs like a whirling windmill. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. The distance dwindled, and as Li Shu silently calculated the range, a cold glint flickered in his eyes when he was merely 3 steps away. He leapt into the air, forcefully stomping down on a phantom lotus that materialized in the void, shattering it completely. The 3rd stage would element spiritual technique, Lotus Shatter, instantly expended a vast amount of spiritual energy to achieve unparalleled explosive power in the next moment. This technique was effectively Li Shu's ultimate move, as its immense energy consumption meant that he could only employ it twice at most during a battle at his current level. However, the explosion of power it generated in the following second was nothing short of terrifying. Though it lasted merely a fleeting second, Li Shu was confident that this moment could very well determine life or death. Bang! A piercing sound of sonic boom erupted. Li Shu vanished from sight. Even Lu Feng struggled to fully perceive the trajectory of his movement, his expression shifting dramatically as he felt a prickling sensation on his back, triggering a cascade of goosebumps. Behind him, a thought flashed through his mind, and he stumbled as he quickly turned around, summoning a red spiritual energy shield that emerged from beneath him, enveloping him like a shell forming from the ground up, ready to encase him completely within a single breath. Too slow. Li Shu's voice echoed in Lu Feng's ears, plunging him into a state of frigid dread. The green light radiated with an unparalleled brilliance, akin to a peerless blade piercing through Lu Feng's back. Die. In Li Shu's eyes, a murderous intent loomed ominously, his palm thrust forward with great force. If he advanced just a fraction more, he could bring Lu Feng to his demise. However, at that very moment, a powerful repulsive force obstructed him. In a critical moment, the fire spirit shield finally materialized, enveloping Lu Feng's back with a robust surge of fire elemental energy, violently devouring the green sword light in Li Shu's hand. Li Shu felt the sword light in his palm vanish in an instant, and an excruciating pain surged through the veins in his hand. Radiating towards his chest, a searing wave of heat struck him fiercely, and he was sent flying without any resistance, the bones in his chest cracking under the impact, as blood erupted from his mouth. Xue Sihai's pupils contracted. He had nearly believed that Li Shu would kill Lu Feng outright. Yet, in the next moment, while Lu Feng appeared gravely injured, Li Shu was similarly left on the brink of death. What a fortunate turn of events, he chuckled inwardly, his fists crackling with boundless lightning, unleashing rapid punches upon Lu Feng's head. Lightning Fist, a third-tier thunder elemental technique, struck with the speed of lightning, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. 5 punches, 10 punches, 15 punches. Shui Sihai's spiritual energy surged wildly, as his fists created countless afterimages in the air, each imbued with flickers of electricity. Finally, on the 18th punch, he shattered Lu Feng's fire spirit shield, his fist colliding brutally with Lu Feng's head. Then, his fists moved even faster. Lightning Fist was the only technique he had mastered to perfection, capable of delivering 25 punches in a single second, which meant he could still unleash 7 more punches in that very moment. And no matter your 4th-tier status, can you withstand 7 of my punches? Shui Sihai was evidently brimming with confidence regarding the destructive potential of Lightning Fist, a triumphant smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he brought his fist crashing down. Chapter 21. The enigmatic Qin Hao. At the foot of the mountain, disciples of the Giant Wood sect and the Fire Refinement sect were engaged in fierce combat. None noticed a short figure stealthily approaching the battlefield from a distance. Qin Hao crouched within the dense forest, his eyes fixated on Lu Qian at the center of the fray, a kunai bound with explosive talismans poised in his hand. The number of Giant Wood sect disciples was twice that of the Fire Refinement sect, thus granting them a distinct advantage in terms of combat power, given the parity of high-tier forces. A piercing scream echoed as a disciple of the Fire Refinement sect was slain by 2 members of the Giant Wood sect working in unison. Liu Qian's eyelids twitched, and he shouted, "Hold on. As long as the sect leader arrives, they will all perish. Before that, I will kill you first." A sinister voice came from an elder of the Giant Wood sect, his withered hand reaching for Liu Qian's throat. Lu Qian swiftly retreated, realizing that another elder from the Giant Wood sect had suddenly disengaged from his opponent and was dashing towards him from the side. "You wish to team up to kill me?" In your dreams, he swiftly maneuvered, hurling small fireballs at the 2 assailants, not aiming to injure them, but merely to buy time. Liu Qian's strategy was remarkably astute. Barring unforeseen events, he could indeed delay his opponents until Lu Feng's arrival. However, unforeseen events inevitably occur. Just as he smugly retreated, a kunai shot forth from the forest with a chilling silence. The moment Qin Hao released the kunai, he leaned forward, resembling a serpent gliding along the ground as he surged towards Lu Qian. "Who?" Lu Qian noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the 2 Giant Wood sect elders, and his heart sank that he abruptly turned, a pitch-black kunai and a bizarre figure rapidly enlarging in his vision. Instinctively, he summoned the fire spirit shield to protect himself and caught the kunai aimed at him. Boom! Lu Qian's body was propelled like a ball, crashing into the trees behind him, a metallic taste of blood filling his throat. It was that assailant who attacked the sect leader. Isn't he from the Fire Refinement sect? What is happening? The 2 elders of the Giant Wood sect paused, their minds struggling to comprehend the is at you. The moment he activated the fire spirit shield, Lu Qian's life was spared, though 2 of his ribs were fractured, leaving him in a precarious situation. It's the same individual who previously ambushed me, and elder who. Lu Qian vividly recalled the explosive power of the talismans. Having experienced it firsthand, he vowed he would not mistake it again. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled to his feet, warily eyeing Qin Hao. Observing the strange figure on the ground, with a youthful face, Lu Qian found himself momentarily stunned. What is this? This is clearly a child. But in the next instant, his expression turned savage. The child must die. In the realm of spiritual energy, there is no concept of respect for the elderly or love for the young. Only the distinction between the strong and the weak, where the strong thrive and the weak perish. There were no signs of spiritual energy. He was merely an ordinary person. Yet, how could he have unleashed such an explosion? And what of this strange form and swift speed? Can an ordinary person achieve such feats? Having suffered twice at Qin Hao's hands, Lu Qian now felt a heightened sense of vigilance upon finally encountering his true form. The peculiar silence that enveloped the battlefield was unsettling, as countless eyes turned towards them. The speed was remarkable, and not a sound was made. The chill coursed through Lu Qian's mind. Had he not noticed the odd expressions on the faces of the 2 elders from the Giant Wood sect, he would have remained oblivious to this figure approaching him. It is dangerously perilous. He must be eliminated. Lu Qian's heart raced with fear. This person was like a venomous snake, lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike when least expected. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Lu Qian was convinced that Qin Hao was not affiliated with the Giant Wood sect or the Thunder sect. Given Qin Hao's enigmatic nature, if he were truly one of them, the fire refinement sect would undoubtedly be aware of such a figure's existence. You seek my life. Qin Hao's gaze locked onto Lu Qian, an uncontrollable surge of hatred flooding his heart. Emotions left behind by this body's past. We have a vendetta? Lu Qian felt a jolt. He was all too familiar with that gaze, yet curiously. He had no recollection of Qin Hao, leaving him puzzled about the origins of this hatred. You killed my father. Today, I shall kill you, and afterward annihilate your entire fire refinement sect. If vengeance is to be had, let it be thorough. Qin Hao relinquished the hatred within, his words dripping with malice. Your father? Huolianzi. Qin Hao's body suddenly surged forward, the kunai piercing towards Lu Qian's throat at an awkward angle. Lu Qian's pupils dilated. He scrutinized Qin Hao's face, discerning a resemblance to that insolent man, that he stumbled to the side to evade, summoning a fireball in his palm to strike at Qin Hao's head, fiercely declaring, "Then you shall accompany your father." So swift. Even injured, he still possesses such speed. It seems I am still too weak. However, even so, you shall die today, in the blink of an eye. A flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Hao's mind as he gazed at the oncoming fireball, his eyes glinting with cold determination that he was at the second tier, while Lu Qian was at the third. In terms of sheer power and speed, he was no match for him. To claim victory, he needed an element of surprise, and this was something Qin Hao had in abundance. A ninja, a profession never before seen in this world. Every action he took was an enigma and a mystery. Unfamiliarity defied conventional reasoning, rendering it impossible to defend against, unless one possessed overwhelming strength. But a mere tier difference was insufficient to achieve that. Let me show you who truly meets their demise. Qin Hao stepped forth, releasing the kunai that shot ahead as he suddenly vanished from sight. Vanished? Lu Qian could hardly believe his eyes. Equally incredulous were all who witnessed the event. Their expressions morphed from dazed astonishment to sheer terror. For before their very eyes, behind Lu Qian, an inexplicable figure materialized in the previously empty air, appearing without warning. It was an astonishing manifestation, with no one able to discern how he had disappeared or reappeared. Mysterious, eerily terrifying, so fearsome that it left everyone's throats parched, involuntarily holding their breath. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Qin Hao swiftly formed hand seals for the ninjutsu, and at the moment the dagger shot towards him. Blocked by Lu Qian, a fire dragon erupted from Qin Hao's mouth. Chapter 22. Clash in the cave. Lu Qian's eyes widened in terror, an indescribable panic etched upon his face. In that instant, he felt a chilling numbness in his limbs, as if he were plummeting into hell. How could this be? How could it be behind me? This was the last thought of his life. In an instant, the blazing red dragon struck Lu Qian's back, igniting him into a human pillar of flame. Just a second ago, he felt icy cold, and the next, he was engulfed in flames. Every inch of his skin, muscle, and bone was ablaze. He let out a wretched cry, rolling on the ground in agony. Futile. Qin Hao glanced back at the battlefield, unhesitatingly dashed into the dense forest, and vanished. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique successfully activated. Damage assessment. Peak level 2 spell intensity, dealing 400 points of damage. Chakra consumption, 300 points. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Target deceased. Soul energy extracted. Experience gained, 1,500 points. Silence. The entire battlefield fell eerily quiet, an unusual stillness. Lu Qian's corpse began to emit a charred odor that a gentle breeze swept through. The two elders of the giantwood sect sniffed the air, shivering involuntarily, exchanging glances, both reflecting profound fear and disbelief. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva was strikingly jarring at that moment. What just transpired? Never had they witnessed such an uncanny maneuver, such a bizarre energy technique. Could it be the most mysterious of yin-yang dual energy techniques? Or, the two elders of the giantwood sect paused simultaneously, horror washing over them, an incredible thought surfacing in their minds. Bloodline master. However, the next second, they extinguished that notion outright. A bloodline master. A mere fantasy. Such a profession had never existed on the continent. It couldn't possibly be just one person. Although this individual possessed bizarre strength, they could at most be at the second or third tier. The one claiming to be a bloodline master had the capability to slay the fire cloud lion. Impossible for a single person. Little did they know, the true killer of the Fire Cloud Lion was Dantai. Qin Hao merely seized an opportunity. With Lu Qian's death, half of the vendetta was avenged. If he could eliminate Lu Feng next, then all would be well. Qin Hao glided silently through the dense forest like a ghost, hastening towards the cave. Meanwhile, the battle within the cave had reached a fever pitch. Lu Feng's body was numb, his head swollen with grotesque lumps, blood gushing from his ears, nose, and mouth. Truly a pitiful sight. He chuckled, the electricity rendering his voice hoarse, his laughter echoing with an eerie resonance. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring menacingly at the on-guard Xue Sihai and Li Shu, his face resembling a vengeful specter. Unexpectedly, a moment of carelessness nearly led to his downfall. What a predicament! Gnashing his teeth, Lu Feng's tone dripped with resentment and fury, palpable enough for even a fool to discern. A fierce killing intent erupted from him. The power of his fourth-tier fire energy caused the cave's temperature to rise precipitously. In that moment, Lu Feng had shed the casual demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. He unleashed his full might, vowing to rend Xue Sihai and Li Shu into pieces, torturing them to death. This is bad. Xue Sihai's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that Lu Feng would survive, although the latter was indeed grievously wounded. A fourth-tier practitioner was still formidable that if Lu Feng got serious, he and Li Shu stood little chance. Li Shu's face was pale. The dwindling energy within him could no longer sustain the withered wood technique. He felt as if he had just emerged from water, drenched in sweat, especially his left hand, which was swollen and red, resembling a scalded elbow, faint wisps of heat rising from his wrist, such terrifying fire energy. Just a mere touch had obliterated his wood energy. Was this the suppression of tier levels? Each ascent in tier for an energy master brought a qualitative leap in their capabilities, both in refinement and potency. Far surpassing their former selves, his left hand was rendered useless, and with less than 30% of his energy remaining, continuing the fight would likely spell disaster. Damn it! Li Shu's heart raced. He glanced at the silent Xue Sihai, his gaze suddenly flickering, and he abruptly turned to flee. With no path to survival ahead, his only chance lay in the Millennium Spirit essence behind him. Xue Sihai paused in surprise, but quickly grasped the situation. Turning around, lightning flashed as he pursued Li Shu with even greater speed. Seeking death? Lu Feng roared. Witnessing the two hastening towards the Millennium Spirit essence, he stomped his foot, flames erupting from beneath, transforming into a long fire serpent that shot forward at an astonishing speed. Even swifter than Xue Sihai's lightning steps down a third-tier fire technique. Fire serpent technique. So fast. A chill ran through Xue Sihai and Li Shu. They were familiar with this technique previously when wielded by Lu Feng. It lacked such speed that in the past, Xue Sihai could have easily dispersed the fire serpent with a punch. However, now the heat radiating from the pursuing serpent felt like a thorn in their backs, making them wish for extra legs to escape, leaving no room for retreat. If you pursue me further, I shall destroy the Millennium Spirit essence, and we shall all perish together. Lightning blazed. Xue Sihai's complexion turned purple, his speed increasing by leaps and bounds. His eyes darkened with madness. The highly condensed lightning ball formed at his fingertips, emitting a piercing shriek. No! Lu Feng's pupils contracted, panic gripping his heart. He extended his arms backward, an invisible force radiating from him, creating an enigmatic wave that connected the fire serpent to him across space. Lu Feng's energy surged rapidly, maximizing his unrefined fire control technique, just as Xue Sihai's fingers were about to touch the Millennium Spirit essence. The fire serpent that had been relentlessly pursuing suddenly halted, its head veering aside, narrowly grazing his scalp before crashing into the adjacent cave wall at a mere inch away from the Millennium Spirit essence. Xue Sihai's fingers froze, the lightning ball halting at the last possible moment. Ha ha, ha ha! Xue Sihai laughed maniacally, a release of relief after a near-death experience, his body trembling like a sieve, yet his finger holding the lightning ball remained motionless before the Millennium Spirit essence. Be careful. If you damage the spirit essence, you will be doomed. Lu Feng's gaze turned icy as he slowly approached. Strangely, Xue Sihai and Li Shu exchanged glances, remarkably taciturn, neither attempting to stop Lu Feng's advance. This was odd. Logically, Lu Feng should be cautious now, and Xue Sihai and Li Shu should not allow him to approach. Yet their expressions suggested a desire for Lu Feng to come closer. The cave fell silent. The disciples of various sects who had been battling paused, their gazes fixed on the three beneath the millennium spirit essence. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy figure stealthily approached from the cave entrance. Concealed in the darkness. Chapter 24. Terrifying mechanisms in the shadows. A hand swiftly emerged from the ground, grasping a silver thread, pulling it with force. The cave was already dimly lit, and the black kunai shot out from the shadows. Silent and undetectable, swish, the kunai appeared, a chilling aura emanating from it. Lu Feng's smile abruptly vanished. His heart felt as though it were stung by a venomous bee, violently contracting, a wave of coldness surging from his heart. Swiftly enveloping his entire body, goosebumps rising on his back. In ambush. Lu Feng's hair stood on end, his face drained of color, utterly pale. The ambusher was insidiously cunning, the timing of the attack dreadfully lethal. Who was it? Who could it be? At the moment the energy burst forth, Xue Sihai and Li Shu felt as if struck by lightning, the sound of their bones shattering resonating together, their organs seared by the intense heat. They collapsed heavily onto the ground, gazing at Lu Feng with terror in their eyes, filled with confusion. What was that above them? Since the moment they entered the cave, the two individuals had been entirely engrossed in the 1,000-year-old spirit essence and their fierce battles. Oblivious to the faintly shimmering blue electric net above them, suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and they succumbed to unconsciousness. Bewildered by the circumstances, Lu Feng felt a jolt of anxiety as the last remnants of his spiritual energy surged within him. His fiery right hand instinctively swiping towards the back of his neck, while his feet pivoted in a furious turn out a flash of cold light. Lu Feng's pupils constricted sharply, akin to the tip of a sword. As a black shuriken was sent flying by his fiery palm, it was a mere inch away. He had nearly met his demise. Lu Feng's mind raced with tension and dread, swiftly followed by anger as flames flickered in his eyes. He bellowed, "Who is it? Show yourself!" He had suspected that a single shuriken would not suffice to end his life, but Qin Hao sighed inwardly as he observed Lu Feng's expression of having narrowly escaped disaster. A triumphant smile appearing in his eyes, he stepped forward, emerging from the shadows, his joyful demeanor evident as he playfully pointed a finger to his ear and gestured upwards, his expression utterly infuriating. "Is it you?" Before Lu Feng could respond, a thunderous explosion erupted as a red fireball burst forth, shattering the seals of the explosive talismans with tremendous force. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the confined space, threatening to rupture eardrums, while the simultaneous detonation of 6 explosive talismans unleashed a terrifying inferno, transforming the narrow passageway above the ancient spirit essence into a raging fire dragon that surged violently in all directions. The solid rock formations on either side offered no escape. Only the vertical direction remained as a possible route. Below, Lu Feng knelt with icy hands and a heart filled with dread, while above him crackled a 5th-tier lightning net. The path forward was painfully clear. Though it may seem like a lengthy tale, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Those within the cave. A brilliant flame suddenly manifested, morphing into a fire dragon that raced downward like lightning, engulfing Lu Feng in its fiery embrace. Meanwhile, in a concealed location, the explosion had forced the lightning net to expand violently upward, creating a powerful concave force that in mere moments, the net rebounded like a tautly stretched bag, sending an even more ferocious and rapid inferno cascading downwards towards Lu Feng. Down below, Lu Feng knelt, his fire spirit shield shattering without question. He tilted his head back, eyes filled with despair, mumbling to himself. But no one could hear his words. Flames enveloped his entire being, every inch of his bones fracturing under the overwhelming force. Yet he barely had time to scream before the formidable lightning net, moving with the speed of a bolt, mercilessly shredded his body into dust. Boom! The earth trembled. The ground was blasted into a circular pit, with crisscrossing fissures that left Qin Hao in the flames extinguished. The lightning net returned to its original position, restoring an eerie calm. Beneath the net, both the 1,000-year-old spirit essence and the bodies of Lu Feng, Li Shu, and Xue Sihai had been utterly obliterated, leaving no remnants behind, vanishing without a trace. The colors seemed to have faded somewhat. Qin Hao fixed his gaze on the lightning net, his eyes flickering slightly. A series of data appeared before him. Damage assessment in progress. Lu Feng killed successfully, Xue Sihai killed successfully, Li Shu killed successfully, extracting soul energy, gaining 34,700 experience points. Did Xue Sihai and Li Shu count as my kills? This assessment is intriguing, watching his experience points soar by 50. Qin Hao chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. This is quite the underhanded tactic. It seems I shall have to indulge in some unsavory acts of monster and kill stealing in the future. However, I find it quite enjoyable. Immersed in his own fantasies, a mischievous smile crept upon Qin Hao's lips, completely oblivious to the peculiar expressions of the three factions surrounding him. The fire-refining sect had suffered the most. Nearly decimated, with only a handful of individuals left, all of whom glared at Qin Hao with venomous glares. The Thunder sect had the largest remaining force, roughly 30 individuals, mostly of second-tier strength, with only 2 junior third-tier elders. Now filled with rage and confusion as they stared at Qin Hao. Just a moment ago, they believed Xue Sihai would perish at Lu Feng's hands, yet in a swift turn of events, Lu Feng had met a tragic end, leaving their own leader in complete ruin. The most numerous were the disciples of the Giant Wood sect, who had rushed from the foot of the mountain. Approximately 40 in total, their expressions equally complex and enigmatic. That it was that individual, the one who had ambushed the leader. Li Heng's face darkened as he turned to the 2 elders who had just arrived. Bitterness evident in his voice. Indeed, the 2 elders responded solemnly, waving their hands for their disciples to quickly disperse and block the cave entrance. Their expressions were frigid, yet deep within their eyes lay a profound worry and trepidation. The one who had ambushed the leader that night, who had now killed Lu Qiyan, and had subsequently buried all 3 faction leaders here. This person's identity remained a complete enigma. Their strength was uncertain, their identity unknown, and their motives unclear. An enemy lurking in the shadows, shrouded in mystery, yet possessing various bizarre abilities. None could fathom the terror such a foe represented from what had just been revealed. The capability to ensnare the 3 faction leaders with mechanisms was enough to instill deep apprehension. They were not blind. They could naturally deduce that the recent explosion was the result of a trap and not a reflection of Qin Hao's own power. Yet, the sheer potency of such a mechanism left them questioning its origins. With this realization, their fear only intensified. Could it be that the Fire Cloud Lion was also a design of this individual's? One elder's expression suddenly shifted, breaking the silence within the cave. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to the Bloodline Master? Bloodline Master? What is that? The others from the 2 factions looked on, utterly perplexed. I am the Bloodline Master. My name is Hao Ren. Qin Hao flipped his palm, producing a shuriken that materialized from thin air, grasped tightly in his hand. This bizarre scene caused the opposing individuals to flinch. Indeed, it was utterly strange. No one wished to confront an entirely unknown adversary, yet this person had just killed their leader, a vendetta that could not simply be overlooked. Chapter 25. The departure of the 3 factions and legends. The 3 elders of the Giant Wood sect exchanged furtive glances. And in that moment, they had no choice but to believe that the seemingly youthful figure before them was indeed the Bloodline Master mentioned in the letter. What are your intentions? Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Qin Hao felt a twinge of nervousness, though he maintained an expression that exuded nonchalance. Revenge. Lu Qiyan killed my father, and I will ensure that the fire-refining sect pays for my father's death. Qin Hao stated coolly, a flicker of satisfaction warming his heart as he fulfilled a long-held desire of the original owner of his body. But just because Lu Qiyan killed your father, you wish for an entire family to be buried alongside him? At this newfound understanding, a chill swept over the crowd. All of this destruction, merely for one Lu Qiyan, was utterly. You truly possess a tremendous thirst for blood and a ruthless heart. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, sneering disdainfully. In the realm of spiritual energy, strength reigns supreme, and lives are as cheap as grass. The powerful manipulate the fates of the weak without hesitation. This is the way of the world. Lu Qiyan acted this way. So did Dantai Xian, and now I, Qin Hao, shall do the same. What is wrong with that? The only difference lies in Lu Qian's lack of strength, which led to his demise at my hands. Dantai Xian is strong, so he continues to thrive. Qin Hao had no intention of altering this world. In fact, he believed that this brutal reality suited him perfectly. Either grow stronger or perish on the path to power. Simple, tyrannical, and direct. The rules were clear, sending shivers through his very blood. As for feelings of guilt for the innocent who suffered, Qin Hao felt numbed at his core. He was an exceedingly selfish individual in his previous life. And now in this world, his self-interest had only intensified. Though this was a tangible world, apart from his sister, everyone else was merely living NPCs to him, mere experience points. Moreover, those who embarked on the path of cultivation seldom had clean hands. Killing them bore no sense of guilt. With that in mind, you are admitting that all of this was part of your scheme. Has this old man lost his mind, asking such nonsensical questions? Qin Hao scoffed inwardly, yet he boldly confirmed aloud. Indeed, my original intention was merely to annihilate the fire-refining sect. The involvement of the giant wood sect was entirely unintentional. However, it is also true that Lu Feng successfully broke through to the 4th tier. Had it not been for me, the giant wood sect would have eventually faced annihilation. Now that Lu Feng is dead, you have eliminated a significant threat, and trading your sect leader for the fire-refining sect is hardly a loss. Moreover, you have also acquired the Fire Cloud Lion, which is quite a windfall. The words are indeed correct, and the reasoning holds true. After this fierce battle, the fire-refining sect has perished, while the Thunder sect has suffered grievous losses. The Giant Wood sect has emerged as the most formidable faction within a 100-mile radius. With all the elders still alive and having acquired the Fire Cloud Lion, it is not out of the realm of possibility for the sect's strength to ascend to even greater heights in due time. It is evident they have reaped considerable benefits. However, when such sentiments escape the lips of Qin Hao, they take on a distinctly unpleasant tone, evoking a deep-seated ire. Humph, according to your logic, have you inadvertently become the benefactor of my Giant Wood sect? The elders of the Giant Wood sect felt an ominous stirring. If you insist on such an interpretation, so be it, Qin Hao retorted shamelessly, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, while the kunai in his hand danced deftly at his fingertips. His muscles taut beneath his clothing, poised for a potential confrontation at the slightest provocation. Humph! The 3 elders of the Giant Wood sect simultaneously huffed in disdain, yet they tacitly refrained from escalating the matter. Even Li Heng's gaze, once filled with rage, now bore a semblance of reluctant agreement with Qin Hao's assertions. What weighed heavily on them was the brazen demeanor of Qin Hao, alongside his inscrutable methods, which exerted immense pressure upon them. Ultimately, it was the supremacy of strength that dictated the situation. The more arrogant Qin Hao appeared, the more they felt he had some formidable backing. Perhaps there were fearsome mechanisms lurking in the shadows of this cave, waiting to be triggered. Furthermore, they were but a minor sect, lacking any significant rank, and thus could not afford the luxury of pride or cohesion. To provoke someone of unknown depth over a master who had already met his demise was indeed a fool's errand. Let us depart. The members of the Giant Wood sect were genuinely disinclined to exchange another word with the insufferable Qin Hao, and they promptly took their leave, disregarding even the remains of their master. Ahem, not that there are any remains left, just mere ashes. At least they could have collected some bone ashes. Truly, Qin Hao murmured to himself, a quintessential example of someone who takes advantage of a situation while feigning innocence. Once the members of the Giant Wood sect had departed, the 2 elders of the Thunder sect cast a silent glance at Qin Hao, seemingly determined to engrave his visage in their memories before they too made their exit. Only Qin Hao and the 7 surviving disciples of the fire-refining sect remained in solitude. To be candid, this turn of events had taken Qin Hao by surprise. He had initially planned to engage in a fierce struggle to carve out a path for survival. It was not arrogance, but rather the confidence derived from his enigmatic ninjutsu and his physical attributes, all exceeding 10 points, that led him to believe he could fight his way past these lackluster foes, whose strength barely reached the beginning of the 3rd tier. It was a pity that the 3 traps he had set outside would go to waste. This experience deepened Qin Hao's understanding of this world. Cold and ruthless, is it any wonder I regard it as a realm of NPCs? What do you think? Qin Hao inquired with a hint of mockery directed at the remaining disciples of the fire-refining sect. 5th senior brother, what shall we do? Should we seek vengeance for our master? What nonsense is that? He is dead. What is the point of seeking revenge? The man, referred to as the 5th senior brother, shot a stern glare at Qin Hao, his heart sinking, and unleashed a tirade of reprimands upon his foolish junior. Sir, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no intentions of vengeance. We shall take our leave immediately. With that, the man dared not turn his back, warily keeping his eyes fixed on Qin Hao as he retreated toward the cave entrance. Qin Hao remained silent, watching as they exited the cave. then turned back into the depths that a few insignificant fish are hardly worth the effort. Qin Hao had no interest in their demise. The man observed Qin Hao's back turn away from them. The previously ingratiating expression in his eyes swiftly evaporated, replaced by a chilling aura of malice and fervent greed. While everyone had been captivated by the blazing flames, none had noticed the fleeting flash of lightning amidst the fire. Or perhaps someone did notice but thought little of it. Yet in that moment, he beheld the glimmer of lightning within the flames, specifically, the sight of the rebounding lightning net. Initially incredulous, his heart nearly ceased its rhythm when he heard Qin Hao utter the words Fire Cloud Lion in conversation with the giant wood sect. Was the legend true? He gazed at Qin Hao's figure merging into the darkness, his breath quickening uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he turned and crawled out of the cave. Chapter 26. Treasures within reach as dusk fell. A bright moon hung high in the sky. Within the pitch-black forest, 7 figures raced swiftly toward the foot of the mountain. 5th Senior Brother. Where are we headed? The 5th Senior Brother turned to look at his panting junior disciples. His gaze flickering before finally halting as he sighed dramatically. The fire-refining sect is no more, and the giant wood sect and thunder sect will not let us go. Our only path lies in seeking refuge with the academy. But will the academy accept us? The surviving disciples' expressions reflected their apprehension, clearly doubtful of the academy's willingness to take them in. They will, and not only that, we may even receive a generous reward. What? 5th Senior Brother, do not spout nonsense. How could that be possible? The 5th Senior Brother, whose real name was Wang Fei, observed the discourse among his juniors, a smirk of pride curling at the corners of his mouth as he quietly said, "Have you heard of the Thunder Domain?" The disciples looked on in confusion, evidently unaware that in truth, had he not heard of it from the treasure-hunting enthusiast Lu Qian, he would not have known either. You know of ruins and cave abodes, do you not? Yes. This was common knowledge, as every cultivator harbored dreams of discovering a ruin or cave filled with treasures left behind by predecessors, acquiring unparalleled techniques, and subsequently dominating the world. The Thunder Domain is one such ruin, and it is a yellow-tier ruin. The clue to this ruin lies within the cave we just exited. What do you think would happen if we were to inform the academy of this clue? The group collectively inhaled sharply. Yellow tier. It is indeed a yellow tier. It has been ages since anyone discovered a yellow tier ruin in the spirit energy continent. That is the legacy treasure left behind by an 8th tier spirit energy emperor. Ruins are classified by tiers: heaven, earth, and the 2 tiers have not been seen for 3,000 years. Thus, the original 8th tier cave abode has been reduced by 2 tiers, now categorized as Xian, Huang, Yu, Zhou, Hong, and Huang, corresponding sequentially to the legacies of gods, emperors, saints, kings, lords, and masters. The ancient powers of the heaven and earth tiers exist solely in the realm of folklore. Is it truly so? But should we inform the academy? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for ourselves? Do you think I wouldn't want that? However, do we possess the strength to do so? Don't risk your lives for a clue we cannot utilize. Obtaining admission to the academy in exchange for something we cannot use is the rational course of action, along with the treasures we can secure. Wang Fei's words doused his junior's unrealistic fantasies like a bucket of cold water. What you say is true. Once we enter the academy, we shall certainly follow your lead. 5th Senior Brother. A junior, panting heavily, clasped his fists in respect to Wang Fei. Wang Fei felt a similar sense of reluctance to relinquish the clue to the academy. However, without doing so, he would gain nothing. Why wasn't I the first to discover it? It's all your fault, forcing me to divulge this clue to the academy. Thus, you must die. You deserve to die. You must die. Wang Fei's face twisted in rage, and his curses against Qin Hao reached a level of exasperation that could incite the wrath of heaven itself. Let us go. We must head to the academy immediately, or it will be too late. The junior disciples were startled by Wang Fei's hoarse tone and quickly followed suit. Qin Hao remained oblivious to all of this, but even if he were informed, he would likely find it utterly laughable. What sort of illogical reasoning dictates that treasures should not be discovered by others, and that those who do should perish? Is it inscribed with your family name? Or are you the illegitimate child of heaven? If so, Qin Hao assuredly would not lay a finger on you. Otherwise, at that moment, he was less than a finger's breadth away from the lightning net. His eyes gleaming as he scrutinized the intricate patterns of the net, sparkling with excitement as if he had glimpsed the coveted treasure. Indeed, It has dulled considerably that it is only natural. This place has existed for who knows how long. And the crystal core supplying energy to this lightning net must have long since depleted its power. If that is the case, then I shall give it a try. Without further ado, Qin Hao proceeded to replicate his earlier actions, exchanging for 5 more explosive talismans, affixing them beneath the lightning net, threading silver wires through them, and pulling them to a distance. Boom! The explosion echoed once more, the force of the blast yanking the lightning net upward with great ferocity, only to rebound and crash back to the ground, trembling violently before returning to its original position. That it has dimmed further, more apparent than before. It seems my conjecture was not in vain, that I wonder how many more times it will take to fully exhaust the energy within that crystal core, and whether my exchange points will suffice to sustain me until the end. That I pray I do not find myself empty-handed, losing both the lady and the soldiers. That would be tragic indeed. Qin Hao touched his nose, his expression a tumult of emotions, and he let out a heavy sigh. Ultimately, it was the scarcity of exchange points that plagued him. If only he had more, he wouldn't be burdened with such troubles. Damn it, he swore that one day he would transform from a mere nobody into a wealthy tycoon, using his exchange points to crush that bastard who had wronged him. Qin Hao himself was uncertain to whom he referred when he uttered bastard. He was merely venting his frustrations. Alas, such is the plight of the common folk. He resolved to press on, refusing to believe that misfortune would befall him. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in his eyes as detonating talismans materialized in his palm, as if they were free. The corners of his mouth twitched as he mentally counted, each number echoing with a sense of despair. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each count felt like a stab to his heart, as if they were taking his very life. He was stingy, obsessed with wealth, yet possessed an undeniable gambler's spirit. Most importantly, once he made a decision, he would never waver, even if it felt like he was being sliced by dull blades. What a paradoxical individual he was. The ensuing 30 minutes would undoubtedly be an excruciating ordeal for Qin Hao. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. With each explosion, the flames felt like daggers piercing his heart, leaving him in agony, as if he might bleed out. That it grew darker. Darker still, and even darker. Damn it, why not extinguish completely instead of merely being dark? After each explosion, Qin Hao would gloomily scramble to assess the brightness of the lightning net, which visibly waned with each passing moment, as though it were on the verge of extinguishing entirely, instilling a false sense of hope and reverie. Then, he would mechanically start counting from the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse like a desperate gambler. Yet he steadfastly affixed the detonating talismans with utmost care. Boom! Qin Hao mechanically tugged on the silver thread in his hand. Crack! A barely audible sound intertwined with the explosion reached his ears, causing his expression to change suddenly, followed by a surge of joy as he rushed forward, tilting his head upward. Ha! Foolish creature, have you been defeated by me? Above him, at a height of 40 meters. Beneath the protruding stone platform, there was no longer any intertwining lightning net, but rather an empty void. A grin spread across Qin Hao's face as he vaguely perceived a timid beauty gazing at him with a pitiful expression, as if pleading, "Don't come any closer, don't." What a joke. The bloodshot veins in Qin Hao's eyes ignited with fury as he let out a wild roar, resembling a famished beast, scrambling upward with a fervent urgency. Chapter 27. The bloodshed triggered by a useless treasure not far from the foot of the mountain. A group of 20 middle-aged men rushed up the hill, with Wang Fei prominently among them. The foremost man, tall and robust, spoke in a booming voice. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Wang Fei glanced up at the towering figure beside him, whose arms were as thick as his thighs. Resembling a miniature giant. In a way, there is a lightning net and beastly guardians. It aligns perfectly with the description of that place. You do seem well informed. Duan Shi nodded, acknowledging the similarity to the described location. The individual inside is exceptionally formidable. I believe you all are merely terrified. How powerful can a mere trap-setting trickster be? If I encountered him, I could easily dispatch him with a single slap. Duan Shi scoffed, inwardly thinking, the giant wood sect, fire refining sect, and thunder sect are utterly useless. How formidable could a half-grown child truly be? Wang Fei forced a smile, feeling perplexed about why he had also felt intimidated when he saw the giant wood sect leave. However, seeing Duan Shi's confidence, a weight lifted from his heart, and he felt a surge of joy. This meant that the individual was surely doomed. Damn it, you dared to seize my treasure. This is the price you pay. Qin Hao had exerted tremendous effort just to breach the lightning net. Had it been him, he would have had no chance whatsoever. He had never even laid eyes on it. So how could such a person claim it as theirs? The shamelessness and narrow-mindedness of such individuals surpassed ordinary comprehension. Encountering someone like this, one could only say Qin Hao had truly run out of luck. What in the world is this? A thunderbolt from a clear sky? No, it should be called a shocking revelation, an overwhelming fright. Qin Hao's lips trembled as he clutched a token that resembled neither copper nor metal, shaped like a sharp triangle, a finger thick, palm-sized, and entirely blue. The front bore an inscribed lightning rune, while the back was adorned with bizarre, intricate patterns that flickered with an electric sheen, though not clearly defined, gripping the handle at the bottom of the token. Qin Hao felt his vision darken, his body swaying as he nearly fainted on the spot. This was a manifestation of extreme frustration. Was this pitiful token truly the reason he had squandered 500 exchange points? Oh, and there was also an energy-depleted lightning crystal core and a tattered black ring. Qin Hao couldn't be bothered to discern the tier of the crystal core. It was devoid of energy. Akin to worthless rubble, he tossed it aside and took a glance at the ring, finding it unremarkable, yet it fit perfectly, so he slipped it onto his left index finger. The token, however, posed a dilemma. Where could he store it? The broken system exhibited severe exclusivity, allowing nothing but system-produced items to be stored, compelling him to carry it on his person. Yet, this thing was sharp. If it were to graze his flesh while tucked in his pocket. What then? He certainly couldn't hold it in his hand indefinitely. Though he deemed it rubbish, perhaps to others it might appear as a treasure. Flaunting it in public would be unwise. Thus, Qin Hao's analysis of the situation was quite close to the truth. And he could hardly fathom that the individual who had left him with this worthless token was already on the way. What exactly is this? It all feels vaguely familiar. A professional gold farmer who frequented the official website in his previous life. He often perused the item descriptions, yet that did not allow him to memorize the countless items therein. In fact, his gaze had always been fixated on the high-priced divine weapons, unparalleled treasures, elixirs, and extraordinary techniques. Items that were clearly quest-related, like this one, had never caught his eye. He marveled at his ability to skim through so many items in a single glance. It was no wonder he was unfamiliar with it. After all, he had always prioritized wealth above all else in his past life. Qin Hao muttered in frustration as he gripped the token tightly and slowly made his way outside. Are more people approaching? Quite a few, especially at this late hour. Who could it be? Receiving a signal from the insects at the forest's edge, Qin Hao's expression suddenly turned cold, his instincts warning him that at this hour and in this location, they were likely headed straight for him. They bore ill intentions. Qin Hao murmured to himself, his already foul mood worsening, the pain of his losses morphing into a seething anger that found an outlet in his emotions. Just when I am feeling irritable, you come to add to my woes. Truly, like a moth drawn to the flame, the chill of murderous intent emanated from Qin Hao as he lightly tapped his toes. Silently slipping out of the cave, the night deepened. The air grew colder. A massive dark cloud, seemingly considerate, obscured the moon in the sky. Qin Hao interpreted this phenomenon as a sign. Having suffered such misfortune earlier, it was now time for his fortunes to turn. Heaven must be looking out for him. The cold wind rustled through countless leaves, creating a cacophony in the stillness. Beneath the trees, a group of individuals sped past, their dark figures undeterred by the pitch-black night or the dense woods. Their brazen audacity made Qin Hao, concealed among the swaying leaves, feel that if he did not send them off to meet their demise, it would be a grave insult. "Oh, it's you." Qin Hao recognized a somewhat familiar figure in the crowd, his gaze darkening as he tightened his grip on the token. In this day and age, one must harbor no kindness whatsoever, he silently admonished himself, vowing never to make such a mistake again. One could not afford to stumble in the gutter. 1, 2, 3, just right, 20 in total. 1 pinnacle level 3rd tier in gold, 2 initial level 3rd tier in water, and 17 with 2nd tier strength. Qin Hao silently counted while perched on the tree, employing his reconnaissance skills to scrutinize the details of each individual passing beneath him. Although he was merely at the 2nd tier, his innate talent was evidently that of an extraordinary genius, making it a commonplace affair for him to slay foes beyond his rank if assessed in terms of an ordinary person's prowess. His strength would equate to that of a mid-level third tier. Coupled with his mastery of ninjutsu and the innate abilities of his bloodline limit, he possessed the capability to contend at the pinnacle of the third tier. Furthermore, Qin Hao was a man with hidden cards. As long as he did not encounter a genius of equal standing, he harbored no fear of anyone below the fourth tier. Qin Hao licked his lips, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. While it was possible that he truly possessed the strength to take on 20 adversaries, he had no intention of brazenly charging in. Such an approach might be exhilarating, but it was inconsistent with his nature. Ultimately, his character was marked by a cunning streak intertwined with a touch of eccentricity. He would deceive when possible, and if that failed, he would resort to desperate measures. To paraphrase an elevated sentiment, he embodied the essence of playing the fool to ensnare the tiger, or vice versa, akin to Wu Song slaying the tiger. He was, without a doubt, a master in his craft. Undoubtedly impressive. Chapter 28. Silent Hunt. Seeking recommendations, seeking collections. Beneath the dense canopy, the forest was shrouded in darkness. In such an environment, human eyesight was rendered nearly ineffective. Even cultivators far surpassing ordinary individuals would find their vision limited. Most cultivators at lower tiers do not deliberately enhance their perceptual abilities, prioritizing instead the augmentation of attributes that could swiftly translate into combat prowess. Even when they ascend to the heights of the third or fourth tier, the majority remain at a perceptual level akin to the first tier, around 5 points, rendering them nearly blind in comparison to Qin Hao's 11.7. He understood this principle clearly, unwittingly wandering into a deadly trap. Concealed among the branches, Qin Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light. His body slackened abruptly, resembling a serpentine creature without bones, swaying gently in the breeze. The depths of the forest, however, were not silent. Some nocturnal creatures occasionally emitted piercing cries, akin to ghostly wails that sent shivers down one's spine. Additionally, the rustling of leaves, the minuscule sounds of insects and mice created a cacophony of noise. The soundscape was so rich that no one would consciously notice the almost inaudible whisper of the wind. In an instant, Qin Hao transitioned from stillness to motion, deftly gripping a branch and gently descending. Remarkably slow, even surprisingly so, upon closer inspection, his body continuously adjusted its posture mid-air, as the gentle winds caressed him, spreading outward in a peculiar rhythm, reminiscent of ripples upon water. This rhythm perfectly blended his own sounds with the whispers of the wind. Suddenly, his left hand shot forward, lightly grasping the throat of the last man in the line. The man, startled, widened his eyes, instinctively attempting to scream, but the iron grip on his throat stifled any sound. In a panic, he grasped Qin Hao's left hand, striving to break free, while simultaneously lifting a foot to stomp the ground, hoping to attract the attention of the others ahead. Yet, with a swift motion, a dark flash pierced his brow, and he instantly ceased to struggle, his hands and feet dropping limply. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened, holding his breath as he slid down the man's back, his knees releasing their hold. Like a serpent devoid of bones, he entangled himself around the corpse, his legs tightly binding the upper body, while one hand supported the body, preventing it from falling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds that no one in the advancing group noticed. Nor did anyone turn back. Qin Hao and the lifeless body stood immobile, resembling a vertical pole embedded in the ground. Only when the footsteps ahead faded into the distance did Qin Hao relax his grip, allowing both himself and the corpse to gently descend to the earth. With an impassive expression, he extracted the token from the man's brow, casually wiping it on the man's clothing to cleanse it of blood. How excessively cold-blooded of me, adapting so swiftly to the rhythm of killing. Or perhaps, subconsciously, I have entirely perceived them as mere NPCs. Qin Hao did not dwell on this profound question. He found it tedious to contemplate, viewing such musings as a waste of time, especially since the deceased were not of his concern. Why bother with so much? A smirk crept across Qin Hao's lips as he pressed himself against the ground, propelling himself forward with the muscles of his chest, abdomen, legs, and elbows swiftly crawling ahead. His mastery of the serpentine technique, honed through fundamental physical training, had become increasingly refined. The forest was littered with stones and fallen leaves. A human's footfall would echo far and wide. Yet, Qin Hao glided across the leaves like a sinuous serpent, maximizing his body's surface area in contact with the ground, making virtually no sound. Even when he did occasionally crush a leaf, the resulting noise was minimal, starkly contrasting with the sound of human footsteps, rendering it difficult for anyone to sense his approach. Qin Hao advanced swiftly across the ground, his speed exceeding that of his full sprint, silently closing the distance to the footsteps ahead. He slightly slowed, burying himself amidst the underbrush, yet resolutely pressed forward. His perceptual abilities were heightened to their utmost, his pupils dilating to capture every fleeting glimmer of moonlight. No one noticed. Qin Hao was undoubtedly audacious, unhesitatingly accelerating his pace, decisively rising behind the last individual in the group. The serpent raises its head. This technique he had employed during his initial kill in this world was one he held dear, having proven effective time and again at this moment. His attributes had undergone a remarkable leap, and his foundational techniques had reached the apex of the lower tier. Thus, the same move in his hands was now even more terrifying, unpredictable, and versatile. Legs, abdomen, chest, and elbows all exerted force simultaneously, propelling his previously prone body skyward like a startled spring. Abruptly changing direction. It was eerie and swift. In less than a breath, Qin Hao stood upright, as if in a dream. A gentle push from his feet sent him soaring into the air. However, due to his height, he could not reach the man's neck without leaping. The silence of the moment was finally shattered as he launched upward. A faint sound escaped, prompting the man ahead to turn back, a hint of confusion in his expression. Yet, it was merely that, an ephemeral reaction, as the sound was too faint, heard only by this one individual. As Qin Hao ascended, the man's head turned in sync with him, their movements eerily harmonious, a synchronization with death. At the instant the man turned, Qin Hao's arm aligned perfectly with the man's throat. "Who are you?" The man's eyes widened in horror, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, and in the next heartbeat, his throat was slit, consciousness extinguished. Qin Hao's right hand struck as the man turned, delivering a fatal blow that rent open a gaping wound at the man's neck, blood gushing forth, releasing his grip. The token fell, caught deftly by his left hand, while his right swiftly covered the man's throat, exerting immense pressure to stem the blood flow. He twisted his waist, pressing his legs against the man's abdomen, while his left hand reached back, arching his body like a bow toward the ground. Thus, after 2 breaths, Qin Hao silently lowered the man's corpse to the earth. Meanwhile, the group ahead remained oblivious to the fact that 2 of their members had vanished. Chapter 29. A frenzy of murderous intent. The autumn winds swept away the leaves, while the rustling of insects and the sharp cries of eerie owls filled the night air, mingling with the barely perceptible footsteps of death concealed within. Step softly, tread lightly. Accompanied by the essence of murder, Qin Hao slithered through the grass like a great serpent, his pitch-black eyes carefully surveying the backs of the 10 or so individuals ahead. Locking onto his next prey, in an instant, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly approached one of the individuals. The serpent is the most adept at concealing itself among the cold-blooded creatures of nature. With a gliding motion akin to that of a snake, Qin Hao extended a hand, revealing the fangs of a venomous serpent poised to strike, embodying the principle of a lethal, singular blow, his execution. A textbook example of the foundational stealth techniques of assassination, made him truly at home within the darkened thickets of the night. 1, 2, 3. One lifeless body, after another, fell silently to the ground. And the brilliance in Qin Hao's eyes intensified, a surge of inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him. This clandestine art of killing, which allowed one to remain undetected until the very end, instilled a powerful sensation of being able to extinguish lives at will, gradually eroding every nerve in Qin Hao's body, akin to the most stunning poppy, ensnaring one in its intoxicating embrace. Difficult to escape, the sudden chill swept through the air. The shiver ran down Wang Fei's spine as he instinctively recoiled. Duan Shi furrowed his brow, abruptly halting his steps, turning to glance behind him, his expression shifting dramatically as his pupils constricted sharply, trembling as if pierced by needles. Who is it? Show yourself," he bellowed, his hair bristling. Unable to contain his simmering fury, that a shadow sprang up from the ground, vaguely discernible as a short figure, moving with astonishing speed as it darted into the depths of the forest. Duan Shi stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble violently, a massive pit erupting, debris scattering and fierce winds swirling. Wang Fei felt a sharp pain on his face, as if grazed by a blade, his eyes wide with horror at the sight of Duan Shi, who had just moments ago vanished into the distance. The spot where Duan Shi reappeared was precisely where the shadow had just leapt, and at his feet lay a body with its throat slit. Quietly resting on the ground, the light was dim, yet eerily, those surrounding Duan Shi could still discern a pool of crimson blood on the grass. Dead? When? How did this happen without anyone noticing? A cacophony of doubts echoed in everyone's minds. Their breaths quickening. Hong Yi was missing. Luc, Ma Wuxian also vanished as a wave of chaos swept through the crowd, and upon counting, they finally realized that aside from the body at their feet, 5 others had also disappeared. Though labeled as missing, everyone understood that they were undoubtedly dead. A chill surged within them, especially among those who had lingered toward the back of the group, their faces paling considerably. If they had discovered this even a moment later, would they too have become corpses? This thought arose in more than one mind, spreading like a virus among the others, and in an instant, anxious, tense breaths filled the air around Duan Shi. What is there to fear? It's merely a cowardly rat, daring only to stealthily kill in the shadows. Now that we've discovered him, how can he still dare to act? Duan Shi's expression turned cold as he muttered with a low voice. To have 6 individuals killed right under his nose before he realized it felt like an affront, igniting his anger. Indeed, what is there to fear? Didn't he flee the moment he was discovered? This indicates he knows he is no match for us. Furthermore, with senior brother Duan here, what do we have to fear? Right. If he dares to show himself again, we must kill him to avenge our fallen brothers. The expressions of the crowd improved slightly, their voices filled with indignation, as if they had not just been engulfed in fear. Yet, whether they truly felt unafraid remained known only to themselves. Duan Shi snorted coldly, his demeanor softening just a touch as he fixed his gaze on Wang Fei, his eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent. At that person? Judging by height, it's nearly a certainty. How could he know we were coming? Duan Shi furrowed his brow, placing a large hand on Wang Fei's shoulder. No, I don't know, but it must be him. Wang Fei's legs weakened, the cruel intent in Duan Shi's eyes filling him with dread. Fearing for his own life. Are you sure he's just a child? Yes, Wang Fei nodded vigorously, estimating him to be around 14 or 15 years old. I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, he released his grip from Wang Fei's shoulder, his tone laced with menace, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Could he truly be a prodigy? Humph. Yet whoever encounters me, Duan Shi, will meet their end. Stay vigilant and continue onward. Duan Shi instructed the group, allowing Wang Fei to lead the way. Regardless, the cave must be verified first. Not far away, Qin Hao leaned against a tree, sighing in regret. So soon discovered. I thought I could claim a few more lives. By the way, why did I run just now? Wasn't it decided that upon being discovered, I would confront them head-on? He scratched his head, muttering to himself. Could it be that I've become addicted to assassination? Instinctively retreating when discovered. Wouldn't that mean I've been seen through? He shook his head, shaking off these disjointed thoughts, his gaze deep and focused on the retreating figures in the distance. Tossing a token high into the air, catching it, tossing it again, and catching it once more. Whatever. There will be other opportunities. 2 minutes later, Duan Shi's bloodshot eyes fixated on a deep pit beneath him, where the bottom was crisscrossed with cracks, resembling a fishing net. He looked up at the protruding stone platform above the cave, then suddenly stomped his foot, his legs transforming into a blur as he darted back and forth along the sides of the cave, leaping upward. Indeed, the area above was empty. The items had already been taken. Duan Shi's expression darkened as he dropped back to the ground, his face contorting as he picked up a discarded crystal core. Precisely the lightning-type core that Qin Hao had carelessly discarded. This quality is at least a 6th-tier core. Duan Shi rubbed the surface of the crystal core with his fingers, his conviction deepening that even if this place was not the rumored location of the lightning domain token, it certainly held other treasures, though they must have already fallen into that person's hands. That a flicker of fervent greed flashed in his eyes as he crushed the core to dust. Chase after him. We must pursue that boy. His tone was as frigid as a gale from the abyss, imbued with a palpable aura of murder, indifferent to the thoughts of the others, permitting no room for doubt. Form groups of 3, go out and search for him. Even if we have to turn the mountains upside down, find him. Upon sighting him, signal immediately. I will come at once. Remember, if you discover the target, do whatever it takes to detain him. Do you understand? Duan Shi's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he surveyed the crowd. Yes, the group swallowed hard, not daring to meet Duan Shi's gaze. For they had never seen him display such a ruthless demeanor. His eyes resembled a beast ready to pounce, radiating a terrifying intent to kill that it seemed that if they dared to utter a word of dissent or fail to meet his expectations, Duan Shi would swiftly extinguish their lives. Wealth stirs the heart, and treasures drive minds to madness, especially when such treasures are tantalizingly close, leaving one in a state of disarray. And Duan Shi was already perilously close to madness. Chapter 30. Genius. Go to hell rustling. The sounds of birds and insects filled the air. The clouds above were scattered by the wind, and the icy moonlight leapt into the thicket like a rabbit breaking free from restraint. Instantly cloaking the dark forest in a delicate silver frost, it was dim. Yet for practitioners, this level of brightness was sufficient for murder and treasure hunting. Crack. The sound of a branch snapping echoed sharply in the night. 3 disciples from the academy, close by, hastened toward the source of the noise, one of them clutching a fuse in hand, prepared for a call for aid at any moment. Qin Hao's silent assassination of 6 individuals was a deeply frightening prospect for these disciples, who believed themselves no match for him. Yet, under Duan Shi's pressure, they had no choice but to scatter and search for the whereabouts of their foe. The silver-frosted forest appeared to them as if it were a series of monstrous maws gaping open, striking terror into their hearts, forcing their nerves to remain taut in anticipation of an imminent ambush. "Are you looking for me?" A slightly juvenile voice unexpectedly resonated beneath their feet. The ground, previously concealed by leaves, suddenly bulged, resembling a lump of flesh protruding from a once smooth back. A sight so startling it sent chills down their spines. A figure shot up into the heavens, the leaves exploding around like the pus of a ruptured tumor. Qin Hao, hunched over, arched his back high, his limbs hanging limply downward, resembling a leaping old ape or a poised cheetah ready to pounce. The 3 individuals felt a sudden tremor in their hearts, their bodies freezing in place as if paralyzed by fear, their eyes wide with confusion, dazed and terrified, staring at Qin Hao's form suspended in the air, which bizarrely lingered aloft like a great wild goose in flight. A black token glided gently past their throats. The 3 corpses fell heavily to the ground, sending a flurry of fallen leaves scattering around. Qin Hao bent down and discovered an unpooled fuse clenched tightly in one man's palm. "How pathetic!" Qin Hao scoffed derisively at the trio of corpses, and with a slight pressure of his fingers on the fuse, a silver streak shot skyward. The scholars searching fruitlessly in the dense forest all raised their heads, adjusting their course rapidly towards Qin Hao's location. "Huh, found it." At the farthest distance, Duan Shi, who was nearing the edge of the forest, suddenly looked up, his face flushed and veins bulging, filled with anxiety and turmoil. At this moment, watching the fuse in the sky, he let out a loud laugh, a tempest rising at his feet. He had almost thought Qin Hao had fled with the token, nearly giving up hope. But unexpectedly, ha ha ha, since you haven't run yet, you shall not escape. The Thunder Domain token is destined to be mine. Duan Shi. His heart surged with excitement as he barreled forward in a straight line, his speed suggesting he might arrive even before those who were closer. Cough. Wang Fei stared in shock at the cloud of dust kicked up by Duan Shi, resembling a colossal dragon. His throat bobbed, and after a long pause, he seemed to awaken from a dream, pursuing the direction Duan Shi had taken, muttering uncontrollably, "Wind system. This is the wind system. Fire release. Great fireball technique." Qin Hao quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a brilliant fire dragon from his mouth that instantly engulfed the 3 men before him. He turned to leave, but suddenly paused, his expression hardening as he gazed to the left. A massive surge of branches, leaves, dust, and rubble raced toward him at a terrifying speed, akin to a train barreling down the tracks, obliterating everything in its path, the center of the dust cloud. A massive figure emerged, the very head of this train. Boom! The train came to a halt, in an instant. It went from high speed to stillness, the jarring contrast making those nearby feel nauseous. The wind howled. Duan Shi stopped, bursting into wild laughter, the debris and winds that had followed him still rushing forward. Qin Hao stood unfazed as the debris struck him, his gaze fixed on Duan Shi, unfaltering in the face of the overwhelming presence he exuded. Especially that towering stature nearing 2 meters, which alone instilled an unparalleled sense of oppression. The flames consuming the three corpses were extinguished by the fierce winds, causing Qin Hao's eyelids to twitch again. This guy is formidable. A sense of caution washed over Qin Hao, and he repressed his earlier nonchalance. Duanshe paid no heed to the corpses on the ground, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Qin Hao, scrutinizing him as though he intended to devour him whole with his gaze. Suddenly, a flicker of insatiable greed ignited in his eyes, drawn to a bloodied token in Qin Hao's right hand. Akin to a starving beast gazing upon a stunning beauty, his breathing quickened, and he bellowed, "Hand it over." Simultaneously, he lunged forward, his enormous hand descending heavily, the casual motion reminiscent of swatting a fly. Underestimated, were we? The implication of this action registered instantly with Qin Hao, whose previously calm visage transformed in an instant, turning ashen. Damn it. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I might as well write my name backward. As a noble transmigrator, to be looked down upon by a native of this world, to be belittled by what he considered an NPC, an affront too great to bear. When did a mere third-tier individual become so audacious? Qin Hao's mind churned with indignation, yet he failed to consider that as a mere second-tier himself, his own arrogance was hardly less than that of his adversary. Ultimately, it all boiled down to 4 words: kindred spirits repel. The moment Duanshe appeared, Qin Hao sensed a repugnant aura emanating from him, a talent he found distasteful, reminiscent of his encounter with Dan Taixian, which he had managed to suppress back then. But now it erupted uncontrollably. He was, at his core, an exceedingly narrow-minded individual, unable to tolerate the presence of another genius before him, especially one who flaunted his prowess so brazenly. A genius, in this world. Aside from my sister, there is only one Qin Hao. Unbeknownst to him, deep within his heart lay a selfish and shameless ambition. Ding, ding, ding. 3 strange system notifications echoed in Qin Hao's ears. A series of bizarre characters flashed momentarily across his retina. Author's note: this is my first signed work, and I promise it will not be abandoned. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, there will be at least 2 updates daily, with the possibility of increasing to 3, 4, or even 5 updates, contingent upon the book's performance. It's not that I don't wish to produce many chapters in a day. It's just that this book currently has very few readers. I am quite anxious, but there's not much I can do. This book just got its first recommendation yesterday, a spot in the new book dispatch, essentially overlooked by everyone, and the collection is growing very slowly, extremely slowly. In fact, nevertheless, I am confident in crafting this book with care and believe it will flourish with everyone's support and encouragement. It just requires a bit of time that I am diligently typing away, striving to gather momentum, hoping for a day when an incredible force erupts. Perhaps it's merely a fantasy, but I am working hard for it, and I hope those who enjoy this book can support me with a bit more patience. Once more readers discover it, I assure you I will not disappoint. To paraphrase a common phrase, a new book is like a seedling, needing everyone's nurturing and watering. I too am but a sapling, in need of your care and affection. Haha. Every beginning is difficult, and in this challenging phase, I rely on your support, which fuels my confidence and motivation to persevere. Each collection, each recommendation, even every unanticipated tip, and every brief comment serves as nourishment, reminding me that I am not alone on this writing journey and that my work is supported by you. Writing is exhausting, but because of you, it is also warm. Thank you all very much. Chapter 31. Kill him. Great rewards. Strange. Qin Hao felt as if his very soul was boiling, the system seemingly undergoing some bizarre transformation unbeknownst to others. The wicked fire within him burned fiercely, growing ever more intense. What were those notification sounds in his ears and the strange characters before his eyes? Qin Hao swore he had never encountered such bizarre symbols. Like a devil's scrawl, twisted and contorted, yet he somehow grasped their meaning. Kill him. Great rewards. Damn it. Even without a reward, I will relish torturing this scoundrel to death. The torrent of uncontrollable thoughts surged through Qin Hao's mind, only to vanish as he locked eyes with Duanshe, leaving behind nothing but unadulterated murderous intent. This intent was devoid of any rationale, a chilling purity, akin to a cat devouring a fish or a wolf preying on a sheep, a ruthless food chain. Cold and just, huh? Duanshe suddenly felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, an odd sense of crisis washing over him. He looked down just in time to meet Qin Hao's gaze, those stark black eyes sending a shiver down his spine. Strange, furrowing his brow, he struggled to comprehend the reason, yet his movements hastened by threefold. Understanding was unnecessary. A swift slap would suffice. But would the reality prove so simplistic? Seeking death? Qin Hao let out a cold snort. His gaze fixated on the palm leaf fan above him, a glint of icy light flickering in his eyes. With a forceful stamp of his foot, all the strength surged from his heels to his palms, causing his fingertips to momentarily turn pale as he thrust the tightly clenched token upward like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The massive hand, akin to a mountain pressing down, bore down with tremendous force, seemingly threatening to rupture the very air itself, producing an explosive sound that was both dull and terrifying. Hiss! Amidst the sound of the sonic boom, there was the sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air, reminiscent of a venomous snake hissing as it reveals its fangs, piercing and ear-splitting. Duan Shi, hearing the hissing below him, felt his countenance shift dramatically, his pupils narrowing sharply into the form of a keen sword tip. A hidden glimmer of gold flickering deep within his irises, the skin of his palm began to tremble at an imperceptible frequency, the patterns on his palm contracting as a strange symbol quietly coalesced. Beneath the skin, his muscles writhed, hardening to a porcelain-like solidity, as if coated in a faint metallic sheen. Clang! Though it was merely flesh striking against weaponry, it emitted a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. The Jin series third-tier spiritual technique, Jinwen Palm, Gold and Wind, a dual system. A fleeting thought crossed Qin Hao's mind, but in the next moment, his entire body was struck as if by lightning, a tremor coursing through him as an overwhelming force assailed his arm, causing his bones to creak ominously. His knees buckled, unable to withstand the onslaught, and he fell to the ground, 2 fingers broken. What a terrifying power! It seemed he would have to resort to his trump card. He had not anticipated that a mere encounter would compel him to employ his hidden strength without hesitation. That he immediately softened his body, pressing against the ground, and with a powerful push, propelled himself toward the reeling Duan Shi. It was a standoff. In their first clash, they had reached a draw, with Qin Hao sacrificing the tips of his left pinky and ring fingers to create a hole in Duan Shi's palm, leaving one of their hands temporarily incapacitated. However, Qin Hao had gained a slight advantage. Firstly, he had sacrificed his left hand, while Duan Shi had lost his right. Of course, if Duan Shi were left-handed, that would alter the equation. Secondly, at this moment, Qin Hao was grounded, while Duan Shi was airborne, his body suspended and unanchored. Though the height of this suspension was minimal, it presented an enormous opportunity for Qin Hao. Seizing the moment of weakness, Qin Hao resolved not to allow Duan Shi the chance to recover from his underestimation and to engage him in a fair, full-force confrontation. If you underestimate me, then take this frustration with you to your grave. Do you think I am a benevolent soul? Are you aware of how those fiery spirit monkeys met their demise? With a fierce shout, Qin Hao's killing intent surged, and he flung the token like a projectile toward Duan Shi's brow. Duan Shi's expression turned frigid, his countenance darkening. He could not comprehend the meaning behind Qin Hao's words, but he surmised they were anything but kind. You have underestimated me. But what of it? I shall unleash my full power and send you to hell. Duan Shi seethed, feeling the intense pain in his palm, his heart brimming with fury, yet he remained calm. You won't have that chance, Qin Hao scoffed, his gaze chilling. His aura surged at an astonishing rate. Strength 1. Agility 1. Strength 1. Agility 1. Without hesitation, he allocated all 19 accumulated attribute points to strength and agility in one decisive stroke. Current strength 22.7. Current agility 23.8. In an instant, his attributes soared into the third-tier realm. This was the trump card he had long held in reserve, now finally revealed. With the trump card unleashed, life and death were at stake. Die? Qin Hao's lips curled into a sinister smile as he coldly regarded the pale-faced Duan Shi. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and a kunai materialized in his hand, appearing as if conjured from thin air. What is this surge of power? How could it escalate so dramatically in an instant? What sorcery is this? Initially, Duan Shi had approached the encounter with a casual demeanor, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. But now, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, a sensation that one misstep could spell doom. This is impossible. Duan Shi's face drained of color as the figure rushing toward him vanished without a trace. Disappeared, his pupils widened in alarm, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him, the rapid beating of his heart propelling his blood through his veins. His skin bore witness to an eruption of blood vessels, golden threads emerging from his surface like fine golden hair sprouting from his very pores. He appeared to be cloaked in a layer of gold, his form suddenly swelling as if transformed into a monstrous entity, every vein on his face grotesquely pronounced, reminiscent of steel cables crisscrossing his visage. His garments burst apart under the strain, replaced by a dense array of golden threads that swayed as if animated by an unseen wind. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind Duan's as if provoked. The once docile golden strands rose in revolt, launching themselves toward Qin Hao with ferocity. Countless piercing cries echoed like blades slicing through the air. Qin Hao beheld the myriad golden threads before him, daring not to mistake them for mere soft fibers. His pupils constricted sharply, his heart momentarily ceasing its rhythm. Chapter 32. The golden thread body. Countless golden strands pierced the air, exuding a chilling, killing intent, descending upon Qin Hao with an overwhelming force that could only be described as a world-class hidden weapon. Qin Hao's heart raced, his mind spinning as he realized that he had no time to ponder how he had gone from a moment of triumph to facing a lethal barrage in the blink of an eye. This is a rhythm that could claim lives. A shiver ran down his spine as he felt the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The teleportation technique was still on cooldown, and he had no time to form the seals for a substitution technique. All that remained was, he propelled himself backward with a sudden push of his toes, retreating with all his strength as the multitude of golden strands pursued him with relentless speed. Damn it! I knew it wouldn't be this easy. As the deadly golden strands loomed perilously close, Qin Hao's eyes widened in terror, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He dared not blink or breathe. Every fiber of his being focused on evading the imminent threat. Block him. The disciples of the academy, previously frozen in shock, seemed to awaken from their stupor, despite the disbelief still etched in their expressions. They finally regained their wits and unleashed a barrage of spiritual techniques toward Qin Hao's for engaging in close combat. Don't be ridiculous. Would they line up to be pierced as well? Even so, these attacks, which Qin Hao would typically evade with ease, now felt like life and death stakes. Fireball technique, water sword technique, earth wall technique. Qin Hao's eyelids twitched, a frenzied glint flashing in his eyes that it seemed impossible to stall until the teleportation technique cooled down. In that case, he would have to gamble everything. As he retreated, his arms shot up to shield his face, and a yellow explosive talisman slipped from his fingertips, catching the wind in the next heartbeat. It erupted in a blaze of fiery light in the narrow space between the countless golden strands and Qin Hao. An explosion of immense force erupted. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The deadly golden strands halted abruptly. A flicker of hope crossed Qin Hao's face, only to be swiftly eclipsed as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The pain was excruciating, the heat overwhelming at such a close distance. He felt the force of the explosion without any psychic shield to protect him. He endured the impact purely with his flesh, as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body feeling as though it might fall apart. His hair and clothes caught fire, and he was uncertain if his skin had already been burned. Even as he shielded his face with his arms, he still faced a tremendous shock. His nose was painfully smashed, leaving a raw, stinging sensation, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Summoning all his strength, Qin Hao suppressed the pain coursing through his body, curling into a tight ball and shooting backward, crashing through countless trees. After what felt like an eternity, he finally extinguished the flames engulfing him and rose from the ground, his gaze fixated on the distant Duan Shi. Deep in thought, he brushed off the countless corpses of insects clinging to him, a grimace of anguish appearing on his face. That 1/5 of the insects had perished in the explosion's shockwave, and he pondered how he would replenish them. This debt would have to be repaid in blood. His skin and clothing were charred black, marred with scars and burn marks, presenting a woeful sight that suggested he had lost all fighting capability. Yet only Qin Hao understood that his injuries were not as severe as they appeared. This was largely due to the mass of insect carcasses that had shielded him in the moment before the explosion. Absorbing the brunt of the terrifying force, licking his lips, he flexed his muscles and let out a chilling laugh that echoed ominously through the dense forest. Aside from the pain and 2 muscle strains in his abdomen, the rest of his bones and muscles were unharmed. His combat ability remained intact. He could still fight, His dark visage and equally dark eyes radiated a fierce malevolence, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Duan-Shi knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his golden hair appearing dull and lifeless. Clearly suffering from severe injuries, he glared at Qin Hao, who emerged slowly from the shadows, his eyes filled with hatred. Born with a golden lineage and possessing dual elemental affinities, he also had an extraordinary special physique known as the Golden Thread Extreme Body. Legend spoke of this physique, stating that when cultivated to its peak, every hair on one's body could transform into the most potent weapons. The Golden Thread Extreme Body was commendable, yet with Duan-Shi's current strength, it would be challenging to wield, especially after suffering such grave injuries that had affected his very essence. A recovery would be impossible for years. Duan-Shi's breath hitched as he gazed incredulously at Qin Hao. This physique had always been his trump card, a secret known only to him after years of relentless study and investigation into ancient texts. Yet now, it had been unveiled by another, plunging him into a state of profound fear. The Golden Thread Extreme Body had 4 stages. The first stage involved a single hair transforming into golden threads, soft and lethal. The second stage ensconced the body in golden threads, providing unparalleled protection. The third stage unleashed thousands of strands like swords, leaving no leaf untouched. Duan-Shi's mouth slightly parted as he held his breath, a flash of insight illuminating the questions that had long troubled him. Eagerly awaiting Qin Hao's next words that as for the 4th stage, there was no need to discuss it. It would be pointless to elaborate to someone who couldn't even master the 1st stage. Feigning disdain, Qin Hao cast a dismissive glance at Duan-Shi, who appeared neither human nor ghost, and advanced swiftly, thrusting the kunai in his hand toward Duan-Shi's chest with ferocity. "Who are you? How do you know so much?" Duan-Shi retreated, his eyes betraying his wariness, acutely aware of Qin Hao's instantaneous movement technique. Why ask so many questions when death is imminent? Qin Hao fixed his gaze on the evidently weakened Duan-Shi, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You know the weakness of the Golden Thread Extreme Body. It may possess formidable offensive power in its early stages, but it is also highly susceptible to severe damage, particularly from fire. Before Duan-Shi could utter a word, Qin Hao unleashed a torrent of flames, the dragon of fire technique erupting forth. Afraid of fire? No wonder. Duan-Shi seemed to grasp the reason for his devastating injuries. Realizing they stemmed from the flames ignited by the explosive talisman, he sidestepped, instinctively choosing to evade the oncoming fire dragon. "Haha, you're afraid." Qin Hao erupted into laughter, his body transforming into a fierce, spinning sphere that accurately calculated Duan-Shi's evasion trajectory. Colliding heavily against him. Bang! Duan-Shi instinctively raised his hand to block, his expression shifting dramatically as he felt no force against his palm out of feint. Where was the real attack? A spherical projectile zipped past his legs, ricocheting off his back as a black kunai spun with deadly precision, aimed at his spine. Chapter 33. The strange chill surged from Duan-Shi's feet to his head. Panic surged within him. Instinctively, the weakened golden threads behind him trembled and prepared to shoot backward. However, due to his grievous injuries, the golden threads lacked the speed and sharpness of their first strike, preoccupied with mitigating the immediate danger. He completely overlooked the instantaneous movement technique he had been wary of. Qin Hao's pupils constricted. In the moment that the golden strands behind Duan-Shi stiffened, he vanished without a trace, a spinning kunai, exceptionally sharp, sliced upward without resistance, eviscerating Duan-Shi, leaving a clear line of blood stretching from his abdomen to the center of his forehead. With a sickening sound, Duan-Shi's chest split open as if peeling off a layer of clothing, his skin and muscles parting like curtains, followed by his head splitting gruesomely, brains and blood splattering everywhere. Though this may seem a lengthy recounting, it transpired in mere breaths. The surrounding spectators were caught off guard, and Duan-Shi met a tragic end. From the moment Qin Hao had revealed knowledge of the Golden Thread Extreme Body, Duan-Shi's demise had been all but assured. That it was not that Qin Hao understood its weaknesses. Most of what he said was fabricated to deceive Duan-Shi. The latter's downfall stemmed from the turmoil in his heart. The mind in disarray is easily manipulated, and death was merely a matter of time. Qin Hao's small hands trembled slightly as he stared, dumbfounded, at the scene he had wrought, swallowing hard as a wave of nausea washed over him. This was rather brutal. He hastily wiped the blood, flesh, and other odd substances splattered on his face, oblivious to the fact that the more he wiped, the dirtier he became, creating a grotesque mask of red, black, and white, a nightmarish visage reminiscent of a demon from hell that I must be more careful in the future. This is just too much. I look like a psychopath. Qin Hao mumbled to himself, forcing a smile at the onlookers beside him. Gulp. Although Qin Hao's gaze seemed directed at the crowd, Wang Fei felt distinctly that it was aimed at him. How terrifying. Wang Fei, gazing at Qin Hao's ghastly face, with its pristine white teeth, felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he was the first to turn and flee down the mountain if I don't escape. I will die. Wang Fei thought of how Duan Shi, a dual-element prodigy, had been effortlessly dispatched that he felt no courage left, only regret for having provoked such a monstrous being, cursing himself for not having 2 more legs to run faster. Don't let him chase me. Please don't let him chase me. In a panicked flight, Wang Fei was relieved to find no one pursuing him, as if his prayers had been answered. Surely, Qin Hao had spared him out of kindness? That was unlikely. Qin Hao was no savior. The reason he and T followed was due to a matter of greater significance that had delayed him. Damage assessment. Successful. Target deceased. Extracting soul energy. Gaining experience points. Everything seemed as usual until the familiar routine abruptly halted, replaced by a series of unfamiliar notifications flashing before Qin Hao's eyes. New bloodline detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Judgment. Golden thread extreme body. Potential. Medium. Rarity. Low. Overall evaluation. Low. Extraction successful. 1 bloodline point gained. Bloodline advancement completion. 1-3 at the same time. A deluge of information flooded into Qin Hao's mind, rendering him utterly motionless. To the extent that he paid no heed, even as Wang Fei fled the scene that in the terrified gazes of the remaining disciples of the academy, a horrifying transformation unfolded within Qin Hao. Countless tiny insects erupted from his skin, rushing towards the corpse of Duan Shi, swiftly engulfing it. A nauseating sound of gnawing and tearing filled the air. Eat, devour it, murmured one of the disciples, his eyes wide with terror. As he faltered and collapsed to the ground, utterly petrified by the ghastly sight before him. Let us go, hurry. Several other disciples, equally stricken with cold dread, hurriedly helped the fallen one and dashed down the mountain. They sensed that Qin Hao was in an extraordinarily bizarre state, yet they dared not attack him. Their only thought was to escape this place as quickly as possible. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao was completely absorbed in his own realm, more accurately, within his consciousness that in the abyssal, expansive, and profound depths of his mind, a single point of light emerged, seemingly shattering the perpetual solitude of the darkness. Following the light, he moved slowly forward. Although this was his own consciousness, he felt as though he was struggling against an insurmountable weight, each step akin to bearing the pressure of Mount Tai upon him. Despite being merely a realm of thought and not his physical body, he acutely felt the anguish. Each stride was an assault of boundless pain upon his soul. The sea of suffering is endless. Turning back is the shore. These 8 words echoed in his mind like an incantation. Repeating endlessly, he could not discern whether these thoughts were his own or if a voice whispered beside him. Meanwhile, in the tangible world, an even more bizarre spectacle was unfolding, amidst the rustling sounds of insects. Duan Shi's corpse was visibly disintegrating at an alarming rate, a small orb of white light emerging from within. The orb was no larger than a fingernail, and in the dark of night, it would have been nearly imperceptible. Deep within the orb, a faint shadow appeared to flicker, accompanied by indistinct sounds, yet these were drowned out by the cacophony of the insects, rendering them unintelligible. The orb floated upward, its trajectory strangely erratic, yet upon closer inspection, it traced an unusual pattern in the air, forming an enigmatic character. Qin Hao, his gaze vacant and unfocused, suddenly felt a hairline fissure open at his brow. As if another eye had been unsealed, that a ghostly light flashed, and countless white chains shot forth like lightning, clawing at the white orb but retracting before contact could be made. The chains vanished. The orb disappeared, the ghostly light faded, and the fissure closed. Everything seemed to revert to tranquility. Even the insects completely consumed Duan Shi's remains before surging back into Qin Hao's body. That a blinding light flared up in Qin Hao's consciousness. Dazzlingly bright, yet extinguished in an instant, plunging his mind back into darkness. Qin Hao trembled, his eyes regaining focus. Chapter 34. My name is Qin Hao. I have arrived. Additional update. Qin Hao's complexion turned pale. His body slick with cold sweat, and his eyes quivered violently, as if he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. What was that? Why did such a thing manifest in my consciousness? Do all cultivators in this world possess something within their consciousness? Or, Qin Hao vigorously shook his head, feeling as though he had just awakened from a nightmare, chills racing down his spine, his forehead slick with cold perspiration. Where is Duan Shi's corpse? Why has it vanished? A gust of chilling wind swept by, causing Qin Hao to shudder. Damn it. This place is haunted, typically bold and unafraid of anything. Qin Hao now found himself plagued by paranoia, the image of what he had just witnessed in his consciousness still haunting him. Without hesitation, he dashed down the mountain as the cool breeze brushed against him. Qin Hao's anxious emotions gradually eased. He glanced at the scenery at the foot of the mountain, hesitated for a moment, then turned to leave the area. Having dealt with this matter, I shall depart and conceal my achievements. Ahem. No, that's not right. It's time to move on to other places to seek my fortune. With a great vengeance fulfilled, having completed a wish for the original owner of this body, Qin Hao felt lighthearted, lifting his gaze to the bright moon in the sky. His eyes, once dark, now shone with a brilliant clarity. From this day forth, I shall stand alone, determined to make waves in this world. A true man, whether in life or death, shall not be diminished. I, Qin Hao, shall make my name resound throughout the realm. The spirit energy continent, Qin Hao has truly arrived. Just wait. That day is not far off. Qin Hao tightly gripped a kunai in his palm, raising it to the sky with vigor, laughing heartily, and then chose a direction at random to sprint forward into the night. Ha ha, my name is Qin Hao. I am Qin Hao. On the empty road, amidst the silent night, his voice echoed alone, perhaps one day to resonate in every corner of this world. Let us await that day with bated breath. In Tianfeng City, at Tianfeng Academy, in the Hall of Souls, a disciple looked on in horror as one soul lamp after another extinguished, his legs trembling, the very moment the lamp representing Duan Shi abruptly went dark. The guarding disciple's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, letting out a panicked scream that reverberated throughout the academy. He scrambled to his feet and staggered deeper into the academy, shouting for the headmaster. It's bad, it's bad. Instantly, lights flared to life, illuminating the dark night, as Tianfeng Academy was prematurely bathed in daylight. What? Duan Shi is dead. Qi Xingsai's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, his brow arching slightly, betraying no emotions. Yet he spoke in a grave tone. After all, he is the nephew of General Duan. His talent was commendable. Although his golden line extremity was flawed, he was still a remarkable individual. Now that he is dead, we must provide an explanation to General Duan. Yes, headmaster, replied a middle-aged man in a red robe, fanning himself with a folding fan. The phenomenon of manifesting light from emptiness could only be achieved by a sixth-tier powerhouse. It was unfathomable that such a formidable being could be concealed within a mere Tianfeng city. Moreover, Duan Shi's attempt to conceal his golden line extremity was utterly transparent to this individual, who seemed to have been aware of it all along. Was this person merely a simple academy headmaster? What was his true purpose for being here? And who was the General Duan he mentioned? Qin Hao was oblivious to all of this. He had unwittingly become entangled in a conspiracy, and most critically, he was unaware that a looming danger was approaching from behind him, having committed murder and failing to escape swiftly. Instead, meandering leisurely along the road, Qin Hao was indeed a talent in his own right. As he put it, he was truly prepared to court death. Before the mission is accomplished, one may perish. Let heroes weep unceasingly. If he did not hasten his escape, by the time that man in red arrived, next year on this day would indeed mark his day of sacrifice, though he had not seen clearly. He was certain that in that dark void, there was indeed a coffin. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, straining to recall the scene he had witnessed in his consciousness, the coffin entwined with white chains, with a shattered pearl atop it, and something else seemed to lurk behind the coffin, just out of sight. Beyond his perception, it felt ominous. He sensed that the coffin evoked a visceral fear, as if something exceedingly terrifying lay within. Qin Hao's expression grew peculiar. He could not articulate this feeling, merely that it was an instinct that he suddenly believed that the coffin in his consciousness must be profoundly connected to him. Perhaps his arrival in this world and the system he bore were all linked to that coffin within his consciousness. Qin Hao had always thought that his crossing into this world was merely a cruel joke from the heavens, Yet now he began to have doubts. Could it be that something ancient and malevolent was sealed within? Waiting to emerge and seize his body, he involuntarily shivered, startled by his own thought. Enough, there are too few clues. I shall not dwell on this now. There will be opportunities to uncover the truth later. Rubbing his temples, Qin Hao continued onward. He had already traveled over 100 miles from Tianfeng City, finding himself on a precarious path connecting one city to another. Although termed a path, it was hardly a road. It bore only faint signs of having been maintained, suggesting that it was occasionally traversed. Following it would lead to the next city. As for where that next city might be, Qin Hao remained oblivious to the circumstances. Nor did he intend to investigate further. The towns belonged to the Dyu dynasty. His destination lay deep within the mountains, a realm where sects flourished and his aspirations could truly take flight. However, before embarking on this journey, he needed to cleanse himself, washing away the peculiar and unsightly stains, black, red, white, that had begun to emanate an unusual odor. Where can I find water? Qin Hao mused to himself. Scanning the surroundings, he swiftly departed from the boardwalk, making his way toward the distant mountains. The spirit energy continent sprawled endlessly, abundant and towering mountains that a nursery rhyme spoke of 10,000 cities and 10,000 mountains. A sentiment that was far from exaggerated. The vast expanse of mountains stretched throughout the continent, an unbroken chain encompassing the north, south, east, and west, a majestic sight to behold. Deviating from the town's boardwalk and choosing any mountain to delve into would eventually lead one to the realm of 10,000 mountains, where countless sects awaited. Thus, Qin Hao felt no need to navigate. He resolutely sprinted toward the distant peaks. It mattered not which path he took. What was paramount was that the mountains harbored rivers. And where there were rivers, there lay the possibility of washing his face, a thought that brought him a measure of delight. Not long after his departure, a figure clad in crimson abruptly halted by the side of the boardwalk. A man, dressed like a scholar and wielding a folding fan adorned with a bizarrely shaped insect, stood there. The insect buzzed, spinning in place twice before darting off toward the direction Qin Hao had vanished. Chapter 35. Blood Symbol. The Yaowu mountain loomed high and imposing, stretching beyond the horizon, perpetually shrouded in malevolent mist, obscuring the sky. Dark clouds enveloped the mountain, concealing its true height, while twisted pines and bizarre vines sprawled endlessly among the rocky outcrops. Gazing deeper, one could discern grotesque cliffs and peculiar rocks, emitting a chilling aura, accompanied by the distant echoes of beastly roars that instilled fear. What a dense fog! Yet, for Qin Hao, it posed little hindrance. Orienting himself in any direction held little significance. He trod upon the dry branches beneath his feet, his body swaying joyfully as he ventured further into the depths. However, he was not foolish. He understood the dangers lurking within the mountains. To venture without caution would be a fool's errand. Following in his wake, countless insects had already dispersed in all directions, acting as sentinels for his protection. The sound of rushing water, Qin Hao's ears perked up. And upon confirming the source, his expression brightened, hastening his pace. Following the sound of the water, he ran for 2 or 3 miles until a deep river came into view. The river was wide, its depths obscured by the night, twisting away into the darkness, while the water flowed swiftly, splashing against the banks of wild grass and strange stones. The sound he had heard earlier originated from this very spot. It feels a bit cold. Qin Hao dipped his fingertips into the water, noting the slight chill. However, given his current physique, it mattered little. After ensuring there were no dangers in the vicinity, he leaped into the water with abandon. Splash! Water erupted around him as he submerged, letting out a contented sigh. The swift current carried him downstream. Although Qin Hao was bold, he dared not simply float along, for who knew what monstrous creatures lurked beneath the surface. Given the mountain's fierce appearance, it was clear that this place was no sanctuary. He needed to cleanse himself urgently. Qin Hao vigorously scrubbed off the grime from his body, while the myriad insects along the bank synchronized their movements with the current. Migrating downstream in unison. As he scrubbed away the coagulated blood, it dispersed into the water, releasing a faint metallic scent that drifted downstream. Suddenly, a brilliant green serpent, approximately 10 meters in length, opened its eyes, its golden pupils gleaming ominously in the night. What is this? Qin Hao observed a peculiar red symbol etched upon his chest, emanating a faint black mist, instilling an unsettling sensation within him. What could it be? Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, even in the depths of the game's official forums. This was hardly surprising. After all, a game could never compare to the complexities of reality. Nonetheless, he recognized it was certainly not a good omen. Qin Hao's expression turned grave. Anyone who discovered such a chilling symbol on their chest would feel a sense of foreboding that he rubbed at it fiercely. Yet it yielded no results. The symbol did not appear to be merely drawn on his skin, but rather seemed to be embedded within. What could this symbol signify? Frustration welled within him as he realized his understanding of this world was woefully inadequate. Restricted solely to the scant information gleaned from the game, Qin Hao furrowed his brow in determination, resolving to deepen his knowledge of this world in the future. At that moment, his pupils dilated. Someone was approaching. The presence drew near from the direction he had come, moving swiftly, radiating an overwhelming wave of spirit energy. The intense fear transmitted by the insects made it clear that the newcomer was beyond his capacity to confront. Was that direction from outside the mountain? Surely it could not be a beast. It could only be a person. Were they pursuing him? Qin Hao's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze fixated on the ominous symbol on his chest. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes that it was this very thing. With a powerful leap, Qin Hao emerged from the water, hastily propelling himself deeper into the mountain. Who could it be? Someone capable of instilling such dread in the insects must possess at least fourth-tier strength. Could it be summoned by the deceased Golden Thread Extreme Body? Indeed, it could only be him. Qin Hao's expression darkened. It seemed he had unwittingly stumbled into a glitch scenario. Although he had considered this possibility, he had not been foolish enough to remain at the scene of the incident. The corpse of Duan Shi had already vanished. He had distanced himself from the site of the crime, and though he had not fled far, he had ventured about 10 miles into the mountains. In Qin Hao's mind, this placed him at a significant advantage, potentially turning the case into an unsolvable mystery. Yet, with this peculiar symbol on him, he could not escape scrutiny within a 100-mile radius. Ultimately, it came down to his insufficient understanding of this world. Underestimating the capabilities of spirit energy practitioners, running away was not the source of despair. The true despair lay in the endless pursuit. Unable to shake off his pursuer at this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. He needed a plan. Qin Hao's expression grew somber, the muscles at the corner of his eye twitching involuntarily. His pace quickened as myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He brandished a kunai, plunging it forcefully into his chest. Focus. It's a stab, not a scrape. Qin Hao stifled a groan, his eyes wide and unblinking as he fixed his gaze on his chest. His right hand, holding the kunai, steadily pierced through the muscle that worked. The color faded. A sinister smile crept across Qin Hao's face. Just as he had surmised, if the pursuer relied on this strange symbol for tracking, then dismantling it would suffice. Scraping would not do. The symbol was likely tethered not only to the skin, but had seeped into the underlying muscle tissue. To obliterate this symbol entirely, he would need to stab deep enough to rupture both skin and muscle. Qin Hao had guessed correctly and taken a gamble that paid off. He hoped it did not extend to his heart. Yet, he was overthinking. The heart was a fragile organ that if one possessed the ability to connect to the heart, there would be no need for tracking. A direct assault on the heart would suffice. The fierce glint shone in Qin Hao's eyes as he continued to drive the kunai deeper into his body. He moved slowly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, pain being one aspect, but the tension was paramount. Just beneath his chest lay his heart. It was impossible not to feel anxious. He could not afford to be caught before he inadvertently caused his own demise. That would be laughable. The entire process was fraught with peril, allowing for no margin of error. Though he was acutely aware that his pursuer was closing in, he still had to pause in his efforts. It faded. It faded again. Almost there, with a sudden intensity in his gaze, Qin Hao gently pushed with his finger. Chapter 36. The Green Serpent Python Demon King. Second update. Not far away, the man in the red robe, floating in the air, observed a soul-chasing insect that abruptly halted and began to spin in place. The trace of astonishment finally flickered across his otherwise impassive face. Has it been dispelled? How did you manage that? I underestimated you. The failure of the soul-chasing insect to track was not surprising. With sufficient effort and repeated cleansing through one's spiritual abilities, it could always eliminate the residual runes. What puzzled him was how the opponent managed to eliminate the runes so swiftly. That speed seemed rather extraordinary. Moreover, the soul-chasing insect would typically sense the elimination of the runes, displaying signs of agitation and premonition, but this time, there was none at all. That it was as if the runes had been eradicated in an instant, leaving the insect with no opportunity to react. Fascinating. The eyes of the man in red brightened, as if he had discovered a novel toy, and with a flick of his finger, he dispatched the now ineffective soul-chasing insect. It must be in that direction. That he lifted himself over a meter off the ground, gliding forward like a gust of wind. That a wisp of black smoke appeared, after a peculiar writhing of the blood-red symbol on Qin Hao's chest. It reluctantly dissipated into the air. Qin Hao exhaled deeply, only to realize that he was drenched, as if he had just engaged in an intense battle. Damn! Qin Hao instinctively cursed, withdrawing a kunai, which, of course, was accompanied by another wave of painful grimaces. Stripping off his clothes, he rolled them up to fashion a makeshift bandage around his chest, and turning his head to glance behind, he hurriedly plunged into the woods. Having not ventured far, Qin Hao soon spotted a buzzing sound ahead. It was a nest of venomous bees, as thick as a water bucket, suspended from a dense tree. At a third-tier demon insect, the black venom bee. Known for its numbers and vengeful nature, this was a valuable find. Though merely third-tier, such swarming entities could easily cause fourth-tier beings to retreat. Their strong retaliatory instincts were advantageous. Qin Hao could recite the characteristics of all demon beasts in the spirit energy continent with his eyes closed. He was certainly well versed in the ferocity of the black venom bee. Although Qin Hao was unfamiliar with many aspects of this world, in other areas, such as rare treasures, exotic artifacts, and even demon beasts, he was akin to a living encyclopedia. He exchanged for detonation symbols and silver threads. Lying in the grass, he threaded a silver wire through a detonation symbol, gathered some twigs from the ground, and carefully navigated around the base of the black venom bee nest. Then, he moved aside, gently tugging the silver wire, causing the twigs entwined with the detonation symbol to slowly be drawn next to the nest. His movements were extraordinarily slow, and the black venom bees remained undisturbed. After completing these tasks, Qin Hao did not rush to leave. He intentionally left behind some distinct footprints before lying back down. Swiftly darting away, he did not flee too far, but concealed himself behind a nearby large tree, his little finger delicately entwined with the silver wire, his eyes gleaming as he focused intently on the nest ahead. The man in red continued to soar through the air, twisting and turning, and somehow managed to escape the assistance of the soul-chasing insect, following the faint traces Qin Hao had left behind. He gradually slowed his pace, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground. So it's nearby? He glanced at the nest of bees 5 meters ahead, not paying it much heed, while the black venom bee was fearsome. It typically did not exhibit aggressive tendencies. A cold smirk curled his lips. Having identified the opponent's trail, it was likely that the other party had not strayed far.is at you. Qin Hao, hidden in the tree and holding his breath, felt a chill as a cold smile crept across his lips, subtly tugging on the wire. The man in red suddenly halted, looking up as a barely perceptible ripple of fire-type spiritual energy flickered in his perception, causing his expression to change dramatically. With a push of his foot, he shot backward like lightning. Boom! Flames raged as a fire dragon slammed into the nest. The black nest was hurled into the air, and amid the explosion, countless fist-sized black dots erupted from within, buzzing ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. The nest was destroyed. The fury of the bee swarm ignited instantly, surging forth from the flames, frantically charging at the man in red. The intelligence of the black venom bee was not particularly high. When enraged, they would attack all living creatures in sight. The man in red clearly understood this principle, and he had no intention of standing still to explain. In fact, the moment the detonation symbol ignited, he decisively turned to flee. His quick reflexes were commendable, yet the furious swarm was not about to let him escape easily. A barrage of venomous stingers shot forth like bullets, targeting the man in red. If one thought the black venom bees attacked like ordinary wasps, they were sorely mistaken. These creatures had evidently evolved far beyond such primitive methods of assault. If ordinary wasps were akin to small aircraft, opting for suicide attacks, the black venom bees were true bombers, harboring a terrifying reservoir of venomous stingers within their bodies. Rat-a-tat-tat. A flurry of stingers erupted from the rear of the bees, followed by another volley, unleashing a rapid-fire barrage that wove a web of needles in front of the swarm. The man in red muttered a curse under his breath, not daring to look back. The overwhelming storm of stingers behind him posed a grave threat. Though he might not die from a hit, the pain would undoubtedly be unbearable. Damn, impressive, Qin Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape. This was far more thrilling than any computer-generated effects. However, that guy's reflexes were indeed remarkable. Qin Hao pursed his lips, ultimately abandoning the idea of pursuing. Perhaps the venomous bees would cause the man some trouble, but that was the extent of it. Any further expectations were mere fantasies. It was more prudent to seize this moment to escape. With a swift motion, Qin Hao slid down the tree trunk. Still airborne, just before landing, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his body curling instinctively as he propelled himself forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a giant python's tail, approximately 10 meters long, sweeping through the air, obliterating the very tree he had just hidden behind. Qin Hao's pupils dilated, his soul nearly escaping his body. "The green serpent python demon," he exclaimed, gazing into the golden vertical pupils of the green serpent python demon king, his heart sinking further. Those golden eyes belonged to a green serpent python demon king. Survival was no longer a given. The green serpent python was a demon beast difficult to categorize, considered a rare species among demon beasts, potentially ranging from 4th to 7th tier, with the green serpent python king being at least at the peak of the 4th tier. Cold, noble, indifferent, ruthless. This was the only information Qin Hao could glean from those vertical pupils. This serpent intended to devour him. Qin Hao felt his heart leap to his throat. The green serpent python demon was oblivious to motion, but keenly aware of stillness. In theory, with Qin Hao's stealth techniques, if he lay still, that massive creature would be blind to his presence. However, the persistent bleeding wound on his chest could easily guide the green serpent python demon king to his approximate location. If that tail swept through, he would have no choice but to move. Chapter 37. Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, as still as a maiden, as frantic as a mad dog. With a push of his foot, Qin Hao bolted. The moment he moved, the green serpent python demon king, as if provoked, immediately lunged after him. Fast, too fast, Qin Hao felt a shadow whip past him, as the tail of the snake lightly brushed against him. He was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood into the air, his chest muscles ripping apart uncontrollably, worsening his injuries. His face turned pale, brows furrowing deeply. Ignoring his pain, he curled up and spun rapidly through the air. Thud, thud, the war machine roared to life. Qin Hao ricocheted through the forest like a rubber ball, gaining speed with each bounce. His complexion grew increasingly ashen. With every leap, it felt as though his heart was taking another heavy blow. Yet, he persisted, not daring to pause. Desperately chasing forward, he was pursuing the man in red. Originally the harbinger of death chasing him, now he had become the savior Qin Hao needed to catch up with. Such is the unpredictable nature of fate. Boom, boom, boom. The azure serpent demon slithered across the ground, its serpentine tail transforming into myriad whip-like shadows, relentlessly pursuing Qin Hao with a frenzied onslaught, each strike barely missing its mark. A chill coursed down Qin Hao's spine, prickling his skin with goosebumps. Just a moment, just a fleeting instant, and he might very well meet his end. Nevertheless, despite his dire predicament, Qin Hao gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish his teleportation technique, for he sensed that the red-robed scholar could not be far off. The teleportation was his sole lifeline, to be wielded only at the most critical juncture. If, at that moment, the skill lay dormant, his fate would be sealed. Thus, it must be conserved until absolutely necessary. The red-robed scholar had taken a long detour to shed the accursed venomous bees, though he bore several painful stings as a result. With a darkened countenance, he raced back, intent on settling the score with Qin Hao, when suddenly the ground trembled violently beneath him, causing his eyes to widen in alarm. Not far ahead, a man and a serpent were charging towards him with earth-shattering force. His features stiffened, and he could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps today was not an opportune time for an outing. Qin Hao, oblivious to the scholar's internal musings, was nearing the brink of exhaustion. If the red-robed scholar did not make an appearance soon, he would be unable to withstand any longer. His eyes blazed with desperation, akin to a man spotting a long-lost relative. He let out a frantic cry, a sound so piercing and sorrowful that it could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. "Hero, save me. Save you, you say? I'll have you skewered." The red-robed scholar wasted no time. Turning on his heel and fleeing with remarkable swiftness, After such a painstaking search, how could he allow Qin Hao to escape? If he ran away, what was to become of him? Qin Hao was his only hope for survival. Hero, please don't run. If you do, I'll be devoured. I'm but a morsel. It won't be enough to satiate it. And then it will come for you. You can't possibly escape either. Truly, let me flee first. You are so much larger. If it devours you, it will be full, and 2 deaths are worse than 1. Right, hero? Shut up. The red-robed scholar's patience seemed to have reached its zenith, and he halted abruptly, spinning around, his fingers forming a sword gesture aimed at Qin Hao as he delivered a distant slash. He could no longer tolerate the incessant noise, resolving to eliminate Qin Hao first before making his escape. It appeared to require little effort that a sardonic smile crept across his lips as he envisioned Qin Hao being thwarted by his sword. Subsequently consumed by the great serpent behind him, Qin Hao's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting to one of eerie calm, a knowing smile playing upon his lips, which sent a chill down the scholar's spine. If you continue to flee, I truly have no recourse against you. However, should you choose to attack, your demise is assured. With astonishing speed, Qin Hao formed hand seals, vanishing just as the sword energy approached. Reappearing 20 meters to the side, he regarded the stunned red-robed scholar, extending a finger towards the heavens with a brilliant smile, as if to express his gratitude for the hero's salvation. A cold, fierce sword energy collided with a whip-like shadow in midair, producing a thunderous clang. Hiss! The azure serpent demon king raised its head abruptly, its icy serpent eyes scanning the motionless Qin Hao before settling on the distant red-robed scholar. The dignity of a king is not to be trifled with. It is a brazen assertion that it alone may strike. While no retaliation is permitted, as the apex of beasts, the azure serpent demon king's pride forbade any provocation. The red-robed scholar's sword energy had fully aroused its wrath, and as the demon king prepared to consume its prey, it no longer acknowledged Qin Hao's existence. Not everyone possesses the encyclopedic knowledge of beasts that Qin Hao does. It was entirely reasonable for the scholar to be ignorant of the nature of royal beasts. Heh. Although Qin Hao's complexion remained pale, he understood that he had been saved. A sly grin crept onto his lips as he flipped a kunai and hurled it towards the red-robed scholar. An exchange of courtesy is only proper. The scholar raised his hand to block the kunai, glancing around in vain for any sign of Qin Hao. The very moment he defended himself, the azure serpent demon king surged forward with even greater speed and ferocity, sweeping its tail across his path. You wretched beast, do you truly think I fear you? The scholar's face darkened, his frustration nearly causing him to spew blood. With a flourish of his folding fan, crafted from the rarest deep-sea iron, he unleashed a flurry of sharp, fan-shaped illusions that sliced through the air towards the demon king. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a grasping motion, an invisible force binding the massive serpent's head, rendering it immobile. As the serpent's head was ensnared, a distinctly human-like expression of rage ignited within the azure serpent demon king's eyes. How dare anyone presume to toy with a king's head? Hiss! The demon king's crimson fangs struck the air with blinding speed, while its long tail thrashed violently, creating a myriad of afterimages that clashed with the sweeping fan-shaped illusions in midair. Boom! The resounding blasts echoed above the forest, startling countless creatures into flight. Qin Hao, hidden amidst the distant underbrush, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums as darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. Startled, he quickly retreated a few paces. He could not bear to leave. The spectacle before him was a clash of titans, and it was entirely possible that both would fall in battle. To miss out on the spoils of this struggle would be a disservice to the narrow escapes he had already endured. With opportunities like this, one would be struck by lightning for failing to seize them. Qin Hao lay flat against the ground, his pale complexion gaining a hint of color from the thrill of the moment. Even the pain in his chest seemed to subside. The adage money over life was indeed part of his character. His eyes glinted with excitement as he fixated on the duel between man and serpent, his mind racing with the prospect of rewards, while drool dripped onto the grass without a care. Chapter 38. The serpent's eye prison. The folding fan in the red-robed scholar's hand was forged from deep-sea iron. Clearly a rare artifact and a spiritual treasure. Utilizing this treasure was evidently draining on his spiritual energy, yet its power was terrifyingly formidable, as evidenced by the massive wounds marring the azure serpent demon king's seemingly iron-like hide. The scholar was drenched in sweat, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly. His left hand, gripping the fan, had turned white, and crimson blood seeped from his eardrums. The human body, after all, is not as resilient as that of a demon beast. And the continuous sonic vibrations in the air had inflicted severe damage upon him. Though the Azure Serpent Demon King appeared battered, those were merely external injuries. The reality was that the scholar's internal organs had sustained grievous harm, marking a truly dire situation. Damn it, this beast possesses immense strength. His initial strategy had been to bind the Demon King's head and cleave it with a single sweep of his fan. But he had not anticipated the serpent's tail to be so agile, deflecting all his attacks. The force straining against his grip grew increasingly potent, rendering him unable to maintain his hold. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the nearby underbrush. But he could find no trace of Qin. How a wave of unease washed over him. He couldn't believe that the treacherous fellow had simply departed. The absence of the rogue only suggested that he was hiding exceptionally well, thereby escalating the danger level exponentially. He had to remain vigilant, divided in his focus to guard against potential ambush. Two serpents. One, the Azure Serpent Demon King, and the other, a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Despite the Azure Serpent Demon King's power being tenfold that of Qin Hao, the red-robed scholar found the hidden snake to be the greater threat. Such patience it displayed. The robed scholar revealed a hint of a bitter smile on his face. He deliberately maintained the stalemate, waiting for Qin Hao to show himself to it that moment. He would risk enduring a blow from the Azure Serpent Python King just to instantaneously slay Qin Hao, before turning back to deal with the Azure Serpent Python King at his leisure. Yet, to his dismay, Qin Hao showed no intention of revealing himself at this juncture. He could no longer hold on. For cultivators struggled to match the brute strength of monstrous beasts. Suddenly, he retracted his left hand, and 5 streams of golden light shot forth from his fingertips, resembling slender golden needles piercing towards the serpent's eyes. Simultaneously, he stepped forward, his body spiraling thrice in midair, sending forth a fan-shaped shadow the size of a palm. Each rotation produced a fan shadow that whistled through the air, vanishing in an instant. Though the fan shadows were small, they were exceedingly refined, appearing almost tangible. The golden spiritual energy they contained was so formidable that even the distant Qin Hao could sense its unparalleled might. Indeed, this fellow had a trick up his sleeve. It was inconceivable that a cultivator would foolishly engage in a contest of strength with a beast, clearly intending to lure me out. How insidious. Yet he failed to consider that if he could see through such a cunning ruse, it only indicated that he himself was even more treacherous. Hiss! The Azure Serpent Python King let out a piercing scream, its massive serpentine body twisting and turning, inadvertently brushing against a fan shadow, leaving a gaping wound on its tail. Such tough skin, such agility. The robed scholar felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated that the colossal body of the Azure Serpent Python would be so nimble in evasion, nor that its serpent skin would be so resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to sever even when struck. Time and again, he found himself wounded, suffering repeated setbacks. The golden vertical pupils of the Azure Serpent Python King were now entirely consumed by fury. A beam of golden light shooting forth from its eyes, instantly creating an invisible ripple that spread outward from the creature. The moment the golden light appeared, Qin Hao, like a startled rabbit, ceased to conceal himself and unhesitatingly activated his instantaneous movement technique, sprinting desperately into the distance. The robed scholar's expression stiffened, and he pushed off backward, his folding fan still waving dismissively at the springing Qin Hao. The next moment, he stood frozen in place. A bolt of golden lightning struck above him, as if his very soul were on the verge of shattering, an indescribable pain causing him to howl in agony. His body seemed ensnared by an irresistible force. A gray vapor began to emanate from beneath his feet, shifting mysteriously in the air until it transformed into a snake as thick as a finger, swiftly darting into his left leg. Crack, crack. The sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. The robed scholar's left leg gradually turned to stone from the bottom up. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, running forward with all his might. His eyes filled with horror as a golden ripple loomed perilously close behind him. He absolutely could not allow it to touch him. Contact would mean being struck by lightning. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step felt unbearably heavy, as if lead weighed him down. He counted his steps, frantically calculating the distance. Just as the golden ripple was about to make contact, he summoned every ounce of strength. Suddenly tumbling forward, using hands and feet to propel himself an additional 3 meters. That 3 meters represented the thin line between life and death. The golden light abruptly halted, coming to rest mere inches behind Qin Hao. Then, a fan-shaped phantom shot forth, striking him viciously in the back and sending him flying. He coughed up blood, his back a mass of mangled flesh revealing stark white bone, yet he laughed heartily. Twisting in midair to glance back, centered around the azure serpent python king, a golden ripple echoed within a 100-meter radius, the entire area suffused with gold, countless golden lightning bolts rampaging. Each lightning strike was accompanied by a gray snake, signifying that some part of a living being's body had been permanently petrified. The azure serpent python king's innate divine ability, Serpent Eye Hell, meant that under the gaze of its serpent eye, the mortal realm became a purgatory, truly terrifying. Qin Hao muttered to himself, greedily opening his mouth to breathe in the fresh air, only to burst into wild laughter. He never expected to encounter such a horrifying innate ability and still survive. Huh? Qin Hao turned to the terrified robed scholar and the barely conscious azure serpent python king on the ground, his smile growing even broader. What splendid fortune! Indeed, such splendid fortune. Not every azure serpent python king possesses an innate ability. Nor is every innate ability as fearsome as Serpent Eye Hell. The odds were a mere 1 in 100,000, and was there even 100,000 azure serpent python kings on the entire continent? Likely not. Most importantly, he had survived. It was as if his ancestors' graves were emitting green smoke. Qin Hao propped himself up with one hand, feeling the excruciating injuries on his back, his fingers even able to touch his spine through the shredded flesh. He smirked, licking his lips, and sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the robed scholar with a beaming smile. That smile was chillingly cold. Chapter 39. I and the great winner. Qin Hao sat 100 meters away, his eyes sparkling as he fixated on the robed scholar, making no rash move forward. Even though the scholar had lost a leg, a dying camel is larger than a horse, with the prospect of reaping the rewards and becoming the ultimate victor within reach. Qin Hao would not allow a moment of impatience to lead to lifelong regret. Hero, you truly are fierce, even managing to bring down the azure serpent python king. But are you certain you won't kill it quickly? If it recovers, I might escape. But you? Qin Hao cast a mischievous glance at the robed scholar's petrified leg, deliberately feigning a mocking expression. You? The robed scholar trembled with rage, staring at his stone-like leg. Breath coming in fits, feeling a heaviness in his chest that a tumult of anxiety, fear, and resentment intertwined deep within his soul, making each moment a torment to endure. Me? What about me? Fear not, noble hero. I shall take my leave shortly, and will not disturb your feast on the azure serpent python king. You? Wait, you just said azure serpent python king. The robed scholar suddenly seemed to recall something, his face flushing crimson, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on Qin Hao. You know it is the azure serpent python king, so what was that just now? Indeed, the azure serpent python king, its innate ability, Serpent Eye Hell. It tears the soul and petrifies limbs. Then, can my leg be restored? He harbored a glimmer of hope. Qin Hao scoffed. You're about to lose your life, and you still wish for your leg? Ah, I hate this, you little devil. I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. The last vestige of hope for the robed scholar was ruthlessly shattered. He seethed with rage, hurling a torrent of curses and venomous insults at Qin Hao. Qin Hao wiped the false smile from his face, rising from the ground while toying with a black kunai, vigilantly observing the robed scholar and assessing his remaining combat strength, pondering whether he was genuinely incapacitated or merely feigning weakness to lure him in. Hero, this is getting rather dull. You come to kill me, and I retaliate. Isn't that only natural? Who can you blame? The robed scholar hesitated, his words faltering before he finally sighed, seemingly resigned to his fate and falling silent. After a few breaths, Qin Hao's eyes flickered before a grin spread across his face. Answer some of my questions, and I'll grant you a swift end. Ask away. The robed scholar lowered his head, striving to conceal the unwillingness and resentment in his eyes, yet his tone remained deceptively calm. How did you find me? The person you killed was from the Duan family. The dean had planted a soul-seeking talisman on him. Upon your killing him, the talisman would manifest and transfer to you, allowing the soul-seeking insects nurtured by his blood to track you down. What a bizarre method. Qin Hao secretly marveled. then continued, "How can it be eliminated?" "Dante, you already know how." The robed scholar stared at Qin Hao in astonishment. Qin Hao then tore away the fabric binding him, revealing a wound on his chest through which a blade had pierced. What a ruthless individual. The robed scholar felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, that method could work, but who would dare to employ it? Had he known his opponent was such a madman, he would never have pursued him. Such a person was far too dangerous. You can wash it clean with spiritual energy repeatedly, and after 7 days, it will be eliminated, or you can leave the range of 1,000 miles. And the soul-seeking insects will naturally lose their sense that, oh, and who is the Duan family? In the presence of General Wu Wei of the current dynasty, the atmosphere was curiously harmonious. Qin Hao inquired, and the robed scholar in crimson responded. Not only did he answer, but his words were devoid of deceit, offering an astonishing level of detail. After posing a few more questions, Qin Hao suddenly broke into an inexplicable grin. "You are stalling for time. Silence. So am I." Qin Hao chuckled, a cunning expression emerging on his face, causing the crimson-robed scholar to feel a chill in his heart. "You are missing a leg, while I am severely injured and losing blood. If this drags on, I may not be able to defeat you. In the end, whether I wish to retreat or not, I shall have no choice but to do so. You have concealed a signal for help in your sleeve. Haven to you. You refrained from using it earlier because you lacked the confidence to sustain it in my presence, fearing that you might provoke me. Now that you have nearly recovered, there is no need for concealment. Is there?" Upon realizing that his thoughts had been laid bare, the crimson-robed scholar chose to abandon his pretense. Carefully igniting the signal in his hand, his tense demeanor finally relaxed somewhat, though his expression soon returned to one of fury. "Little devil, I have vowed to tear you to shreds." Qin Hao's countenance darkened. A slight twist of his waist sent a jolt of excruciating pain through him. In such a state, he could barely muster 30% of his strength. The crimson-robed scholar, witnessing Qin Hao's agony, displayed a clear sense of delight. Yet, Qin Hao regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a fool. "That I am gravely wounded, and you do not even wield your fan anymore, which indicates that your offensive capabilities have dwindled to mere self-preservation. Moreover, you are unable to move. That I truly fail to comprehend from where you derive the confidence to endure until help arrives. Do you genuinely believe that I would foolishly allow you to delay time?" At that moment, the crimson-robed scholar was about to speak, when Qin Hao's left hand formed a loose grip. And, unbeknownst to him, countless insects that had been crawling on the body of the blue serpent python king suddenly surged into its wounds with frenetic energy. Hiss! The blue serpent python king emitted a feeble wail, its massive serpentine body writhing on the ground for a moment, crushing some of the insects, but utterly failing to impede the countless others that continued to burrow into its flesh. The innate divine ability could not be easily activated. Once unleashed, it would leave the body in a state of extreme weakness, an archetypal tactic of inflicting 1,000 points of harm upon oneself while damaging the enemy by 800. Especially after being battered by the crimson-robed scholar beforehand, it was rendered even more feeble, teetering on the brink of death. That in light of this, Qin Hao could only remark, "Indeed, the intelligence of demon beasts leaves much to be desired." Before calmly accepting this unexpected boon, the blue serpent python king struggled, its signs of resistance growing increasingly feeble. Its body was now infested with swarms of tiny insects that ravaged its insides mercilessly. The torment of being devoured by myriad insects widened its golden vertical pupils, which were filled with agony and crawling creatures. The crimson-robed scholar's limbs tingled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He seemed to envision a terrifying scene, his gaze fixed upon Qin Hao as if he were a demon deity that moment. A scene even more unbelievable and horrifying unfolded before his eyes. Damage assessment successful. The blue serpent python king has been slain. Soul extraction in progress. Overlevel kill assessment successful. Gained 240,000 experience points. Experience gauge forcibly reset. Level up successful. Ding. Ding. Current level assessed at level 13. Experience gauge assessment. 60,000 to 40000. All attributes 2, skill points 20, free attribute points 4. Gained 2,000 exchange points. Acquired the skill Shadow Snake Hand, 6th tier. Acquired the secret technique Soft Body Transformation Method. Do you wish to learn? Learning. Chapter 40. Mutual Destruction, the long-awaited level-up notification. Exquisite. Qin Hao gently stroked the cool kunai. a golden light visible only to him enveloping his entire being that a fleeting sensation of tingling coursed through him, and a malicious smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze upon the stupefied crimson-robed scholar. His eyes burning with an intensity that could pierce through flesh, arrogance, pretentiousness, self-indulgence, and even a hint of youthful folly. These traits were but the flickering glow of fireflies, mere superficial decorations. The true essence of Qin Hao lay in the relentless vendetta and ruthless determination deeply ingrained in his very being. Contradictory? No. It was akin to a starry sky, where starlight coexists with the sun and moon, yet the brilliance of stars pales in comparison to the luminescence of the celestial bodies. The crimson-robed scholar's complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the visible recovery of Qin Hao's injuries. His fingers trembled, and his lips quivered, engulfed by a profound chill. Instinctively, he sensed that this unfathomable turn of events was connected to the insects from earlier. Yet no amount of thought could unravel the specifics. What exactly are you? In truth, he wished to ask Qin Hao, are you even human? As he observed the swarm of insects scuttling back into Qin Hao's body, he finally grasped their origin. This realization only deepened his terror. What manner of monster could harbor insects within its own flesh? Suddenly, a horrifying thought struck him, draining the color from his face, and he blurted out, "You are a demon." Before the words had fully left his lips, Qin Hao flicked his wrist, sending the kunai hurtling straight for the crimson-robed scholar's face. Simultaneously, he pushed off the ground, lunging forward in pursuit of the kunai. The crimson-robed scholar's pupils contracted. He forced himself to maintain composure, snapping his folding fan shut and striking the oncoming kunai. He then swiftly reopened the fan, fanning it towards the advancing Qin Hao. His left hand was not idle either. He formed a claw-like grip, aiming at Qin Hao's neck with a forceful tug that I knew you would do this. Qin Hao's expression sharpened, and he abruptly halted, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth while anchoring himself firmly to the ground at his feet. A blade-like surge composed of writhing insects shot forth, aimed directly at the crimson-robed scholar's petrified left leg. Coward! Sweat beaded on the crimson-robed scholar's forehead as a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his spiritual energy, his left hand gripping tightly once more in a desperate attempt to pull. He aimed to strike Qin Hao down before his left leg could be shattered. The innate divine ability of the blue serpent python king was indeed terrifying. He could feel that he had lost far more than just a leg. Even more dreadful was the sensation that his very soul had been violently ripped, leaving a gaping void in his consciousness, rendering his once mighty spiritual energy as stagnant as a pool of dead water. Utterly unresponsive, summoning all his mental faculties, he could only muster a faint flicker of energy, barely enough to gamble on a last-ditch effort. Failure would mean certain death. With this thought in mind, the crimson-robed scholar's grip inexplicably strengthened threefold. A cornered rabbit will bite, so too would a cultivated eye in the face of despair. A flicker of deadly resolve ignited within him, his essence coalescing with unprecedented clarity. The once stagnant pool of spiritual energy began to stir ever so slightly. Between life and death lay immense terror and untapped potential that he held his breath, his fingers turning pale, yet his eyes shone with an intense determination, a fierce will to survive. The air thickened like a tangible wall between the two, as if an invisible hand extinguished the fire dragon and tightened its grip around Qin Hao's throat. Qin Hao found his breath constricted, his face reddening as he was inexorably pulled toward the crimson-robed scholar, or rather, toward the sharp-edged shadow of the fan in the air. The fan's shadow was frigid. Even before it reached him, the chill seeped into Qin Hao's chest, raising the hairs on his body. If struck, death would be inevitable. A mere mortal, with a pierced heart, would surely succumb to the grave. Qin Hao stared at the crimson-robed scholar, his lips whitened from biting down too hard, yet his expression remained unfazed. It seems this is your final burst of strength, that if this is all you can muster, you will not be able to kill me. He silently contemplated, swiftly forming a hand seal that had long been prepared. Substitution technique activated successfully. Chakra cost, 50 points. Cooldown timer, 90 seconds. That a piece of broken wood, commonplace in the forest, materialized, instantly splintered into fragments. The crimson-robed scholar's face paled in shock, his mind racing to comprehend this bizarre technique. He slightly adjusted his left hand, pointing toward where Qin Hao had appeared not far from his original position. Clenching his fingers tightly once more, while his right hand discarded the fan and mirrored the action, aiming at the shadowy fan that had veered off course. His remaining spiritual energy was insufficient to wield the treasured fan again. However, he could still manage to alter the trajectory of his attack with great effort. Yet, as he performed these actions, he intentionally slowed his movements by a fraction of a second. Indeed, Qin Hao's figure flickered once more, instantaneously relocating to a position 20 meters to the side. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, vividly etched in his memory, evoking a deep-seated rage within the red-robed scholar who ground his teeth in frustration. It was this bizarre technique of instantaneous movement that had led to his downfall, rendering him vulnerable to his current plight, all attributable to this wretched skill. How could he not remain vigilant? He was perpetually prepared, awaiting this very moment. The veins on his forehead bulged, his lips curled into a snarl, and the hatred in his bloodshot eyes erupted into a palpable murderous intent aimed squarely at Qin Hao. "You little demon, prepare to meet your end." Crack! A streak of black sword light collided with his petrified left leg, fissures appearing in its wake, shattering it to pieces. His body faltered, crashing heavily towards the ground. Yet, he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Even as his body lost balance, his two hands, clenched tightly, resolutely targeted their respective marks. Exerting all his strength in a simultaneous pull and swing that he unleashed the last vestiges of power he could muster, a manic grin spreading across his face as he fixed his eyes on Qin Hao. A wave of unparalleled suction, far more potent than before, surged towards Qin Hao, causing his entire body to stiffen, as if he were a marionette pulled by invisible strings, racing towards the flickering shadow before him. Boom! Qin Hao merely parted his lips, and the swarm of insects enveloping the red-robed scholar dispersed in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, beneath him, among the shattered stones, a detonation talisman revealed its lethal intent. Was it truly a mutually assured destruction? How could that be possible? With victory within his grasp, how could Qin Hao be so reckless as to perish alongside the red-robed scholar? The multiplication technique was successfully activated. Qin Hao's frail form inflated inexplicably, akin to a balloon, soaring from a height of 1.4 meters to an astounding 1.7 meters, causing the smile on the red-robed scholar's face to abruptly freeze. Rendered immobile, amidst the flames, a chilling wail emanated, a scarlet figure propelled into the air, only to crash back down violently onto the ground. Within the brilliant blaze, the vivid red of the long robe seemed to grow increasingly resplendent. Chapter 41. From threads to wealth, his stature suddenly surged, leading the shadow that was originally aimed at his chest to now only reach his abdomen. The same attack, yet a different location, resulted in a vastly different degree of lethality. One was certain death, while the other merely promised severe injury. Qin Hao's expression hardened as a surge of chakra coursed through his body along an unusual pathway, resonating within his abdomen, spine, and chest, producing a sound that sent shivers down his spine. The secret technique of soft body transformation was initiated. Suddenly, the muscles and bones of his upper body softened, and with a slight exertion, his abdomen contorted in a most peculiar manner, resembling a mollusk. Buffed. Though he had just begun to master the soft body transformation technique, it was insufficient to evade the attack entirely. The sharp shadow still grazed the side of his abdomen, carving a deep gash. Fortunately, his internal organs remained unscathed. The secret technique was a distinct skill from ninjutsu, a fact Qin Hao had intuitively understood upon deciding to learn it. In essence, it was not classified as ninjutsu, but rather a method of refinement, unable to be upgraded directly with skill points, bound by stringent limitations, demanding time and effort for self-training, impossible to achieve overnight. Yet, it was exceptionally formidable. Currently, his only secret technique was the soft body transformation, aptly named for its ability to progressively soften the body. When perfected, each part of the body could become as pliable as rubber, capable of bending and twisting at will. This made it exceedingly difficult to defend against, truly a terrifying prospect, even with only 10 points in soft body transformation. Its exceptional power had already manifested. The greatest reward from slaying the Green Snake Demon King was not merely the replenishment of his dwindling exchange points, but the acquisition of this rare secret technique. Furthermore, while the technique operated utilizing chakra, it did not deplete it, which was another of its remarkable attributes. Gazing at the 2-finger-long gash on his abdomen, Qin Hao furrowed his brow slightly, deactivating the multiplication technique, causing his body to revert to its original size, which also reduced the wound by half. He initially sought to find some clothing to bind the injury, but upon noticing the insects scurrying back towards him, an idea sparked in his mind. One by one, the insects adhered to the wound, swiftly weaving a dense black gauze around it, staunching the blood flow without hindering the wound's recovery. That he moved about slightly, and the gauze remained steadfastly in place, seemingly bonded to the wound. Though it appeared somewhat grotesque, its efficacy was commendable. Qin Hao chuckled, quite pleased with his self-invented blood-stopping bandage. The scholar's anguished cries gradually diminished, while the crimson robe billowed gracefully in the flames, showing no signs of damage, clearly not an ordinary garment. Yet, the flames persisted, their scorching heat sufficient to claim the red-robed scholar's life, even without ignition. His face contorted, teeth clenched, hair and eyebrows reduced to ash. Bubbles the size of fingernails formed on his skin, only to burst, leaving behind charred, cracked remnants. The vitality of a cultivator truly was tenacious, even in such agony. He clung to life. Qin Hao felt no trace of compassion on his face. His gaze was cold and indifferent, his words tinged with a hint of mockery. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern a complete absence of emotion. Merely a serene calmness that bordered on apathy. Qin Hao had never been a benevolent soul. His experiences as an orphan in his past life had instilled in him a total lack of mercy for anyone posing a threat to him. If given the chance, he would not hesitate to employ the most brutal, merciless methods to eliminate his adversaries. The red-robed scholar's face had become unrecognizable. He gazed at Qin Hao with pleading eyes, attempting to speak, but his weakened vocal cords were choked with bubbles, rendering him voiceless. "Help me. In my suffering." Qin Hao stood at a distance, deciphering the scholar's plea from his expression, yet he offered no response. A shuriken poised in his palm, aimed at the red-robed scholar, was not intended to kill, but to prevent him from taking his own life. If he were to commit suicide, there would be no experience points to gain, and Qin Hao would never permit such an occurrence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute later, a string of characters appeared on his retina, prompting Qin Hao to retract the shuriken, exhaling a sigh of relief as he approached the red-robed scholar. Damage assessment successful. Kill confirmed. Success in exceeding the kill threshold, earning 270,000 experience points. Level up achieved. All attributes 1. Free attribute points 2. Skill points 10. Current level 14. Acquired ninjutsu. The 3 great blade techniques of the windmill, rank 6. Gained 2,000 exchange points. Qin Hao's palm involuntarily clenched, an overwhelming sense of euphoria washing over him. As if he were on the brink of ecstasy, he had struck gold. The Green Snake Demon King and the Red-Robe Scholar combined had provided a staggering 4,000 exchange points, an absolute fortune. Finally, he could redeem the coveted Sharingan that he had long coveted while struggling with financial constraints. In one moment, he was a penniless wretch. In the next, a wealthy magnate. Such a dazzling transformation, a raw and unabashed sense of happiness. Tears brimmed in Qin Hao's eyes, feeling as though his tears were crafted from exchange points. At last, he had escaped poverty, no longer to suffer from destitution. The hard days were finally behind him. He chuckled with glee. Qin Hao raised his gaze to the sky, taking a moment to extinguish the flames before stripping the red robe from the corpse and donning it himself. Swiftly, he retrieved the folding fan from the ground. Darting into the forest, disappearing without a trace. "We are the pests. We are the pests. After us, not a blade of grass remains. Treasures, techniques, we shall take them all." As Qin Hao ran, he hummed a tune he had composed. The song of the gold diggers, filled with exuberance. In front of him, the long unseen character template displayed remarkable changes in data, undoubtedly quickening his steps and elevating his spirits even further. Name: Qin Hao race, human attributes, strength 24. 7. Agility 25.8. Constitution 12.4, weak, intelligence 13.3, perception 13.7. Psychic affinity 0. Profession, Genin level 14. Talent, physical system, Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, Yamanaka clan's insect jutsu. Health points 110, 110. Chakra 110, 011. Experience points 94, 800. Skill points 80. Attribute points 6. Professional skills: Basic Ninjutsu 50, Basic Taijutsu 50, Body Flicker Technique 40, Substitution Technique 10, reconnaissance technique 20, fire release, great fire dragon technique 10, shadow snake hand 10, manipulation of the 3 great blades of wind 10. Secret technique, soft body modification technique 10. Talent skills, war chariot 15, multiplication technique 10, insect jutsu 10. Items, explosive tag 0, kunai 3, military rations pill 2, flash bomb 1, smoke bomb 1, exchange points 4 for 60. With a forceful push from his foot, Qin Hao leaped high into the air, the slightly loose and elongated red robe drawing a magnificent arc against the cold moonlit frost, resembling a flame of blood, otherworldly and audacious. Chapter 42. A pair of Sharingan. The exchange store was filled with a dazzling array of items. Now, Qin Hao finally possessed a modicum of wealth, shedding the garb of poverty and eagerly dashing into the exchange marketplace. To be honest, he had never thoroughly examined the items in the marketplace before, not for lack of desire, but due to his impoverished state. Glancing at those prices was akin to a millennia-old virgin enveloping herself in layers of fabric, leaving one feeling utterly daunted. Poverty breeds ambition. At this moment, with 4,000 points of unexpected wealth in hand, Qin Hao's courage surged, his eyes gleaming with excitement as they roamed back and forth, seemingly intent on indulging in a lavish spree with a few alluring beauties. Ahem, correction. He was about to squander extravagantly to asa pauper. One gazes up at the affluent. As a tycoon, one naturally looks down upon the masses. 6 Pad's body, 10 million. 10 Tails, 8 million. Rinnegan, 6 million. Uchiha Madara's corpse, 6 million. First Hokage's corpse, 6 million. Minato Namikaze's corpse, 5 million. Ahem. In an instant, Qin Hao felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, the harsh reality swiftly teaching him to remain grounded. Shattering his illusions. A tycoon, or merely a destitute fool? The winds rise and the clouds soar. The brave take flight and never return. The corners of Qin Hao's eyes twitched, his fiery spirit abruptly extinguished. Akin to a momentary impotence, he licked his parched lips, muttering defiantly, "Wealth and fame are but fleeting illusions, mere refuse." His murmurs, akin to a soul's lament, were imbued with an indescribable sorrow. In life, one must remain grounded. Gazing upwards is far more prudent. A revelation struck Qin Hao. Explosive tag, 20 points. Military rations pill, 100 points. Kunai, 20 points. Blank ceiling scroll, 100 points. Flash bomb, smoke bomb, 50 points each. Upon reviewing these prices, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. When he beheld the coveted Sharingan, his earlier discontent transformed into a sweet elation, blooming in his heart. Sharingan. Beginner, 1,000 points. Intermediate, 5,000 points. Advanced, 10,000 points. Manjiki. The beginner version sufficed. He was a man easily contented, with a foolish grin, akin to the fulfillment of a long-held dream. Qin Hao declared aloud, "Beginner Sharingan exchange. Beginner Sharingan. Exchange successful, deducting 1,000 points." Qin Hao blinked, rubbing his eyes vigorously, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Had it truly transformed into Sharingan? Why did it feel as though nothing had changed? Exiting the marketplace, his eyes brightened, and with a hint of confusion, he discovered a new entry in his inventory. Beginner Sharingan. 1. Raising an eyebrow, he flipped his palm, a foreboding sensation washing over him. The crimson, alluring orbs exuded an irresistible power. If the eyes are the windows to the soul, then these orbs were devoid of purity, offering only anguish, sin, and malevolence. The Sharingan, the cursed eye of evil, also a symbol of immense power. Truly, a beauty beyond words. For reasons unknown, as Qin Hao gazed at the orbs in his hand, he felt a pulse of life within them. No longer mere animated illusions, but a tangible reality far surpassing his imagination. A beauty unparalleled, beyond all descriptions. This is mine. These eyes are destined to be mine. Strangely, as if by natural instinct, a singular thought took root in Qin Hao's mind. Eclipsing all others, they were meant to reside within me. Greed? Ambition? Uncertain, but Qin Hao felt as though the eyes in his grasp were the ones meant to dwell in his own sockets all along. A chill wind swept by. Qin Hao chuckled softly. Acknowledging his own obsession, he exhaled deeply to regain his composure, scrutinizing the mesmerizing eyes before him, and a series of words emerged. causing his face to darken. Beginner Sharingan, Usage 1. Implantation. Through surgery, there is a certain probability of successfully acquiring the current Sharingan's abilities and possibly activating an incomplete Uchiha bloodline. Usage 2. Unlocking the bloodline's essentials. By unlocking the ocular Uchiha Sharingan, one will definitely acquire the current Sharingan's abilities and fully activate the Uchiha bloodline. Usage 3. Rune Refinement. Specific to this world. Details unknown. Implantation. Unlocking. Rune Refinement. A complex array of emotions flooded Qin Hao. A blend of joy and frustration. Joy in finally understanding how to unlock the ocular bloodline limit. Frustration in realizing the arduous journey ahead. Acquiring the Sharingan was no simple feat. In an instant. The feeling of being duped by the system surged within him, extinguishing any desire to continue perusing the marketplace. He decisively exited the marketplace and opened the bloodline limit interface, switching to the ocular page. Once shrouded in darkness, the previously locked page now bore the dull hue of the Uchiha Sharingan's bloodline symbol. Though still unlit, it contrasted sharply with its surroundings. Qin Hao understood. This indicated he had met certain unlocking conditions, but lacked the complete set of keys. Uchiha Sharingan, Mirror of the Soul's Eye. Beginner, Single Tomo Sharingan. Unlocking conditions. 1 Beginner Sharingan pair. 2 Bloodline Advancement 1 Completeness. 3 Bloodline Value 1 point. Advancement Path. Intermediate, Double Tomo Sharingan. Advancement Conditions. 1 Unlocked Beginner Sharingan. 2 Bloodline Advancement 1 Completeness. 3 Bloodline Value 9 points. Note. The intermediate Sharingan can be directly unlocked. Conditions. 1 Intermediate Sharingan pair. 2 Bloodline Advancement 1 Completeness. 3 Bloodline Value 15 points. The distinction lay in the expenditure of more exchange points for one and the necessity of higher bloodline advancement and value for the other. Qin Hao frowned, feeling overwhelmed by the influx of information, unsure which option was more advantageous. However, it was evident that he need not grasp all these details immediately, for neither option required the urgent attention of one struggling to even secure the basics. There should be another method to bypass these steps altogether. Advancement in rank. Qin Hao mused, yet promptly dismissed the thought. The reason was simple. That path was far too slow. Comparatively, Qin Hao preferred this seemingly brutal approach. Based on the information he possessed, accumulating bloodline advancement and value would likely necessitate the sacrifice of certain so-called geniuses, an unapologetically bloody and ruthless path. But what of it? This world was on the brink of a new era, where geniuses would be plentiful. That if they must perish, then so be it, to slay them for his own gain, building his unparalleled potential upon the corpses of these prodigies. Merely imagining this stirred a fervor within him. Geniuses can go to hell. One is enough for me. Deep within, Qin Hao had long harbored such grand aspirations, and at this moment, he found himself with a compelling justification to wield the blade. He had no reason to refuse. Regarding geniuses, Qin Hao had always approached them with the utmost malice. As for the reasons, one could interpret it as a clash of kindred spirits, view him as an extreme egotist, or even consider him a severe mental case. Alternatively, one could simply regard it as the ugliness of human nature. Interpret it as you will. He would not offer explanations, only the resolve to raise the blade. One day, Qin Hao shall make his name echo throughout the world. This name has never been one of virtue. How many truly benevolent souls have ever gained renown? Chapter 43. The Tragic Song of the Pig. Dean, shall we venture into the mountains to search? The misty fog mountain looms vast, seamlessly connecting to the formidable expanse of the 10,000 mountains, without the guiding presence of the soul-chasing worm. The prospect of locating an individual amidst this boundless range is daunting indeed. Qi Xingsai's countenance twisted in an odd expression as he fixated on the stripped corpse beneath him, particularly on the shattered remnants of stone scattered about. After a prolonged moment, he finally averted his gaze. The Serpent Eye Prison. Should one commend your cunning or deem you fortunate? His tone faltered momentarily before he commanded. The corpse of the green serpent man-eater is a valuable prize in its own right. Extract the crystal core and transport the body to the armament prison. Yes, several subordinates responded, exhibiting no surprise at the absence of the green serpent man-eater's crystal core, for if the dean had asserted it remained unclaimed, then it assuredly was. In their minds, Qi Xingsai's judgments had never faltered. What of General Duan? Qi Shankai remained silent, his gaze drifting deep into the forest, probing inward, precisely in the direction from which Qin Hao had departed. His eyes held a profound depth, lost in contemplation. After a while, he roused from his reverie, gesturing with a single hand as a gust of wind swept through, drawing a cluster of black insects. Half embedded in the earth, into his sleeve. Achoo! Qin Hao sneezed, halting abruptly, turning to glance behind him, a chill creeping up his spine. Was it merely an illusion? He rubbed his slightly sore eyes, persistently feeling the presence of someone watching him from behind. Sending shivers down his spine, it was prudent to distance himself further. The continent harbored numerous insidious methods, and one could easily fall prey to them. Not every encounter would be as fortuitous as meeting the foolish green serpent man-eater, who had inadvertently shielded him from disaster. With this thought, Qin Hao quickened his pace as the rooster crowed, heralding the dawn. The misty fog mountain was devoid of weaklings, those merely fit for sustenance. Yet, as the horizon began to blush with the light of day, a cacophony of peculiar howls arose from the mountain. Beasts, ferocious and wild, stood equal at this moment, ready to greet the first rays of sunlight. The forest buzzed with life, lang of sounds as countless creatures embarked on their quest for sustenance. Some transformed into prey, others commenced their feasting, while many still sought the means to fill their bellies. The dense fog lingered, shrouding the scene. A winged leopard burst forth from the thicket, pouncing upon a robust four-toothed boar, bringing it crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, it unleashed two razor-sharp wind blades across the boar's back, leaving deep gashes. Moo! The four-toothed boar, in agony, bellowed in a frenzy, springing back to its feet, its tusks elongating to a menacing 2-meter length, charging forward in a wild rage. Boom! The winged leopard, sensing danger, turned to flee, its movements graceful, akin to a masterful assassin weaving through the trees. The four-toothed boar, however, was undeterred. Its four stout hooves whirled like a tempest, crashing through the underbrush with reckless abandon, shattering stones and splintering trees, rapidly closing the distance to the fleeing winged leopard. Perched above, a shadow darted, lightly springing from the tops of several trees, akin to a nimble monkey, landing on another branch. Every action was executed solely with its legs, hands dangling freely at its sides, appearing remarkably bizarre. Its slender frame was draped in an evidently oversized red robe, the fabric mysteriously resilient as it brushed against the foliage without a tear. This individual was none other than Qin Hao, awakened from slumber by the commotion below. A four-toothed boar. How fortuitous that one finds a pillow when weary and a meal when famished. Feline meat is notoriously sour. Whether this is true or not matters little, for Qin Hao felt no inclination towards the desperate winged leopard. He believed a roasted pig trotter would better suit his palate. Pig, you possess 2 nostrils, a pig's head, a pig's brain, a pig's body, and a pig's tail. Never picky, a good child. Reflecting on his awakening in this world, he lamented the relentless violence, lamenting a lack of truly savoring a meal. Feeling as if he had not tasted meat in 3 months, a truly tragic state of affairs. Qin Hao's eyes gleamed as he observed the four-toothed boar dashing about, humming a sanguinary tune about pigs. As the hunger pangs in his stomach began to revolt, pig knuckles, trotters, ears, halt, he bellowed, stamping down forcefully, snapping a branch beneath his feet as he dropped to the ground, positioning himself directly behind the boar. A mischievous grin spread across his face, and with a swift motion, he thrust a black shuriken with the speed of lightning into the unsuspecting creature. Dio not inquire as to where it was inserted. The four-toothed boar, its hide tough and sparse in vulnerable spots, remained oblivious to the impending strike. A piercing pain suddenly coursed through its sensitive region, and the boar bolted as if electrified, its eyes bloodshot. Emitting a chilling, high-pitched scream, its hooves flew beneath it like a flurry of drums, propelling the beast forward at an unprecedented speed, its tusks aiming mercilessly at the fleeing winged leopard. In an instant, it pierced through the creature's body, creating 4 gaping holes. The four-toothed boar had likely never run so swiftly nor felt such torment before. Despite its swift victory over its foe, it was not enough to allay it. Its limbs buckled, releasing a mournful cry as it collapsed, rolling over in agony, its tail thrashing wildly, barely revealing the shuriken lodged within. Crimson blood pooled around it. Qin Hao laughed heartily, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning, his feet flicking thrice in the air before delivering a powerful kick, akin to a soccer strike, propelling the shuriken from the boar's body. With a splatter, the sound of muscle being sliced echoed from within the four-toothed boar. And before it could let out another wail, the bloodied shuriken was sent flying to impale the corpse of the wind leopard hanging from the boar's tusks. Qin Hao swiftly gathered some twigs, stacking them skillfully, and with a breath of fire, ignited the pile. With a mere flick of his wrist, a 2-meter-long beheading sword materialized in his grasp. He flipped the four-toothed boar's carcass over, and with a gentle wave of his sword, effortlessly eviscerated it. He promptly discarded the entrails and peeled away the hide, driving the beheading sword into the ground. Grasping the boar's tusks, he lifted them and placed them over the roaring flames to roast leisurely. The flames blazed fiercely, and in no time, the savory aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of numerous starving beasts converging upon the source of the scent. Qin Hao remained unconcerned, within a 10-mile radius. Should any formidable beasts approach, the insects would surely alert him. Delicious, exquisite. This meat is truly tendered. In this vast world, the stomach reigns supreme. Qin Hao planted the roasted boar and the beheading sword side by side into the earth, tearing off a piece of the pig's leg, sitting down contentedly to devour it with great relish. Chapter 44. The Black Market of the Chaos Cloud sect with a buzz cut, clad in a red robe, wielding a large sword, and covered in grease from the pig's trotters. Qin Hao's eating style was extravagant, resembling a ravenous spirit reborn. Surrounding him were small demonic beasts, eerily poised in confrontation, creating an absurd tableau filled with dissonance. Merely a cluster of second-tier demonic beasts, Qin Hao chose to ignore them, while the creatures, sensing his formidable presence, hesitated to attack. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of meat lingered in the air, making it hard for their growling stomachs to retreat. Beasts, devoid of intelligence, would eventually succumb to their hunger, leading to inevitable conflict. Hey, no rush. Qin Hao casually tossed a portion of pig trotter to the side, standing up and letting out a contented belch. Wiping his greasy hands on his red robe, despite his petite stature, he had consumed a quarter of the four-toothed boar, which was nearly twice his size, thanks to his extraordinary physique and enhanced digestive capabilities. With a kick, he sent the roasted pig flying away, instantaneously shattering the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Grabbing the large sword, he swaggered away, his demeanor cheeky. To his left, a frenzied melee erupted among the beasts as they tore into the feast laid before them, their primal instincts overcoming any semblance of rationality. The loose crimson robe trailed upon the ground as Qin Hao made his way toward the rising sun, with the dawn breaking in the east. He proclaimed, "Only I shall remain undefeated." A youthful yet exuberant laughter echoed through the forest, startling a chorus of birds into flight. With a burgeoning spirit, he was accompanied by a horde of voracious beasts, adding an air of otherworldly dominance to his silhouette. This damned voice-changing phase, Qin Hao muttered under his breath. Though it was hardly the crux of his concerns, he propelled himself upward, landing atop a colossal tree, and gazed far into the horizon. Majestic mountains loomed, their peaks intertwined, stretching endlessly, marking the domain of the 10,000 Great Mountains. A month later, at the foot of the chaotic Cloud Mountain within the 10,000 Great Mountains, two masked cultivators stood ominously at the entrance of a makeshift market. They were intently observing a distant figure clad in red. It was none other than the exuberant Qin Hao. After a month of traversing rugged terrains, weary and disheveled, he resembled a wild man, surrounded solely by beasts, with no signs of human life. Each day consisted of slaying monsters and solitary musings, leading him to feel nearly suffocated by isolation. Despite the myriad sects nestled within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, there were no visible signs of civilization at the entrance, merely desolate hills and empty landscapes. Finally, a glimpse of humanity ignited hope within Qin Hao, and he sprinted towards them as if reuniting with long-lost kin, almost shedding tears in a display of uncontainable excitement. With his cropped hair, crimson robe, and bare feet, the two masked cultivators exchanged knowing glances, their eyes clearly communicating that no such peculiar figure existed within their sect. One of the masked cultivators stepped forward, obstructing Qin Hao's advance, and spoke with a tone laced with hostility. "Who are you? And what brings you here?" Qin Hao halted, realizing his folly and overexcitement. He licked his dry lips and glanced into the market, where robed figures clad in voluminous black garments concealed their identities behind masks. Clearing his throat, he glanced down at his own strikingly vibrant red attire. his once shoes long discarded, exposing his sooty feet that a fleeting moment of astonishment and embarrassment flickered across his greasy face. Yet, it was but a brief interlude. In the next instant, Qin Hao regained his composure, wiping his soiled sleeves across his face, eliciting a bemused reaction from the masked cultivators that a black market. Qin Hao pondered, utilizing the pretense of cleaning himself to formulate a strategy. The concept of a black market was not foreign to cultivators. It served as a covert venue for trading illicit goods, where one could procure rare resources or treasures. This modest black market was established by disciples of the chaotic cloud sect, populated solely by its members. What? Not allowed in. Qin Hao mused, feeling exasperated. Encountering an individual would have sufficed, yet he had stumbled into a black market that would likely deny him entry. This black market is exclusive to disciples of the chaotic cloud sect. The masked cultivator replied, his eyes narrowing as he recognized Qin Hao as an ignorant novice. You cannot enter. Is that so? Quite unfortunate. Qin Hao scratched his head, turning to leave, but after 3 steps, he hesitated and softly inquired. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Perhaps I could become a disciple of your esteemed sect in the future. Leave at once. Do not bring misfortune upon yourself. The masked cultivator's demeanor turned icy. Had it not been for the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from Qin Hao, he would have swiftly dealt with the audacious youth before him instead of engaging in idle conversation. Fine, fine, I will take my leave. Qin Hao, unfazed by the harsh tone, chuckled and strolled away, only to allow his expression to harden once he was out of the masked cultivator's sight. He had no intention of departing just yet. The carefree attitude that had initially characterized his journey was gone. Continuing aimlessly into the depths of the mountains could result in months of solitude once more. This world was immensely vast. Territories sprawling beyond comprehension, akin to a game multiplied thousands of times over. The mountains towered, rendering him speechless, and he speculated that each mountain could rival the size of a small nation from his past life. It was a daunting reality, reminiscent of a scenario where cultivators could perish simply from the arduous journey up the mountains. His understanding of the northern lands was limited to what he had gleaned from the game. Recognizing a few prominent sects and some lesser-known ones that had gained notoriety due to relics or caves, such as the Qinyan sect, the Mayan sect, Gigu, and Leishaman. These sects were Qin Hao's primary targets for affiliation. Alas, the task system was entirely reliant on sect membership. Joining a powerful sect versus a feeble one was a matter of life and death for him. The former promised a clear path to advancement, while the latter would be fraught with obstacles. What a troublesome system! Qin Hao grumbled internally, resigning himself to his fate. Concealed within the shade of a towering tree, he kept his keen eyes trained on the black market. A myriad of devious thoughts swirling in his mind as time slipped away. Qin Hao remained patient, silently awaiting an opportunity. The sky gradually dimmed. Suddenly, his narrowed gaze brightened. Figures clad in black emerged swiftly from the market's entrance. The foremost individual, perhaps overly confident in his abilities, disregarded the need for disguise. Adorned in a blue embroidered robe, his face exposed, his speed was remarkable as he leapt high into the air, followed by his companions, who mirrored his ascent. Seemingly sensing something, the man glanced in Qin Hao's direction, revealing a peculiar expression, yet he did not hesitate. Shortly after their departure, more cultivators, either in pairs or alone, dashed from the market, each choosing a different path to escape. Chapter 45. Guidance and trade. Have I been discovered? Qin Hao exhaled sharply, puzzled by what had gone awry, attributing it to the heightened perception of others or their acute sensitivity. Thankfully, no conflict arose. This was a classic case of a guilty conscience, but harboring such thoughts was not entirely unfounded. The world of cultivators was devoid of logic, often brutal and unforgiving. Many disputes and bloodshed arose from the most inexplicable causes. Furthermore, his furtive behavior hidden among the trees would hardly paint him as a virtuous soul. Clenching his fists, Qin Hao mused, ultimately, my weakness lies in insufficient strength, a lack of security. His gaze sharpened as he concentrated on the departing figures from the black market. Scanning for a suitable target, a tall figure cloaked in black, adorned with a ghostly mask, shot out from the market with remarkable speed, fortuitously heading directly beneath the tree where Qin Hao concealed himself. You shall do, he resolved internally. Identifying a target amidst a throng was not a daunting task for Qin Hao. He sought someone neither too strong nor too weak, a figure he could easily control without becoming a burden. a criterion perfectly met by the individual before him. His eyes glimmered with intent as he silently descended from the tree, moving stealthily in pursuit of the masked figure. After traversing several miles, the individual finally halted, cautiously surveying the surroundings before removing his mask and shedding his long robe, bundling them together and burying them beneath a tree. Underneath the black robe lay a blue garment, likely the attire of a disciple of the chaotic cloud sect, adorned with 3 white clouds on the chest, 2 fewer than the individual who had soared away moments ago. Just as the man was about to depart, a crimson figure burst forth from the ground, and the glint of a blade flashed into view. The executioner's sword, 2 meters in length and 30 centimeters wide, with a slender yet meter-long handle, materialized before the man, a sight most terrifying. This was the weapon Qin Hao had exchanged for 1,000 points, a blade known for its ability to absorb the essence of an enemy's blood. Self-repairing and regarded as an unbreakable executioner's sword. Yet, all of that was secondary. With a swift motion, Qin Hao swung the blade, its cold edge slicing through the air, imbued with a chilling aura of death. Startling the man. Who goes there? The individual displayed remarkable reflexes, his pupils suddenly constricting as he lifted his foot, his body spiraling into a whirlwind as he retreated with great speed. His expression was one of fury. His eyes, glacial and piercing, fixated on the formidable blade before him, as well as the diminutive figure wielding it in stark contrast to the nearly 3-meter-tall decapitating sword, Qin Hao's height of merely 1.4 meters appeared almost comical. However, in Wang Feng's eyes, there was nothing amusing about the situation, only a visceral sense of dread and vigilance. Qin Hao was not taken aback by the opponent's ability to evade. Wind-based cultivators were renowned for their swiftness, and he had not exerted his full strength. This strike was merely a test, devoid of malice. Not bad, Qin Hao remarked as he sheathed his sword, a grin spreading across his face. Completely oblivious to the near-fatal implications of his actions. Who are you? And why have you ambushed me? Wang Feng's gaze was wary. The fact that the other had followed him unnoticed was truly unnerving. Most disconcerting was the complete absence of any discernible energy fluctuations emanating from the stranger, rendering him an enigma. This only heightened Wang Feng's trepidation. Must you speak in such an overly formal manner? I bear no ill intentions, no ill intentions. You jest. No ill intentions, and yet you trailed me the entire way? No ill intentions, and you approach me with a blade drawn. Wang Feng's skepticism grew, his conviction that the stranger was anything but benign solidifying. My name is Qin Hao. I wish to reach a certain destination, but am uncertain of the route, so I was hoping to inquire for directions. Are you truly asking for directions? Wang Feng fell silent for a moment before coldly uttering a response through clenched teeth. He would be a fool to believe such a claim. Very well. I am indeed directionally challenged. The mountains are vast, and even if you pointed the way, I would likely still be lost. Instead, I propose hiring a guide. You seem quite suitable. What do you think? Upon saying this, Qin Hao grasped the decapitating sword and waved it lightly through the air, fixing a mischievous gaze upon Wang Feng. After all, assisting others is a source of joy for me. And I promise to offer compensation. He produced a folding fan from his sleeve, waving it before Wang Feng, confidently stating, while it may not be a rare treasure, it is indeed a spiritual artifact. This should suffice as payment, no? Qin Hao regarded the fan with disdain, aware that he possessed no spiritual powers to manipulate it, and after several days of tinkering, he concluded that it was nothing more than a mere fan in his hands. Akin to refuse, much like a chicken rib, tasteless to consume yet too valuable to discard. Thus, he resolved to make pragmatic use of it without hesitation as a spiritual artifact. Wang Feng's complexion changed, his breath quickening. His eyes fixated on the folding fan in Qin Hao's possession. Initially incredulous, he could not suppress the growing fervor within him. Stealing several glances, there was indeed an aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. Unlike that of mere mundane items, this moment, Wang Feng's perception of Qin Hao shifted. The previous annoyance from the blade's near strike seemed to evaporate. Spiritual artifacts were rare, and within the ranks of the chaotic cloud sect. Few outer disciples possessed even one. Should he acquire this artifact, his prospects in the upcoming sect competition might greatly improve, possibly granting him entry into the inner sanctum. If this truly was a spiritual artifact, it represented an irresistible temptation for him at this juncture. Wang Feng's eyes gleamed with desire. causing Qin Hao to feel a twinge of unease, momentarily suspecting that the other harbored peculiar inclinations. "Allow me a glimpse," Qin Hao said casually, tossing the folding fan to Wang Feng. The nonchalant gesture sent a shiver through Wang Feng's heart as he hastily caught it. "Indeed, it is real, without a doubt. Although I cannot ascertain its grade, it is undoubtedly a spiritual artifact, and it requires no restoration. It can be utilized immediately." Wang Feng infused a trace of spiritual energy into the fan, and it responded with a subtle vibrance. Confirming its status as a spiritual artifact, his expression brightened, followed by a furtive glance at Qin Hao. Qin Hao wore a cryptic smile, his right hand gripping the sword while his left hand concealed a shuriken behind his back. Wang Feng's countenance shifted several times, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Cooling his fervor, he struggled momentarily before ultimately suppressing his impulsive desires, gritting his teeth as he returned the fan to Qin Hao. Qin Hao extended his hand, having already stowed the shuriken back in his system's inventory, catching the fan effortlessly and casually tucking it back into his sleeve. "Have you made your decision?" "Yes, I will escort you to your destination. And in return, the spiritual artifact will belong to me. That poses no issue that I wish to return to the sect to gather some belongings." "May I?" Wang Feng asked, immediately cursing his own foolishness, hastily adding, "But it is not obligatory to return." "Very well, we shall set out at once." Qin Hao slung the large sword over his shoulder and commanded Wang Feng without hesitation. "First, tell me which sects are nearby." "Certainly." Wang Feng hesitated for a moment before quickly following suit. Chapter 46. The True Dreamscape. Seeking collections, seeking recommendations. That night, atop a colossal tree, the decapitating sword was lodged firmly in the trunk, its blade gleaming with precision. Qin Hao lay unperturbed upon the sword's surface, observing Wang Feng below with a mixture of bemusement and disbelief. His petite frame was perfectly aligned with the sword, leaving one to wonder if he had intended this arrangement when he initially exchanged for the decapitating sword. His right hand rested firmly on the hilt, ensuring that should any disturbance arise beneath the tree, he could swiftly roll aside, the blade descending in an instant. Qin Hao's eyes were half-lidded as he watched Wang Feng below, who had closed his eyes in meditation, with a slight flicker of his gaze. A multitude of small black insects began to silently crawl down the blade and along the tree trunk, scattering upon reaching the ground without alerting Wang Feng. Qin Hao adhered to a principle. Harboring malicious intent may be permissible, yet one must always remain vigilant against others. "You mean the closest sect is Qingyun's sect?" "Indeed. Less than 300 miles south lies the territory of Qingyun's sect, and if you venture westward for the same distance, you will reach Gigu. Qingyun's sect is a 4th-tier sect, while Gigu is a 3rd-tier, correct?" "Indeed," Wang Feng replied, having already discerned Qin Hao's glaring lack of knowledge regarding fundamental information, making it unsurprising that he was unaware of Gigu's classification. "Then let us proceed to Qingyun's sect." Qin Hao had made up his mind. Throughout their journey, he had gleaned several insights from Wang Feng, realizing that the hierarchy among sects in this world was far more stringent than he had previously imagined. With his background and aptitude, gaining entry into a top-tier sect seemed nearly impossible. As Wang Feng had put it, everything relies on chance. In essence, top-tier sects were ancient lineages with millennia of heritage. Their foundations profound, and they held little interest in indiscriminately recruiting disciples. The majority of their practitioners were cultivated from a young age, with only a rare few exceptions being true prodigies, scouted by esteemed elders during their travels. In summary, Qin Hao could firmly abandon any thoughts of joining Gigu, as they were not actively seeking new members. Comparatively, 4th, 5th, and 6th-tier sects were abundant across the continent, often having shorter histories and shallower roots, consistently seeking to recruit disciples in hopes of discovering a gem among them to elevate the sect's standing. Thus, a 4th-tier sect would be the minimum standard. He could not lower his expectations any further. Qin Hao's aspirations soared high, yet he had to accept reality, for this was his baseline. Any further reductions were unfathomable. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Qin Hao finally succumbed to slumbered. In his dream, he found himself clad in a black cloak adorned with embroidered crimson clouds. A brown hat adorned with wind chimes perched atop his head. His eyes resembled the most exquisite rubies, radiating an ethereal glow, with 3 swirling tomo dancing within his irises, exuding an otherworldly allure. He sat regally upon a throne forged entirely from obsidian coffins, chains entwined around the seat, extending backward to dozen men exuding a cold and powerful aura donned similar attire, their indifferent gazes fixed upon him. Before him lay a shrouded mist, within which countless indistinct figures emanated a formidable presence, each adorned in diverse garments, seemingly hailing from myriad realms, now converging with blades drawn against him. With an impassive expression, he regarded the scene before him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. That moment, a swirling mass of dark jade flames erupted beneath his feet, transforming into a colossal beast, while a white-boned sword crackling with ominous lightning materialized from his palm, which he grasped with ease. The air filled with the crackle of thunder, and amidst the tempest, a deluge of black insects surged forth. Turning his gaze skyward, his profound eyes stared blankly at the blazing sun above, as he coldly uttered 4 words, "The day of How." In an instant, the world lay shrouded in darkness, beneath the tree. Wang Feng gazed upwards, slightly perturbed by the snores emanating from above. He contemplated rising several times, yet ultimately abandoned the notion that as he observed the serene smile gracing the sleeping face, an inexplicable chill suddenly enveloped his heart. Perhaps it was best to take his time in escorting him to his destination, avoiding unnecessary risks. With that thought, Wang Feng slowly closed his eyes once more, unaware that countless inconspicuous insects surrounded him, all fixated intently on his presence. The night passed in silence. The very moment the sun ascended, Qin Hao opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the newly risen sun, appearing as if he had yet to awaken. What a vivid dream! He yawned and turned over, the hefty blade clattering to the ground with but a faint sound, causing Wang Feng, who stood nearby, to twitch his eyelids in alarm. That an assassin, perhaps, Wang Feng murmured softly. Qin Hao rubbed sleep from his eyes, his mood seemingly buoyant, declaring, "It's a ninja." Ninja? Wang Feng echoed, bewildered to know. Perhaps it would be better to refer to it as a bloodline master for a touch more flair. "Are you certain you're not jesting?" Wang Feng's lips twitched slightly, clearly skeptical of Qin Hao's fanciful claims. Yet, he couldn't help but find the terms ninja and bloodline master rather intriguing. "Let us proceed to Qingyun's sect," Qin Hao instructed, allowing Wang Feng to lead the way while he trailed behind, the rustling sounds from the surrounding woods following them like a whisper. After a while, Wang Feng halted, his expression turning vigilant as he scanned the area. "Do you hear that sound?" he inquired, having been disturbed by the incessant noise of insects trailing them. Even someone as carefree as Wang Feng could sense something amiss. Qin Hao, recognizing the futility of concealment, allowed a knowing smile to flicker in his eyes that he nonchalantly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the astonished gaze of Wang Feng, several insects crawled up from the grass, ascending his pant leg until they settled quietly in his palm, before eerily burrowing into Qin Hao's skin, vanishing from sight. They burrowed in. Wang Feng's mind exploded with disbelief as an overwhelming itch coursed through his body, as if swarms of insects were traversing his back at that very moment. "Enough! Let us move. You've nothing on you that if you don't hurry and lead the way, we might regret it," Qin Hao urged. Jolted into action, Wang Feng dashed forward, instinctively swatting at his clothes, which elicited an amused chuckle from Qin Hao behind him. No wonder he was so unperturbed last night, Wang Feng thought, suddenly realizing something, his face paling as he unconsciously glanced back at Qin Hao, meeting his eyes that sparkled with an inscrutable mirth. A sudden realization struck him. This mischievous boy, though seemingly young, possessed a profound cunning and peculiar methods, making him a perilous individual. It would be prudent to abandon any unwise thoughts and simply ensure his safe arrival. With this resolve, Wang Feng quickened his pace. Qin Hao pressed his lips together, fingers idly tracing the ring upon his hand, his pace subtly quickening as he followed silently, his mind split between the journey ahead and the depths of the system. Chapter 47. A path exclusively for Qin Hao. Though merely a dream, certain elements within it had profoundly stirred Qin Hao's spirit. The bizarre imagery and unfathomable abilities served as a key, granting wings to his imagination. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. With the aid of the system, there existed some possibility of manifesting those abilities. Dreams could become reality. Qin Hao felt as though his very blood boiled with excitement as he swiftly accessed the system, meticulously flipping through page after page. Physique system, eye techniques, exchange mall. Each page and each line were scrutinized. As he earnestly compared them to the vivid scenes from his dream, his heart racing, blood coursing faster. Kagaya's Bone Clan, Uchiha Sharingan, Rinnegan, 2 Tails, 8 Tails. Indeed, they were closely aligned. The remaining elements held potential as well, though regrettably, he was still largely ignorant of many bloodline limits, leaving him to decipher them later. Yet, from the current perspective, Qin Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed with fervor, a deep-seated ambition igniting within him. He focused his mind once more, continuing to explore the exchange mall. Akatsuki attire, 10,000 points. Akatsuki ring 0, 100,000 points. Unique, Akatsuki ring white, 100. 000 points. Unique, Akatsuki ring boar, 100,000 points. Unique. Qin Hao inhaled sharply, exclaiming, how could it be so exorbitant? What? Wang Feng turned back to Qin Hao. Nothing, Qin Hao replied thoughtfully, rubbing his nose as he exited the mall. Piecing together the information in his mind. This must be what they refer to as equipment and accessories. Unfortunately, he had no idea of their specific capabilities until purchase. Truly, it was a conundrum, given the system's notorious tendency to deceive. Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words. Most importantly, the prices were prohibitively steep, rendering him unable to afford them. Regarding that which he could not procure, Qin Hao had always been indifferent. Ah, how I long to be wealthy, he lamented, yearning for the means to indulge in the game's recharge channels, despite never having spent a dime to ascend a level by slaying a monstrous beast would yield 2,000 exchange points. 100,000 points equated to 500 or perhaps 5,000. Forgive Qin Hao. His mathematics teacher had passed away early, and he had no desire to dwell on such trivialities. Ultimately, the calculations approached infinity, leaving him to hope that the task system would not prove too treacherous. Ding! A notification chimed. Recharge system not unlocked. Unlock conditions. Please explore independently. Qin Hao blinked, suspecting he had misheard, his expression likely as dark as a stormy night. Damn it, the murderous aura emanating from him surged like a chilling gale. Startling Wang Feng, who instinctively turned to defend himself, fearing for his life. Nothing to worry about. Let us keep moving. Qin Hao snapped, his countenance as grim as a thundercloud, each word punctuated with clenched teeth. Explore? How am I to know how to unlock it without any hints? Frustration boiled within him regarding this insufferable system. Throughout their journey, Qin Hao's demeanor remained sour, while Wang Feng dared not provoke him further, opting instead to maintain silence as they continued running. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. A few oblivious beasts leapt into their path, but before Wang Feng could act, Qin Hao, fueled by rage, swiftly dispatched them with a few strikes, leaving Wang Feng's eyelids twitching uncontrollably as he quickened his pace. What's with this sudden fury? Is he out of his mind? Wang Feng inwardly lamented. Unbothered by Wang Feng's thoughts, Qin Hao was wholly absorbed in contemplation. 3 days later, they had traversed nearly 300 miles, arriving at the domain of Qingyun Mountain, where Qingyun sect awaited at its summit, the sole sect within the mountain. Yet, not a single clue had emerged. After 3 days of relentless pondering, Qin Hao had uncovered no potential leads. Unlocking the recharge system seemed as distant as ever, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Regardless, it had introduced an additional possibility. Qin Hao lifted his stormy visage, casting a fearsome gaze at Wang Feng for a moment before gradually softening his expression, striving to adopt a more congenial demeanor. We've made good time. Haven Tiwi, Wang Feng found it difficult to fathom whether Qin Hao was dissatisfied with the pace being too swift or too slow. He was at a loss for how to respond. Over the past 3 days, any demonic beasts they encountered along the way were ruthlessly slaughtered by Qin Hao, who displayed a savage ferocity and an array of bizarre techniques that revealed a terrifying strength. Making Wang Feng acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. It was a disparity so vast that a mere hand could extinguish his life. The most unsettling aspect remained the peculiarity of it all. He began to entertain the notion that Qin Hao's claim of being a bloodline master might not be a jest after all. Throughout their journey, Qin Hao had emitted no trace of spiritual energy, and his strange methods were truly unprecedented. How could it be so simple to arrive at a destination and so easily bestow upon you a spiritual treasure? Wouldn't you consider me a complete fool? A gullible target? A sudden jolt of unease gripped Wang Feng's heart, as he suspected that Qin Hao was reluctant to acknowledge their agreement. Irritation surged within him, but he managed to suppress it before it fully manifested. One must possess self-awareness. This is the survival path of the weak, and indeed, Their lament, no need for explanations. Your gaze betrays your thoughts, revealing your true intentions. Qin Hao, unabashed and seemingly untroubled by the shattering of his own integrity, retrieved a folding fan from his sleeve. Unfurling it with a flourish, he examined the auspicious script on its surface and offered a soft, appreciative click of his tongue. Quite commendable, indeed. Even a mud figurine retains some semblance of spirit. Wang Feng's complexion paled, feeling that Qin Hao had overstepped his bounds. Refusing the treasure was one thing, but to provoke him further was intolerable. What exactly do you wish for me to do? Wang Feng asked coldly, unable to endure Qin Hao's clumsy performance any longer. Upon realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, Qin Hao's face flushed slightly, yet he feigned a hearty laugh, declaring, "It's quite simple. I wish to join the Qingyun sect. Assist me in this endeavor, and the treasured fan shall be yours without hesitation." This revelation did not entirely surprise Wang Feng. Throughout their journey, Qin Hao had been probing for information. His intentions unmistakable, he found it peculiar that, given Qin Hao's formidable strength, this task should prove so arduous. With such extraordinary abilities in youth, he seemed to possess prodigious talent. However, he could hardly fathom that Qin Hao's affinity for spiritual energy was non-existent, a veritable waste in the parlance of this realm. Observing Wang Feng's peculiar expression, Qin Hao perceived the thoughts swirling within him. He cast a fleeting glance at Wang Feng, withdrawing his gaze before the latter could fully register. My affinity for spiritual energy is zero. How could this be? There is nothing impossible. I am a bloodline master, treading an entirely different path. Qin Hao asserted resolutely, pride radiating from his eyes that a path unique to me. Qin Hao, unlike any other in the world. Hearing the term bloodline master for the second time, Wang Feng felt a jolt, though he had harbored doubts over the past days. Yet, hearing it directly from Qin Hao's lips, especially with such an air of arrogance, left him profoundly shaken. It was indeed genuine. This young man walks a path unlike any other. Wang Feng exhaled deeply 3 times, shaking his head in disbelief. He dared not contemplate the implications of such a revelation. As a mere pawn in this grand game, he could scarcely grasp the monumental impact that the title Bloodline Master would have on the continent in the days to come. Chapter 48. Servants and the growth of insects' decisions are dictated by the rear. A timeless adage from an unknown sage, indeed profound wisdom. Wang Feng, a low-ranking cultivator, was astonished, but he quickly subdued his emotions. His primary concern remained whether he could successfully acquire a spiritual treasure. Anything beyond that was far removed from his reality. With a spiritual affinity of 0, no sect would accept him, save perhaps the demonic sect. Wang Feng furrowed his brows, pondering the difficulty of the situation. While Qin Hao undeniably possessed formidable strength, sects primarily evaluated potential, with combat prowess being of secondary importance. It was not as if they were engaged in a grand tournament where such capabilities could be assessed. Demonic sect? Qin Hao questioned, understanding the meaning of the term. Yet neither the memories of his original body nor the game's lore mentioned such a concept. Only the demonic sect, comprised of madmen, recruits disciples without regard for potential. They prioritize combat strength above all else. However, a millennium ago, the Great Yu dynasty and the sects united to expel the demonic sect to the frigid lands that owe. What prompted this? Qin Hao casually inquired, internally reflecting on the unexpected alliance between the Great Yu dynasty and the sects. Realizing that this world was indeed far more intricate and enthralling than the game, the demonic sect is ruthless and bloodthirsty, inciting the wrath of both mortals and deities alike. Wang Feng recited like a textbook. Qin Hao was skeptical of this purely official response, yet he chose not to delve deeper, for the true reasons were likely beyond the comprehension of someone like Wang Feng. Moreover, events from a millennium ago held little significance for him. His focus was on how to join the Qingyun sect. I wish to join the Qingyun sect, even if it means becoming a mere servant. Qin Hao did not harbor high hopes for Wang Feng, recognizing the difficulty of the endeavor. Thus, he set his bottom line clearly to him. Joining the Qingyun sect was merely a means to activate the quest system. Everything else was of lesser importance in larger sects. Disciples were typically categorized into 4 ranks: true disciples, direct disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples. Beneath these categories lay the lowest rank, known as servant disciples, existing in a liminal space between disciples and servants. If one had to classify them, they would be considered half-outer disciples. Consequently, The requirements for recruiting servants were not particularly stringent. Even the most inept could be accepted, for if one could not serve as a disciple, they could at least function as a servant. Given the vastness of the Qingyun sect, there would inevitably be an abundance of menial tasks requiring servants. However, it was not entirely straightforward in this world. Spiritual energy was paramount, and even a servant with any semblance of connection to it held a status far superior to that of an ordinary person. If that is the case, there may be a way. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking to Qin Hao. What do you mean? Qin Hao leaned forward, feigning interest. As far as I know, there exists a small town at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Many of its residents are descendants of former outer disciples of the Qingyun sect, having settled here and maintained a tenuous connection to the sect. Thus, most of the servants recruited by the Qingyun sect originate from this town. Ah, I see. A vague understanding began to form in Qin Hao's mind, and he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "How many days will you require to arrange this?" Wang Feng's eyes darted. Initially, he intended to say 3 days, but fearing that Qin Hao might later use this ease to manipulate him, he changed his response to 7 days. "Very well. I shall provide you with the treasured fan 7 days hence." A promise is a promise. Wang Feng and Qin Hao agreed on a rendezvous at an inn 7 days later before hastily departing. After a while, Qin Hao chuckled to himself and set off toward the so-called Qingyun town at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. The Qingyun sect, situated at the northern edge of the 100,000 Mountains, was established 700 years ago. It began as a meager 6th-tier sect and was not initially named Qingyun sect. Rather, it gained its title 400 years ago when a 6th-tier powerhouse emerged, propelling the sect into the 4th-tier ranks. Consequently, the sect adopted the name Qingyun sect, symbolizing a rise to the heavens, and the mountain was subsequently designated as Qingyun Mountain. Although the individual responsible for this growth eventually vanished, the Qingyun sect continued its trajectory of expansion, becoming increasingly formidable and earning a modest reputation within the surrounding 100,000 miles. Qingyun Town, located at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, was established gradually over the past 400 years. It began as a handful of households, evolved into a small village, and eventually transformed into a small town. Perhaps in a few hundred years, when the Qingyun sect ascends to a top-tier sect, Qingyun Town may evolve into Qingyun City. Through generations of growth and expansion, Qingyun Town has accumulated a population nearing 10,000, complete with restaurants, taverns, tea houses, and inns. Upon entering the town, Qin Hao wandered aimlessly, quickly losing interest. He checked into an inn, enjoyed a hot bath, and changed into coarse linen garments provided by the innkeeper. Though his silver coins were now dwindling, the town was not large, and there was little to explore. Qin Hao reverted to his reclusive ways, opting to remain in his room to wait, while also examining the skills at his disposal. He still had 80 skill points unallocated. The fire escape, Great Fire Dragon technique, was easily dismissed. It lacked potential and was only sufficient for lighting fires and cooking. Basic ninjutsu and basic body techniques proved useful, but they had already reached their peak, and the difficulty of advancing further was insurmountable in the short term. The techniques of body flicker, substitution, and reconnaissance are indeed quite useful, yet they are not of immediate urgency. Qin Hao sighed deeply, reflecting that the reality is a surplus of wolves and a scarcity of meat. There are simply not enough points to allocate. His gaze settled on the sections for innate skills and secret techniques. Battle Chariot 15, Multiplication Technique 10, Infestation Technique 10, and Soft Body Transformation Technique 10. He felt inclined to invest in secret techniques, as they appeared formidable. However, the constraints made direct investment impossible, leaving him to choose from innate skills instead. With a flick of his left hand, the decapitating blade materialized in his grip, and a dark insect crawled from his fingertip onto the blade's surface. Focusing his will, he infused the creature with a strand of chakra. The multiplication technique was activated. The tiny insect rapidly expanded to the size of a fingernail, and he could sense its growing resistance. Qin Hao recognized that this was the limit of the insect's endurance. He raised the blade and scrutinized the creature with keen eyes. Its body was pitch black, adorned with 2 leaf-like appendages on its back that had yet to unfurl, leaving him uncertain whether they were armor or wings. 2 small, glossy eyes atop its head fixated on Qin Hao, seemingly inquiring about his intentions. With a chuckle, Qin Hao widened his eyes, intently observing a particularly glossy, dark spot on the insect's back, a feature that appeared more solid and bore a hint of sharpness. These insects were evolving that he recalled his previous observations. During the incident with the Millennium Spirit Essence, the insect's body darkened, and after consuming the heart of the Azure Serpent King, even darker spots emerged on its surface. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened on the decapitating blade beneath the insect. Chapter 49. Black Radiance Parasite and Decapitating Blade. The decapitating blade, tough and razor-sharp, possessed qualities that hardly justified Qin Hao expending 1,000 points to acquire it. After all, 1,000 points constituted his entire wealth of 13, and he had no proficiency in bladed techniques. Only a fool would squander points on such an item. Yet, the blade's inclusion among the 7 ninja blades hinted at its extraordinary attributes. The decapitating blade could absorb iron from the blood of enemies, thus enabling self-repair, earning it the reputation of an indestructible weapon. When Qin Hao read this description, an idea of infinite utility flashed through his mind. And without hesitation, he exchanged for it. The reason these insects were currently weak stemmed from their lack of physical strength. A mere slap could obliterate them. Fortunately, they could evolve by consuming hard materials or the bodies of certain beasts, showcasing immense potential. Once they grew stronger and could consume not just lifeless matter or feeble creatures, they would become a formidable force to be reckoned with. Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement as countless insects surged from his wrist, swiftly enveloping the blade's surface, producing a faint sound of friction. He chuckled, placing the decapitating blade flat on the ground, allowing the insects to feast undisturbed. The multiplication technique indeed allowed the insects to grow larger, accelerating their feeding and growth. Yet with his current chakra, he could barely sustain so many for a few seconds, rendering the technique ineffective in the short term. The battle chariot was a practical skill, versatile for both offense and evasion, with a commendable power level now at 15 points. After some contemplation, Qin Hao decided to enhance it significantly, raising it to 50 points. He then allocated an additional 20 points to the infestation technique, retaining 25 points for emergencies. That he refrained from hastily investing in the 2 new skills, as their efficacy had yet to be tested in combat. Thus, his skill points were distributed as follows: Basic Ninja Techniques 50, Basic Taijutsu 50, Body Flicker Technique 40, Substitution Technique 10, Reconnaissance Technique 20, Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique 10, Shadow Snake Hand 10, Manipulation of Wind Wheel, 3 Great Blades Technique 10, Secret Techniques, Soft Body Transformation Technique 10. Innate Skills, Battle Chariot 50, Multiplication Technique 10, Infestation Technique 30. Remaining skill points, 25 at 80. The moment he enhanced the infestation technique, a brief message resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, an overwhelming swarm of insects covering the decapitating blade suddenly froze, their backs vibrating faintly and rapidly, resembling a dark fabric billowing in the wind. The air filled with a buzzing that coalesced into a piercing wail, akin to the blaring of a steam whistle, startling Qin Hao. Fortunately, it lasted only a moment. Otherwise, it might have attracted the attention of curious cultivators, which he wished to avoid. As the wail subsided, the insects returned to their serene state, resuming their incessant feeding on the blade. The enhancement of the infestation technique was successful. Information received: Black Radiance Parasite, Larval Stage. Abilities: 1. Devour. Has a chance to enhance its own attributes by consuming material properties, exhibiting remarkable adaptability. Process is slow, and advancement in later stages is exceedingly difficult. 2. Digest and obliterate all energy. Exceeding its physical limits results in death. The energy threshold is determined by its body strength. 3, 4, 5. Qin Hao touched his nose, a bead of excited sweat forming on his forehead. This potential was simply extraordinary. The last 3 question marks were irrelevant. The first 2 alone were enough to be overwhelmingly impressive. Qin Hao wore the expression of a lottery winner, a triumphant gleam in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Slow process? No problem. I have an abundance of patience. Difficult advancement in later stages? That's fine. I am inherently a challenger of limits." With his eyes gleaming like gold, he gazed at the feasting swarm of insects, his fervent desire apparent as he instinctively licked his lips, exclaiming with bravado, "Eat up, consume freely, there's plenty for all." Time passed swiftly. 7 days later, when Wang Feng arrived at the inn room as scheduled, he was met with a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Qin Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, the decapitating blade resting horizontally across his chest, enveloped by a writhing mass of insects. with the ground littered with a cacophony of their movements, leaving no space for a foot to land. One could only wonder how the innkeeper would react upon discovering that this room had transformed into a nest of insects. Wang Feng steadied his breath, leaning against the doorframe, producing a black token from his pocket. As Qin Hao rose from the bed, the moment his feet touched the ground, a swarm of insects surged toward him like moths to a flame, crawling into his garments and disappearing within moments. Wang Feng understood that the insects had not vanished. They had merely entered Qin Hao's body. Such a sight was terrifying every time one witnessed it. What exactly were these insects consuming? Surely, they were not feasting upon his flesh and blood. Qin Hao remained oblivious to Wang Feng's fleeting, irrational thoughts. He examined the still impeccably smooth blade. Only able to discern slight irregularities on its surface through the chakra he meticulously sensed, he fully grasped what the system meant by a slow process. All set? Qin Hao inquired of Wang Feng, his tone casual. Yes, on the first day of next month, the Qingyun sect will be recruiting disciples. Just bring this token to the overseer, and you will be accepted as a servant disciple. Wang Feng replied, tossing the token to Qin Hao. The token was iron, black, adorned with a cloud insignia. Qin Hao weighed it in his hand, casually asking, there won't be any trouble, will there? No, I've taken care of everything. Wang Feng assured, a flicker of malice flashing through his eyes, unnoticed by Qin Hao. Nodding, Qin Hao retrieved a neatly folded red robe from the edge of the bed, producing a folding fan that he toyed with briefly before tossing it high into the air. Here you go. Wang Feng's breath caught in his throat, his nose reddening as he fixated on the elegant arc of the fan. But by the way, you haven't mentioned anything about me to anyone. Have you? Qin Hao fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, posing the question just as Wang Feng caught the fan, his mind racing with excitement. What matter? Wang Feng replied instinctively, his eyes reflecting a momentary confusion as he unconsciously answered Qin Hao's inquiry. Oh, never mind. You may leave now. The gaze of the other party had already conveyed the answer to Qin Hao, but he offered a faint smile, his calm eyes fixed on the individual before him, as if harboring a profound secret within his dark pupils. Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, his expression suddenly shifting. He turned and hurriedly departed without a backward glance, clutching his folding fan tightly in his palm. Seemingly devoid of any inclination to linger, not foolish by any means, alas. Qin Hao pushed open the window, glancing at the sky outside, his eyes drawn to a figure swiftly racing below. A dark cloud slowly obscured the moonlight. And in an instant, Qin Hao vanished from the window's edge. Chapter 50. The Blood-Drinking Blade. Please collect, please recommend. The night was dark, and the wind was gentle. He intends to kill me. Wang Feng clutched his folding fan and sprinted. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his heart pounding with a relentless rhythm, consumed by the singular thought of escape. There no one. Has no one pursued me? Wang Feng navigated the alleys of Qingyun town, darting left and right, glancing back multiple times, yet failing to catch sight of Qin Hao. Could it be that I have misjudged? Doubt crept into Wang Feng's mind, yet the memory of Qin Hao's earlier gaze sent chills down his spine. Having been in close proximity, he was acutely aware of Qin Hao's remarkable ability to conceal himself, thus his eyes remained ever vigilant, scanning the shadowy corners around him. After an hour had passed, Wang Feng finally set aside his doubts, a smile creeping onto his lips as he exited Qingyun town. Retracing his steps, it has been such a long time. Outside Qingyun town, Qin Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Fixating on a sneaky figure emerging from the city gate, he concealed himself behind a large tree, confident that once the other party had lowered their guard, they would promptly leave Qingyun town and return to Luanyun sect. Making this the inevitable path for Wang Feng. In a flash, Wang Feng's foot struck the ground, racing past the great tree. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end, a jolt of fear coursing through him. The moonlight reflected off the executioner's blade, a glimmer of light flashing behind him, caught in his peripheral vision. With a swift motion, he pivoted, his body twisting, and his treasured fan instantly swung out, unleashing his internal spiritual energy in a flurry. Casting a shadowy fan shape into the air, blade and fan collided midair. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as the fan's shadow shattered, the executioner's blade cleaving through it effortlessly, continuing its relentless arc toward Wang Feng's head. Both men's eyes narrowed simultaneously, yet their meanings were worlds apart. Qin Hao was astonished by the formidable force of the executioner's blade, rivaling that of a spiritual treasure, a revelation that took him by surprise. Wang Feng, however, was shocked. He had not anticipated that the blade in Qin Hao's hand was also a spiritual treasure. Though it emitted no discernible spiritual energy, its might was undeniable. Yet what astonished him even more was the realization that his own folding fan was indeed a mid-tier spiritual treasure. A tool he found exceedingly difficult to wield, unable to unleash its true potential. Such thoughts filled him with resentment and bitterness that he retracted his foot, retreating violently. But it was too late. A spray of blood erupted from his chest. He was hurled backward, a gaping wound 2 fingers wide and a foot long gaping grotesquely, flesh and muscle appearing as though they had been sawed apart, spilling outward. Strangely, however, there was little blood gushing from the wound, as if the blood within had already drained away moments before. Such a phenomenon was nearly impossible. Even the gravest of injuries could not cause a body to lose its blood in an instant. Wang Feng lay on the ground, pallid and devoid of color. His horrified gaze remained fixed on the executioner's blade in Qin Hao's hand, which now glistened with fresh blood, the crimson liquid appearing to be drawn towards the blade as if under an invisible force. Seeping rapidly into the weapon, reminiscent of insects burrowing into Qin Hao's body, the blood's hue grew progressively paler. In less than 2 breaths, the executioner's blade regained its chilling radiance, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread in Wang Feng. This blade is drinking my blood. Humans nurture insects, and blades drink blood. Both are abominations. His eyes dimmed, losing their luster as he stared blankly at Qin Hao, his lips uttering fragmented words. Why? Qin Hao cast a glance at the now pristine executioner's blade before shifting his focus back to Wang Feng. You have learned too many of my secrets, and these, I am not yet ready to divulge to others. You revealed them to me yourself. Wang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to a flicker of light returning as he questioned Qin Hao. Indeed, Qin Hao nodded, a fleeting glimmer of regret crossing his eyes, quickly smothered, as he chose not to engage further in that line of inquiry. The blade pierced Wang Feng's heart. After killing Wang Feng, Qin Hao dug a grave nearby, contemplating, yet ultimately deciding against reclaiming the folding fan. Instead, he kicked Wang Feng's corpse into the pit, burying it along with the treasured fan. Without a backward glance, Qin Hao turned and left, any lingering feelings of remorse dissipating alongside the buried fan. Was there a fault? Perhaps. But what of it? The strong bear the mistakes of the weak. Such is the law of this world, with each deliberate step upon the earth. He slowly made his way back to Qingyun town, his silhouette growing increasingly cold, a vague and indefinable shackle within his heart severed to grow strong, at any cost, to become powerful. Only the strong can dictate their own fate. In the year 3312 of the continental calendar, on the first day of November, snow blanketed the northern lands. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, amidst the thick snowfall, thousands gathered, frequently gazing up toward the peak. The mountain was shrouded in thick fog, its towering peaks obscured, the only discernible feature being a white jade staircase known as the Fuyo Steps, signifying that anyone ascending from this point could soar to the heavens, be it entering the outer or inner sect, leaving behind the mundane world. Before the Fuyo Steps stood a 5-meter-tall azure stone tablet, inscribed with the words Qingyun, its strokes powerful and vigorous, instilling a sense of soaring upwards to great heights. At that moment, the morning's chill was at its peak, and with the snowfall intensifying, the air grew even more frigid. However, among the throngs of people below, barring a few who tightened their garments, the majority remained unfazed. Their brows unwrinkled, entirely oblivious to the cold. All eyes were raised, gazing toward the mountain's summit, awaiting the arrival of the emissaries descending from the Qingyun steps to guide them into the sect. Among the crowd, positioned to the side, Qin Hao also looked upward, his gaze piercing through the clouds above. Clad in a coarse linen garment, his red robe was rolled and tied as a makeshift pack on his back. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd, breaths quickening uncontrollably as several figures gradually descended from the Fuyo Steps, moving swiftly, each stride covering dozens of steps, their bodies flickering closer to the base of the mountain. Outpacing them all was a figure plummeting directly from the sky. This individual donned a green robe and stood upon a silver short sword, hovering 5 meters above the crowd, looking down upon the throng with an indifferent demeanor, yet exuding an air of arrogance. His skin was pale, reminiscent of a delicate woman. his long black hair cascading carelessly down his back. Silently observing the crowd below, that he remained silent, and the onlookers dared not utter a word, holding their breath as they fixated on him. Only when several individuals descended from the Fuyo steps did the silence break. "Ninth Senior Brother, may we commence?" "Indeed." The man known as Ninth Senior Brother spoke sparingly, his body rising 5 meters as he crossed his legs, seated upon the silver short sword, his gaze directed toward the distant horizon. "Is this fellow truly the one in charge? What an ostentatious display." Qin Hao thought disdainfully, curling his lip. Chapter 51. The Test of Crisis. Please collect, please recommend. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Hao stood at the end of the line, curiously observing those ahead undergoing the assessment. So this is the legendary qualification test that a transparent object, 3 meters in length and resembling an hourglass, stood at the forefront. The surface of the hourglass bore various markings, while it contained black particles within. Qin Hao recognized this device as the Jinming ruler, designed to test spiritual energy affinity, though today marked his first encounter with its operation. Spiritual energy affinity, low tier of the 4th rank, barely passing. The disciples of Qingyun's sect did not even lift their eyelids, casually gesturing to the testing man beside them, uttering nonchalantly, "Next." A robust young man in the queue hastily stepped forward, placing his palm upon the hourglass. Instantly, the black grains of sand within began to swirl violently. Ascending from the very bottom of the hourglass, as they climbed higher, their pace gradually slowed, until at last, they came to a standstill. The hourglass was abruptly flipped, and a flicker of delight appeared in the young man's eyes. Indeed, his affinity for spiritual energy was rated as upper level 5. That the middle-aged man overseeing the test also managed to smile, clearly acknowledging the young man's potential. The young man, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother," while retrieving a low-tier spiritual stone from his sleeve and handing it over. That a glint of disdain flashed in Ling Fei's eyes. Yet he accepted the spiritual stone nonetheless. "I am Ling Fei, somewhat renowned among the outer disciples. If you encounter any difficulties after joining, feel free to seek me out." The young man's expression brightened significantly, prompting a flurry of thanks as he proudly took his place beside Ling Fei, eliciting envy and jealousy from those behind him. Only a select few, like Qin Hao, understood that Ling Fei's words were merely platitudes. If the young man truly sought him out, he would likely be courting disaster. It seemed that this sect was not devoid of intrigue and rivalry. Qin Hao mused to himself, while frequently employing his reconnaissance technique. He quickly discerned the correlation between the affinity for spiritual energy values and the measurement scales of the life point gauge. It was quite simple. An affinity of 110 indicated the first level, 10-20 the second, and 20-30 the third, and so forth. Levels 1 to 3 were deemed useless, signifying disqualification. Only those with a level 4 or above met the standard, with each level further categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers, easily discerned by the angle of the hourglass's rotation. No rotation indicated lower tier, a 90-degree turn indicated middle tier, and a complete 180-degree flip indicated upper tier. Next, time passed steadily. And throughout the process, the ostentatious figure hovering above did not once divert his gaze downward. Just as Qin Hao began to feel a tinge of boredom, the individual ahead of him completed his test. And it was finally his turn. Mimicking the previous actions, he placed his hand upon the gauge. Ling Fei let out a soft "oh," and the other disciples from Qingyun's sect responsible for the testing widened their eyes in surprise. The surrounding crowd, both those deemed qualified and unqualified, turned with astonishment, and even the flamboyant man above finally shifted his attention downward, glancing over. Qin Hao himself let out an involuntary exclamation. What the hell? The hourglass-like life point gauge remained still at first. Qin Hao understood that this was due to his affinity for spiritual energy being 0. The life point stone. His palm must have felt akin to a mere rock, and it would be strange for it to react at all. However, to others, this was an utterly unfathomable occurrence. Since the establishment of the Qingyun sect, there had never been a case where the life point gauge failed to measure a person's affinity for spiritual energy. No one entertained the notion of an affinity of 0. Such a concept was as implausible as an affinity of 100. All individuals in the spiritual energy continent fell within the range of 1 to 99. A hard and fast rule without exception throughout history. Senior Ling, is the life point gauge broken? Someone behind inquired, perplexed. Before the words had fully escaped, A faint cracking sound reached everyone's ears. All faces paled in unison as they turned to the life point gauge. Shock and disbelief freezing their expressions. How could this be possible? Qin Hao also wore a dazed expression. He hastily attempted to withdraw his hand from the gauge, but it felt as if the chakra within him had erupted. Uncontrollably surging from his palm, the once motionless black particles within the gauge began to roil like boiling liquid, rapidly swirling in all directions, transforming into a black vortex that churned violently within the hourglass. Faint roars echoing from its depths. What in the world is happening? Qin Hao stared at the life point gauge, now marred by numerous fine cracks, inwardly lamenting as he sensed the shift in the gazes of those around him. Especially from Ling Fei, whose eyes glinted with malice, as if he wished to skin him alive. Though the life point gauge was not an exceedingly rare item, it certainly held significant value, and now it appeared on the verge of destruction at Qin Hao's hands, a burden Ling Fei could not bear. "You little brat, release your grip at once," Ling Fei bellowed, raising his hand to strike at Qin Hao's chest. In his urgency, he unleashed his full strength, channeling his entire spiritual ability instinctively to its utmost. A thin layer of energy surrounding his hand as hard as iron. The force of his palm sliced through the air, creating a sonic boom. Qin Hao's pupils constricted sharply. The chakra within him surged uncontrollably, and his left hand felt as though it had been magnetically drawn, severely hampering his ability to evade. "Damn it! Is this guy trying to kill me?" A fierce glint flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. He straightened the fingers of his left hand and relinquished his restraint on the chakra. Instantly, the chakra within him surged forth like a flood released from a dam, erupting from his left palm with renewed vigor. Crack! The hourglass shattered under the strain, the invisible chakra colliding violently with the swirling black particles, producing an explosive shockwave that detonated from Qin Hao's palm. His left arm swung like a pendulum, violently striking himself, the overwhelming force propelling him into the air. Qin Hao let out two muffled groans, and as soon as he landed, he sprang back up, disregarding his injuries, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Ling Fei. His left arm was mangled, flesh and bone exposed, with numerous black particles embedded in his flesh, and some even lodged in his bones. That on his left arm, there was also a set of distinct finger impressions, resembling branding iron marks, etched clearly into his exposed bone. Even as he was flung away, he had not entirely evaded Ling Fei's attack. The last scrape was enough to inflict such horror, had he not dodged. The consequences would have been dire. Qin Hao's expression darkened as he glanced at his painfully injured left arm, his eyes flickering momentarily. One noticed the small black insects hidden within the flesh of his arm. Even if they did, they would merely assume they were seeing things, mistaking the particles for insects. Concealing the insects, Qin Hao clenched his right hand into a fist, his gaze coldly fixed on Ling Fei. If the other dared to attack again, he would have no choice but to summon his executioner S-blade and cleave him in two. But the only reason he had not acted immediately was his wariness of the ninth senior brother above him. However, if Ling Fei continued to act recklessly and no one intervened, Qin Hao would have no alternative but to take the risk and fight back. Chapter 52. The humiliation of the ninth senior brother. It's shattered, all of it shattered. Ling Fei muttered to himself, his attack having not only failed to prevent Qin Hao from damaging the life point gauge, but had instead accelerated its destruction. He lifted his head, fury etched across his face as he glared intensely at Qin Hao, astonished that the other had not perished. "Who are you to destroy my sect's life point gauge? What is your intent?" He was not foolish. At this moment, he remembered to distance himself from the blame as much as possible. "Which of your dog eyes saw me destroy it? It broke on its own." I was still puzzled. To absolve himself of guilt, Ling Fei's intentions were transparent to Qin Hao, who retorted sharply, "You little brat, dare to quibble." Ling Fei, incensed and humiliated, stepped forward, claws outstretched towards Qin Hao. "Humph." Qin Hao fixed his gaze on Ling Fei, casting a reconnaissance technique. Name: Ling Fei level 28, 3rd level gold element spiritual energy practitioner. The reconnaissance technique yielded limited information, yet knowing Ling Fei was merely a high-level 3rd-tier practitioner was sufficient for Qin Hao. This could prove somewhat troublesome. Qin Hao gently pressed his lips together, his right hand's fingers quivering lightly, poised to strike at any moment. His gaze appeared fixed intently on Ling Fei, yet in reality, his awareness was wholly concentrated on the figure of his ninth senior brother, who sat majestically upon a silver sword above him. Qin Hao regarded Ling Fei with utter disdain. His true concern lay with this ninth senior brother. Though this ninth senior brother had a flamboyant demeanor, it did not diminish Qin Hao's recognition of his formidable strength. On the contrary, the prowess of this ninth senior brother was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Not every ostentatious individual could remain suspended in the air for such an extended period. Most crucially, his reconnaissance techniques revealed not a single fragment of information about this person, not even his name. This was undeniably the second most formidable individual Qin Hao had encountered in the spirit energy continent, the first being the ancient hag, Dan Tai-Sien. Ling Fei took 2 swift steps forward, his claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound, closing the distance to less than a foot from Qin Hao. The onlookers observed Qin Hao standing there, seemingly petrified and unresponsive, mistakenly believing he was too frightened to move. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao's loosely clenched right hand was subtly gesturing forward as if to prod. "Hold it!" A sharp admonition resonated from above. Qin Hao's hand froze mid-motion, naturally falling to his side. While inwardly he cursed, indeed a show-off, needing to act at the last possible moment. However, Ling Fei could not halt his advance. His claws continued to lunge forward. Qin Hao's expression abruptly shifted, his feet instinctively retreating. Suddenly, a figure emerged before him. None other than that ostentatious individual. The show-off slightly furrowed his brow, raised his right hand, and delicately extended a slender finger toward the front, from which an invisible sword chi shot forth. In an instant, Ling Fei's body stiffened, a hole the size of a finger appearing in his shoulder as the sword chi pierced through. "Senior brother Xie, show mercy." Ling Fei's face drained of color as he hastily clasped his fists and bowed, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Witnessing Ling Fei's expression of fear, those around them fell silent, comprehending that this ninth senior brother was certainly not to be trifled with. Without acknowledging Ling Fei, the ninth senior brother turned his gaze to Qin Hao's injured arm and spoke with a nonchalant tone. "Pray tell, was it your own doing? Are you certain you are not jesting with me?" This flamboyant figure exuded a terrifying aura as Qin Hao felt the ninth senior brother's penetrating gaze sweep over him. An icy chill enveloped him, akin to being scrutinized by a merciless beast. Qin Hao understood this was merely an illusion, a result of the overwhelming disparity in their strengths. Nevertheless, the intensity of the ninth senior brother's gaze was chillingly unnerving. When Qin Hao lifted his eyes to meet the ninth senior brother's, he felt as though he were staring into the depths of eternal ice, cold to the core. Unable to withstand the pressure of that singular glance, he averted his gaze, murmuring, "Yes, it was indeed my own doing." Qin Hao clenched his fingers tightly, recognizing in that fleeting moment that he had faltered. The overwhelming dread that an additional second of eye contact would lead to his demise compelled him to retreat instinctively. Is this what it truly means to be a powerful being in this world? I am still far from it. A realization dawned upon Qin Hao. His confidence had swelled excessively during this period, which was detrimental. One may project arrogance on the surface, yet one's heart must remain attuned to reality. The distance to true strength was still vast. He needed to constantly remind himself of this truth to progress further. "I loathe being deceived. Thus, I shall inquire once more. Are you certain it was your own doing? Should you retract your statement now, I shall grant you a swift death. If you reconsider later, I shall ensure your suffering is beyond comprehension. Do you understand this?" Cold sweat beaded on Qin Hao's forehead as 2 piercing gazes from above bore down on him, radiating an aura of insatiable malice. "It was indeed my own doing," Qin Hao replied, lowering his head, his eyes bloodshot, beads of sweat cascading down his chin to the ground, his teeth chattering as he stammered his response. "Very well." The ninth senior brother reached for Qin Hao's back, lifting him as effortlessly as one would a piece of luggage, and in an instant, they soared upward, piercing through the clouds, ascending directly towards the summit of the Qingyun sect, ascending the soaring ladder to the Qingyun Hall. What would it be like to breach the clouds? Might one day he reign over the Qingyun? Yet, at present, Qin Hao was preoccupied with feelings of profound humiliation. Being hoisted in such a manner was utterly demeaning. He curled his body like a monkey, acutely aware of the increasing altitude, the ground receding further from him. This was Qin Hao's inaugural experience of flying through the skies, and he had not anticipated it would occur in such a manner. While he had longed to soar above, at this moment, he harbored no thoughts of admiring the landscape below. His head remained bowed, silently counting the seconds. This was his method of diverting his attention. Yet in his heart, he vowed, "The shame of today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. A gentleman must not be humiliated." Qin Hao was no gentleman. He was merely a petty man. Yet even a petty man must not be humiliated, especially one as narrow-minded as Qin Hao. Moreover, petty individuals can often be far more formidable than gentlemen. For instance, Qin Hao fully comprehended the art of submission. At times when he ought to keep his head down, he would resolutely do so. However, when he achieved success, he swore he would not let the ninth senior brother off lightly. In silence, Qin Hao gazed vacantly at the scenery beneath the clouds, oblivious to when the ninth senior brother would finally release him to the ground. "Wait here and do not wander," the ninth senior brother commanded. Qin Hao nodded, gathering his thoughts, and began to observe his surroundings. Chapter 53. Within the Qingyun Hall, a youth once the ninth senior brother departed, Qin Hao began to pace in place. His eyes beheld rolling hills and winding paths, surrounded by verdant greenery, resembling a paradise. With peculiar mountains and rocks dotting the landscape, amidst the lush hills and clear waters, opulent pavilions shrouded in mist appeared, as if the tiles were crafted from jade, truly deserving of the name Qingyun. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a youth clad in a green robe approached, surveying Qin Hao from head to toe. "You are the one brought by the ninth senior brother? Come with me, Do." Qin Hao followed silently behind this individual, proceeding inward. Before long, a spacious plaza unfolded before him, the ground paved with white jade stones. Scattered throughout the square were disciples of the Qingyun sect, some standing, others seated, all adorned in green robes, though the number of embroidered clouds on their garments varied. Upon noticing Qin Hao trailing behind the youth, their expressions reflected a hint of curiosity, yet none approached him with inquiries. Each absorbed in their own tasks, the plaza exuding an air of tranquility. Qin Hao cast his gaze outward, the plaza extending nearly 1,000 meters, with a grand hall at its far end. This hall stood 3 stories tall, crowned by a massive plaque bearing the characters for Qingyun, the Qingyun Hall. Qin Hao murmured, prompting the youth ahead to turn, a proud expression on his face as he proclaimed, "Indeed, it is our sect's Qingyun Hall." Alas, his pride was wasted on a blind audience. Qin Hao had no understanding of what he was so boastful about that moment. His thoughts were entirely occupied with contemplating what might transpire within the hall and how he should respond. Before the entrance of the Qingyun Hall stood 5 imposing stone statues, each representing the most distinguished sect leaders throughout history. The statue on the far left, bearing a long sword on its back, depicted the renowned Qingyun Taoist from 4 centuries past. Out of course, Qin Hao kept his head down, dutifully following the green-robed youth into the Qingyun Hall, presenting before the sect leader and esteemed elders. "I have brought the individual," the youth announced. Qin Hao halted, peering ahead. The hall was expansive, with 9 colossal stone pillars arranged in a row, evoking a sense of solemnity and grandeur. Below these pillars lay a raised stone platform, atop which sat a chair, currently occupied by a middle-aged man. This individual boasted white brows, a white robe, and a white shirt, with a white jade ring adorning his left thumb. He was Bai Wuji, the current sect leader of the Qingyun sect, whose cultivation had remained at the peak of the 6th tier for many years, just a step away from ascending to the 7th tier. The holy level. Descending from the stone platform were 9 stone steps, flanked by 4 chairs on either side, each occupied by an elder, a collective known as the 8 Elders of Qingyun. All donned black robes. Their expressions varied, yet at this moment, their gazes converged upon Qin Hao, each lost in their own thoughts. The intensity of their collective scrutiny bore down on Qin Hao, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure that felt as if a mountain were pressing down on his shoulders, compelling him to kneel. Qin Hao kept his head bowed, daring not to meet the eyes of any one of them. His jaw clenched tightly, his knees trembling, yet he stubbornly refrained from collapsing to the ground. Interesting. The speaker was an elderly man, his visage gaunt and lined with deep furrows that he gazed at Qin Hao, his green eyes radiating a peculiar thrill akin to that of a hunter spotting his prey. "Oh, why does old Shui laugh? And what is so amusing?" Accompanied by the peculiar cackling of old Shui, the pressure that had enveloped Qin Hao suddenly dissipated. He was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. And he raised his head to look at old Shui, forcing a grateful smile onto his face. Indeed, a rare talent. Before old Shui could respond, he caught sight of Qin Hao's expression and laughed thrice more. his demeanor gradually cooling. From my 140 years of experience, this lad is cunning, yet possesses an undeniable ferocity. He is truly remarkable, though. How do you discern this? Upon hearing old Shue's words, the elders in the hall exhibited expressions of curiosity. Since entering, this youth had not dared to meet our gazes. He either harbors guilt or understands the art of timing and retreat. Yet, despite the immense pressure upon him, he stands firm and does not kneel. Looking at the injuries on his arm, which must be excruciating, he has not even uttered a sound nor glanced at his wound since entering the hall. His heart is indeed as solid as iron, displaying a remarkable self-discipline. Ultimately, he feigns sentimentality by offering me a grateful smile, which starkly contrasts with his earlier demeanor of keeping his head bowed. It is nothing short of a performance to elicit sympathy and favor. Is that not cunning? With each word old Shui spoke, his expression grew colder. This youth, merely a boy, yet so sly and ruthless, is truly extraordinary. After old Shui's final remark, the previously indifferent expressions of the pig-faced elders shifted dramatically, their gazes fixating intently on Qin Hao. Indeed, he is but a youth. That a wave of surprise washed over them as they realized they had initially overlooked this fact. It could be dismissed as mere coincidence if only a few had failed to notice. But the collective oversight of so many was rather peculiar, suggesting that this youth possessed an unusual quality that obscured his age, or perhaps a trait rarely found in one so young. Diverting their attention entirely, undoubtedly, this youth is exceptional. Upon closer inspection, he exudes an unexpected composure, a depth forged through the passage of time hidden beneath a seemingly carefree exterior. His brow bore an air of coldness and resolution. This youth, seemingly timid, possesses a heart as unyielding as stone, a born killer. If this youth is not to be utilized by my sect, he must be eliminated. Various thoughts quietly surfaced in the minds of the elders. The more they observed Qin Hao, the more astonished they became. This was quite normal, for Qin Hao's soul was not that of a mere boy. Despite inhabiting a youthful body, his aura could never be mistaken for that of a child. If he were to truly appear as one, it would be all the more strange. A sense of foreboding settled within Qin Hao as he silently regarded the assembly, his heart racing with uncertainty over what fate awaited him. After an eerily prolonged silence, Bai Wuji finally broke the stillness with a question. What is your name? Reporting to the sect master, I am Qin Hao, humbly requesting to join the Qingyun sect as for the damage to the destiny measuring tool. I genuinely do not know the reason, Qin Hao replied without hesitation, kneeling and shedding any prior reluctance, his voice ringing clear. This display of action stirred the onlookers, causing their eyelids to flicker, yet the expressions of the elders softened considerably. Bai Wuji remained silent, merely instructing someone to place another destiny measuring tool in the center of the hall. He addressed Qin Hao. Try again. Let me see what the cause truly is. I shall obey. Qin Hao dared not refuse. He could not afford to consider the potential unforeseen consequences of compliance, for to abstain could lead to his demise. Making the choice clear, he would follow orders without question. Chapter 54. Misunderstanding of assumptions. Within the grand hall, one could hear a pin drop. Qin Hao exhaled deeply, casting a glance at his expressionless ninth senior brother beside the destiny measuring tool. Then gently pressed his right palm against it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Disappointment flickered in Bai Wuji's eyes. As the leader aspiring to elevate the sect, he constantly hoped for the emergence of extraordinary talents to propel the Qingyun sect to greater heights. Thus, when he heard reports of an unusual occurrence during the testing of the destiny measuring tool, he could not suppress his excitement. In the annals of the spirit energy continent, any manifestation during qualification assessments had historically indicated the presence of special constitutions. Although this recent anomaly was peculiar, with the tool itself being destroyed, it could still be considered a form of manifestation. Bai Wuji remained uncertain until Qin Hao entered the hall, for he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him, indicating a pitiable affinity for spiritual energy, truly the dregs among the dregs. Perhaps I have misjudged. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Wuji's mind. However, after hearing the discussions of several elders, he gradually began to recognize the youth's uniqueness, reigniting a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he truly possessed a rare constitution. Qin Hao maintained a facade of calm, yet within, his nerves were stretched to their limits. He exerted every effort to control the chakra within him, as if attempting to bind it with an imaginary chain. ever since his palm had yet to touch the destiny measuring tool. Old Shua's earlier remarks had genuinely terrified Qin Hao, instilling a profound respect for the seasoned practitioners around him. They had consumed more salt than he had rice. He was gripped by trepidation, fearing that any misstep might reveal secrets that these astute individuals would uncover. Unbeknownst to him, his understanding of the world of spiritual energy was woefully inadequate. He could not fathom the repercussions of disclosing his secrets, nor how these individuals would treat him, nor what justifications he could employ to obscure the truth. Hence, Qin Hao decided that it was prudent to remain cautious and avoid exposure. His previous actions against Wang Feng were a testament to this, as was his current endeavor to rein in the increasingly unruly chakra within him. By some strange twist of fate, as if responding to Qin Hao's silent plea, a faint tremor coursed through his consciousness, and a dark silver chain emerged from the depths of darkness. Regrettably, it was but a fleeting moment, as if obstructed by an unseen barrier. The chain recoiled back into the recesses of his mind, vanishing without a trace. 7 breaths, 8 breaths, 9 breaths. Just as Bai Wuji had relinquished hope, Qin Hao suddenly trembled, a mouthful of blood erupting forth as his chakra surged uncontrollably from his palm. Bai Wuji's eyes lit up. Rising to his feet, an aura befitting a 6th-tier expert radiating from him, enveloping every corner of the hall. The elders within the chamber sprang up from their seats, holding their breath, intently fixated on Qin Hao. The scene that had unfolded at the foot of the mountain replayed within the Qingyun Hall. Inside the destiny measuring tool, countless black particles swirled into a tempest, rampaging within like a furious beast. Emitting a low, thunderous roar, crack, the destiny measuring tool, unable to withstand the strain, shattered. A wave of black whirlwind surged toward Qin Hao. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through. A white sleeve abruptly interposed between Qin Hao and the black tempest. A hand emerging from the cuff, clenching downward. The black whirlwind instantly stilled, and the myriad black particles dissipated into mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Qin Hao was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though his heart had leaped into his throat. As he frantically pondered how to explain the anomaly of the destiny measuring tool, a sudden burst of laughter erupted beside him, nearly startling him to death. Excellent, excellent. Bai Wuji turned to face Qin Hao, his eyes gleaming with a blend of satisfaction and complexity, leaving Qin Hao momentarily speechless. How did it feel? Like I miscalculated? Qin Hao's eyes darted, as he feigned a gesture to kneel, but Bai Wuji halted him with a single hand, preventing his descent. It seems I truly misjudged it that moment. Qin Hao felt a profound sense of clarity. However, he maintained an expression of feigned panic, apologizing. Disciple did not intend to damage the destiny measuring tool. I truly do not understand why this occurred. Ha. A mere destiny measuring tool. If it breaks, it breaks. It is of no consequence. What could possibly compare to a genius disciple? Elders, do you agree? Indeed, the words of the suzerain resonate profoundly. Qin Hao's eyes flickered momentarily, as a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that a monumental misunderstanding had arisen. With a zero affinity for spiritual energy, a genius? How intriguing. Qin Hao maintained an impassive demeanor, scrutinizing the expressions of those within the hall. He gently bit the corner of his lip, forming a subtle curve. Rapidly, he contemplated the implications of this fortuitous misunderstanding, weighing whether it would prove to be a blessing or a curse, and what advantages it might confer, alongside the potential dangers that accompanied them. How remarkable! In the span of several decades, my Qingyun sect has unexpectedly gained 4 prodigious talents. This heralds a time of great prosperity. Bai Wuji chuckled heartily, his gaze towards Qin Hao revealing an unmistakable ambition. Let us assess the physique once more. With a flick of his palm, Bai Wuji summoned a brilliant white light, manifesting a transparent orb the size of a human head, which he effortlessly held in his grasp. Qin Hao observed intently, recognizing that the ring of the sect leader in Bai Wuji's hand was not merely a token of leadership, but a rare treasure imbued with storage capabilities. Such treasures are precious. Qin Hao's attention lingered only briefly on the ring before shifting to the excessively luminous orb, but a high-grade spirit testing orb. Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils subtly contracted. Unlike the lower-grade spirit testing orbs, which merely determine the type of spiritual energy a person belongs to among the 9 categories, the high-grade orb possesses the extraordinary ability to discern the specific special physique of the individual being tested. Surely, it cannot be exposed so swiftly. Qin Hao's heart raced, Yet his expression remained impassive as he decisively bit his finger, forcing a drop of crimson blood to flow forth, which he allowed to fall onto the orb. A single drop of blood, the transparent orb met it in an instant. Qin Hao held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the high-grade spirit-testing orb. Life or death hinged upon this moment. As the blood made contact, it seeped into the surface of the orb, diffusing slowly within, transforming into countless minuscule threads of blood that elongated, thinned, swayed, and spiraled. Chapter 55. Will it lead to true transmission? It resembled a masterful painter wielding a brush, or perhaps a skilled sorcerer inscribing incomprehensible runes with vermilion. The single drop of blood had already evolved into an intricate web of blood threads, radiating outward from a central point like the tentacles of an octopus, thrashing wildly. In the next breath, the blood threads swelled dramatically, thickening, and then exploding into innumerable crimson specks, resembling a swarm of tiny insects. As they multiplied within the high-grade spirit-testing orb, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and the numbers continued to grow, instantly dyeing the entire orb a vivid red, crack, to Bai Wuji's astonishment. The high-grade spirit-testing orb suddenly split open, reminiscent of the fateful scales of destiny. Silence. An eerie, profound silence. Elders, does anyone know what kind of physique this is? Bai Wuji waved his sleeve, casting his gaze upon the elders within the hall. There had been no record of any physique manifesting such a phenomenon. However, throughout history, there have been countless peculiar physiques, and it is only natural that we remain unaware of them. The Qingyun sect has only existed for 700 years, its foundation not particularly deep, and its knowledge limited. Even if one were to scour the sect's ancient texts, they would find mention of only about 100 renowned physiques, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the myriad of unique physiques that exist. Ordinary physiques would only result in a change in color when tested with a high-grade spirit-testing orb, without any accompanying imagery, a universally accepted truth on the continent. Therefore, it is indeed evident that the manifestation of such an anomaly must indicate a special physique. Without a doubt, the only oddity is that the spirit-testing orb has yet to reveal the elemental affinity to which this individual belongs. How peculiar! No, it has indeed indicated this. Throughout the testing, the orb has consistently displayed a vibrant red hue, culminating in its complete saturation. It must be of the fire element. Listening to the discussions of the elders around him, Qin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he pieced together the chain of events and comprehended why he was misidentified as a genius. As for the final anomaly, while others may be oblivious to its significance, he understood it clearly. It was a manifestation of the multiplication technique and the parasitic art. It seems that the Qingyun sect lacks comprehensive knowledge regarding these special physiques, which is reasonable given the vastness of this world. How could this small sect possibly be fully informed? Even the future super sects or the Diu dynasty would likely struggle to catalog them all. With this realization, a flash of brilliance sparked in Qin Hao's eyes, and an audacious idea took root in his mind, growing more feasible with each passing moment. I hereby inform the suzerain and esteemed elders that I indeed possess a special physique. Qin Hao's voice, though not loud, instantly overshadowed the murmurs within the hall, drawing the attention of all present. You are aware. Bai Wuji's tone elevated slightly. Initially, I was unaware, but after listening to the discussions of the elders, I became convinced that I possess a special physique, and I have finally unraveled the mystery behind my peculiar abilities. What extraordinary abilities might those be? The eyes of the assembly sparkled with intrigue, awaiting Qin Hao's elaboration. Yet, Qin Hao remained silent, simply standing still with closed eyes, gradually channeling the chakra within him. As the audience looked on in confusion, his body began to rise incrementally, swelling visibly in a matter of moments. The multiplication technique has been successfully activated. Indeed, I can enlarge my entire being, though I cannot maintain this form for long, Qin Hao stated, promptly canceling the multiplication technique and swiftly returning to his original size. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to make of this revelation. Indeed, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, as it appeared to be a manifestation of his inherent abilities. Bai Wuji mused internally. Before inquiring further, are there any more? Yes, at times my bones and eyes experience an intense discomfort, and during these moments, I feel as though I can control my entire skeletal structure, as if I could even extract my bones from within. Additionally, my vision appears to sharpen, as though time itself has slowed. Unfortunately, my current strength is insufficient to actualize this sensation. I can only vaguely sense it, and I am unsure if I am merely indulging in fanciful thinking. Qin Hao tilted his head, gazing questioningly at Bai Wuji, as if seeking answers from him, while secretly chuckling within. This way, once I awaken the corpse bone pulse and the Sharingan, I shall not arouse any suspicion. As for later, with my strength at that time, I will certainly no longer need to exert such effort to conceal my abilities as I do today. However, Qin Hao remained cautious, refraining from revealing the parasitic art. The parasites are still too weak. It is far too early to manifest any combat prowess, and there is no necessity for exposure. Most importantly, the reconnaissance and warning capabilities of the parasites serve as my hidden card. One I cannot afford to display openly. Initially, Bai Wuji may have felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the multiplication technique, but upon hearing Qin Hao's description of his other two abilities, his expression transformed into one of unmasked delight, particularly when he heard Qin Hao's account of his vision, which ignited a fervent glint in his eyes. Yet, in that fleeting moment, no one noticed the subtle hint of regret that flickered in Bai Wuji's gaze as he regarded Qin Hao. The heavenly eye. These four words resonated like thunder within the depths of Bai Wuji's and the elder soul's. One elder gasped in alarm. How can this be? No, while his description bears some resemblance. It must only be a similar physique. Although it may not rival the heavenly eye, it is likely to possess considerable power in the future. Nonsense. The Sharingan cannot possibly be inferior to the heavenly eye. In the future, it will far surpass it. Qin Hao scoffed inwardly, though his countenance feigned ignorance, as if he could not comprehend their words that in truth, how could he not understand? While the official website provided limited information on various physiques. As a seasoned player, he was well acquainted with the heavenly eye, which ranks among the top 100 physiques. What shall we do? Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, surveying the elders within the hall. This child is worthy of becoming a direct disciple. One elder proclaimed loudly. Bai Wuji remained silent, and an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Bai Wuji finally declared with unwavering conviction, "Given such talent, I shall accept him as my true disciple." Silence, an eerie stillness. The silence was so profound that it sent chills coursing through one's very being. It was a suffocating stillness, imbued with an inexplicable terror and a bone-chilling intent to kill. Qin Hao sensed it as Bai Wuji's words echoed in the air. Multiple strands of murderous intent surged forth before him, directed unerringly at him. He dared not raise his gaze to discern the identities of those from whom this killing aura emanated. Instead, he dutifully kept his head bowed, his eyes fixated on the ground below, as though it concealed the most exquisite sights in the world. Yet, the white marble floor revealed nothing but his own reflection and a pair of starkly contrasting eyes. Chillingly cold. Chapter 56. The innate sword hard impossible. Four voices resounded in unison, each laden with urgency. The true disciples were the bedrock of the sect, the aspiration of countless disciples. How could this be treated so lightly? The sudden addition of a true disciple would cast the sect's disciples into turmoil and was profoundly unjust to the other true disciples. Indeed, rules must not be discarded. The four elders stood in a line, their expressions grave as they regarded Bai Wuji in the last grand competition among the 5 sects. Their sect had suffered a dismal defeat, losing tragically. The 4 true disciples. Humph. Bai Wuji scoffed. 5 years hence. Our sect cannot afford to lose again, or perhaps you can assure me that your disciples can secure a victory for Qingyun's sect. Bai Wuji's face was as cold as frost, his eyes glinting with a terrifying chill. His tone was icy as the overwhelming aura of a 6th-tier powerhouse bore down upon the 4 elders. Allow me to answer for you. You cannot guarantee a victory for our sect. With a cold smirk, Bai Wuji waved his sleeve and seized Qin Hao's right shoulder, his form flickering as he returned to the stone platform in the great hall, with an impassive expression. He sat upon the seat of the sect leader, casting a commanding gaze upon the 4 elders below, whose foreheads glistened with sweat under his oppressive presence. Casting a glance at Qin Hao, who stood to his left, he redirected his gaze downward and contemptuously declared, "Since that is the case, why not establish another true disciple to bring fame and glory to our sect? Is the sect leader serious?" One elder sneered before continuing, "His aptitude is commendable, but potential does not equate to strength. Currently, his abilities do not even surpass those of our outer disciples. How can he possibly lead our sect to victory in the next competition? Let it be known that the 4 true disciples have all entered the initial stage of Tier 5, with the foremost disciple, Lin Jie, merely a step away from the advanced tier. His expression slightly shifted as he paused. Then continued, "This individual has yet to even reach Tier 3. Even if he possesses the body of the heavenly eye, can he truly leap over 3 tiers within 5 years? Why not?" Bai Wuji's expression remained unchanged. His tone calm. The 4 elders exchanged glances, as if contemplating something, and surprisingly refrained from immediate rebuttal. Stealing themselves, another elder spoke. "If that is the case, it may not be entirely impossible." However, Bai Wuji seemed to anticipate their agreement and what they wished to convey. He waved his hand, interrupting their words, and stated directly, "At that time, all true disciples shall compete fairly. The victor may enter the Qingyun cave to receive the ancestors' legacy." "That sounds splendid. We have no objections." The 4 elders bowed deeply and, seeing Bai Wuji's silence, turned to leave. Factional strife. It appeared that Bai Wuji could not act with impunity within Qingyun's sect. Yet, what was this Qingyun cave they spoke of? It seemed to hold great significance. As Qin Hao pondered these matters, Bai Wuji's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. "Qin Hao, I now accept you as my disciple. From this day forth, you shall be the 5th true disciple of Qingyun sect. Standing above the myriad disciples of our sect, that I hope you will diligently cultivate your talents, in hopes that one day you may elevate our sect's glory." Meeting Bai Wuji's profound gaze, a chill ran down Qin Hao's spine. He immediately knelt, exclaiming, "I shall not disappoint my master's expectations." "Yes, Elder Lien, please take him to his quarters." "Understood, sect leader." The elder known as Lien was a red-haired middle-aged man with a long stature, bearing a horrifying scar across his brow. Resembling a grotesque centipede, Qin Hao followed Elder Lien out of Qingyun Hall and towards the outside, where the hall returned to its prior tranquility. After a moment, the remaining 3 elders of the sect slowly resumed their seats. Shui Laogui cleared his throat and glanced at Bai Wuji. "Are you truly placing your hopes upon that lad? While Lin Dong may have faltered against the genius of the Huanyun sect, it is hardly his fault. Even I would not dare to guarantee a victory against that prodigy." Bai Wuji furrowed his brow, recalling that day's events, and could not help but sigh. The Huanyun sect was indeed fortunate to have acquired such a remarkable disciple. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing those errant thoughts, and instead gazed at Shui Laogui with intrigue. "Surely, with your astuteness, you can discern our sect's intentions?" "Ha! The sect leader flatters me to eye in my humble opinion, even if Qin Hao possesses extraordinary aptitude. Nurturing him will require at least a decade of effort. The next grand competition among the 5 sects is less than 5 years away. How could the sect leader make such a grave error? This child is merely a decoy placed before us, a diversion to buy time for the true aces of our sect." Shui Laogui gestured toward the 9th disciple, who had remained silent throughout. The true 9th disciple, Lung Jiansheng, is the one the sect leader believes can emerge victorious over the 4 true disciples in 5 years, enter the Qingyun cave, and acquire the ancestors' legacy. He shall soar to greatness. Sweeping aside all rivals in the upcoming competition, thus bringing honor to Qingyun, Qin Hao is merely a pawn to draw fire, a bait to create an opportunity for Lung Jiansheng. Alas, such talent may not endure long. Shui Laogui sighed, though his tone bore no trace of sympathy. "Your words are misguided, Elder Shui. Lung Jiansheng is indeed the hope of our sect. If he can grow successfully, sacrificing 10 Qin Haos would be inconsequential. It is a pity that his timing of arrival is poor. Had it been a few years earlier or later, our sect might have genuinely nurtured him as another beacon of hope." Bai Wuji, despite his words, felt a twinge of regret at the thought of sacrificing a talent akin to the heavenly eye. "Leader, this child is cunning and lacks loyalty to our sect. This scheme we concoct appears benevolent on the surface. Yet it ultimately places him in peril. If he realizes this, he will surely harbor resentment towards you. If he falters along the way, it would be acceptable, but if he withstands the pressure and grows, we cannot afford to leave his life intact." "Indeed," Bai Wuji nodded. As the leader of the sect, his resolve was as steadfast as iron. Even if he felt deep regret when it came time to make a decision, he would not falter, nor would he err by nurturing a potential threat. He lowered his gaze towards Lung Jiansheng, who appeared lost in thought, seemingly impervious to any distractions. The hint of satisfaction crossed his face as he spoke earnestly. "Lung Jiansheng, While you lack a special constitution and your aptitude is average, you possess an innate sword heart that rivals any divine body in existence. Our ancestor, through sheer will, expanded our sect, relying on his own innate sword heart. The Qingyun Cave, a legacy left by our ancestor, is rightfully yours that in 5 years, our sect shall elevate you to true disciple status. And at that time, you must defeat the other true disciples and claim the ancestor's legacy in the Qingyun Cave. Rest assured, sect leader, the Qingyun Cave is fated to belong to me, Lung Jianxing. The 4 true disciples are merely insignificant clods that in 5 years, they shall be no match for the sword in my hand. Lung Jianxing's brow arched, his expression haughty, his aura sharp and imposing like a treasured blade. Chapter 1. Task Initiation and Rewards. Following Elder Lien, Qin Hao deviated from the Grand Hall, traversing a narrow path towards the rear mountain. To be precise, it was a towering peak that pierced the clouds, standing upright like a sword. The mountain was steep and treacherous, with bizarre cliffs and rocks lining the path, where few trees could survive. They encountered no one along the way. The silence was almost unnerving to their pace. Even a leisurely walk surpassed the speed of an ordinary person's run. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Elder Lien halted and pointed towards a distant cave, saying, "This mountain is called Qingyun Peak, colloquially referred to as the True Disciple Peak, signifying that only true disciples are qualified to reside here. That cave will henceforth belong to you as a true disciple. You will have dedicated attendants to cater to your needs, ensuring that you can focus solely on your cultivation for the various privileges. You will gradually come to know them in due time, that I hope you will take this seriously." Qin Hao's gaze narrowed as he observed the departing figure of Elder Lien, a lingering sense of intrigue washing over him. Particularly regarding the profound implications of the elder's final words, that it was surprising that beneath the elder's fierce visage lay a rather benevolent heart. With a quiet murmur, Qin Hao propelled himself forward, sprinting with all his might until, mere moments later, he arrived at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Though referred to as a cave, it was essentially a hewn stone chamber nestled within the mountainside. At the entrance stood a young acolyte, no older than 16 or 17, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, patiently awaiting his arrival. "Shi Xiao," he greeted, to which Qin Hao nodded, recognizing him as the young acolyte Elder Lien had mentioned. With Jiang Yi's introduction, Qin Hao gained a clear and intuitive understanding of the cave's layout. Spanning approximately 300 square meters, the chamber was adorned with 3 distinct formations: a spirit gathering array, a dust purification array, and a solidification array. Unlike the game, which did not feature such runes or formations, it appeared that this world had its own unique brand of spiritual technology, having previously encountered a soul pursuit rune. Qin Hao was not overly astonished by these findings. The spirit gathering array was designed to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed. That remained uncertain whether it would benefit Qin Hao. As his chakra had been naturally increasing with his level, he had yet to contemplate whether he could refine chakra on his own, primarily because he had not encountered a situation where his chakra was insufficient, thus rendering this concern somewhat distant, though it was likely to arise soon. The dust purification array served merely to clear away dust, while the solidification array was intended to reinforce the cave's structure, neither of which held much significance. The spacious cave was segmented into several smaller rooms, each designated for specific purposes: a training room, a spirit field room, a breeding room, and a storage room. The training room contained only a stone bed and a cushion, beneath which was embedded a high-level spirit gathering array requiring spirit stones to activate, boasting an efficacy 10 times greater than that of the larger array on the cave floor, though activation came at a cost. The spirit field room was meant for cultivating medicinal herbs, but at present, it lay barren. The breeding room was designated for nurturing spirit beasts and pets. However, most sects rarely possessed the techniques to tame beasts, rendering this space largely superfluous, as the 4 true disciples had repurposed it for other uses. The storage room featured a bookshelf stocked with fundamental techniques for spiritual energy cultivation and various historical texts of the continent. On the floor, a palm-sized flag caught Qin Hao's attention. Through Jiang Yi's explanation, he learned that it was a mist-type formation intended to obstruct enemies at the cave entrance, albeit of minimal utility, disregarding it as rubbish. Qin Hao carelessly tossed it aside, sending Jiang Yi away to the cave's entrance. There was also a small stone alcove designated as Jiang Yi's resting quarters. No sooner had Jiang Yi left than Qin Hao's expression transformed into one of exuberance. He settled onto the cushion, his mind immersing itself in the system. From the moment Bai Wuji had appointed him as a true disciple within the Qingyun Hall, he had received a system notification confirming his successful entry into the sect and unlocking the task system. Indeed, golden characters flickered on the screen, nearly blinding him. As Qin Hao clicked on the task option, a message unfolded in his mind. Task unlocked successfully. Ding, ding, ding. The melodic chimes echoed in his ears, followed by a cascade of notifications. Task system unlocked. Received luxurious beginner's gift pack X1. In an instant, Qin Hao was rendered speechless, blinking in disbelief and rubbing his ears to confirm he was not hallucinating. Tears welled in his eyes as he sighed skyward. So, this wretched system does offer rewards after all. His voice was tinged with a profound sense of longing, illustrating the depth of his grievances towards the system. Finally, no longer would he have to navigate blindly. At long last, he had persevered to the day when tasks awaited him. The prospect of rewards had emerged. Did this signify that he too would embark on a path toward prosperity and a better life? Qin Hao's excitement rendered him incoherent, while the notifications continued to stream into his consciousness. Successfully joined the sect, reward exchange points. 1,000. Promotion to outer disciple failed, deducted exchange points. 1,000. Promotion to inner disciple failed. Deducted exchange points. 2,000. Promotion to direct disciple failed, deducted exchange points. 3,000. Promotion to true disciple successful. Reward exchange points. 8,000. Experience points. 300. Statistics completed. Current rewards. Exchange points. 3,000. Experience points. 300. A milestone unlocked, since he had been directly promoted to true disciple. Did that mean the failures of the other promotions were inconsequential? What a perplexing logic this was. He should have earned a total of 14,000 points. Qin Hao's expression twisted in frustration as he muttered to himself. After a prolonged moment, his emotions began to stabilize, and he accessed the milestone interface. The layout resembled a simple book, with a few solitary golden badges on the left indicating the milestones he had achieved, while a series of gray badges on the right represented those he had yet to acquire. Qin Hao's gaze shifted to the badges he had already obtained. Do not hold grudges overnight. On the very first day of awakening in this world, you hastily avenged your uncle and aunt, astonishing all with your swiftness of retribution. Wearing effect. Movement speed 3, attack speed 3, current status, not worn, heart of darkness, in pursuit of personal vengeance. You stirred conflict among 3 factions, resulting in countless casualties, yet you felt no remorse. You perceive everyone in this world, aside from yourself, as mere NPCs, and your inner coldness has reached alarming levels, marking you as a born killer. Embrace your darkness. You have initially developed the fundamental attribute of a villainous boss, cruelty. Strive to enhance and amplify it. Wearing effect. While wearing this badge, your heart will grow even colder, granting a 5 attack bonus against any existence you deem an NPC. Current status, not worn. I am but a little trickster. Through a series of remarkable performances, you have transformed your seemingly worthless spiritual aptitude into something akin to the divine physique of Tianyin. However, this facade is ultimately hollow, unable to alter your fate as an abandoned pawn. Wearing effect. While wearing this badge, those around you are more likely to mistake you for a genius, simultaneously harboring inexplicable hostility towards you. Current status, not worn. Chapter 2. The Perilous Task. Seeking collections, seeking recommendations, abandoned pawn. Qin Hao's pupils constricted, a shiver coursing through him. It was no wonder he had felt an unsettling sense of foreboding since earlier. He had assumed it stemmed from the 4 elders who opposed his promotion to true disciple. However, it now appeared that the motives of Bai Wuji in accepting him as a true disciple were far from benign. Abandoned pawn, abandoned pawn. I am but a discarded piece, and if I have been forsaken, there must be someone else who is being protected. Who could that be? By accepting me as a true disciple, was he positioning me as bait to draw fire from others, concealing his ulterior motives, or perhaps the hidden schemes of that individual? Qin Hao instinctively pressed his lips together, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his gaze. No one shall dictate my life or death if they wish to cast me aside. Let us see who ultimately emerges victorious. Though Qin Hao had once harbored a flicker of goodwill towards Bai Wuji, that was now entirely extinguished, replaced solely by raw, unfiltered malice. Of the 3 badges he had already acquired, he could only wear 2 simultaneously, so he opted to activate the Do Not Hold Grudges Overnight and Heart of Darkness badges. He briefly glanced at the remaining unacquired badges, taking note of a few at the uppermost tier before exiting and switching to the task interface. Bounty tasks, achievement tasks, hidden tasks. The first 2 categories were open for inquiry, while the final hidden task was passively triggered and could not be checked. Qin Hao curled his lip in disdain and clicked on the bounty task section. Provocation. Having just been promoted to true disciple. Not a single person has come to congratulate you, Dio. They look down upon you. You must provoke the other true disciples to demonstrate your prowess. Level up? You have not battled monsters in quite some time, which is unacceptable. The countless disciples of Qingyun sect scattered across the mountains are perfect wild monsters. Each outer disciple you defeat grants you 1 experience point. Each inner disciple 1 experience point. Each inner disciple 10 experience points, and each direct disciple 100 experience points. This task is time sensitive. After 6 months, the rewards for the task will be halved compared to the previous year. Unyielding against oppression. Unfortunate enough to be entangled in the power struggles within the sect. Can you simply endure in silence? Certainly not. This damned Qingyun sect, from the leaders to the elders, none harbor any goodwill towards you. Each must be confronted and humiliated in turn. Capturing an elder rewards you with 2,000 exchange points, while slaying 1 grants 5,000 points. With each line Qin Hao read, his brow twitched. This is not merely a task. It is an invitation to self-destruction. Fortunately, these tasks are not mandatory. He decisively closed the bounty task page and opened the achievements interface. Leveling up to 20. As a mere novice, how long do you intend to linger around level 10? Without some incentive, do you lack motivation? Completing this achievement grants you 1,000 exchange points and 5 skill points. First martial art. Aside from basic techniques, how have you managed to survive without even a single noteworthy martial art? Completing this achievement awards you 1 attribute point and 5 skill points. Secret technique cultivation. Cultivate a secret technique to the small city realm, 50, to gain 3,000 exchange points and receive a fragment of the 8 gates of Duanjia. 10 kills. Let the so-called geniuses perish. Slay 10 individuals with special bloodlines to obtain 2 fragments of the bloodline ice escape. Current progress. 110. Sect assassin. This is not a sect you favor, so without hesitation, consume its resources, drink its blood, and like a parasite, gradually devour its essence to strengthen yourself. Isn't this your true intention? Kill 100 sect disciples to earn 10,000 exchange points and receive a fragment of the impure world reincarnation technique. There's an unsettling feeling about these tasks. If I truly bring the sect to ruin, wouldn't I also end up with no good fortune? He had painstakingly joined the sect precisely for these tasks, but if he were to annihilate the sect in the process, what would he do then? Would he simply switch to another sect? He bore no emotional burden, yet how would he explain the system's 1-year limitation? Could it be? After gazing at the words impure world reincarnation for a long while, Qin Hao faintly sensed something. Bounty tasks must be actively accepted, with penalties for failure resulting in a halving of the corresponding rewards, while achievement tasks are automatically accepted, but failure incurs no penalties. Qin Hao closed the taskbar and exited the system. He placed the bag on the stone bed, untying it, and gazing at the token Wang Feng had procured, lamenting the unpredictability of fate. Who would have thought he would leap from a mere errand boy to a true disciple, without even needing it? With both hands, he forcefully crumpled the token into a ball and tossed it aside, only to reconsider and retrieve it, digging a hole in the wall to bury it alongside the Thunder Domain token. He then laid out his clothes and red robe on the stone bed, reclining upon it, holding a green pill. Indeed, the bone-refining pill gifted to him by Dantai Xian, the item given by that woman. Who knows if it's poisonous? Qin Hao dared not consume it recklessly. High-level cultivators like Dantai Xian would not carry low-grade pills. The green pill was familiar to Qin Hao, yet none were as translucent as this one, adorned with a barely discernible symbol. Unfortunately, his reconnaissance technique could not identify items. Murmuring to himself, he scraped a bit of powder from the pill with his nail, causing a black insect to emerge from his fingertip and consume the powder. A second later, the black insect suddenly swelled and exploded into a cloud of dust, leaving not a trace behind. Qin Hao's heart sank, his pupils involuntarily narrowing to a sharp point as he muttered a curse under his breath, carefully stashing the pill away. More insects scuttled down the stone bed. Following Qin Hao's command to hide both inside and outside the cave, they would alert him should anyone approach within 100 meters. Qin Hao withdrew the executioner's blade, planting it into the ground. As countless insects surged forth, climbing the blade's surface. Yet, his attention was drawn to the so-called luxurious beginner's gift package from the system. Would you like to confirm receipt of the gift package? Confirm. Ding. Obtain 2,000 exchange points. Obtain 10 skill points. Obtain 2 attribute points. Acquired 100 explosive talismans. Acquired 100 kunai. Acquired 20 shuriken. Acquired 1 pair of Jinin combat boots. Acquired 1 Jinin headband from the Hidden Mist Village. Acquired 1 challenge Zabuza token. Chapter 3. Infinite Possibilities Jinin combat boots. A battle boot among refuse. With your current strength, this is all you deserve. Wearing effect. Movement speed 3. Hidden Mist Village Jinin headband. The Hidden Mist Village is filled with those who delight in self-destruction. Akin to you, who enjoys turning on your fellow disciples. Indeed, you are straying further down the path of villainy. Wearing effect. Silence 10. Enhances stealth within basic ninjutsu. Assassination ability 5. Special effect. Movement speed 3 in heavy fog. Attack speed 3. Qin Hao promptly donned the equipment, perplexed as he examined a white token in his hand, intricately patterned, with Zabuza inscribed in the center, resembling both an invitation and a business card. Would you like to use the token? Note. Upon use, the token will vanish regardless of success. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, reluctantly stowing the token away, although he sensed that success in the challenge might yield significant rewards. Reason told him that if the token genuinely compelled him to confront Zabuza, he was undoubtedly not a match at present. Therefore, it was wiser to reserve this opportunity for a future time, when he could be more assured. After all, this token appeared exceedingly rare. He had not encountered anything of its kind in the exchange shop, indicating its scarcity. Senior brother, Jiang Yi's voice echoed from outside the cave. Qin Hao stood and stepped outside, where he found Jiang Yi holding a stack of clothing at the entrance. Senior brother, the sect leader has sent me to inform you that the ceremony for true disciples will be held in 7 days. These are the garments for true disciples. Seeing Qin Hao's lack of invitation for him to enter, he handed the clothing over, then produced a Qingyun token from his bosom, inscribed with the characters Qin Hao. This item signifies your status as a true disciple. Please keep it safe. Qin Hao accepted it casually, then issued a subtle dismissal. Is there anything else? Jiang Yi, perceiving Qin Hao's aloof demeanor and lack of trust, lowered his gaze and replied, Will senior brother be dining at the dining hall, or shall I procure a meal for you? Bring it over when the time comes. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao waved his hand, signaling Jiang Yi to retreat. The green robe, reminiscent of a Taoist garment, was embroidered with 5 golden clouds, matching the design on the Qingyun token. Qin Hao felt the material. It seemed to be a type of silk. Clearly, it was just an ordinary garment. Muttering to himself, he felt the jade token in his hand, finding nothing particularly special about it either. Losing interest, he tossed it and the Qingyun robe onto the bed. Furrowing his brow, Qin Hao examined the numerous changes within the system. These transformations extended beyond the mere addition of a task system and a milestone system. They hinted at subtle shifts. New items appeared, unavailable in the exchange shop, such as the Zabuza token, Impure World Reincarnation Fragment, and Bloodline Ice Escape Fragments. Additionally, new terms surfaced within the system: stealth, silence, movement speed, and attack speed. While these terms were not difficult to comprehend, they plunged Qin Hao into deep contemplation. What hidden information lay behind these new items and terms? With the emergence of the Impure World Reincarnation Fragment and Bloodline Ice Escape Fragments, would other ninjutsu fragments or bloodline fragments appear in the future? Were these appearances random, or was there a discernible pattern? Behind those new terminologies lies the implication that the system harbors even more secrets yet to be unearthed, or perhaps, awaiting development. Could it be that once these secrets are unveiled, they will bestow upon him greater advantages and conveniences, much like the recharge system that Qin Hao has long anticipated yet remains utterly clueless about? The sudden emergence of that sarcastic language within the system, does it signify something profound? The deeper Qin Hao delves into these thoughts, the more peculiar the workings of his inner self become that he grapples with an array of emotions: anticipation, excitement, and fear, all coalescing into a tumultuous storm within him. The system is his foundation for survival in this world. Thus, any subtle changes within it command his utmost attention. On one hand, he yearns for these transformations, for each change heralds a day of significant progress in his strength. On the other hand, he harbors trepidation about these shifts, for the unknown is daunting. If one day, Qin Hao is suddenly jolted by a bizarre thought that chills him to the core, merely contemplating this astonishing notion sends shivers down his spine. He has always approached this world with the utmost skepticism, a disposition shaped by his upbringing as an orphan and his inherently suspicious nature, marking him as a quintessential conspiracy theorist. Ironically, the world he inhabits brims with unfathomable imagination, much like himself, and is laden with infinite possibilities. The boundless potential of the world emanates from the world itself, while my own boundless potential springs from the system. So, is it I who is imbued with infinite possibilities? Or is it the system? What a preposterous thought. Qin Hao exhales deeply, feeling the chill running down his spine, and with a self-deprecating smile, he questions his own sanity. What has come over me? Is it merely the weight of recent pressures? Rubbing his eyes, Qin Hao forcibly suppresses his unrealistic anxieties. Whether or not he is being overly cautious, at this moment, he sees no alternative but to leverage the system to grow stronger. That is the undeniable truth. Yet, he cannot rely solely on the system. Lying on his bed, he succumbed to a deep slumber, this being the last thought that crossed his mind before sleep overtook him. In the pitch blackness, a solitary, cold throne stands starkly against the void, malevolent, powerful, a symbol of absolute authority and supreme power. Above it hovers a shadowy figure, a silhouette cloaked in darkness, its face obscured. Only a pair of eerily red eyes gleam in the dark. Is this a dream, a realm of consciousness? In the cave, Qin Hao, lying upon the stone platform, slightly raises an eyebrow and turns over. Outside, the sky gradually darkens. On the true inheritance peak, aside from the darkness enveloping Qin Hao's cave, it is pitch black, with only one person quietly asleep. Meanwhile, the other 4 caves near the mountain summit simultaneously light up. 7 days hence, the true inheritance ceremony. True inheritance, disciple Qin Hao, a strikingly handsome young man, stands with eyebrows resembling 2 inverted sword flashes. His lips slightly pursed, exuding a cold and fierce demeanor. Before him, a red golden dragon-scaled sword trembles rhythmically in the air with his breath. This individual is Lin Dong, the foremost true inheritance disciple of the Qingyun sect. With a sudden motion, he rises and gazes down the mountain, his eyes shooting forth 2 beams of golden sword light, seemingly piercing through the endless mountain ranges, aimed at a cave at the mountain's foot. A dragon's roar reverberates throughout the skies above True Inheritance Peak. Simultaneously, the second True Inheritance disciple, Xia Jia, the third, Li Mu, and the fourth, Deng Su, all direct their gazes toward the base of the mountain. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao remains ensconced in a deep slumber. Chapter 4. A man must be like this 7 days later, at the Qingyun sect, before the Qingyun Hall, on the Jade-White Square. Tens of thousands of outer disciples stand in solemn silence upon the Jade-White Square, while above them, 3,000 inner disciples hover in the air, standing upon flying swords, their expressions equally grave, not a single word exchanged. Each of these 3,000 inner disciples is a 4th-tier spirit energy master capable of flying with their swords. Although the majority possess only initial 4th-tier cultivation, each one is a genuine 4th tier, unlike the half-baked 4th tier like Lu Qiyin, representing the very foundation of the Qingyun sect. Elevated above these 3,000 inner disciples are 300 direct disciples, arranged in 9 rows, also suspended in the air. Each of them boasts advanced 4th-tier strength, with one standing proudly at the forefront of each row. These 9 are the most outstanding among the 300 direct disciples. All at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, mere steps away from the 5th tier and the ranks of true disciples. Among them stands Qin Hao's 9th senior brother, Lung Jinsung, at each of the 4 corners of the square. Towering stone pillars reach skyward, piercing the clouds, their tops disappearing from sight, with even the position of the 300 direct disciples barely reaching half their height. Atop these 4 pillars stands an individual, some with solemn expressions, others with enigmatic smiles, some exuding a fierce aura, and others with eyes tightly shut. Yet each one possesses a sword embedded in the stone pillar before them. their very essence resonating with an unmatched sharpness that evokes a sense of awe. Suddenly, a sword cry pierces the air, immediately followed by a resounding sword howl. A silver-white sword light flashes from the depths of the clouds, measuring 100 feet long and several zhang wide. Exuding a chilling aura, cleaving through the clouds above, in an instant, the vast expanse of clouds transforms into a clear sky. Below, Shui Laogui raises his head, gazing at the almost tangible sword light above. This sword light is forged by Bai Wuji's formidable golden spirit energy, serving as a bridge to Qin Hao's ascent to true inheritance. Disciples, salute! Shui Laogui's eyes narrow, and he bellows in a deep voice. Behind him, the elder Lien steps forward, unleashing a potent earth-based spirit energy from beneath his feet. Surging towards the center of the jade-white square, the ground splits open, a massive chasm forming as rocks and soil churn upwards. Morphing into a stone dragon that ascends rapidly with astonishing speed that it climbs and climbs, reaching the same height as the other four pillars before coming to a halt at that very moment. Qin Hao's foot lands upon the stone pillar, clad in a green Qingyun robe adorned with 5 golden clouds. He gazes down, his eyes filled with complex emotions. 1,000 feet below, tens of thousands of disciples of the Qingyun sect raise their swords high above their heads, bowing deeply in a gesture of submission. Even knowing that Bai Wuji harbors ill intentions, even understanding that this mass adoration is merely ceremonial and devoid of sincerity, Qin Hao's heart swells with fervor. His blood surging in excitement that a man must be like this. Qin Hao lifts his gaze, withdrawing from his contemplation, and looks up at Bai Wuji hovering above him, understanding that those below do not bow to him, but rather to the Qingyun sect, to Bai Wuji. Yet, he vows silently that one day, those who bow will be doing so to him. However, he wonders how many of those present will still be alive by that day. A cold resolution takes root within Qin Hao's heart, igniting his ambitions to their zenith, foreshadowing the Qingyun sect's grim future. Qin Hao, Bai Wuji surveys the other 4 pillars housing the true disciples, his gaze chilling slightly, before finally settling on Qin Hao. Disciple is present. Qin Hao raises his head, meeting Bai Wuji's eyes directly for the first time since joining the Qingyun sect. Bai Wuji furrows his brow, sensing a stark difference in the sharpness emanating from Qin Hao now compared to their previous encounter in the hall, leaving him momentarily taken aback. From this day forth, you shall be the 5th true disciple of the Qingyun sect. You must protect our sect. Do you agree? Though surprised by Qin Hao's transformation, Bai Wuji acknowledges that now is not the time for further inquiry, as he must preside over the true inheritance ceremony. Disciple agrees. Qin Hao sneers inwardly while responding with unwavering certainty. Excellent. I hereby bestow upon you the Qingfeng sword. This sword is a treasured relic left by the previous sect leader, a rare artifact. You must not tarnish its reputation. Disciple will obey. Qin Hao accepts the Qingfeng sword, bowing his head to examine it, yet puzzled within, reflecting on why everyone in the Qingyun sect wields a sword. They might as well rename it the Qingyun sword sect. In the realm of spiritual energies, treasures are classified into 4 tiers: spirit treasures, magical artifacts, profound treasures, and sacred objects. Thus, Bai Wuji's words hold merit. For most sects, a magical artifact is indeed a highly coveted possession. However, Qin Hao remains largely unfazed. Even if a sacred object were presented before him, it would not stir his emotions. After all, they are merely objects that cannot be activated by chakra, rendering their value to him akin to that of a chicken rib, something of little worth. Within the Qingyun sect, the only thing that piques his interest, aside from the abundant experience points scattered about, is the peculiar treasure in Bai Wuji's possession. These rare and extraordinary items are so named because they do not require spiritual power for activation. Thus, Qin Hao can wield them as well. Logically, once Qin Hao accepted the treasured sword, the true transmission ceremony should have concluded, allowing the disciples to disperse and attend to their own affairs. Yet, at this moment, Bai Wuji stands oddly still in midair, silently gazing downward, displaying no inclination to conclude the proceedings. Let us descend. Bai Wuji smiles faintly at Qin Hao, swiftly seizing him and shooting back down to the white jade plaza, following closely behind. 4 core disciples also step forward, landing deftly. Upon their descent, Qin Hao looks up to see 4 beams of sword light rushing towards them, accompanied by an endless stream of sword energy as the core disciples and inner disciples return to the ground. Within a short span, amidst the astonished gazes of the outer disciples, Bai Wuji and Qin Hao find themselves encircled by layers of core and inner disciples. What is the meaning of this? Bai Wuji's expression turns icy, his eyes radiating a chilling aura as he surveys the gathered crowd. His voice cuts through the air like shards of ice in a winter gale, exuding a palpable murderous intent. Yet, the surrounding disciples merely lower their heads, seemingly oblivious to his words, refusing to retreat even an inch. Silence reigns, a profound and unsettling stillness that conveys the collective dissatisfaction of the disciples regarding Qin Hao's meteoric rise to the status of core disciple. The atmosphere is thick with tension, a menacing undercurrent of hostility brewing in the air. Bai Wuji's face darkens ominously, while Qin Hao lets out a derisive chuckle. Chapter 5. The Art of Showmanship. Qin Hao perceives the unfolding drama with clarity. This is nothing more than a performance. The four core disciples, rallying the others to pressure the leadership, seek to contest his elevation. Their motives are transparent. They refuse to accept Qin Hao's ascendance as a core disciple. Nevertheless, Qin Hao has been observing closely, noting the absence of surprise in Bai Wuji's eyes, a clear indication that he anticipated this scenario and even facilitated it. One must wonder, had Bai Wuji chosen not to descend, but instead departed with Qin Hao? At his speed, who among these disciples could have pursued him, let alone encircle him? This is a meticulously orchestrated play. Qin Hao scoffs internally. Had he been unaware of Bai Wuji's ulterior motives and followed his script, he might have felt gratitude, ultimately falling victim to manipulation and being used as a pawn. However, now, as he assesses the situation, his disdain for the performance only strengthens his resolve that, of course, until he possesses the means to retaliate, he must continue to play along with Bai Wuji's script, and not just comply, but strive to outshine the expectations set forth. Only then can he establish himself as a valuable asset in this conflict between factions. Securing more time and opportunities to gather strength for a counterattack, aligning with certain elders could also prove advantageous, though such a possibility seems remote. Hence, he remains steadfastly aligned with Bai Wuji. The more he offends the opposing party, the more pleased Bai Wuji will be, reinforcing his perceived value and ensuring his own safety. Qin Hao's mind races, processing a multitude of thoughts within mere seconds, and he quickly determines his course of action. He seems naturally adept at surviving in the harshest of environments, consistently finding the correct solutions amid perilous situations. Bai Wuji, anger boiling within, realizes he anticipated the current scene and even facilitated its occurrence. However, when it truly unfolds, he discovers that his rage is genuine and unfeigned. Am I the sect leader of Qin Yun, or are they the true masters here? Just as Bai Wuji manages to quell his emotions and prepares to speak, a derisive laugh interrupts him. According to his script, Qin Hao should have remained silent, standing behind him, observing as Bai Wuji faced the descent alone. Yet, at this moment, Qin Hao steps forward, confronting the four core disciples directly. This unexpected maneuver catches Bai Wuji off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. The four core disciples, too, find themselves taken aback. Although they initially targeted Qin Hao, their true aim was to confront Bai Wuji. They never anticipated that Qin Hao, who should have been cowering, would dare to wear a mocking smile, as he lost his mind. Not only the four core disciples think this way, even Bai Wuji struggles to comprehend Qin Hao's seemingly foolish decision. Ignoring the gazes directed at him, Qin Hao strides confidently from behind Bai Wuji, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he stands before the four core disciples, initially curious about the identities of these so-called elite disciples who outrank him. Upon seeing them, he is left with only one thought. Their ranking among the core disciples is undoubtedly erroneous. Though young and of slight stature, Qin Hao must tilt his head to meet the gaze of the four. Yet frustratingly, despite this, he exudes an air of superiority, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. How is it erroneous? Deng Su glares at Qin Hao, his tone hostile. You fool! Lin Dong silently curses, lamenting the unfortunate fate of having a dim-witted ally. Qin Hao bursts into laughter, his gaze playfully scrutinizing the four core disciples from left to right, his sarcasm palpable. You four imbeciles think you are worthy to be ranked alongside me as core disciples, and even ahead of me. I suggest you save yourselves the embarrassment and retire from your positions as core disciples while you still can. Upon saying this, Qin Hao feigns enlightenment, turning to Bai Wuji. Master, They must have seen me become a core disciple and realized they could never measure up to me. Hence, they have come to request your approval to relinquish their titles that a wave of indignation sweeps through the four core disciples. They had expressed dissatisfaction with Bai Wuji for accepting Qin Hao as a core disciple, yet now they find themselves accused of wanting to resign. Nonsense. We are dissatisfied with the sect leader for accepting you. Deng Su retorts hastily. Ignoring Deng Su's protest, Bai Wuji fixes his gaze on Qin Hao, curious to discern his true intentions. Pray tell, why do they act this way? Suddenly, Qin Hao's demeanor shifts dramatically. The playful grin vanishes, replaced by a serious countenance as he speaks in a low voice. I was mistaken. They do not wish to resign as core disciples. They seek to usurp power, to force the master to step down and yield his seat. For they covet the chair beneath the master. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 core disciples, who had previously maintained their composure, are visibly shaken. Lin Dong's expression darkens, his eyes locking onto Qin Hao's back with a deadly intensity. An aura of murderous intent surrounding him like a tangible force, like a thorn in his back. Qin Hao feels a prickling sensation, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. What an overwhelming aura of killing intent. How many lives has this man claimed? Although Qin Hao recognizes that he, too, has taken lives, he feels as if his own killing intent pales in comparison to that of Lin Dong. Were they to meet in solitude, Qin Hao would flee without a second thought. Yet, in the presence of Bai Wuji, he remains unfazed, indifferent to Lin Dong's threats. Who are you trying to impress with that bravado? Does killing intent actually kill? He scoffs inwardly at the display of foolishness. Qin Hao, with a scowl and an expression akin to that of a fool, turned around and fixed his gaze on Lin Dong, igniting a fire of rage within him. How dare you insult me? Have you truly lost your wits as the true disciple? Can you not discern whether I have spoken against you? You seek your own demise. As the foremost true disciple of the Qingyun sect, Lin Dong was a paragon, revered and feared by all his peers, who showered him with deference and flattery. Even the elders and the sect leader would refrain from reproaching him. And what was Qin Hao? Merely a hapless fool, weak as an ant, who dared to insult him in front of the entire sect. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Such indignation could not go unaddressed. If he did not retaliate, how could he maintain his standing in the Qingyun sect? Chapter 6. The Fierce One Dragon's Roar. Do not misunderstand. Lin Dong did not draw his sword. This dragon's roar did not emanate from the dragon scale sword, for he deemed it beneath him to draw a weapon against Qin Hao. With but 2 fingers of his right hand, he combined them and thrust forth, unleashing a burst of golden light from his fingertips, which swiftly morphed into a sharp short sword, adorned with a phantom dragon that issued forth the dragon's roar. Within the Qingyun sect, many possessed the ability to manifest spirit energy into weapons. Yet few could condense a golden dragon upon a blade already formed from spirit energy, let alone do so with such effortless grace as Lin Dong. Even Bai Wuji, who harbored no fondness for Lin Dong, could not help but marvel at the remarkable talent of this youth, acknowledging the unique prowess of his Huanglong physique, if only for a fleeting moment. However, this admiration dissipated as Bai Wuji's gaze drifted past Lin Dong to the cold Jian Sheng standing before the true disciple, leaving behind only a deeply concealed chill. This Qingyun sect ought to be renamed the Qingyun Sword Sect. Qin Hao secretly cursed, lamenting the pettiness of his adversary that it was merely a single insult. Did it necessitate such a vindictive response? The metal-type spirit energy was inherently sharp, and when transformed into a sword, it became exceedingly so. Moreover, Qin Hao could not naively believe that the phantom dragon was merely for aesthetic appeal. Initially, he intended to withstand a blow, seeking to garner sympathy from Bai Wuji, but upon glimpsing the golden dragon, that notion evaporated instantly. Goodness, though I sensed the murderous aura surrounding him, I never anticipated he would be so ruthless. Is he truly contemplating killing me before Bai Wuji? Surely, he jested. A sidelong glance revealed Bai Wuji's attention diverted elsewhere, seemingly lost in thought, utterly oblivious to the peril in which the fox found itself. This was utterly absurd. Qin Hao realized he had made 2 grave errors. First, underestimating Lin Dong's audacity, and second, failing to gauge Bai Wuji's unreliability. Fortunately, he had initially planned to endure Lin Dong's strike. And although he had since abandoned that idea, he remained confident in his ability to evade if he could dodge one blow, Bai Wuji would surely regain his focus. The more prudent approach would have been to cry out for Bai Wuji's assistance. However, such an act would appear cowardly and diminish his standing in Bai Wuji's eyes. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to such a disgraceful tactic. Thus, Qin Hao resolved to confront this strike on his own. Just one move, and you think you can kill me with such ease? Dream on. Qin Hao was untroubled by the prospect of perishing beneath this sword, for he held unwavering confidence in his own strength. Nevertheless, his mind was sharply focused. His gaze locked onto the golden short sword as it lunged toward him. Fire escape. Great fire dragon technique. Lin Hao swiftly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of flames that transformed into a massive crimson dragon. Surging toward Lin Dong, both dragons, one large and one small, were in stark contrast. However, the fiery dragon that Qin Hao unleashed was but a hollow imitation, cleaved in twain the moment it met the sword's tip. Severed by the razor-sharp metal spirit energy, a mere parlor trick. Lin Dong's face was as cold as frost, his eyes glinting with an icy ferocity. With a flick of his wrist, the sword spun in midair, shredding the fire dragon and extinguishing it instantly. The tip of the sword showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its relentless advance toward Qin Hao, poised to pierce him through. You dare harm your fellow sect member? Qin Hao bellowed. Lin Dong's expression shifted slightly, yet his thrust remained unbroken. A man of his ruthless caliber never concerned himself with the sect's laws. Even if he harbored some trepidation, it would not temper the murderous intent within. Once he unleashed his fury, he would not falter for any reason. This was the hard-earned wisdom of one who had taken many lives. This fellow is unexpectedly infuriating. As a kindred spirit, Qin Hao perceived Lin Dong's dangerous aura with sensitivity. The reaction to his previous taunt only solidified his conviction that they shared a similar nature. His attitude towards such similarities was one of deep disdain. Strangely, as Lin Dong drew closer, a peculiar emotion stirred within him, not mere aversion, but a primal urge to eliminate this adversary. This sensation was inexplicable, yet oddly familiar. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with realization, muttering, "Golden line extreme body, kill him, and there would be great rewards." A bizarre thought flashed through his mind, and he sighed inwardly. Alas, my strength is insufficient. For now, preserving my life takes precedence. With a sudden determination, he pivoted, twisting his body with serpentine grace. The level of his soft body transformation technique was still too low to render him truly boneless. Yet to the onlookers, his contortions appeared quite exaggerated. Is this fellow a snake? Xia Jie pondered, mildly intrigued but nothing more. After all, such peculiarities were commonplace among their elite ranks. Most were ineffective, with true strength remaining paramount. Lin Dong's sword, shaped by spirit energy, did not heed Qin Hao's contortions. It advanced relentlessly. Even if he truly transformed into a snake, evasion was impossible. Had Qin Hao known Xia Jie's thoughts, he would have spat a mouthful of soda in his face. Oddity is still a form of strength. Extreme peculiarity does not pale in comparison to brute force, but instead evokes deeper terror. The only reason it had not yet instilled fear was that it remained underdeveloped, lacking the full measure of its potential. Furthermore, peculiarity often implied hidden trump cards. An extraordinary technique could manifest in myriad forms, yielding countless unexpected effects. Perhaps a sufficiently bizarre technique in the hands of a genius could evolve into 5, 10, or even 20 life-saving skills or lethal maneuvers that at this moment. Xia Jie believed that even if Qin Hao transformed into a snake, he could not escape. But what if he morphed into a python instead? Or what if Qin Hao had no intention of evading at all? What then? Chapter 7. Unrestrained ceased this at once. Though Bai Wuji remained still, it did not imply that the other elders would permit Lin Dong to slay Qin Hao before their very eyes. To harm a fellow sect member was a grave taboo. Was it permissible? In the eyes of these old-timers, certainly, but only in secrecy. As long as it was executed cleanly, they could turn a blind eye. No one held accountable. However, such matters could never be made public. Otherwise, what would become of the sect's principles and ancestral laws? Underhanded deeds must not be brought to light, for that was the sect's greatest rule. Otherwise, they would be no different from the legendary demonic sect. Behind Qin Hao, a gust of wind swept past, and a figure materialized. The fierce visage of the elder appeared before Qin Hao, blocking Lin Dong's advance. With a hand like a fan, he pressed downward, and a golden palm shadow emerged in the air, descending forcefully. Clang! The clangor of clashing blades reverberated through the air, the short sword, infused with spiritual energy, shattered in response. Yet Lin Dong's expression remained unchanged, as if oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. He halted his steps, his gaze cold and indifferent as it pierced forward, not once lingering on the figure of Elder Lien. Ignored as though he were mere air, Elder Lien's fury ignited instantly. His eyes widened in anger as they locked onto Lin Dong's unfeeling stare. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he whirled around, grasping fiercely behind him. A golden dragon silhouette had appeared unbeknownst to him, now poised to strike at Qin Hao with its gaping maw. This entity, though originally illusory, manifested a vivid and menacing presence, distinctly resembling a living creature rather than a mere product of spiritual energy. Just moments ago, at the instant their swords had met, this dragon had seemingly been obliterated. Yet Qin Hao perceived clearly that this was but an illusion. In the next heartbeat, flecks of golden light materialized behind Elder Lien, coalescing into the dragon's silhouette, which, though reduced in size by half compared to its previous form attached to the short sword, appeared far more substantial. Elder Lien clearly underestimated Lin Dong's capabilities by the time he comprehended the situation and attempted to grasp again. It was too late. The dragon silhouette was now but 3 inches from Qin Hao's chest, dead. In that moment, Lin Dong's expression remained impassive, his unwavering gaze fixed on Qin Hao, seemingly intent on etching the latter's demise into his memory. The 3 true disciples furrowed their brows tightly, their eyes trained on Bai Wuji. In their hearts, they knew that only Bai Wuji could save Qin Hao at this moment. Elder Lien, consumed by rage, wore an increasingly frightful countenance. Qin Hao sensed the air before him constricting, as though it had been compressed. Before the dragon's silhouette even reached him, his cheek felt as though it had already been sliced by a blade. A painful sensation surging forth. Qin Hao's pupils constricted, his eyes narrowing slightly as he activated his doubling technique. Twisting his body abruptly, his form surged upward, akin to a giant python flicking its tail. His left waist curiously contracting toward the right, creating a perplexing inward dip. However, as he moved, the dragon's silhouette, as if imbued with sentience, twisted midair, its maw lunging once more toward Qin Hao's chest. This bizarre and rapid transformation left onlookers astonished. And at that moment, Qin Hao's brow lifted slightly. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Bai Wuji's right hand, which had been resting behind him, subtly shifting, finally coming to his senses. Was he about to intervene? A fierce glint ignited in Qin Hao's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, imperceptibly stepping forward half a pace, his form instantly swelling once more. As he subtly maneuvered, his chest aligned with the golden dragon, pressing forcefully against it. To outsiders, it would merely appear as if the dragon had collided with him. He could have retreated and repeated the evasive maneuver with his waist, yet upon witnessing Bai Wuji's hand move, he inexplicably halted his backward step, instead surreptitiously advancing half a step, his body remaining perfectly aligned as he brazenly collided with the dragon. He was gambling, confident that Bai Wuji would not easily let Lin Dong off the hook. Even if he lost the gamble, he would merely suffer a few broken ribs beneath his heart, with no threat to his life. Most crucially, he had no choice but to gamble. Lin Dong's murderous intent was far too pronounced. His audacity so unrestrained that he dared to kill before the entire sect. If he did not seize this opportunity to teach Lin Dong a lesson, how could he expect to survive within the Qingyun sect? Perhaps that very night, Lin Dong would slay him within his cave dwelling. Bai Wuji's eyes turned icy. He had been observing everything from the start, even if he had briefly diverted his attention. With his peak 6th tier strength, he could not have missed such a significant commotion. The moment Lin Dong raised his hand, he regained focus. His delay in acting was solely to deliver a painful lesson, to make Lin Dong and the 4 elders behind him understand who wielded authority in the Qingyun sect. Such arrogance was intolerable, showing no regard for me, the sect leader. Bai Wuji's fury surged, a frigid killing intent radiating from him, the icy aura seemingly freezing the very air, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Not an illusion, but a genuine drop. The expressions of the 3 true disciples and several elders shifted simultaneously. Lin Dong, the primary target, shuddered involuntarily, his previously indifferent demeanor finally transforming as he stared in shock at Bai Wuji. Impudent. Bai Wuji's sharp rebuke rang in Lin Dong's ears like a thunderclap. He trembled slightly. The dragon scale sword in his hand emitted a dragon-esque roar as it was drawn, gripped tightly as he regarded Bai Wuji with the apprehension befitting a formidable adversary, having taken many lives. He was exceptionally sensitive to the aura of danger, and from Bai Wuji's cold gaze, he discerned an overwhelming intent to kill. He truly meant to slay me. How could this be? How dare he? If he kills me, how could the four elders possibly let him go? Does he wish to see the Qingyun sect fall into chaos? He was not foolish. His position as the first true disciple was a testament to his intelligence. His audacity in attempting to kill Qin Hao in plain view stemmed from the certainty that Bai Wuji, as the sect leader, bore many concerns and could not act as recklessly as he did, killing whomever he pleased. Moreover, although Bai Wuji's sixth-tier cultivation surpassed his own by a tier, he believed that with his Huanglong physique and various lethal techniques, he had a fighting chance. Thus, he had never genuinely regarded Bai Wuji as a threat. However, when Bai Wuji finally made his move, the terrifying might that erupted before him without reservation made him realize just how profoundly mistaken he had been. In this world, it was not enough to possess a unique physique. There were numerous individuals of ordinary constitution who, too, wielded astonishing strength, capable of besting those who prided themselves on their various gifts. Furthermore, the chasm between the 6th and 5th tiers was not as simple as Lin Dong had envisioned. Chapter 8. The Might of Bai Wuji, Request to Join the Bookshelf. Impudent, Bai Wuji's right hand shot forth like lightning, his index and middle fingers pinching the golden dragon's head like a pair of scissors. Golden spiritual energy surging from his fingers, binding the immobile dragon tightly. As he gently brought his fingers together, the sharp golden energy cleaved the dragon's silhouette into fragments, scattering them as golden light in the air. Qin Hao let out a muffled groan, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as the flesh below his chest was mangled, a substantial chunk torn away, exposing his white ribs, with fine cracks spreading across their surface. Injured? What is happening? Did I act too late? A flicker of doubt crossed Bai Wuji's mind, but in the next moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the dragon's roar from the dragon scale sword, chilling his demeanor further. Very good indeed. Who gave you the audacity to harm a fellow sect member? Who granted you the boldness to draw your sword against our sect? Do you still consider yourself a disciple of the Qingyun sect? Or do you think that merely bearing the title of first true disciple allows you to rise above the sect, above me? Bai Wuji's voice thundered, growing louder with each word, echoing above the Qingyun sect, reaching the ears of every disciple and elder, making it clear to all that Lin Dong had committed an act of treachery. His relentless barrage of 3 questions left no room for Lin Dong to breathe. His words imbued with righteous indignation, yet the unmasked killing intent was evident to anyone. With each question, Bai Wuji advanced a step, his imposing aura swelling with each stride. His words flowed rapidly, and his pace quickened, causing his presence to escalate like a rocket, pressing down upon Lin Dong, akin to a towering mountain, rendering him breathless. Was this the might of the 6th tier? Was this the authority of a sect leader? Lin Dong gritted his teeth, his grasp on the dragon scale sword tightening, and then, a flicker of struggle crossed his eyes as he sheathed the sword, kneeling on both knees, his voice resounding as he pleaded. Lin Dong acknowledges his wrongdoing, and requests the sect leader's punishment. Bai Wuji's rising aura suddenly faltered that moment, for figures interposed themselves between Bai Wuji and Lin Dong, the 4 elders of the Qingyun sect. Master, please refrain from anger. 4 voices rang out in unison. The 4 figures, though bowing their heads, stood resolutely, blocking Bai Wuji's advance toward Lin Dong. That a typical display of duplicity. Bai Wuji's face was etched with fury. Although his cultivation level surpassed that of the 4 elders, he could not recklessly wield his strength against them. He could easily cleave Lin Dong in 2, but could he do the same to the 4 elders? Such an act would indeed be gratifying, yet it would spell the ruin of the Qingyun sect, leaving him unable to face the ancestors or honor the last sect master's dying wishes. As Lin Dong surmised, he was ultimately the sect leader, burdened with immense responsibilities that precluded him from acting on impulse. However, it was equally impossible for him to simply let Lin Dong go. His contest of wills with the 4 elders resembled a tug of war, an arduous process requiring gradual accumulation of advantage. For instance, he needed to instill a lasting lesson in Lin Dong, to make the 4 elders comprehend that Bai Wuji was not to be trifled with. Crossing the line would entail consequences that he intended to demonstrate to the disciples of the Qingyun sect who truly held authority. Above all, he sought to reign in Lindong, ensuring he did not act recklessly and jeopardize his grand designs. "Step aside," Bai Wuji commanded, his expression as cold as frost. "Do not be angry, sect leader." "What? Is Lindong truly that formidable?" The four elders exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We do not dare." Then one elder added, "It was indeed inappropriate to injure the fifth true disciple during the true inheritance ceremony, but it was provoked by Qin Hao's insults that I believe it was merely an impulsive reaction, and there shall be no next time." Drawing a sword in front of the sect leader is also a sign of disrespect, but it was likely an instinctive act of self-preservation in response to the sect leader's imposing presence. Devoid of malice, upon finishing, the four elders bowed deeply to Bai Wuji, imploring, "We ask you to consider." This was a subtle concession, embodying two meanings. First, acknowledging Qin Hao's status as the fifth true disciple and promising not to complicate matters further. Second, assuring that Lindong would be restrained from seeking trouble with Qin Hao, at least outwardly. They sought to exchange these terms for Bai Wuji's mercy on Lindong's life. "Naturally, this sect shall spare you." Bai Wuji nodded, recognizing this as the best outcome for the moment. Yet he continued in a chilling tone. The four elders shared a glance and stepped aside, mindful of the sect leader's dignity in front of the disciples. To harm one's fellow sect members is a grave taboo in the Qingyun sect. By writes, "We should not spare your life, but considering your contributions to the sect over the years, and with the four elders interceding on your behalf, we shall grant you mercy. However, while your death penalty is commuted, you shall still face punishment. Rise to your feet." Bai Wuji's tone shifted. "Yes." Lindong stood up, quietly gazing at Bai Wuji, his thoughts unknown. A cold glint flashed in Bai Wuji's eyes as he struck Lindong's chest with a decisive palm, simultaneously wrenching the dragon scale sword from Lindong's grasp. With a series of cracking sounds, Lindong's face paled, staggering backward yet remaining silent. "This blow is for the injury inflicted upon the fifth true disciple. Do you accept?" "I accept." Lindong forced down the blood rising in his throat, his voice icy and devoid of warmth, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon scale sword held by Bai Wuji. Bai Wuji examined the 2-meter-long golden sword, its blade adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of dragon scales, exuding an aura of antiquity, mystery, and nobility. "What a remarkable weapon! Though it is a magical artifact, under your sword nurturing technique, it likely rivals low-tier profound treasures, and this sword is highly compatible with your physique, unleashing terrifying power in your hands. Excellent, truly excellent." Bai Wuji erupted into laughter, suddenly tossing the dragon scale sword toward Qin Hao while simultaneously clawing at the Qingfeng sword in Qin Hao's possession with his left hand. The Qingfeng sword slipped from Qin Hao's grip, his eyes narrowing slightly as he seized the dragon scale sword. "From this day forth, the dragon scale sword belongs to Qin Hao, and the Qingfeng sword to you. This sect hopes you two will coexist amicably in the future. Such incidents must not recur, or no one will be able to prevent this sect from taking your life. Do you understand?" Bai Wuji's gaze turned cold as he looked at Lindong, his imposing presence bearing down, leaving no room for dissent. Lindong's fingers clenched tightly, the pressure causing them to turn pale. After a prolonged silence, he slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, a grim smile playing on his lips as he glanced past Bai Wuji, fixating on Qin Hao with an intensity that instilled a sense of dread in the latter. "Is it truly necessary? It's just a broken sword." Qin Hao scoffed, resolutely returning Lindong's glare. "But I understand." Lindong averted his gaze, his voice hoarse and frigid. Bai Wuji, observing the disapproving glances from the four elders, smirked faintly and waved his hand. "All right, you may disperse." Lindong turned and departed, followed by the 3 true disciples, their expressions peculiar, while the rest of the inner and outer disciples quickly scattered. Chapter 9. An excellent trump card thus. The true inheritance ceremony concluded on a triumphant note. Qin Hao's status as the 5th true disciple was firmly established, and his reputation within the Qingyun sect soared, perfectly exacerbating the animosity between him and the first true disciple along with several elders. Although events did not unfold according to Bai Wuji's script, the outcome far exceeded his expectations, and he was quite pleased with Qin Hao's performance. He smiled amiably at Qin Hao, assuring him, "With me here, Lindong will not dare to trouble you. With you around, I feel even less at ease." Qin Hao replied, hastily bowing, though the movement agitated the wound on his chest, causing him to wince slightly. Bai Wuji, indeed, produced a bright white porcelain vial from his palm, stating, though the injury appears severe, fortunately, the bone remains largely intact. Take this Ningbi Dan, consume one each day, and your wound will heal within 7 days. A 4th-tier Ningbi Dan, 7 days, indeed. It seems that in this world, medicinal pills cannot be as miraculous as those in games.in games. A single Ningbi Dan could instantly restore a low-level novice's health. Whereas in reality, its effect seemed reduced to a mere fraction. One could only wonder if those 9th-tier divine pills retained their extraordinary powers in this world. Qin Hao pondered many thoughts internally as he respectfully accepted the vial, his expression brimming with gratitude. Between us as master and disciple, there is no need for such formality. Return to recuperate. Once you are healed, you may visit to select the scriptures you wish to cultivate. Remember to practice diligently without slackening. Although both harbored ulterior motives, they outwardly presented a facade of a benevolent master and dutiful disciple, an epitome of shamelessness. Qin Hao complied and turned to leave. The moment he turned, his expression instantly hardened as he swiftly distanced himself from Bai Wuji's line of sight. Clutching his wound, Qin Hao made his way back to his cave dwelling, encountering few disciples along the way. Those he did see merely cast cold glances from a distance. After this incident, he found himself thoroughly isolated from the other disciples of the sect. Perhaps this is for the best, having grown up as an orphan. Scavenging for survival, Qin Hao's character bore many dark facets. Selfishness, indifference, and suspicion were deeply ingrained traits. He possessed an exceptionally strong survival instinct, leading him to trust no one and reject any group affiliation. He had always been a lone wolf. Humanity is a social species, and solitary existence often incurs greater costs. Qin Hao's struggles in his previous life could be attributed to this, yet even now, he remained resolute in his decision to walk his own path. Fortunately, while he had not changed, the world had in this realm. The potential for what one could achieve alone far surpassed that of his previous life. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Jiang Yi emerged with a meal box, concern etched on his face upon seeing Qin Hao. Without uttering a word, Qin Hao took the meal box and entered. Jiang Yi sighed. He had come to understand Qin Hao's temperament. Without explicit instructions from Qin Hao, he was forbidden from entering the cave. Sitting on the mat, leaning against the stone bed, Qin Hao silently intoned. Level up. A radiant golden light, visible only to him, flickered into existence, and the wound on his chest miraculously vanished, fully healed. Following the unlocking of the system's task marketplace, a subtle change occurred. Experience points could now be allocated at his discretion, eliminating the previously mandatory system upgrades. This was splendid news for Qin Hao. At the moment of leveling up, his health, chakra, and all attributes would be restored to their maximum values. This phenomenon resembled a full revival from a near-death state, and Qin Hao considered it to be one of the most advantageous aspects of his existence, a remarkable trump card. Given that even the effects of pills like the Ningbi Dan had been so drastically diminished in this world, he found it hard to believe that resurrection and corpse running still existed. The only downside was that each level up consumed all remaining experience points in one fell swoop. As Qin Hao watched his experience bar, which held 300 distributable points, empty in an instant, the sound of 3 crisp level-up notifications echoed in his ears. If only he could level up 1 tier at a time. Qin Hao sighed, realizing that one should not be overly greedy. Having the opportunity for a revival in place was already an incomprehensibly powerful asset in this world. After distributing his experience bar was cleared. Current level, 17, skill points gained, 30, remaining skill points. 55. All attributes. 3. Free attribute points. 6. Remaining distributable attribute points. 12. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Hao decided to allocate the remaining attribute points evenly among strength, agility, and perception. Consequently, his attributes transformed to strength, 31.7, agility, 32.8, constitution, 16.4, weak, intelligence, 16.3, perception, 20.7. It is no exaggeration to say that these attributes were superior to those of the majority of third-tier cultivators. The reason Qin Hao chose to heal his injuries immediately through leveling up was deliberate. The way he allocated his attribute points stemmed from the same rationale. This evening, he was set to embark on his journey of advancement. Ready to reveal the fangs of darkness to the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect, Lin Dong had wounded him during the true inheritance ceremony, and the wounds on his body would serve as the perfect disguise for his actions tonight. If someone were to die within the sect, no one would suspect him, and when he later undertook another killing, as long as he planned it meticulously, he would remain beyond suspicion and safe. Moreover, he could— Qin Hao glanced at the dragon scale sword in his hand, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. He held the sword delicately, channeling a hint of chakra into it, but as he expected, it remained unresponsive. The spiritual treasures and magical artifacts of this world seemed completely indifferent to his chakra, and he surmised that future mystical treasures and sacred items would exhibit the same trait. With a slight grimace, Qin Hao felt a fleeting disappointment, but he quickly dismissed it from his mind. He withdrew the dragon scale sword, holding it horizontally before him, scrutinizing the dragon patterns etched upon it. What purpose did these dragon patterns serve? They bore a striking resemblance to the runes of the soul-chasing talisman. After examining it for a while without arriving at any conclusions, Qin Hao casually plunged the dragon scale sword into the ground, resolutely deciding to delve into the inn a couple of days to uncover any knowledge related to runes. The dragon scale sword was remarkably sharp. As Qin Hao thrust it down, it sliced into the ground with ease, penetrating more than half a foot deep. Quite sharp indeed. It seemed that this material was a rare treasure. Qin Hao's eyes brightened, and as he gripped the hilt of the sword, the restless insects within him surged forth, swiftly enveloping the dragon scale sword in an airtight embrace. Chapter 10. The destruction of the dragon scale sword. A flash of golden light coursed over the dragon scale sword. Qin Hao seemed to hear a dragon's roar ringing in his ears as countless tiny insects were violently expelled from the sword, scattering like raindrops in all directions, splattering against the walls and bursting with a series of puffs, resulting in numerous casualties. Qin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the radiant dragon scale sword, a surge of fury igniting within him. Damn it! These insects were already challenging to replenish. Losing one meant one less in the future, and now this sword dared to pull such a stunt on me. Looking at the ground littered with the corpses of the insects, Qin Hao felt a pang of heartache. He had planned to rely on these creatures to navigate his way through the future. And now, before he had even begun, a mere sword had claimed so many an unlaunched expedition, yet suffering losses. How tragic for a hero. Qin Hao felt like crying without tears, glaring at the golden light emanating from the dragon scale sword, which grew increasingly irksome. That he raised his hand high, summoning the execution blade into his grasp. With a clang, Qin Hao brought the blade down mercilessly upon the dragon scale sword, then flicked it upward, sending the sword soaring into the air. While he wildly slashed at it with the execution blade, the sound of clanging metal rang out, the golden light flickering, exhilarating him. If you have the capability, shine again. The golden radiance wavered precariously, its hue fading, while the dragon patterns on the sword began to appear dim, imparting an oddly listless vibe. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing momentarily before summoning all his strength to deliver a final, devastating strike at the dragon scale sword. This blow shattered the last remnants of the golden light, crashing down upon the sword with a sound that made one's teeth ache. Qin Hao's keen eyes caught sight of something resembling a shard of iron falling to the ground where the blade met the sword. Within the first cave mansion, Lin Dong sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, focusing on healing his injuries. Although Bai Wuji's strike did not seem to have inflicted severe damage, it was insidiously harmful. A golden spiritual energy coursed through his body, elusive and insubstantial, appearing as if it could be easily dispelled with a mere exertion of force. Yet, it was exceedingly cunning, possessing a peculiar sentience, evading Lin Dong's grasp like a wisp of cloud, hiding in the critical areas of his body and making it difficult to tackle. The Qingyun formula. Lin Dong was astonished that Bai Wuji had cultivated even this mediocre technique to such a profound level. However, did he truly believe that such a tactic could thwart him? That would be a gross underestimation of Lin Dong. The humiliation of today would eventually be repaid. Lin Dong's expression turned icy as he silently vowed. Just as he was fully mobilizing his spiritual energy to eliminate the troublesome golden energy, suddenly, his body trembled violently. He coughed up a spray of blood, and uncontrollably, his spiritual energy surged toward the golden energy. Followed by another spurt of fresh blood, Lin Dong's complexion turned an alarming pale, reminiscent of one who had overindulged. It was a sickly pallor. He closed his eyes, delving inward to inspect his body, where he discovered a distinct golden imprint appearing on his liver, while the golden energy had truly vanished without a trace. Qin Hao! Lin Dong roared furiously, his voice echoing throughout the true inheritance peak. Huh? Qin Hao shivered, pricking up his ears, as if he heard someone calling him. The resentment in that voice was akin to a scorned woman abandoned, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Lin Dong? Though it was merely a single utterance, Qin Hao instantly recognized the voice's owner. That a mischievous smile crept across his lips as he glanced at the dragon scale sword on the ground. Could it be for this reason? A single strike will reveal the truth. With a swift motion, he decisively swung the execution blade, aiming once more at the now dimmed dragon scale sword. Qin Hao. You! At the moment the blade and sword clashed, another voice filled with venom echoed across the true inheritance peak. Before Lin Dong could finish speaking, another voice from the foot of the mountain interrupted him. What the hell? Lin Dong's gaze turned frigid, and he bellowed, raising the execution blade to strike down again. The sound of Lin Dong's voice abruptly vanished from above true inheritance peak, within the first cave mansion. Lin Dong coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood, splattering onto the ground in a shocking display. That he groaned softly, his face contorted in agony, his eyes filled with a predatory glare, clenching his teeth to suppress the urge to butcher Qin Hao. He formed an unusual hand seal with his right hand, tapping his finger against his brow 3 times, severing the connection between himself and the dragon scale sword. This meant that the 15 years he spent nurturing the sword were in vain. Even if he could reclaim it later, the time lost could never be regained. Qin Hao, if you have the capability, never leave the sect. The moment you dare to step outside, I, Lin Dong, will ensure your body is ground to dust. Lin Dong's eyes were suffused with a deep crimson hue as he quietly muttered to himself, his tone imbued with a chilling intent capable of freezing the very air around him. Qin Hao, having executed several strikes, sensed the fading sounds in his ears and understood that further attempts would likely yield no results. He promptly ceased his actions, planting the executioner's blade into the ground. Stretching his waist, Qin Hao crouched down to examine the golden and silver specks glimmering on the ground. He picked up the dragon scale sword, noting the expected subtle nicks along its blade, and glanced over at the executioner's sword, which bore similar inconspicuous imperfections. He wondered if this consumption would indeed hasten the process. Rubbing his nose, he observed a swarm of diminutive insects scuttling down from his ankle to the ground. This time not seeking the executioner's sword or the dragon scale sword, but rather joyfully converging upon the scattered fragments. That it appeared that the process would indeed accelerate, sensing the jubilant emotions emanating from the insects. Qin Hao reached a conclusion in his heart that, oh, do they prefer the flavor of the dragon scale sword? Crouching low, he could distinctly sense that the insects gravitated first toward the golden shards, the remnants of the dragon scale sword, with the fragments of the executioner's blade being their secondary choice. Given the intelligence of these insects, the notion of culinary desire could not exist. Their preference for the dragon scale sword must stem from its greater value. Perhaps the material of the dragon scale sword contained elements essential for the insect's evolution, or perhaps it was simply easier for them to consume and digest, thereby shortening their evolutionary timeline. Apart from these 2 possibilities, Qin Hao could identify no other rationale. That if he could thoroughly unravel the reasons behind this phenomenon, he might significantly reduce the time required for evolution. Observing the feasting insects, Qin Hao mused thus. Chapter 11. Assassination 01. The initial purpose of the ninja profession was to serve as tools crafted for the act of killing. Powerful, cold, and enigmatic, these traits were all designed to facilitate more effective, efficient, and straightforward killings. All techniques, physical skills, and knowledge pertaining to ninjutsu evolved with the singular aim of expediting the act of murder. Thus, ninjas often assumed roles akin to assassins or hitmen rather than warriors, as assassination invariably demanded greater efficiency. Fundamental ninjutsu serves as a compendium of assassination techniques, encompassing all the knowledge necessary for this purpose. How to conceal oneself, how to set traps, how to track, how to poison, and how to disguise. All this knowledge distills to the art of assassination, approaching a target from the shadows and expending the least effort to eliminate them. Similarly, basic physical techniques exist solely to facilitate killing, focusing on breath control, muscle regulation, and deceptive maneuvers. These merely represent the surface phenomena, while the core principles boiled down to 2 points: to kill the opponent more swiftly and more quietly. The moon hung high amidst the branches. The true inheritance peak housed only 5 true disciples, rendering the nights here particularly tranquil, arguably the quietest spot within the entire Qingyun sect, aside from the occasional gust of cold wind and the distant chirping of insects. The surroundings were eerily silent. At the foot of the mountain, near the mid-slope, in a small stone cave not far from the 5th true disciple's dwelling, Zhang Yi idly tilted his head, seemingly deliberating whether to retire for the night. He remained oblivious to the presence of a head, pressed close to the ground, quietly observing him at the cave's entrance. Still not asleep? Qin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly formed a complex hand seal, his chakra rapidly depleting as if it were of no consequence. Black feathers began to drift down from Zhang Yi's head, landing silently upon him. Thud! Zhang Yi's arm went limp, his head lolling forward onto the table, and he slumped into a deep slumber. The technique, Nirvana's rest, involved the descent of black crow feathers, inducing a state of sleep, consuming 400 chakra points. The effectiveness of this jutsu hinged upon the disparity in levels, intelligence, and the strength of the targets. In summary, this was a jutsu characterized by no cooldown, substantial chakra consumption, and a complex, time-consuming hand seal. Naturally, a new term, willpower, emerged, the nuances of which remained unclear to Qin Hao. Fortunately, the results appeared satisfactory. Qin Hao gently touched Zhang Yi's nose, aware that if he did not return to dispel this technique, Zhang Yi would remain in slumber until the following morning. 1,500 points to redeem. Qin Hao grumbled, turning and vanishing into the inky darkness of the night. Descending from the true inheritance peak, he took a left turn, proceeding straight for about 300 meters, then veering left again, as the terrain gradually flattened. This was the broadest of the main peaks of Qingyun Mountain, where numerous caves and stone chambers had been meticulously carved out, serving as the living quarters for the thousands of outer disciples of the Qingyun sect. Unlike the true inheritance peak, this mountain featured a man-made stone staircase that wound from the base to the summit. The higher one ascended, the more esteemed the occupants, with some having reached the level of inner disciples. These individuals had yet to join the inner sect, instead amassing strength and awaiting the opportune moment to ascend into a more prominent position within the inner sanctum. However, Qin Hao had yet to ascertain the significance of these rankings, though he presumed they were invariably tied to the interests of the individuals involved. After all, it was unlikely anyone would expend effort vying for a ranking deemed worthless. Therefore, Qin Hao's sudden elevation to the 5th true disciple sparked no small amount of disdain among the other disciples. The jealousy was palpable. Among his peers, the animosity harbored by a few individuals toward him likely rivaled that of Lin Dong, though he had yet to encounter it firsthand. Nevertheless, such matters were not his primary concern. His nocturnal venture was not intended to foster relationships or reconcile grievances. He was here for a mission, to level up. In a word, Qin Hao had come to kill. The night deepened further into darkness. Within the outer court, most of the caves had succumbed to shadows, their occupants having drifted into sleep. In this world, the notion of meditative cultivation replacing sleep was a fallacy, while higher cultivation levels necessitated less sleep, and some even required none at all. Such was not attainable for the meager cultivation of outer disciples. Only a handful of true disciples, alongside the sect master and elders, could manage to forego sleep entirely, dedicating themselves to relentless training. Instead of directly ascending the stone steps, Qin Hao opted for a more rugged path, cloaked in darkness, with uneven rocks and thriving weeds serving as a protective backdrop for the ninja. He lay prone against the ground, slithering upward like a serpent. The gravel beneath him posed a slight hindrance, yet he remained unperturbed, slowing his pace to advance silently. Height equated strength. This straightforward hierarchy enabled Qin Hao to effortlessly identify his target demographic for the night, the weakest of the outer disciples. Those soft targets. After all, for Qin Hao, every outer disciple represented an equal experience point yield. One outer disciple's demise equated to a single experience point. That I wonder if I can level up tonight. Qin Hao mused quietly to himself. 200 meters from the stone steps, encircling the base of the mountain, lay a series of tightly arranged stone chambers, each merely 2 meters apart and exceedingly cramped within, featuring only a dirt-constructed platform for resting. This was where the lowest-tier disciples of the Qingyun sect resided, typically the starting point for newly admitted outer disciples as they endeavored to ascend. The sect's resources were limited, and the law of survival of the fittest was unapologetically evident in every corner. With over 300 stone chambers, it remained uncertain whether they were all occupied. Qin Hao silently counted to himself. In the enveloping darkness, only a few scattered caves flickered with the light of flame. He glanced around, observing that the insects beneath him flowed like black ink towards the caves, gradually fanning out and crawling along the walls. At that moment, he clearly discerned which of the over 300 caves were occupied and which were vacant. A subtle smile played on his lips. Seeing no one around, he swiftly sprang to his feet and dashed towards one of the outermost caves. Chapter 13. The little girl this night was not the deadliest in the history of Qin sect, but it was undeniably the quietest night of death. The sky above the outer courtyard of Qin sect was particularly dark. Number 127. Among the densely packed caves, one held a figure sketching something on the wall, softly murmuring a number. 127. Viewed purely as a numerical value, it is not particularly large, however, when one considers the significance it represents. Alongside the fact that all these individuals were killed in a remarkably brief period by the same person, without a single cry for help escaping their lips, the mere sight of this number might instill a chilling sense of horror. Not all of the 127 were slain in their sleep. Some night owls, heedless of the hour, busied themselves with various activities. Yet, without exception, they all met a swift demise at Qin Hao's hands, be it through luring them out with a pebble, stealthily approaching from behind, utilizing body flicker techniques, or employing the art of nirvana. In short, none survived, and not a single scream was uttered in their final moments. The terror of a ninja lies in this. They are accustomed to lurking in the shadows. Like the most venomous of serpents, the moment they reveal their fangs signifies the quiet passage of a life into the void. A ninja has never been a warrior who walks in the sunlight. They are the executioners who dwell in the darkness, the deadliest assassins hidden from sight. As the full moon hung high and the night deepened, dawn remained a distant promise. Qin Hao emerged from the cave, the faint scent of blood wafting through the air, causing his brow to furrow slightly. The lives of 127 individuals, if even a single drop of blood from each had splattered upon him, it would be enough to stain him significantly. Though the scent of blood might not be overpowering, it would nonetheless heighten the chances of his discovery. After all, there are certainly many in this world sensitive to the smell of blood. Qin Hao inhaled deeply, extending a hand to gauge the direction of the wind. Fortune favored him. Yet, he worried that the wind might shift soon. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, a decision formed in his mind. He would kill 3 more to reach a round number. Tightening the black mask upon his face, he moved towards a nearby cave. Kakashi's mask. Do you wish to see my true face? Dream on. I am a handsome man who never reveals himself. Special effect. Strip away one layer, and there is yet another. Though I appear thin, I am like a sanitary napkin, layer upon layer. To remove this mask, one must consecutively strip it off 10 times within a second, costing 1,000 points. Note: gathering the Kakashi set will yield unexpected effects. Individual mask grants 1 to Constitution. A mere trinket? A divine artifact? Qin Hao had initially intended to exchange for a mask from the Umbu. Yet the exorbitant cost dissuaded him. After some contemplation, he opted for Kakashi's mask, partly out of curiosity regarding the SET-N01. Qin Hao frowned slightly. The insects had clearly indicated that this cave was inhabited. Narrowing his eyes, he squinted in the dim light, finally spotting a curled figure on the edge of the stone bed. Was it a child? His grip on the kunai tightened as he advanced. Indeed, he soon discerned the truth. It was a little girl, approximately 7 or 8 years old, clad in tattered clothing, shivering in the corner, likely from the cold. Guagua. Qin Hao involuntarily murmured his sister's name. Recalling the first time he laid eyes on her in this world, small and trembling in the rain. That moment was the most cherished in his life, a fleeting instant of tenderness in both of his lifetimes. Luofu sect, Dantai Sien. In an instant, a wave of murderous intent surged from Qin Hao, the chilling aura causing the little girl to shudder and awaken, her eyes wide with fear as she beheld the masked figure beside her. Qin Hao's left hand shot forward, his body leaning in as he gripped the girl's neck, pinning her against the wall. She clung desperately to his hand, attempting to break free, aside from her initial shock. Her face displayed no fear. Instead, she adopted a fierce expression. Strangely, Qin Hao felt a pang of softness within him. He recognized that expression all too well. Despair mingled with numbness, a resilience laced with profound pain, and a flicker of defiance against fate. Such complex emotions could only be observed in orphans, particularly in the young, as those who grew older often had their vulnerability shattered and swallowed whole. This was the same expression he had worn while scavenging for scraps alongside stray dogs in his past life, an expression he believed to be fierce yet devoid of lethality, the only possession he had in his fragility. Later, as he matured, he came to understand that true reliability lay not in expressions but in one's own fists. By then, his face had donned the masks of indifference or arrogance, and that fierce demeanor had become ingrained within his very bones. Suppressing his murderous intent, Qin Hao threatened coldly, "Struggle again, and I will kill you." He knew well how to deal with orphans. Reasoning with them was possible, but first, they needed to fear you. Otherwise, no matter what you said, they would not listen. That he pressed the cold kunai against the girl's temple. The lingering warmth of blood sent abruptly halting her struggles as she trembled, her eyes still defiantly fixed upon him. After all, she was still a child. Sighing, Qin Hao withdrew the kunai and stated flatly, "An orphan?" Though posed as a question, his tone exuded certainty. Without waiting for a reply, he answered himself, "I was once an orphan as well." Yet now, he added inwardly, he had a sister. The fierce expression on the girl's face softened slightly. Her gaze shifted towards Qin Hao, no longer filled with hostility, but rather tinged with a hint of warmth. "Just like my former self, yearning for companionship. Yet, those like us find it difficult to integrate into others' lives. No matter how we disguise ourselves, the inherent ferocity and solitude remain at odds with the collective." He understood the girl's thoughts, but was acutely aware that such notions were mere naive aspirations. "That I cannot help you. At most, I will spare your life," Qin Hao stated coldly. "That I end this world. The only one who can help you is yourself. Fortunately, one can achieve much even alone." The compassion he felt was limited. Sparing her life was already a monumental act of grace. He would never take on the burden of an additional liability. His heart had long been forged into a block of iron, capable of holding only himself and his sister. Chapter 14. Carelessness and counterattack. Observing the girl's expression of half-comprehension, Qin Hao released his grip and coldly instructed, "Remember, you have never seen me." With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse child's voice called out from behind, "Big brother, how will I be able to find you in the future?" Qin Hao's footsteps remained unceasing. Without the slightest pause, as he advanced toward the cave's entrance, a flicker of disappointment crossed the little girl's face, oblivious to the fact that Qin Hao's fingers tightened around the kunai in his grip. Just as Qin Hao stepped out of the cave, a robust man suddenly lunged from the side, his fists, as large as fans, aimed squarely at Qin Hao's head. Simultaneously, another man appeared behind him, his hands striking like venomous snakes towards Qin Hao's shoulders. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened, seemingly unfazed by the ambush at the entrance. The entire outer courtyard was swarming with his insects. How could he possibly be unaware of someone lurking at the door? His act of ignorance was merely a tactic to prevent these two from summoning additional reinforcements. He could surmise their mentality. They sought to ambush him, capture him, and claim the glory for themselves. Consider the multitude of outer disciples he had dispatched. If these two were to single-handedly apprehend him, the accolades would be monumental, propelling them to unprecedented heights within the outer sect. What a deluded calculation! Such hubris, akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant, had rendered these two second-tier spiritual practitioners foolishly blind with greed, their attempt at stealth leaving Qin Hao somewhat speechless, with a slight pivot of his body. Qin Hao bent his knee and stepped forward, his right hand thrusting out abruptly, the sharp kunai aiming directly for the man's fist. How swift! The burly man's expression shifted as he had not anticipated Qin Hao's speed. His gaze darted toward Wang Laosi, who stood behind Qin Hao, and with a surge of determination, he chose not to evade. Instead, his fists glimmered with a grayish aura as a thin layer of stone dust enveloped them. Crashing toward the kunai, a cold smile crept across Qin Hao's lips beneath his mask. He suddenly relaxed his grip, and the kunai shot forth, catching his assailant off guard once again, with the power of 30 points now firmly in the fourth tier. Even at a short range, he was beyond the capabilities of a mere second-tier spiritual practitioner to withstand. Regardless of the stone barrier spell cloaking his fists, the kunai pierced through the man's hand. And Qin Hao stepped forward once more, drawing closer to the robust figure. He thrust his palm forward with tremendous force, pushing the kunai deeper into the man's throat. The middle-aged brute's mouth fell slightly agape. Disbelief washing over him as he realized he had been so easily dispatched. His throat quivered, as if he were trying to unleash a final roar of rage before succumbing to his fate. In that instant, Qin Hao's foot struck the man's shin, propelling him upward as he deftly grasped the kunai embedded in the man's throat. Pushing forward once more, his hand tightening around the man's throat like an iron vice. Stifling any sound from escaping, Qin Hao landed soundlessly, cradling the hefty body that seemed almost disproportionate to his own slender frame. This scene sent a shiver down Wang Laosie's spine, nearly scaring him to death. It was too fast, too brutal. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Wang Laosie's forehead, and he realized he had no avenue of retreat. Even if he shouted, it would be too late. Yet as he looked at Qin Hao's imposing silhouette just a breath away, a flicker of courage ignited within him. I can do this. This achievement belongs solely to me, Wang Laosie. With newfound resolve, he lunged forward like a giant eagle, seizing Qin Hao's right arm, twisting it behind him. Simultaneously, Wang Laosie frantically channeled his spiritual energy into his hands, gripping Qin Hao's arm tightly, rendering him immobile. This was his ultimate technique, a family secret passed down from his father, a constable. This method was designed to capture criminals. Once ensnared, it was as if a snake had clamped down on its prey, rendering them utterly helpless. Wang Laosie had successfully employed this technique in the past, even against opponents of higher ranks. But today he found himself on the brink of failure. Recalling how Qin Hao had frightened him earlier, Wang Laosie's heart brimmed with rage. You can't move, can you? Let me see who you truly are. He muttered, reaching out to remove Qin Hao's mask. Is this the extent of your reliance? A chill swept through Qin Hao's eyes as he realized his earlier oversight. Exhaling slowly, he suddenly twisted his body. As he did, Wang Laosie's grip broke, his arm audibly snapping with a sickening crack. Stunned, Wang Laosie stared incredulously at his own arm, now contorted grotesquely, feeling a heavy dread settle in his chest. To break one's own arm. What a ruthless resolve. Wang Laosie had never encountered such an unyielding adversary. This cruelty was not directed at others, but at oneself, and it was this very ferocity that was truly terrifying. Momentarily taken aback, his thoughts stalled, leaving him no time to contemplate his next move. Yet Qin Hao had already turned to face him, a chilling smile gracing his lips beneath the mask. Unbeknownst to Wang Laosie, a kunai had appeared in Qin Hao's left hand. Striking like a viper into Wang Laosie's throat, the kunai embedded itself to the hilt. Qin Hao replicated his earlier actions, his left hand firmly gripping Wang Laosie's windpipe, stifling any sound of protest as the latter succumbed to shock, bewilderment, and agony before meeting his demise. Though it may seem lengthy to recount, the entire event transpired in mere moments, a flurry of swift motions. One moment Qin Hao was besieged by two attackers, and in the next, both lay lifeless on the ground. The little girl inside the cave gaped, her mouth agape, unable to process the unfolding events. Qin Hao rose, his right arm flailing like a marionette. A bizarre sight indeed. He glanced back at the little girl, who had just climbed down from the bed, her gaze fixed on him, eyes shimmering with a tumult of emotions. Admiration, fear, warmth, and longing intermingled. If one day you believe yourself strong enough, you may seek me out, Qin Hao stated, his tone devoid of sincerity. He did not unmask himself to reveal his identity, leaving her with no means to find him. The little girl remained silent, her expression seemingly brightening slightly. Disregarding her, Qin Hao bent down to retrieve the two kunai, cradling his unsteady right arm as he quietly departed the outer courtyard. The little girl watched his silhouette disappear into the darkness, lost in thought for a moment before her face turned pale, prompting her to dash out of the cave to drag the two corpses elsewhere. Chapter 15. Future events of great importance. Upon returning to his cave, Qin Hao found Jiang Yi still in a deep slumber. After entering, he soon heard the familiar rustling sounds outside, the return of his insects. Qin Hao squinted slightly, opening the task panel, his gaze falling upon it with intent. Level advancement. It has been quite some time since you last engaged in combat to gain experience. This simply will not do. The numerous disciples of Qin Yun's sect scattered across the mountains are the perfect wild monsters to slay. Each outer disciple killed grants 1 experience point. Each inner disciple defeated grants 1 experience point. Each inner disciple slain grants 10 experience points, and each personally taught disciple killed grants 100 experience points. This task has a time limit. Rewards will be halved 6 months from now. Task progress. Outer disciples killed. 129 that you may claim 129 experience points. Would you like to claim them? Claim. Qin Hao rubbed his right arm, frowning as he recited the notification. Level up successful. All attributes 1, skill points 10, free attribute points 2. With the melodious sound of the notification ringing in his ears, Qin Hao felt revitalized and rejuvenated. He stretched his now fully restored right arm, silently reminding himself to never be so careless again, lest he stumble in the depths of a dark alley. His cards were still too few. Particularly his offensive capabilities, which were becoming increasingly inadequate. Relying solely on basic physical techniques was no longer sufficient. Though his previous oversight was merely a lapse in judgment, it illuminated the deficiencies in his current strength and abilities. Especially in the face of unexpected situations, offensive techniques, survival methods, and powerful trump cards were lamentably scarce that in the pitch-black cave. Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with contemplation, while he still had some points remaining for redemption. They were insufficient to acquire a formidable physical technique. Thus he was left to strategize with his current abilities. The multiplication technique and parasitic insect technique certainly held immense potential in the long run. But at this stage, they only served a supportive role, rendering them somewhat impractical. Though the armored vehicle is commendable, it is only suitable for bullying the weak. When faced with those formidable attackers, the only option is to flee. One would hardly dare to charge at them. As for the fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique, it goes without saying that its effectiveness is severely limited by intelligence and rank, rendering it inadequate. The techniques of the Shadow Snake Hand and the manipulation of windmill blades may yield surprising results if executed skillfully, yet these methods are more akin to surprise tactics and are insufficient to decisively turn the tide. The Nirvana Pavilion technique is even less feasible. The exorbitant chakra consumption aside, the lengthy sequence of hand seals alone can induce a desire to vomit blood. However, this contemplation leads one to ponder whether many ninjutsu techniques will be similarly intricate in their hand seal requirements. Should I enhance the speed of my hand seals? Just as one question remains unresolved, another arises, leaving Qin Hao feeling utterly perplexed. Point 1 must tackle these matters one at a time. The notion of achieving everything in one fell swoop is ultimately unrealistic. Perhaps in a couple of days, I shall visit the Hidden Law Pavilion to ascertain whether anything within this world can assist me, as well as to gather more specific information regarding the Qingyu Dragon Pool. According to history, or rather the murky future of this world, the Qingyu Dragon Pool is expected to be discovered by a disciple of the Qingyun sect 2 years hence, coinciding with the launch of the game. This event was quite notable in the early stages of the game, garnering significant fame for the Qingyun sect. However, during that initial phase, interactions were predominantly NPC-driven, with players generally possessing low capabilities, rendering most unable to participate meaningfully and relegating them to scavenging behind the NPCs. It was not until 3 years after the game's launch, 5 years into this world's timeline, that players could truly contend with NPCs. By that time, the game company had released an expansion, leading to a proliferation of various talents among NPCs, ushering the continent into an era of exceptional individuals and prodigies. I digress. Qin Hao's motivation for joining the Qingyun sect lies in his pursuit of clues regarding the Qingyu Dragon Pool. For, based on the information at his disposal, this location is likely among the few relatively non-threatening ruins in the early stages. It is one of the scant opportunities in the northern lands that he longs for. One that he could potentially reach without being utterly devoured. The Qingyu Dragon Pool, as per my knowledge and if my deductions are accurate, is the very place where I, Qin Hao, may leap into a new realm. And this clue must surely lie within the Qingyun sect. How vexing. What did that disciple of the Qingyun sect say about where to find the clue? Why can't I recall? Qin Hao, unaware of his reincarnation into this world, had no reason to inquire about events in which he could not participate. Being aware of so much is already quite remarkable, primarily because this incident had indeed caused quite a stir at the time. Even if I have to turn the Qingyun sect upside down, I shall uncover the truth. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Hao's eyes as he silently vowed. He shed his bloodied garments, tossing them aside, donned the Qingyun robe, and reclined on his bed, drifting into slumber. The night passed without incident. Upon awakening the next morning, Qin Hao found the bloodied garments had vanished without a trace. Consumed entirely by insects, that it was no less effective than any corpse-dissolving liquid. Qin Hao chuckled softly, casually washed his face, and stepped out of his dwelling. Outside, Jiang Yi had already prepared breakfast, standing at the door with a food box in hand. Qin Hao accepted the box and glanced at Jiang Yi, who appeared somewhat out of sorts and lost in thought, casually inquiring, "What troubles you?" "Senior brother, when I went to the dining hall to fetch food, I heard some significant news about the sect that it seems that." "What news?" Qin Hao feigned ignorance, though he was already aware. "They say that all the new outer disciples who joined this year were killed last night." "All of them?" "All of them?" Qin Hao expressed surprise, but quickly composed himself, inwardly reasoning. This must be an exaggeration, a case of misinformation. "Yes, some say half of them died. Others claim all are gone. That I've heard that the sect leader and the elders have already gone to investigate." Jiang Yi replied, his expression laden with concern, which struck Qin Hao as rather amusing. "Enough, I understand." Qin Hao took the food box and returned to his dwelling. Given his current identity as a severely injured individual, he was expected to recuperate within the confines of his quarters for a week, especially since Bai Wuji had stated that his injuries would take that long to heal. "Jiang Yi, could you investigate whether there truly were any casualties?" Qin Hao called out casually to Jiang Yi outside the cave. "Of course, senior brother," Jiang Yi responded, immediately darting off. "This is quite unsettling. It seems prudent to secure this dwelling with a door. Living here without proper closure is perilously reckless." Qin Hao mused to himself, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. He harbored numerous secrets he wished to keep hidden, and installing a door was most necessary, far more reliable than that tattered flag's formation. After a single attempt with that shabby flag's mist formation, Qin Hao was left with only one impression: utter nonsense. Chapter 16. The Peculiar Murder Case, Seeking Collections, Seeking Recommendations, Qingyun Sect, Outer Courtyard. Thousands of outer disciples emerged from their caves, surrounding the foot of the mountain in layers, creating a blockade through which not even a drop of water could pass. Whispers filled the air. Jiang Yi stood at the periphery, listening intently. "Over 100 have died. It happened just last night. That I wonder who did it. What could be the motive behind killing some newly initiated disciples? It's strange. My residence is not far from here, yet I heard nothing at all. What's so strange about it? Not just you, but those who survived also noticed nothing. You should be grateful you moved out recently. Otherwise," the speaker left the sentence hanging, but those around understood the implication. That a shiver of fear coursed through several individuals, and as they glanced around, they noticed many faces appeared uneasy, casting suspicious looks at those with whom they typically clashed. Bai Wuji surveyed the row of corpses laid out before him, his expression grim. Such an incident had never occurred in the history of the Qingyun sect. While there had been instances of betrayal among comrades and self-inflicted harm, never had so many disciples been ambushed in a single night. Moreover, these were all new initiates. Whom could they have possibly offended in such a short time? "What have you discovered?" Bai Wuji asked in a cool tone, his voice imbued with a chilling intent that could be felt from a distance. 129 in total have perished. Most were found in their beds, likely slain in their sleep. A few bodies were found on the floor, suggesting they were attacked from behind while awake. Without a single sound being uttered, Shui Laoguei replied in a hushed tone. "Can you ascertain who the perpetrator is?" "Unknown, but it is certain that it was a disciple from within the sect." Shui Laoguei's eyes gleamed with a cold light. There was no external invasion. "The murderer must be one of our own," Bai Wuji observed, taking a deep breath as he glanced at the trembling disciples standing before him, who had narrowly escaped death the previous night. "This doesn't appear to be a vengeful act. It seems more like random killings." As he spoke, Shui Laoguei cackled ominously, extending his gnarled right hand to point at a cave at the far edge, indicating that the killings had proceeded from that very spot. Moving from right to left, it gave the impression that the acts were committed for the sheer thrill of slaughter, almost as if it were an exercise in some dark sorcery. Hearing this, Bai Wuji's demeanor tightened once more, his eyes radiating an extreme aversion. "How depraved! My Qingyun sect possesses countless techniques, yet one chooses to pursue such nefarious paths. It is utterly disgraceful." Shui Laoguei chuckled dismissively, replying, "Practicing it is one thing, but the true folly lies in turning against one's own brethren. That crosses a line." After a moment of silence, Shui Laoguei sketched a simple diagram on the ground with his finger, capturing Bai Wuji's attention. Upon seeing Bai Wuji's inquisitive gaze, Shuelagua pondered for a moment before stating, "The murderer left this symbol carved on the walls of each cave. I have no idea what it signifies." Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the design etched in the dirt. Two horizontal and two vertical lines formed a rectangle, within which were four identical wave symbols, arranged in pairs. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Wuji could not recall any meaning associated with this symbol. His expression grew serious as he deliberated for a few seconds before commanding Shuelagua, "Enhance the internal patrols. From now on, disciples must be assigned to watch during the nights. Furthermore, these disciples were admitted alongside Qin Hao, and there is a bond of camaraderie. I shall entrust him with the investigation to uncover the identity of the murderer." Bai Wuji's gaze was enigmatic, and he added with profound implications. Upon finishing his statement, Bai Wuji gestured for the body on the ground to be collected and buried. "What does the sect leader intend?" Shuelagua's eyes brightened, as if he had suddenly realized something, and he blurted out, "Could it be that the sect leader wishes to use this incident as a pretext to reactivate the law enforcement hall?" "Precisely. Without the law enforcement hall, what value does my position as sect master hold?" Bai Wuji chuckled, his white eyebrows arching dramatically, exuding an air of formidable authority. "This plan is indeed ingenious. It not only fortifies our power within the sect, but also diverts the attention of the four elders. However, given Qin Hao's lack of strength, it might be too much. That it is precisely because of his weakness that the four will not interfere excessively. After all, Qin Hao's capabilities are insufficient to control the law enforcement hall. They will undoubtedly insert their own disciples to attempt to become the true masters of the law enforcement hall. Yet all of this will unfold within the parameters of our sect's calculations." Long Jiansheng? No, it is not yet time for him to reveal himself. Shuelagua felt a flicker of doubt. He understood that the true disciples and direct disciples within the sect were primarily aligned with the four elders, and he genuinely did not know whom Bai Wuji could present. "You will know in due time." Bai Wuji posed a riddle, casting a look at Shuelagua, revealing an exceedingly self-satisfied smile, prompting Shuelagua to momentarily suppress his curiosity. 7 days later, Qin Hao finally recovered and appeared before the Hall of Hidden Laws. The Hall of Hidden Laws, standing 5 stories tall, occupies an expansive area and is considered a crucial stronghold of the Qingyun sect, housing all the sect's texts. During these days, Qin Hao did not remain idle. He diligently sought insights from Jiang Yi and gradually uncovered some of the Qingyun sect's regulations. For instance, the texts within the Hall of Hidden Laws can be classified into 5 tiers based on their value, distributed across the 5 levels. The first level is the most useless, rarely visited by disciples. It contains no cultivation methods or spiritual techniques, only a general history of the continent, miscellaneous discussions, biographies, sect history, or dubious anecdotes, rendering it nearly worthless. The second level houses some martial arts techniques, but this level has the fewest texts, as spiritual practitioners ultimately wield the power to obliterate the world with a mere gesture. What use is martial skill? Thus, this level is also seldom visited by disciples. The third and fourth levels contain spiritual techniques, arranged according to their ranks. The ranking of spiritual techniques aligns perfectly with the game's settings. First-tier techniques can be employed by first-tier spiritual practitioners, possessing the weakest power, while second-tier techniques can be learned and executed by second-tier practitioners, still relatively weak, and so forth. Naturally, there are low-tier techniques with terrifying power, but such techniques are rare and virtually unattainable within the Qingyun sect. Techniques ranked from 1st to 3rd tier are located on the 3rd level, while those from 4th to 6th tier are on the 4th level. As for the higher tiers, the 5th level houses the sect's most treasured texts. This is where the world diverges from the game. In addition to spiritual techniques, there exists a concept known as heart techniques. Heart techniques are employed for spiritual cultivation, enhancement, and refinement, akin to the internal arts found in martial arts novels, albeit with even greater potency. This is easily comprehensible, as individuals in this world cannot level up or break through by slaying monsters to gain experience. Thus, there must be a substitute, and heart techniques perfectly fill this void. The grading of heart techniques is simpler. The rank indicates the highest tier a practitioner can achieve through its cultivation. The Qingyun sect possesses 4 heart techniques, among which the sword nurturing technique is a 6th tier heart technique, meaning that cultivating it allows one to reach the level of a 6th tier spiritual king, which is Bai Wuji's current level. Advancing beyond that would require a fortuitous encounter or the adoption of a heart technique of a higher tier. This is the primary reason why Wuji has remained stagnant at the 6th tier pinnacle for many years. Chapter 17. Hall of Hidden Laws. The first and second levels are trivial. The third level is mediocre. The fourth level is acceptable, and the fifth level is the most precious. Of course, this perspective applies to the other disciples of the Qingyun sect. It does not include Qin Hao, for in his eyes, the hierarchy is precisely reversed. The distinctions between the third to fifth levels are negligible. They are all inconsequential, while the martial arts techniques on the second level may hold some value, potentially alleviating his current predicament of lacking advanced physical techniques. As for the first level, which is disregarded by the Qingyun sect's disciples, elders, and even the sect master, it might hold the greatest significance for Qin Hao. Many of the questions that linger in his mind may find their answers here. Common knowledge questions, the discrepancies between this world and the game, the nature of symbols, and clues regarding the Qingyu Dragon Pond. Everything that weighs heavily on Qin Hao's mind could likely be resolved in this very place. Entry to the Hall of Hidden Laws requires both qualifications and spiritual stones. Outer disciples may only access the first to third levels. Inner disciples have a single opportunity to enter the fourth level. And direct disciples possess 5 opportunities to enter the fourth level. Only true disciples are granted one chance to access the fifth level, while true disciples face no restrictions on entering levels below the fifth. Although they must still pay a considerable amount of spiritual stones, before the Hall of Hidden Laws stood 3 direct disciples as guards, an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a gray robe, sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom. A sweeping monk? Qin Hao chuckled inwardly, realizing he had overthought the situation. Using his reconnaissance technique, he discerned that the old man was merely an ordinary individual. Surrounding him were several passing disciples, most of whom appeared to be outer disciples. They cast strange glances toward the approaching Qin Hao, their thoughts inscrutable. True disciples? I've never encountered such weak true disciples before. As Qin Hao slowly approached, one of the 3 gatekeeping disciples stepped forward, speaking in a mocking tone. What? Do you doubt the sect masters and the elders' decisions? Do you wish to join me in arguing before the sect master? Qin Hao neither lifted his eyelids nor quickened his pace, responding leisurely. You little brat with a sharp tongue, you've offended senior brother Lin. You may not realize how you'll meet your end. Perhaps you'll find yourself at night, like those outer disciples, having your throat cut. Naturally, Duan Pengfei dared not question the sect master's decisions, but he was equally unyielding, glaring fiercely at Qin Hao. Lin Dong is discreet. What makes you think your barking will impress anyone? Do you believe Lin Dong will reward you with a candy? When it comes to the art of insult and provocation, this group of indigenous spiritual practitioners from the continent could hardly compete with modern individuals raised on the internet. Qin Hao needed no foul language to easily ignite Duan Pengfei's anger. How dare you call me a dog? Absurd. I dare to insult your master. You're merely a dog in my way. If I don't kick you to the curb. Consider it your good fortune, Qin Hao retorted, his tone dripping with scorn, inciting Duan Pengfei's fury. In truth, Qin Hao was not one to revel in verbal sparring. He generally preferred to demonstrate his superiority in action. However, under the current circumstances, he suspected he would not be a match for Duan Pengfei in a fight. Yet, leaving without a word was not his style. Most importantly, since Duan Pengfei served as the gatekeeper of the Hall of Hidden Laws, Qin Hao would inevitably return here in the future. He wished to avoid being constantly harassed and sought to instill a sense of fear in his adversary, at least not allowing himself to be treated like a target for unprovoked hostility. One does not strike a face, nor does one reveal secrets while insulting. Duan Pengfei was indeed Lin Dong's sycophant. He was aware of this, yet acknowledging it aloud held a different weight. Duan Pengfei felt as though all eyes were mocking him, which was a misinterpretation of the situation. For outer disciples, serving Lin Dong was a tremendous honor. His eyes were fixed on Qin Hao, his teeth grinding audibly, as if daring him to speak again. Believing that just because he was a true disciple, no one would challenge him. Within the sect, true disciples held supreme glory. How dare a direct disciple provoke the sect's regulations? Qin Hao was now well aware of the privileges and status of true disciples. True disciples are candidates for the sect master's position, holding an esteemed rank. Within the sect, apart from the sect master and elders, all other disciples must address them as senior brother, with no room for provocation. In the past, no one dared to challenge this. as the four true disciples themselves were at the pinnacle of strength among the disciples, who would dare to humiliate themselves. However, today, with Qin Hao, everything might be different. When has the sect ever had explicit regulations? These are merely customary practices. While I must respect the other four true disciples, what makes you worthy of my respect? Is it merely your title as a true disciple? Jokes aside, we hold deep respect for our four esteemed senior brothers, not because of any so-called true inheritance, but due to their formidable strength. Duan Pengfei let out a cold snort, extending his massive hand towards Qin Hao's head with a sweeping motion, simultaneously bellowing, "Today, I shall make it clear to you that even if you bear the title of the fifth true inheritance, you had better learn to be humble." His palm loomed large, shrouded in a faint gray shadow, a result of his intense focus on the outward manifestation of Earth-type spiritual energy, rather than the application of any powerful spiritual technique. With a mere casual strike, he aimed it downwards towards Qin Hao's head, the disdain and contempt implicit in his action. Qin Hao's gaze suddenly turned frigid. He took a slight step back, and then, under the condescending scrutiny of Duan Pengfei, he clenched his fists and boldly launched a straightforward punch towards the apex of his adversary's strike. Has this fellow lost his senses, daring not to evade but instead to retaliate? Does he truly believe that Duan, in his casual attack, is without the use of spiritual techniques, and thus he stands a chance to contend? How audacious for a low-tier cultivator to confront a high-tier cultivator physically. Does he fancy himself possessing a physique akin to that of Senior Lin Dong, whose prowess is truly extraordinary, around them? The outer sect disciples chattered incessantly, unreservedly voicing their derision. Although they too harbored no fondness for Duan Pengfei, their envy and resentment towards Qin Hao, who had inexplicably become a true disciple, far surpassed their disdain for Duan. As they beheld Duan Pengfei's descending hand, an inexplicable thrill coursed through them, as if they wished nothing more than to witness Qin Hao being crushed beneath it, the moment their fists and palms collided. Duan Pengfei's expression shifted dramatically. A searing pain surged from his palm, akin to being pierced by a razor-sharp blade, and he let out a cry of agony. The surrounding chatter abruptly ceased, their eyes widening in disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghost. If a fourth-tier cultivator specializes in strength, their power typically ranges between 30 to 39. Of course, the actual destructive capability they unleash when employing spiritual techniques far exceeds this figure. After all, the might of cultivators in this world derives not solely from their physical bodies, but from the formidable spiritual techniques that harness the forces of nature, save for the demonic sect from a millennium ago. Duan Pengfei was not of the demonic sect. His earth-type spiritual energy, in the absence of deliberate guidance, primarily enhanced his physical constitution. In truth, aside from those with exceptional physiques or certain prodigies, few cultivators consciously endeavor to elevate a specific attribute during their training. They simply allow their growth to flow naturally. They remain oblivious to the sophisticated concepts of attributes, only aware that their physical prowess improves during their cultivation journey. The more nuanced ideas, such as breaking through to higher tiers, are concepts that only players understand. For the indigenous cultivators, the notion of a system that quantifies metrics, along with the existence of players as extraordinary beings, remains utterly incomprehensible. This extraordinary advantage emboldened Qin Hao to confront Duan Pengfei with his punch. Though he was merely at level 18, he had already surpassed 30 points in both strength and agility, 32.7 and 33.8, respectively. These attributes firmly placed him within the ranks of fourth-tier cultivators. Could Duan Pengfei's strength truly rival his? Even if it could, to what extent? Qin Hao did not believe that Duan Pengfei had exerted his full strength with that casual strike. However, he knew that he had poured all his might into his own punch. The disparity in strength was clear to Qin Hao, especially now that their fists and palms met. Duan Pengfei's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he gazed at Qin Hao. He could feel a force emanating from beneath his palm that was undeniably equal to, if not surpassing, his own. How could this be? Duan Pengfei was aware that his physical strength ranked among the upper echelons of the inner disciples, yet now he found himself thwarted by someone he had looked down upon. In that moment of astonishment, Qin Hao would not show mercy. He suddenly opened his right fist, grasped the air, and with a swift motion, his left sleeve obscured his actions. The series of movements left Duan Pengfei utterly bemused. As he regained his composure and prepared to withdraw his palm, Qin Hao, concealed by his left sleeve, had already unsheathed a kunai, its cold glimmer evident as it was gripped tightly in Qin Hao's right hand. Thrusting it towards Duan Pengfei's palm, the blade penetrated his palm, eliciting a cry of pain from Duan Pengfei as he sensed the precariousness of his situation. The force in his arms surged. Wrenching his hand free from Qin Hao's grasp, Qin Hao sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity, retracting the kunai and swiftly retreating with a nimble leap. The entire sequence of events transpired with astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Not only had Qin Hao not met their expectations of being crushed, but it seemed as though it was Duan Pengfei who had suffered a minor setback. What is this situation? Could it be that he possesses a physique not unlike that of Senior Lin Dong? The rationale behind Qin Hao's ascension to true disciple status had yet to be disclosed, leaving only a select few within the sect aware of his potentially godly physique akin to the heavenly eye. The vast majority remained entirely oblivious. Unlike Lin Dong, who was undeniably talented, Duan Pengfei was unwilling to entertain such a possibility. He glared at the puncture in his palm, clearly inflicted by the kunai, yet when he glanced at Qin Hao's hands, he found no weapon in sight. This fellow is rather peculiar. Duan Pengfei concealed his earlier scorn. Now regarding Qin Hao with newfound seriousness. 2 seconds passed before he clenched his fists again, a sinister grin forming on his lips. I admit I underestimated you. Perhaps you indeed possess some talent. However, having offended Senior Lin, you will not survive to see another day. Did Lin Dong send you to provoke me? Qin Hao replied coolly, realizing that this adversary was more formidable than he had anticipated. Even without employing spiritual abilities for protection, Duan Pengfei's hands felt as unyielding as coarse rock, allowing the kunai to penetrate only slightly, making further advancement difficult. Oh, you have any idea how many people in this sect heed Senior Lin's command? Even without me, others will surely seek to trouble you. To be frank, Senior Lin has already decreed that you will find it impossible to move within the sect. Duan Pengfei looked at Qin Hao with arrogant disdain. But regrettably, he could not glean a hint of trepidation from Qin Hao's countenance. So, the moment I step outside the sect, I shall meet my demise, Qin Hao stated blandly, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion. Is this all the means you possess? It seems I have truly overestimated him. Qin Hao was not the sort of person who could be intimidated by crude tactics like those employed by Lin Dong. Until his life was genuinely threatened by swords or axes, he would not genuinely feel fear, merely annoyance. This is all the means you have. It will suffice for you to endure. Duan Pengfei resolved that he must first subdue Qin Hao to instill a sense of fear in him. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed. The moment Duan Pengfei raised his foot, he turned and fled without hesitation. Should his opponent remain careless, he might still have an opportunity to fight back, but it was clear that Duan Pengfei was now serious. And Qin Hao had no intention of clashing head-on any longer. Duan Pengfei was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Qin Hao, who had previously exuded confidence, would so readily retreat. This unexpected action ignited a flicker of anger within him. Feeling as though he had been deceived, he bellowed, "Where do you think you're going?" With a powerful push from his feet, he created a deep crater in the ground, propelling himself forward like an enraged bull. How swift, Duan Pengfei thought to himself. Qin Hao leaned forward, lowering his center of gravity as if he were nearly glued to the ground. This left Duan Pengfei momentarily baffled. He had never witnessed such an unusual style of movement, especially one executed with such incredible speed. He sensed that Qin Hao emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations, indicating that the young man was relying solely on his physical strength to achieve such velocity. This is utterly bewildering. This lad's physical power and speed rival those of most fourth-tier spiritual masters. What sort of physique could possibly be this formidable? Duan Pengfei felt an overwhelming surge of displeasure coursing through him. He stomped his feet forcefully, propelling himself into the air like a rocket launched with great acceleration, aiming directly for Qin Hao, although he had yet to employ any of Lin Neng's techniques. His internal spiritual energy had already begun to flow, especially following the forceful stomp of his feet, which unleashed a tremendous burst of spiritual force between his soles and the ground. Utilizing this reaction force, Duan Pengfei's speed skyrocketed, more than doubling in an instant. Ultimately, the spiritual practitioners on the continent were not reliant on physical prowess. It was their spiritual abilities and techniques that truly governed this realm. Chapter 19. Who is the master of the law enforcement hall in the Qingyun Hall? By Wuji sat regally in the position of the sect leader, casting a contemplative gaze upon the 8 elders below him. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a calm tone, addressing the elders. "How have your discussions progressed?" The 4 elders, Lin, Xia, Huang, and Yu, nodded in agreement, ultimately designating Elder Lin, the most senior among them and also the uncle of Lin Dong. To respond to Bai Wuji's inquiry, Elder Lin, known as Lin Tongji, stroked his mustache with a measured demeanor and inquired, "Does the sect leader truly intend to reinstate the law enforcement hall?" The law enforcement hall had historically been the most formidable force under the leadership of the Qingyun sect's masters. However, over a decade ago, its elite disciples had suffered devastating losses in an external conflict, a situation exacerbated by the machinations of several elders, resulting in the hall's continued existence being little more than a facade for the past 10 years. Recently, a significant number of newly initiated outer disciples perished overnight under mysterious circumstances, leaving the remaining disciples in a state of dread, fearing they might be the next victims. Moreover, during the recent true inheritance ceremony, Lin Dong had audaciously slain the 5th true heir in full view of everyone, an act of sheer lawlessness. Bai Wuji's voice faltered momentarily as he cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Tongji. Uninterested in hearing any justifications from him, he continued, "The root of these issues has become clear to us after much contemplation. It is precisely the absence of the law enforcement hall that has led our disciples to disregard the laws and principles of the sect. If this continues, it will undoubtedly sow the seeds of great calamity for our sect." As he spoke, Bai Wuji straightened in his seat, his tone becoming resolute. "Therefore, our sect has resolved to re-establish the law enforcement hall. Internally, we shall purge the insidious elements within our ranks to restore the sect's discipline. Externally, it will serve as our sharpest sword." His impassioned words rang with righteousness, yet the assembled elders, seasoned and cunning, were more concerned with the implications for their own interests than swayed by Bai Wuji's rhetoric. "Might I inquire, sect leader, who do you intend to appoint as the head of the law enforcement hall? And how will you select the disciples?" Lin Tongji raised his head, fixing his gaze on Bai Wuji, the facade of respect evaporating in an instant. Bai Wuji was accustomed to Lin Tongji's sudden change in demeanor. Over the years, the 4 elders, led by Lin Tongji, had shown him great deference, yet when it came to matters of interest, their respect could turn to hostility with alarming speed. He was no longer the impetuous young master who had just taken up the mantle of leadership. He had become adept at navigating such treacheries, and today, he intended to reclaim his authority decisively. "Our sect proposes that the law enforcement hall will no longer be led by the elders, but instead, be entrusted to the true disciples. What say you?" Lin Tongji was momentarily taken aback by Bai Wuji's unexpected proposal. However, he quickly recalibrated his thoughts and pressed on, "Might I ask which true disciple has caught the sect leader's favor?" In his heart, he favored Lin Dong, yet he knew full well that Bai Wuji would never permit such an occurrence. "Our sect favors Qin Hao," Bai Wuji responded. Lin Tongji refrained from immediately countering and proceeded to inquire, "How will the sect leader go about selecting the disciples?" Bai Wuji stroked the jade ring on his finger, his eyes narrowing with a knowing expression as he articulated a premeditated proposal. "Historically, disciples of the law enforcement hall have been personally selected by the sect leader from among the disciples. However, given the unique circumstances of this re-establishment, I cannot oversee the entire selection process alone. Thus, I propose that Elder Lin assist in choosing a portion of the disciples." Lin Tongji quickly grasped Bai Wuji's intentions. This was a means to allow their faction to infiltrate the law enforcement hall, with the stipulation that Qin Hao would become its leader. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly asked, "Might the law enforcement hall accommodate another true disciple?" This question was as transparent as Sima Zhao's ambitions. The disparity between Qin Hao's cultivation and that of the true disciples raised concerns over who would truly lead the hall. Even if Qin Hao had some disciples supporting him, could that truly contend against a true disciple? The 4 elders had yet to suspect that Bai Wuji merely viewed Qin Hao as a pawn, believing instead that Bai Wuji intended to nurture him as the next sect leader. Bai Wuji's expression darkened, an uncontainable aura of menace spreading throughout the hall. As if he had been provoked beyond his limits, he raised his right hand, gesturing into the void, and a distant scream echoed, reminiscent of an infant's wail, which sent chills down the spine of all who heard it. That a flash of silver light appeared on the horizon, and in the next moment, it manifested within the hall, gripped tightly in by Wuji's hand. A sword, pure white and emanating an icy chill. The Hanyu sword, the treasured weapon of the Qingyun sect and the sole supreme grade artifact, glimmered ominously, like a tender parent. Bai Wuji caressed the hilt of the Hanyu sword, his cold gaze fixated on Lin Tongji as he intoned, "What did you say? Speak again." As his words fell, the temperature within the Qingyun hall plummeted. Frost forming on the stone pillars, and the Hanyu sword began to emit a mournful cry, as though it possessed a will of its own. Lin Tongji felt a chill run down his spine. And the three elders behind him shivered, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation as they regarded the imposing figure of Bai Wuji. Inwardly, Lin Tongji lamented, Bai Wuji has been stuck at the peak of the 6th tier for years without advancement. Yet his aura grows increasingly formidable. It's truly uncanny. Nevertheless, as someone who had weathered many storms, he steeled himself against the pressure, repeating his previous query, might the law enforcement hall still accommodate another true disciple? As he spoke, he subtly signaled to the three elders behind him, preparing for a potential confrontation with Bai Wuji. In the next moment, Bai Wuji rose slowly, his fingers caressing the sword's hilt as he descended the stone steps, advancing towards Lin Tongji until he halted just 3 steps away. The master of the law enforcement hall will be Qin Hao, with Li Muji as his deputy. The hall will comprise 300 disciples, of which Elder Lin will select 50. The remaining disciples will be chosen by our sect. Bai Wuji's gaze bore into Lin Tongji, who lowered his head, glancing at the white Qingyun boots before him. Feeling a jolt of realization, conceding that Bai Wuji's terms were not unreasonable, he quickly replied, I shall comply with the sect leader's command. Chapter 20. Chain reaction. Suddenly, Qin Hao pivoted his foot, executing a swift change in direction while sprinting at high speed. His body gliding across the ground in an unusual arc, appearing before 2 outer disciples who were merely spectators. With a single hand planted on the ground, he flipped through the air, delivering a powerful kick to the backs of the 2, sending them hurtling towards Duan Pengfei like bags of sand. That moment, Duan Pengfei resembled a rocket soaring through the air, and as he beheld the 2 hapless disciples, now directed towards him as human projectiles, a cold smirk crept across his face. He dismissed Qin Hao's attempt to impede his pursuit as nothing short of delusional. These 2 are no match for you. With your speed, be cautious not to cause any fatalities, he thought. You know that harming fellow disciples is a capital offense. Your senior brother Lin will not be able to save you then. The ethereal voice of Qin Hao suddenly infiltrated Duan Pengfei's ears, causing his fist to momentarily halt mid-strike. While he was aware that Qin Hao's words were laced with intimidation, the scenario he described was not without the potential for reality, given his current speed and the immense force he could generate. It was entirely plausible that an ordinary practitioner at the 1st or 2nd tier could indeed meet their demise upon collision. The 2 individuals before him were evidently weak. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Qin Hao to dispatch them with such ease. This was a certainty, as these 2 had been meticulously selected by Qin Hao for the role of punching bags after he had utilized his reconnaissance technique to survey the audience, ensuring they would satisfy Duan Pengfei's expectations. Muttering a curse under his breath, Duan Pengfei twisted his waist with fierce determination, his legs firmly planted on the ground, with a slight lean of his hips downwards. He lifted his upper body in a fluid motion, abruptly bringing his entire form to a standstill. Extending his palm forward, he swept to the sides, and the 2 airborne figures immediately emitted muffled groans as they were propelled aside. With a cold snort, Duan Pengfei advanced, pursuing the already evasive Qin Hao, who had skillfully slipped into the nearby grove. Upon entering the thicket, Qin Hao swiftly rolled to the ground, placing an explosive talisman amidst the underbrush. He then leaped behind several large trees, darting about with remarkable agility, affixing explosive talismans as if they were mere trifles. In a mere 3 seconds, by the time Duan Pengfei entered the woods, over 20 explosive talismans had been scattered around like petals from a celestial maiden. You cannot escape. It would be far more efficient to allow me to deliver a thorough beating to you instead. As Duan Pengfei scanned the forest, he swiftly locked onto the fleeing Qin Hao, his voice booming in frustration, seemingly having lost patience with the latter's evasive maneuvers. Clenching his fist, Duan Pengfei unleashed a punch, a shadow of earthy hue materializing before him, only to manifest beside Qin Hao in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind rushed past Qin Hao, who turned in horror to witness a tree being reduced to splinters mere inches from him. He understood that Duan Pengfei had intentionally misdirected his attack. Otherwise, had it truly landed upon him, the outcome would have been uncertain. The adversary bore a measure of caution, ultimately refraining from employing his spiritual abilities for fear of inadvertently causing a fatality. You harbor concerns. I do not. Qin Hao mused internally, a dangerous smile curving upon his lips as he deemed the moment ripe. With a sudden halt, he turned to face Duan Pengfei in the distance. Run, go ahead and keep running. Duan Pengfei assumed that Qin Hao was paralyzed by fear, standing motionless and awaiting his approach to settle the score. Qin Hao, expressionless, focused intently on Duan Pengfei's footfalls, uninterested in the latter's bluster. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Now, counting the distance to the explosive talisman beneath Duan Pengfei's feet, Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with intensity. Now, with his hands behind his back, he forcefully swung them, sending 2 shurikens hurtling through the air like black lightning towards Duan Pengfei. Look out for the hidden weapons, Qin Hao shouted as he struck. Duan Pengfei hesitated, staring at Qin Hao as though he were a fool, too apathetic to even raise his hands, convinced that the peculiar projectiles would miss him entirely and instead strike the 2 trees on either side. Foolishness. Both Qin Hao and Duan Pengfei simultaneously uttered the same derogatory term. What havoc would ensue from the simultaneous detonation of over 20 explosive talismans? Qin Hao could only speculate. Whether he could vanquish Duan Pengfei remained uncertain. However, he was unequivocally certain that it was time for him to flee. Oblivious to the perilous trap he had stepped into, Duan Pengfei brazenly advanced towards the concealed explosives, completely dismissing the 2 shurikens he had mocked, which promptly triggered the deadly talismans. As the shurikens made contact with the explosive talismans, Qin Hao's expression hardened, and he turned to flee with all his might. Boom! 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 The cataclysmic explosions reverberated, unleashing a cacophony of sound. Duan Pengfei's smile vanished abruptly as a tremendous force lifted him off the ground, propelling his body into the air. He glanced down to see debris swirling, rocks scattering, and a fiery eruption reaching the heavens. What was happening? Before he could ponder further, a series of explosions ensued. Draining the color from his face, he witnessed the 2 trees he had derided for their supposed lack of aim being obliterated, triggering a chain reaction that decimated the surrounding forest in rapid succession. Flames surged, and waves of heat coalesced, transforming into a ferocious inferno that lunged toward Duan Pengfei. Countless seemingly innocuous fragments of stone and wood, stirred by the shock waves, morphed into lethal projectiles, crisscrossing dangerously around Duan Pengfei. An utterly terrifying sight. Traps, mechanisms. Even Duan Pengfei, lacking in wit, recognized that he had unwittingly stumbled into a perilous snare laid by Qin Hao. Yet, how had it been arranged so swiftly? As he tumbled through the air, his body felt as if it were enduring a tempest's fury, pain radiating from every inch, while his azure robe began to catch fire. Duan Pengfei felt disoriented from the explosive shockwave, his mind clouded, ears ringing, and stars dancing before his eyes. With a roar, he gritted his teeth against the agony coursing through him, desperately channeling his spiritual power. A layer of gray rock materialized across his body, rapidly forming a protective armor. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his waist with great effort, clumsily spinning in midair, and clawed at the ground, propelling himself 20 meters to the right. Escaping the inferno's grasp, crashing heavily onto the ground. Though this sequence of events may seem prolonged, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The explosions occurred with such swiftness that they left him no time to react. His physical constitution was insufficient to withstand the explosive force unaided. Failing to activate his spiritual abilities in time, he was bound to suffer significant injury. Chapter 21. The maniac who ensnared the masses. Flames roared, and explosions echoed. The disciples outside the Hall of Hidden Methods were abruptly drawn to the commotion, rushing into the woods. Meanwhile, from a distance of 1,000 meters, a dark figure in the sky suddenly revealed a peculiar expression. It was the elder dispatched to investigate. That sound. Is it coming from the Hall of Hidden Methods? His eyes sharpened, and his speed intensified as he soared forward with urgency. Qin Hao deftly maneuvered, swiftly evading the blast radius of the explosions. Turning, he caught sight of Duan Pengfei emerging from the flames in a wretched state. Not dead? Indeed, the explosive talismans could no longer deliver a lethal blow to these core disciples. He needed to acquire more formidable means of attack promptly. However, before that, A ruthless glint flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as he aimed his two shurikens at the injured Duan Pengfei without hesitation, taking advantage of your misfortune to claim your life. Qin Hao excelled at this. While Duan Pengfei hesitated to kill him, Qin Hao felt no such qualms. Better to eliminate him first. Surely, Bai Wujia would not demand recompense for Duan Pengfei's demise. Moreover, provoking a true disciple and executing him would ultimately be justified. The paramount consideration was that Duan Pengfei was now in a state of utter disarray, harboring resentment that differed fundamentally from the nature of Lin Dong's manipulation. Point one was passive, the other proactive. The former was merely fulfilling a task, while the latter was vengeance, a distinction of monumental significance. Duan Pengfei propped himself up with one hand, gritting his teeth as he sat up, each movement exacerbating his myriad injuries, causing him to wince in pain. Point four ribs were fractured, his internal organs damaged, his left leg broken, and countless minor wounds adorned his body, coupled with extensive burns. He was gravely injured and utterly disfigured. Qin Hao, Duan Pengfei's gaze sharpened as he glared forward with palpable animosity. The two shurikens entered his line of sight, and an uncontrollable surge of anger ignited within him, with a fierce grasp of his left hand. An unseen force halted the two shurikens in their tracks. Crack. The sound of twisted metal reached Qin Hao's ears, causing his expression to shift momentarily, his advance toward Duan Pengfei slightly faltering. Flames roared nearby as waves of scorching heat illuminated the murderous intent etched upon their faces. The cold, vengeful gazes locking in a deadly standoff. I will kill you. Without any preamble, the two individuals intuitively understood each other's gaze. The fluctuations of Earth-type spiritual energy in Duan Pengfei's hand intensified dramatically. At this juncture, his resentment towards Qin Hao had transcended the principles of their sect. He was engulfed by fury, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to kill Qin Hao at all costs. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of crimson blood, the excruciating pain in his lungs nearly causing him to black out. Die! Duan Pengfei roared, thrusting his right hand towards Qin Hao, and a 2-meter-long phantom gradually materialized in the air. Subsequently, the Earth-type spiritual energy surged violently towards this apparition. The soil and stones on the ground were also lifted, coalescing into a massive, earthen sword that rapidly took shape before Qin Hao's eyes. Emanating a terrifying wave of spiritual energy, Qin Hao wrinkled his nose, sensing the dust in the air. He understood that this was a consequence of the overwhelming Earth-type spiritual energy surrounding him. He could not allow this to escalate further. A seasoned player, Qin Hao had never encountered such a skill before. Without hesitation, he recognized it as a technique indigenous to this world: Earth Flow Sword. Duan Pengfei's movements were swifter than Qin Hao had anticipated. Just as Qin Hao prepared to act, Duan Pengfei bellowed, forcefully pushing his palm forward. The enormous sword trembled violently, its once rough blade glimmering with a golden light. Then suddenly shattered, releasing a myriad of tiny, earth-colored swords that suspended in the air, densely blocking the space between Qin Hao and Duan Pengfei. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Qin Hao had battered Duan Pengfei like a rag doll, and now Duan Pengfei was intent on reciprocating, wishing to pierce Qin Hao with 1,000 swords and inflict upon him the same agony. Though Duan Pengfei was severely injured and restricted in his movements, as long as he retained his spiritual energy, he still possessed the greatest asset of a spiritual master, and the gap between him and Qin Hao had not diminished in the slightest. With a mere wave of his hand, he could execute Qin Hao in cold blood. Disciples rushing into the forest stood dumbfounded at the chaotic scene before them. There lay an unscathed Qin Hao. Yet the next moment, Duan Pengfei appeared charred and wretched, alongside a raging inferno and a sky filled with sword shadows. What had transpired here? How had Duan Pengfei come to be in such a state? Was it Qin Hao's doing? How had he accomplished this? The Earth Flow Sword was Duan Pengfei's ultimate technique. Did he intend to kill Qin Hao? Each newcomer was beset by these 3 questions. Utterly baffled by how 2 individuals of such disparate strength had culminated in this spectacle, Qin Hao had no interest in the spectators' astonishment. His eyelids twitched erratically, and his pupils constricted into sharp points. Should he employ the instantaneous movement technique in front of so many witnesses? A chill coursed through his heart, yet in the next moment, a glimmer of resolve ignited in his eyes that he stomped his foot. Curling his body into a ball, and with an astonishing speed, he veered through the air, charging towards the crowd that had just entered the forest. Rather than using the instantaneous movement technique, Qin Hao realized he had an even better strategy: to divert the calamity eastward, dragging the innocent down with him, and together unravel this damned earth sword flow. Unity is strength. The more people, the greater the power. This is an undeniable truth. Qin Hao resolved to use these individuals to test whether this truth held true, all the while saving his own life. Don't come over. Get back. How dare you, you brat. The onlookers' faces paled in unison as they began hurling curses at Qin Hao's. Qin Hao moved. Duan Pengfei, without a moment's hesitation, swung his hand, unleashing countless earth swords that whistled through the air, targeting not only Qin Hao, but also the crowd before him. In that moment, Duan Pengfei was devoid of rational thought. His only desire was to eliminate Qin Hao, and he had no time to consider the consequences of his actions. Never underestimate the destructive power of a person consumed by rage. Duan Pengfei had gone mad. And so too had they. To kill a true disciple was a capital offense. Qin Hao's gaze turned icy as he aimed at several disciples poised to strike him, proclaiming loudly, "If I perish here due to your interference, the sect leader will not spare you." The disciples, who had intended to act, felt their hearts leap in alarm, their faces darkening as they halted their movements. "Join me in countering this attack, or none of you shall escape. Whoever tries to flee, I will drag along to their doom." Qin Hao memorized the faces of those who had shown cowardice and threatened the crowd. Damn it, this lunatic! Some disciples, quick to react, attempted to evade. However, upon hearing Qin Hao's furious shout and noticing his gaze directed towards them, they froze mid-step, their expressions grim. All were inwardly cursing, feeling both frustrated and helpless, compelled to join Qin Hao in confronting the onslaught of sword shadows. At that moment, a dagger shot forth from the crowd behind. Chapter 22. Narrow escape from death, seeking collections and recommendations. Duan Pengfei's breath hitched slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. In the next second, a cold smile crept across his dark visage, the gash on his cheek from shattered stones appearing even more savage. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Qin Hao's silhouette. Leaving no room for anyone else's existence, he thrust his palm towards Qin Hao with fervor, and a sword net spanning at least 20 meters erupted forward like a surge of adrenaline. What nonsense about accidentally injuring a fellow disciple or harming the innocent. With this strike, all hesitations vanished, leaving only the deafening roar of swords, enough to make one's eardrums ache and scalp prickle. Duan Pengfei, stop. Damn it, two madmen. I'm truly having a bad day. Block it. Help. Cries of curses and screams were drowned out by the cacophony of sword howls, alongside a lethal white flash behind Qin Hao. It was a silver-white dagger, 2 fingers wide and an inch long, moving with astonishing speed and a treacherous trajectory, slicing through countless trees without raising an alarm. What a deadly dagger! Qin Hao's pupils constricted sharply. His body bristling with goosebumps, he immediately flattened himself against the ground, desperately trying to minimize his body's exposure in the air. With a powerful push, he slid along the ground like a serpent, swiftly darting towards the back of the crowd. Puff, puff, puff. Behind him, a low-ranking outer disciple, unable to evade in time, managed to swing his sword twice before the sword wall effortlessly shattered his weapon, transforming him into a sieve. While the earth-colored small swords continued their relentless advance, to say the momentum remained unabated was an exaggeration. Nonetheless, the deceleration was indeed negligible, still astonishingly swift. This was not merely an endless array of sword shadows. It was a densely packed wall of swords, pressing inexorably towards Qin Hao, with the slaughter of the hapless disciple being incidental. But a chill coursed through Qin Hao. This assault was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. He dared not look back, for there was no time. The increasingly thunderous whooshing in his ears made it clear that the deadly sword wall was mere moments away. Another round of piercing blades slicing through flesh echoed, followed by agonized cries. Qin Hao shuddered, allocating his remaining 2 attribute points entirely to agility, thereby increasing his speed slightly, managing to create a tad more distance from the advancing sword wall at the edge of the forest. A voice of surprise rang out, seemingly taken aback by Qin Hao's sudden increase in speed. Olan furrowed her brow slightly. With delicate fingers, she reached into her garment to retrieve a white, flying leaf dagger. Suddenly, she paused, lifting her gaze as a figure rushed towards her at breakneck speed. After a moment's hesitation, she sheathed the dagger and vanished from sight. Puffed. A dagger whizzed through the air from right to left, piercing through Qin Hao and shooting into the depths of the forest. An ambush? Who is it? Qin Hao's expression shifted, a cry of pain escaping him as though his backside had been sliced open, rendering him bloodied and in excruciating agony that he froze momentarily, the intense pain radiating from his rear stifling his escape. As the sharp whistling sound drew nearer, Qin Hao had no time to seek out this insidious assailant. Gritting his teeth, he pushed off the ground once more. However, the explosive force of this moment was clearly insufficient to extricate him from peril. Cursing under his breath, he hastily formed seals with his hands, reluctantly resorting to the instantaneous movement technique in the face of imminent danger. As Qin Hao was about to finalize the last hand seal, a sudden tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a series of muffled thuds, abruptly halting the relentless howling of swords. What was happening? The prickling sensation on his back had vanished. Qin Hao forcefully interrupted his final gesture, casting a sidelong glance at a stone wall, measuring 50 meters in length and over 2 meters in height, had materialized behind him, brazenly obstructing the torrential rain of swords. The sound of thuds was none other than the multitude of swords embedding themselves into the wall, which bore countless protrusions, swords that had failed to penetrate. Qin Hao exhaled deeply, lowering his hands slowly. He was saved. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the elder clad in black robes descended rapidly, landing atop the stone wall. His already fearsome visage grew even more menacing upon beholding the 7 or 8 corpses strewn across the ground. Duan Pengfei, you dare to slaughter your fellow disciples? He glanced back at Qin Hao, inwardly relieved that he had arrived in time. This young man was pivotal to the sect master's plans, and it was fortunate he had come promptly, suffering only minor injuries. Had he arrived even a moment later, the elder's expression darkened, and a surge of fury welled within him. He had no desire to learn the reasons behind the chaos. He needed no justification. The contrast between Qin Hao and Duan Pengfei was stark. One was light, the other heavy. Their significance was not comparable. With a swift step, he vanished, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, and appeared before the dazed Duan Pengfei in an instant. Elder, spare me. The elder's sudden appearance felt like a bucket of icy water dousing Duan Pengfei, rendering him utterly drenched in dread in an instant. All his rage was extinguished, replaced by stark terror. Reason returned to his mind, and fear supplanted anger and resentment. No matter the justification, the sight of the 7 or 8 corpses served as an unbearable reminder of his heinous act of slaughtering his peers, and he found himself devoid of any rationale. Even if Qin Hao's actions had been extreme, would the elder truly care about his grievous injuries? Bang! Duan Pengfei spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if a colossal hammer had struck him, sending him hurtling through the air, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The elder stepped forward once more, pursuing Duan Pengfei mid-air, and with a powerful downward strike, he smashed him into the ground like a mere sandbag. Duan Pengfei landed heavily, bouncing back up, only to be pinned down again by a foot on his chest, firmly anchoring him to the earth. The scene fell into a profound silence. Every onlooker felt as if they had narrowly escaped death, quietly gasping for breath while watching the elder deal with Duan Pengfei, their hearts filled with a sense of vindication. The only blemish on this tableau was that Qin Hao, the source of the turmoil, had not faced any consequences. All the disciples glared fiercely at Qin Hao, who wobbled to his feet, rubbing his backside and grimacing in pain, their hearts echoing the most venomous curses. This incident imparted a crucial lesson. Qin Hao's escapades were not to be taken lightly, for they carried the peril of death. Chapter 23. Execution. The flames in the forest crackled and burned, sending plumes of black smoke swirling into the sky, an unmistakable sight that drew the attention of countless curious disciples. The elder observed the growing crowd with a furrowed brow, turning to the approaching Qin Hao. I thank you, Elder Lien, for saving my life. Qin Hao bowed deeply. Then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Might I ask what brings you here, Elder? An elder would not typically wander near the Hall of Concealed Laws without cause. Elders were not like disciples, idly loitering about. The sect master intends to reactivate the Hall of Law Enforcement, appointing you as its master. I am here to inform you, Elder Lien replied, lifting the barely conscious Duan Pengfei in his grasp as he spoke. The Hall of Law Enforcement, glancing at the peculiar gazes directed at him, some envious, some jealous, some astonished, and others relishing in schadenfreude. Qin Hao paused momentarily before asking, Could you kindly elucidate the powers and responsibilities of the Hall of Law Enforcement? In just a few sentences, the elder clarified, and Qin Hao swiftly comprehended that the hall was akin to a combination of police and city management, wielding immense power yet easily inciting resentment. It suits me perfectly. No wonder they wish for me to assume the role of master. The realization dawned upon Qin Hao. He understood by Wuji's machinations, he was merely a puppet on display. Incapable of truly controlling the Hall of Law Enforcement, the genuine authority would undoubtedly lie elsewhere. However, Qin Hao was indifferent. He had never sought power for its own sake. Whether he could command the hall mattered little to him. What he truly desired were the advantages and conveniences that the position could afford him, as well as the potential for enhancing his own strength. Power was a necessity for Bai Wuji. While Qin Hao sought only to bolster his own capabilities, everything else was inconsequential at least, for now. Within the Qingyun sect, increasing his strength was his sole avenue for survival. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Accepting this role as master of the Hall of Law Enforcement will spare me many troubles for offending people. That is simply a necessity of my position. Qin Hao readily embraced Bai Wuji's grand gesture. Though he outwardly feigned reluctance as he lamented to Elder Lien, my abilities are lacking. I fear I may not be capable of fulfilling such a role. Nonetheless, since the sect master has issued the command, I shall do my utmost. However, there are some difficulties I must address. Elder was foolish. Elder Lien immediately understood, nodding in agreement. What difficulties do you face? I shall convey them to the sect master. I trust he will consider your needs thoroughly. There is but one request. I require 1 or 2 individuals who can ensure my safety and whom I can command. That all. Elder Lien was momentarily taken aback, expecting a long list of demands, and surprised by the simplicity of the request. Indeed, I cannot have the master of the Hall of Law Enforcement living in constant peril within the sect. Can I? That would render the hall a laughingstock, Qin Hao stated, his eyes glinting coldly as he fixed his gaze on the now conscious and trembling Duan Pengfei. Very well. Elder Lien smiled in satisfaction. Just as he was about to express his approval, he witnessed Qin Hao suddenly roll on the ground, ducking under his watchful eye, and upon rising, he had already appeared beside Duan Pengfei, brandishing a bloody black shuriken before him. His eyes narrowed with intent. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Not only was Duan Pengfei caught off guard, but even Elder Lien had not anticipated Qin Hao's audacity. As he raised his gaze, he beheld the shocking sight of Duan Pengfei's lifeless body collapsing to the ground, his neck cleanly severed, the head nowhere in sight, blood splattering grotesquely around. Next to the corpse stood Qin Hao. Small in stature, his expression cold as he clutched the bloodied weapon. A chill inexplicably surged through Elder Lien's heart. Elder Lien, the assassination of the master of the Hall of Law Enforcement, and the slaughter of fellow disciples. This warrants immediate execution. So this was to be the first action he undertook as master of the Hall of Law Enforcement on behalf of the sect. Qin Hao wiped the blood from the shuriken and tucked it into his sleeve. Regarding Elder Lien with an expression of utmost nonchalance, Elder Lien regarded Qin Hao with a deep, searching gaze, suddenly questioning whether the sect master's decision to treat this young man as a pawn was truly wise. This boy did not appear to be one easily manipulated. With a sigh, Elder Lien quickly dispelled his worries. After all, Qin Hao's cultivation was still too low, and he did not believe the young man could deduce that he had been cast aside as a mere pawn. The 5th true disciple, the master of the Hall of Law Enforcement. Each title seemed to indicate the nurturing of a successor to the sect master. Had Qin Hao not received a hint from the system, he likely would have found it hard to suspect Bai Wuji's intentions of treating him as a discarded peace point. 3 days hence, remember to report to the Hall of Law Enforcement. The elder ultimately refrained from elaborating on Duan Pengfei's matter. After imparting a brief instruction to Qin Hao, he departed decisively. Qin Hao chuckled softly, clutching his rear, and limped deeper into the thicket. His keen eyes roamed around. And soon he spotted a nearby tree with a small hole pierced through its trunk by a sharp blade. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened as he advanced, discovering several more trees with similar punctures. Gradually, he ventured further inward, and after traversing 50 meters, he finally found a robust tree with a white dagger embedded within it, its blades swallowed by the wood, leaving only the hilt exposed. Turning back, he noted that there were no fewer than 20 trees along the path that had been similarly penetrated. With a dark expression, Qin Hao extracted the dagger. It was a small, leaf-shaped stiletto, still stained with fresh crimson blood that a lump formed in his throat as a wave of fear washed over him. Until the moment of peril, he had been oblivious to the dagger's presence. Had it not been for a stroke of luck, he might have met his demise. That it was likely due to my sudden boost in agility that I narrowly evaded disaster. Otherwise, it would have been my heart that was pierced, rather than merely my pride. Qin Hao, still shaken, gingerly touched his rear, which felt as though it had split into 4 parts. The glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes as he carefully tucked the small dagger into his attire. He would eventually track down the assailant lurking in the shadows and ensure they faced the consequences. Truly, I have ventured perilously close to the gates of death. Qin Hao grinned, his smile chilling to the bone. As he emerged from the woods, he found that the onlookers had dispersed, leaving behind several corpses. Both Duan Pengfei and the 8 outer disciples lay silently on the ground, with no compassionate souls to offer them a proper burial. Qin Hao felt no surprise or guilt at this. As he had remarked, the world of cultivators is a world of NPCs, cold and unfeeling. Chapter 24. Iron Finger Technique. Outside the hidden law hall, only 2 of the 3 personal disciples of the guards remained. Their eyes glinted with hostility as they fixed their gaze on the solitary figure approaching from the woods, yet their malice could not impede his advance. "Am I permitted to enter?" Qin Hao inquired flatly. The 2 disciples, observing Qin Hao's indifferent demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. They had witnessed the scene where he ruthlessly struck down Duan Pengfei before Elder Lian. And the sheer ferocity, decisiveness, and reckless abandon demonstrated by Qin Hao was indeed disquieting. Furthermore, his strength might not be as feeble as they had initially presumed. Although Qin Hao's eventual victory over Duan Pengfei was considerably aided by luck, including the Elder's intervention, his performance throughout the ordeal was still profoundly alarming. Uncertain of the mechanisms he employed to nearly obliterate Duan Pengfei, and angering him to the extent of involving innocent bystanders in a desperate act, it was evident that Qin Hao was a cunning, treacherous, and lethal individual. Such a person, while perhaps unlikable, would undoubtedly not be one to provoke without cause. In a world where the strong prevail, malice is often far more effective than kindness. The 2 had only a casual relationship with Duan Pengfei and were not affiliated with Lin Dong. With their wits intact, they naturally refrained from making an enemy of someone who could prove dangerously formidable, especially one so difficult to eliminate. After registering his name in the ledger, Qin Hao stepped into the hidden law hall. For true disciples, the 1st and 2nd floors were freely accessible, while the 3rd floor required a payment of 10 low-grade spirit stones for each entry, and the 4th floor demanded 20. This being Qin Hao's first visit, he was exempt from paying spirit stones, granting him the rare opportunity to access the 5th floor. His objective lay within the first 2 levels. Yet to avoid drawing attention, he first ascended to the 5th. As he touched the golden membrane at the entrance to the 5th floor, he understood it to be the barrier spoken of by Jiangyi. To pass through, one must either possess overwhelming strength to shatter the barrier or meet specific entry criteria. Qin Hao retrieved the true disciple's jade pendant, preparing to affix it to the barrier, but suddenly hesitated as a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. He withdrew the pendant and slowly pressed his left hand against the barrier. The surface felt remarkably smooth, akin to a mirror. With a slight application of pressure, a stream of light flickered across the barrier, and a jolt of numbness surged through Qin Hao's hand, propelling it backward. Not wishing to attempt again, he placed his palm against the barrier once more. A small black insect emerged from his hand, aimlessly crawling across the barrier's surface. "Feed," Qin Hao commanded mentally. The insect immediately ceased its movements, adhering motionless to the barrier. Qin Hao inferred that it was consuming energy. 2 seconds later, a sense of resistance surged within Qin Hao's mind. He furrowed his brow but chose to ignore it, urging the insect to continue feeding. In the next instant, the insect's body stiffened before bursting into a cloud of ash. Disappointed, Qin Hao retrieved the jade pendant and pressed it against the barrier. A modest golden light flickered, and the barrier gradually revealed an opening large enough for a single person to pass through. Qin Hao swiftly entered, and as if responding to his presence, the barrier sealed itself once more, the jade pendant returning to his grasp. Beyond the barrier lay the true visage of the 5th floor. An expansive, almost desolate space housing the Qingyun sect's 4 most precious texts. Measuring 100 meters in length and width, the 5th floor was devoid of any furnishings save for a solitary redwood table positioned at its center. The table, 3 meters long, displayed 4 tomes. The Qingyun Ju, the Earth's sovereign Ju, the Thunderbolt 5 stages, and the sword cultivation technique. Except for the sword cultivation technique, which was a 6th-tier mental technique, the other 3 were 5th-tier techniques. Slightly inferior in comparison. 3 golden halos danced above the tomes, with only one text exposed at any given moment. Should Qin Hao remove one, the remaining 3 would become inaccessible to him, rather than immediately selecting. Qin Hao's gaze drifted to an inscription at the table's corner. Qingyun Ju, easy at the outset, difficult thereafter. Paired with the accompanying technique, Qingyun Ladder, missing. Special effect, purifies spiritual energy, enhances control over spiritual power. Earth Sovereign Ju, suited for individuals with an Earth attribute constitution. The higher the affinity with Earth-type spiritual energy, the swifter the cultivation progress. Special effect, cultivation is exceedingly easy, with nearly no bottlenecks in advancement. Thunderbolt 5 stages, extremely stringent cultivation conditions, arduous breakthroughs. However, the power is overwhelmingly fierce. Those without a Thunder attribute constitution should not attempt. Special effect, significantly amplifies damage from Thunder-type spiritual energy techniques. Sword cultivation technique, transmitted by the founder of Qingyun. Incomparable to ordinary mental techniques, speculated to share similar principles with talisman crafting. The effectiveness of cultivation varies greatly among practitioners. Ordinary individuals struggle to harness even a tenth of its power. This technique does not emphasize innate talent, but requires immense perseverance, unwavering determination, and a fearless heart to achieve success. Talisman crafting. Qin Hao's previously indifferent demeanor suddenly sharpened, ripples of intrigue coursing through him. What exactly is this talisman? It appears to be held in high esteem. Comparable to talisman crafting techniques, while I might not be able to cultivate the mental techniques, could I perhaps engage in talisman crafting? Though the likelihood is slim, Qin Hao's breath quickened uncontrollably, akin to a player initially intent on mastering warrior skills suddenly discovering the possibility of learning mage abilities, irrespective of the final outcome. The prospect was undeniably exhilarating. Having an additional path to tread is always advantageous. Even if I choose not to pursue it, I can still compare and learn from both. With resolve, Qin Hao seized the sword cultivation technique from the table. Grasping it tightly in his hand, in the next moment, an unexpectedly gentle yet formidable resistance erupted from the edge of the table, gradually pushing Qin Hao away. Ding! Discovery of a technique. Conducting assessment, calculation, extraction, generating secret technique. Iron Finger Technique. Iron Finger Technique 10. Beginner fingers like steel claws, advancing conditions. 20 skill points, 30 pounds of cold-quenched sand. Advancement effect, sharpness. Qin Hao's previously slender palms strangely swelled, blood coursing rapidly through his veins. With ominous blue veins protruding alarmingly, staring in disbelief at his expanding hand, 1,000 expletives surged through his mind. How much larger must it grow before it becomes unmanageable? In the span of a few breaths, his palm had swelled to twice its original size, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Chapter 26. The Rising Storm. Whether one follows the path of realistic simulation or the route of game data. Both approaches share a common prerequisite. The system must be capable of extracting this spiritual energy manual. Qin Hao stared vacantly at the copy of the Thunder Manual in his hands. Giving it a gentle shake, there was no response. With a sigh, Qin Hao tucked the Thunder Finger into his bosom alongside his sword cultivation technique, realizing he had been overthinking the matter. Upon exiting the 4th level of the Hidden Law Pavilion and arriving at the 3rd level, Qin Hao chose another manual on wind movement. Yet the system remained unresponsive. It seemed that only the sword cultivation technique was an exception. A black iron box lay quietly on the bookshelf, and in its center, bold crimson characters inscribed a striking phrase. There are no shortcuts in cultivation, only diligence, sweat, effort. As long as you strive, innate talent can also be compensated for. Qin Hao's fingers lightly brushed the surface of the iron box, and with a slight exertion, he scratched 5 glaring claw marks upon it. He chuckled softly, murmuring, "Is it the cold tempering sand?" He exited the 3rd level and continued towards the 2nd floor. The shelves were densely packed with books, with only 2 or 3 outer disciples sifting through them in search of something. Qin Hao stepped inside, casually pulling out a book. His unexpected acquisition of the Iron Finger technique had significantly diminished his earlier desire to find a manual on martial arts. The title read 3 Mountain Fist. Dust coated its surface, and the yellowed pages felt remarkably coarse to the touch. Qin Hao brushed away the dust and opened the first page. Illustrated was a rudimentary figure demonstrating various stances, corresponding to the 12 moves of the fist technique, each depicted in 12 exceedingly crude drawings. And no wonder no one bothered to come here. The technique's power was negligible, and even the illustrations lacked precision, rendering practice virtually impossible. Losing interest, Qin Hao randomly pulled a few more books before departing toward the lower level .as with the second floor. This level was entirely filled with books, various tomes, some useful, others not, haphazardly arranged on the shelves, yet no one was present. The room was thick with dust, and a musty, damp odor permeated the air, clearly indicating that no one had visited for quite some time. The sect evidently deemed this place of no value, so much so that they couldn't even be bothered to send someone to clean it. Qin Hao examined the injury on his back. It still throbbed painfully, but the bleeding had ceased. Ultimately, it was a stroke of luck, merely a flesh wound. With no serious harm done, that he glanced outside at the sky and ventured into the first level of the Hidden Law Pavilion, a place that perhaps concealed clues to the Azure Jade Dragon Pool, a site abandoned by the Qingyun sect. To his surprise, one of the shelves on this level was completely filled, leaving him speechless. With a resigned sigh, Qin Hao made his way to the innermost part and began to sift through the books, one by one, uncertain of where the clues to the Azure Jade Dragon Pool might be hidden or in what form. He had no choice but to search through each volume. He hoped for a slip of paper tucked within the pages, or perhaps a hidden compartment. Qin Hao silently prayed for such a discovery. Otherwise, if the information were recorded in the text of a book, the sheer volume would render any search futile. Coughing lightly, Qin Hao gently extracted a book from the shelf, inadvertently sending a cloud of dust cascading to the floor. The book felt slightly damp, its pages crinkled, and the text had entirely transformed, the words overlapping each other to the point of obscuring their original meaning. He shook the book, but as expected, nothing fell out. After carefully inspecting the cover and confirming there were no hidden compartments, he returned it to the shelf and withdrew a second volume. One after another, he continued this simple, crude, mechanical repetition. 4 hours later, having found nothing, Qin Hao emerged from the Hidden Law Pavilion, dust-covered yet unperturbed, for he had not harbored any delusions about easily uncovering clues. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he hastily tended to his wounds and called for Jiang Yi. Inquiring further about the cold tempering sand, the information he received was consistent with what he had encountered in the game, which brought him some relief. Cold tempering sand was a material used for weapon forging, primarily as an auxiliary resource for polishing and tempering, and was quite common. The Qingyun sect's Hidden Artifact Pavilion had it in stock. At this juncture, it is essential to introduce the 4 main pavilions of the Qingyun sect. The Hidden Law Pavilion, which Qin Hao had already visited today, houses the sect's treasured texts. The Hidden Artifact Pavilion, where the sect's magical artifacts are stored, contains the accumulated treasures of past generations, and disciples may purchase the items they need with task points or spirit stones. The cold tempering sand Qin Hao required could be obtained here. The Hidden Pill Pavilion is where disciples exchange for medicinal pills, while the Task Pavilion allows both the sect and disciples to post tasks for others to undertake, rewarding them with spirit stones or task points upon completion. The setup was fundamentally consistent with that of the game, making it easy for Qin Hao to understand. Go check how to redeem this cold tempering sand, he instructed. Yes, senior brother, Jiang Yi replied, hastily departing the cave dwelling. Qin Hao sat cross-legged atop a mat, staring blankly at the system interface. In his view, the section on secret techniques displayed the iron finger technique and a soft body modification technique. If the iron finger technique could be integrated with the soft body modification technique, it seemed he would need to find a way to venture outside the sect. With narrowed eyes, Qin Hao quietly contemplated some future plans. For the next 2 days, aside from his daily ritual of searching for books in the Hidden Law Pavilion, he took the opportunity to visit the Hidden Artifact Pavilion, confirming the requirements for redeeming the cold tempering sand. It required 10 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for 1 pound, amounting to 300 stones for 30 pounds. Apart from a few copper coins from the mundane world, Qin Hao possessed not a single spirit stone for transactions among cultivators. 3 days after Duan Pengfei's demise, having finished his breakfast, Qin Hao, under Jiang Yi's guidance, arrived at the Enforcement Pavilion. Today marked the official reopening of the Enforcement Pavilion under by Wuji's leadership, as well as his assumption of the position of Pavilion Master. "Senior brother, we've arrived." Qin Hao lifted his gaze, and before him stood a palace resembling a governmental edifice, measuring at least 100 meters in length and width and towering 20 meters high. A massive plaque hung above, intricately carved in vivid crimson jade and iron, emblazoned with the fearsome characters enforcement. Before the enforcement pavilion lay a small training ground, lined with various mundane weapons, serving more as decoration than for practical use. At this moment, groups of disciples were gathered around these weapons, whispering among themselves. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be inner and direct disciples. What skills does that guy possess to sit in the pavilion master's seat? In my opinion, he is merely a figurehead. The real authority will undoubtedly rest with Senior Brotherly. Not entirely a waste of space. I hear his physique is quite remarkable, or he wouldn't have been accepted as a true disciple. Among the 4 true disciples, which one lacks potential? They all climbed their way up step by step. Why should he be treated as special? Even if he has potential, can he surpass Senior Brothers Lin and Xia? Let us not underestimate Senior Brother Chao. The death of Duan Pengfei should serve as a warning. Look, he is coming. Humph, it must be some kind of trick. Duan Pengfei is certainly a fool. Chaoong, with his nostrils flared and an expression of disdain plastered across his square face, merely turned to glance at the frail figure approaching slowly, his pupils narrowing slightly. The news of Duan Pengfei's demise had already spread within the sect. Yet no one could fathom how Qin Hao had managed to reduce him to such a pitiful state that it was only understood that it seemed to involve some kind of mechanism, possibly linked to the enigmatic and unpredictable array of symbols, which added an air of mystery and danger to Qin Hao in their eyes. Chapter 27. The words of the Law Enforcement Hall Master Qin Hao traversed the martial arts arena. Heading directly towards the Law Enforcement Hall, seemingly oblivious to the whispers surrounding him, he paused briefly as he passed Chaoong. Due to his youth, he was undoubtedly the shortest in the crowd, at least a head shorter than the others, making him remarkably conspicuous, akin to a crane among chickens. Suddenly, the arena fell silent. Qin Hao's presence acted like a magnet, instantly captivating everyone's attention. His time in the Qingyun sect was remarkably brief. Not even 2 weeks, yet his actions had consistently drawn gazes of astonishment, provoking Lin Dong during the true inheritance ceremony, forcefully eliminating Duan Pengfei outside the Hall of Concealed Law, and now, ascending to the position of the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Each of these feats seemed unbelievable yet utterly real, and for a time, all events and discussions within the Qingyun sect revolved around him. The name Qin Hao was unmistakably poised to dominate the discourse. As he crossed the martial arts arena and entered the law enforcement hall, a sudden chill enveloped him, causing Qin Hao to shiver involuntarily. The interior was similar in design to the Qingyun hall, with a dark chair quietly positioned atop 9 stone steps. The seat of the law enforcement hall master, a row of identical stone pillars adorned the hall, the only distinction being their color. The pillars were coated in a layer of vivid red, appearing as strikingly blood-like as it was stunning, exuding a chilling aura. The intent was unmistakable. The authority of the law enforcement hall was forged in blood. But what of the reputation of its master? The air within the hall felt somewhat frigid, the spacious chamber filled with a gentle breeze. Apart from Bai Wuji and 4 elders from his faction, only about 10 of the most senior disciples were present, as the remaining disciples had consciously remained outside on the martial arts arena. Greetings, Master. Greetings, esteemed elders. Qin Hao acknowledged Bai Wuji and the elders before seeking a corner to enter a trance of contemplation. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the 4 elders, including Lin Tongji, slowly entered, followed closely by Li Muji, clad in true disciple robes, along with 6 other direct disciples. Salutations to the sect master. The 4 elders offered a simple bow to Bai Wuji before stepping aside. Lin Tongji glanced at Qin Hao, then at Li Muji, a smile gracing his lips as he respectfully suggested to Bai Wuji. Sect master, the time is ripe. Let us commence. Bai Wuji lifted his gaze, surveying the assembly in the hall, and a benevolent smile crept across his face as he beckoned to Qin Hao. Master, please take your seat. Bai Wuji said to Qin Hao in a nonchalant manner, then nodded towards Elder Shui. Qin Hao understood perfectly where Bai Wuji meant for him to sit. He expressionlessly nodded, stepping up the stone steps. After 9 strides, he turned and boldly seated himself upon the chair. From his elevated position, he cast a downward gaze upon those gathered, relishing the feeling immensely. That I must admit, this feels quite delightful. Qin Hao murmured to himself, gripping the armrests of the chair, inadvertently leaving 5 faint white imprints from his grasp. The disciples in the martial arts arena, following Elder Shui's instructions, arranged themselves into 9 rows, each corresponding perfectly to a red stone pillar. The hall fell into silence, with the 8 elders positioned on either side at the base of the steps. Behind them stood the upright figure of Limuji, and behind him were the 9 rows of disciples, who from this moment onward would be part of the law enforcement hall. Bai Wuji stood atop the stone platform, resting a hand on Qin Hao's right shoulder. Today, our sect reactivates the law enforcement hall. Henceforth, you shall heed the commands of the law enforcement hall, protecting the sect from external threats and upholding internal discipline. I hereby appoint the 5th true disciple, Qin Hao, as the hall master, tasked with overseeing all matters within. Do you understand? Understood. Whether they truly comprehended or not, the response echoed in unison, loud and clear. Lieshan, Zhang Yuan, you are to take direct orders from Qin Hao. Any commands that do not contravene sect laws must be strictly adhered to. We obey. The 2 direct disciples stepped forward from the ranks, bowing respectfully to Qin Hao. Qin Hao surmised that these 2 were likely the protectors Bai Wuji had assigned to him, for surely Bai Wuji would not wish for Qin Hao to meet an untimely end. Very well, I entrust the law enforcement hall to your stewardship. Do not disappoint our sect, Bai Wuji advised, stroking his brow with a kind demeanor, his words laden with earnestness. Qin Hao chuckled coldly within. Yet outwardly, he responded with utmost respect. The remainder shall be left to you. After Bai Wuji's statement, he indeed fell silent, relinquishing the floor to Qin Hao. As per convention, the hall master was expected to deliver a speech to the subordinates, pivotal for establishing control over the hall. Although Qin Hao cared little for such formalities, he understood the necessity of following the procedure, especially in light of the numerous defiant and provocative gazes directed at him from below. He felt compelled to deliver a stern admonishment to avoid future complications. I am acutely aware that many of you harbor resentment towards my ascension to the position of hall master. You may dislike me, detest me, even loathe me to the point of wishing for my demise. I am fully cognizant of your sentiments. Qin Hao lowered his head, deliberately adopting a slightly subdued tone, rendering his voice somewhat comical yet peculiar. However, no one seemed to mind. They listened to his unhurried cadence, expressions ranging from astonishment to panic, indifference, or malice, each displaying a unique reaction. Qin Hao absorbed all of this, employing his instincts to swiftly categorize the 300 individuals present by their threat levels. The indifferent were the most dangerous, followed by the malicious. Astonishment and panic posed little concern. The truly perilous individuals were akin to venomous snakes, ready to strike at the most opportune moment. In the short term, he need not worry about them. It was those of lesser ability who might be the first to act out. Barking dogs do not bite, yet they are exceedingly bothersome. By himself more time to confront the real dangers ahead. Qin Hao was unwilling to be ensnared by the incessant troubles posed by the barking horde. He rose, descending the stone steps deliberately, his tone growing increasingly severe. I care not for your opinions or perceptions of me. However, I must caution you before undertaking any actions. Ensure you fully comprehend your own capabilities. Do not falter and find yourself in a predicament, inadvertently falling prey to what you deem a worthless individual like me. Head out. As Qin Hao stepped down from the platform, he passed by several elders without a moment's pause. Even ignoring the expressionless Limuji, continuing onward, Lin Dong sought to eliminate me, and he paid a grievous price. Duan Pingfei attempted to do the same, and now he is a corpse. Thus, I may not be as easily trifled with as one might presume. It is worth contemplating whether it is prudent to provoke me for such childish reasons. Think carefully lest you jeopardize your own lives. Those who are determined to confront me should also consider whether they wish to be the first to step forward. Do not find yourselves the subject of ridicule or exploitation. Qin Hao's words appeared casual, yet their underlying implications compelled reflection. In an instant, the assembly seemed to be stirred by his statements, each individual lost in their own calculations. Standing atop the stone platform, Bai Wuji observed Qin Hao's retreating figure with a tinge of astonishment in his gaze, complicated emotions swirling within him. Concurrently, within the hall, a myriad of cold, wary, sinister, and astonished glances converged upon Qin Hao's unassuming silhouette. Chapter 28. A sudden outbreak of violence. Chao Ong watched the frail, diminutive figure in the hall, taking slow, deliberate steps forward. An inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Step by step, he felt his heartbeat quickening. A sudden wave of panic washing over him. This is impossible, he thought. The two matters he had mentioned ultimately relied on the support of the sect leader and the elders, despite his own abilities. He knew he must exercise caution. He was far from being a formidable threat. In the depths of his heart, Xiaoang sought solace, finding an unexpected calm as he observed Qin Hao's approach. What could Qin Hao possibly do to him? What was there to fear? Just then, Xiaoang's gaze suddenly met Qin Hao's, and the glint of his cold, sharp teeth pierced through his thoughts. Qin Hao grinned, a smile that carried an indescribable chill. You must be thinking that I merely stumbled upon good fortune, that it was merely by chance that the sect master and the elders happened to stand beside me on 2 occasions, saving me from peril. Your deduction is not entirely lacking in intelligence. Qin Hao laughed coldly, halting in his tracks to spin around, surveying the hall with a newfound arrogance. Perhaps you should consider whether, next time, an elder might conveniently appear by my side once more. As members of the Qingyun sect, you must comprehend who truly reigns supreme within these walls. It is neither I, Qin Hao, nor any of you, nor even Lin Dong or Duan Pengfei, but the sect master himself. With a calculated flattery, Qin Hao abruptly shifted his tone. Before his demise, Duan Pengfei warned me that my offense against Lin Dong would eventually lead to my end. Absurd. If you share Duan Pengfei's sentiments, then you ought to tread carefully, for I, Qin Hao, am indeed formidable, standing as I do beneath the aegis of the sect's might. Lin Dong may cower like a turtle, afraid to strike me within the sect, but should any of you provoke me, I assure you, given the opportunity, I shall not hesitate to send you to meet the king of hell, even under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed dangerously, and with a sudden lunge, his body coiled like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the astonished Xiao. On the air crackled with tension as all eyes were drawn to Qin Hao's words. None anticipated his sudden outburst of violence, daring to confront Xiaoang in such a public setting. No one could foresee this turn of events. Even those who had an inkling of his intentions were taken aback by the decisiveness and ferocity of Qin Hao's actions, which seemed utterly reckless and devoid of restraint. Bai Wuji's gaze narrowed slightly, instinctively preparing to move, yet he feigned indifference, staring blankly ahead, though the flames of anticipation flickered deep within his pupils. He had allowed Qin Hao to assume the role of the law enforcement hall master precisely to draw the attention of the 4 elders. Now, Qin Hao's brazen actions aligned perfectly with his plans. The bolder Qin Hao became, the more he incited conflict, making it increasingly difficult for anyone to discern his hidden agenda. Let the chaos unfold. The more you stir up trouble, the more our sect will go to any lengths to protect you. For you have spoken a truth. This sect is the very sky of the Qingyun sect. Bai Wuji raised an eyebrow, pondering these thoughts. How dare you? Xiaoang's expression shifted dramatically, a single thought racing through his mind as his body struggled to react. Before he could gather himself, Qin Hao had already collided forcefully with him. The high-speed projectile that was Qin Hao surged forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the 10-meter gap in an instant. In that fateful moment of contact, a black shuriken struck with the precision of a viper's fang, plunging into Xiaoang's abdomen. Thanks to Qin Hao's deliberate concealment, none noticed when or how the shuriken had appeared. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was jarringly loud. In pain, Xiaoang let out a primal scream, his hands instinctively reaching toward the spherical figure before him. The cold, metallic sensation of the blade within him heightened his senses to the brink of panic. As if death lingered just an inch away, fear washing over him like a relentless tide, his mind barely had time to process, consumed instead by the singular instinct for survival in that life and death moment. Xiaoang discovered an astonishing swiftness in his spiritual abilities, though not a direct disciple, and with the sect's superior techniques beyond his reach, the ordinary method he practiced now surged within him, operating at more than double its usual speed. Thus, his spiritual energy began to circulate within him with unprecedented vigor, its tumultuous force akin to a breaking wave. Yet, in that moment, exhilaration eluded him. The damned blade seemed to press deeper still. Fire sword technique, Xiaoang shouted, intending to send Qin Hao flying. But the spinning figure evaded his grasp with unexpected agility, its force astonishingly potent. He was compelled to adjust his strategy, his fingers aligning to unleash a searing flame from his fingertips towards Qin Hao. If he could not shake off Qin Hao in the moment, he would have to strike back to compel retreat. His approach was not without merit. His only miscalculation lay in underestimating Qin Hao's murderous resolve, which would not waver nor relinquish this hard-won opportunity to eliminate him. Timing is crucial in a surprise attack. If this chance to vanquish Chaoang slipped away, any subsequent attempts would prove immensely challenging. Should a single strike fail to end Chaoang, the opportunity would vanish. Even if he remained severely wounded, the intimidation factor would diminish significantly. Most critically, Qin Hao was on the verge of advancing to the next level. This gap in experience could be filled by the head of a direct disciple. Initially, Qin Hao had pondered how to acquire the remaining experience, but now, with such an opportunity at hand, he could not allow himself to be easily repelled by Chaoang's counterattack. With a swift glance, Qin Hao instantly abandoned his cannonball stance, his body unfurling like a four-limbed octopus, surging towards Chaoang. "You're seeking death," Chaoang exclaimed in alarm, biting his lip in determination. It was clear that Qin Hao was resolute in his intent to kill. If that was the case, then they would perish together. In a fit of rage, Chaoang adjusted his fingers, aiming once more for Qin Hao's vulnerable back, while his left hand darted towards the wrist that held the shuriken with lightning speed. A facade of bravery, utterly transparent. Chapter 30. Who offends me, I shall slay. The midday sun blazed fiercely, as if igniting the very earth beneath it. The martial arts arena's ground sweltering with heat, releasing billowing steam. 2 rows of weeping willows swayed as the hot wind swept toward the law enforcement hall. "How bold of you to slay a fellow disciple, Qin Hao. Do you not recognize your crime?" A black-clad elder with fiery red hair thundered at Qin Hao, his countenance dark as charred coal, eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. "Pray tell, who are you to shout at me?" Qin Hao lifted his head, a slight smirk curling his lips, his disdain palpable. If the red-haired elder feigned anger initially, he was now genuinely incensed. As one of the 8 elders of Qin Yun, to be questioned by Qin Hao about his identity was a blatant provocation, as if Qin Hao had deemed him unworthy of respect. Arrogance born of favoritism. The phrase flashed through Zhang Quaning's mind, his furious eyes bulging like 2 crimson lanterns, bloodshot and filled with disdain as he glared at Qin Hao. Qin Hao paid no heed to Zhang Quaning's fury or inquiries. Instead, striding toward Chaoang's lifeless body, he bent down to retrieve the shuriken from the ground, wiping it carelessly on his robe before leisurely concealing it within the ample folds of his sleeve. Outrageous, utterly outrageous, so brazen, so unfathomably arrogant. This was precisely the effect Qin Hao desired. He sought to be audacious, to be unreasonable, to cultivate an air of impunity. For others, such arrogance might be a death knell. But for Qin Hao, it was the ultimate safeguard, and the more he embodied this demeanor, the more it inspired trepidation, deftly averting unnecessary troubles. People tend to prey on the weak. The more Qin Hao flaunted his bravado, the more he incited hatred, yet the number of those daring to act against him dwindled drastically. Another direct disciple. Once I complete my task, I shall ascend. Qin Hao's heart ignited with fervor. Now was not the time for such thoughts. Suppressing the distractions in his mind, Qin Hao raised his gaze, mockingly regarding Zhang Quaning. "Elder Zhang, is it? What crime have I committed? Murdering a fellow disciple. Do you dare question me about your offenses?" Zhang Quaning spat, his expression menacing as he fixed his gaze on Qin Hao, eager to witness how Qin Hao would defend himself. Though Qin Hao nodded, feigning surprise as he replied, "And what of the intent to assassinate the hall master of the law enforcement hall? What offense does that entail?" Before Zhang Quaning could respond, Qin Hao coldly scoffed, proclaiming loudly, "Let me enlighten you. That is a capital offense." Chaoang showed a reverence towards this lord and harbored ulterior motives. Fortunately, I discovered his intentions in time and sought to apprehend him. Alas, he dared to resist, leaving me with no choice but to execute him on the spot. The audacity of labeling a deer as a horse, thus reversing black and white, seemed to have stunned Zhang Quaning, who was momentarily taken aback by Qin Hao's brazen assertions. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and bellowed in a fit of rage. "What nonsense! Who witnessed Chaoang attempting to assassinate you? It is clear that you acted without cause and took his life to assert your authority as the law enforcement lord. How could I indulge in wanton slaughter? If I sought to kill him, it was undoubtedly because he deserved it." Such a brazen proclamation, when reinterpreted, conveys, "I embody the law. Whoever provokes me shall meet their demise." The hall erupted in disbelief. None could fathom Qin Hao's audacity. Even the stoic Bai Wuji furrowed his brow slightly. "Master, you see this individual is lawless, arrogant due to favoritism, and has indiscriminately slain his peers. How could he possibly be worthy of the position of law enforcement lord? I implore you to take immediate action." Bai Wuji narrowed his eyes and interrupted Zhang Kuining's words with a wave of his hand. "Elder Zhang, it is premature to reach such a conclusion. Let us first hear Qin Hao's explanation." His tone carried no hint of anger, yet the bias in his words was unmistakable. Zhang Kuining cast a furtive glance at Lin Tongji's expression, gritted his teeth, and prepared to speak again. But Qin Hao's voice interjected, "My cultivation is modest, yet the sect master has appointed me as the law enforcement lord, not Lin Dong, not Xiajie, not Li Muji, nor Deng Su, and certainly not any of the elders. Why is this so? It is obvious, for the sect master values me highly, wishing to seize the power of the sect from our hands." Such thoughts could only remain unspoken for Zhang Kuining. After all, it is my keen insight and discerning vision that have led to this situation. The law enforcement hall exists to uphold the sect's laws, but more importantly, it is tasked with preemptively quelling any unlawful actions before they can take root. This is my duty as the lord of the hall. While you may not perceive Chowang's treachery, I see it clearly. Qin Hao fixed his gaze upon Zhang Kuining, unabashedly proclaiming his righteousness, exuding an air of devotion to the sect master's discerning eye, which only served to stoke the flames of Zhang Kuining's fury. Preposterous, utterly nonsensical. Zhang Kuining seethed, his fingers cracking as he clenched his fists. He had never encountered such shamelessness, arrogance, and annoyance. "Zhang Kuining, I advise you to use your brain when you speak. You accuse me of nonsense. Are you questioning my insight or the sect master's judgment? Or do you believe the position of law enforcement lord should rightfully belong to you?" Qin Hao addressed him directly, offering no semblance of respect, his words firing off like a machine gun. Zhang Kuining was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal that a hand gently settled on his shoulder. He turned to find Lin Tongji shaking his head ominously, suppressing his simmering rage. He shot Qin Hao a fierce glare but retreated silently behind Lin Tongji. Continuing this argument seemed futile. Bai Wuji had made it abundantly clear that he would not relinquish the authority of the law enforcement lord. Thus, it was inevitable that Qin Hao would face no punishment. Even if guilty, he would remain unscathed. Rather than engage in futile bickering with Qin Hao, it would be wiser to remain vigilant, for the time would come when he would lament his choices. Lin Tongji's verdict effectively sealed Chowang's fate, and no one would pursue the matter further. The disciples within the hall felt a chill, some averting their gazes from Qin Hao, having come to terms with reality and refraining from provoking him, while others wore expressions of icy disdain, though it seemed they would refrain from hasty actions for the time being. Lin Tongji cast a fleeting glance at Qin Hao, his murderous intent barely concealed, sending a shiver down Qin Hao's spine, though he maintained an outwardly defiant demeanor. "Master, now that the law enforcement hall has been re-established, let it oversee the internal competition in 2 years' time," Lin Tongji stated blandly. "Agreed," Bai Wuji replied with equal indifference. "That I assure you. The fifth true disciple will not disappoint the sect master, and will shine brilliantly in the upcoming competition." Lin Tongji turned to Qin Hao, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a prolonged silence, Bai Wuji remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed on Qin Hao with an odd intensity. Eventually, he sighed and said, "Very well." Chapter 31. The Fangs of the Abandoned One. Gazing into Bai Wuji's cold, inscrutable eyes, Qin Hao suddenly felt a chill run through him, as if awakening to the realization that he would be discarded as a pawn in 2 years' time. Initially believing he had 5 years, he now understood that the timeline was even tighter than anticipated. In just 2 years, Bai Wuji's hidden machinations would likely surface, revealing his purpose as a discarded piece, subject to Lin Tongji's wrath. Qin Hao clenched his fists slightly, suppressing the murderous intent within him. He let out a boisterous laugh, addressing Lin Tongji with a tone both arrogant and chilling. "I will not let you or the sect master down." No one in the hall discerned the deeper meaning behind Qin Hao's words. Lin Tongji remained oblivious to the fact that, while directed at him, the true message was intended for Bai Wuji. Ding! A hidden task has been triggered. The Fangs of the Abandoned One. Series as an abandoned piece. One must possess the awareness of their status, constantly prepared, lurking, concealing their strength, and at the critical moment. Reveal their sharp fangs to deliver a fatal strike and carve a path to survival. Fong 01. Eliminate that woman, the despicable, shameless, and malicious woman who nearly took my life. She must die, without question. Completion rewards: 5,000 exchange points, 1 pitch black kunai, 1 attribute point, 10 skill points. Task deadline: 2 years. Failure incurs a deduction of 2,500 exchange points. Fong 02. Young man, do not delude yourself into thinking you can truly live safely until 2 years hence. Do not harbor such naive thoughts. Be cautious, ever cautious. Only then do you stand a sliver of a chance to survive. Task rewards: 5,000 exchange points, 1 fragment of the impure earth rebirth scroll. Failure is inconsequential. Let us not quibble with the dead. Fong 03. Uncover by Wuji's hidden hand. That is your greatest adversary. Subtly undermine his strength and disrupt his plans, for this ebb and flow is the path to survival. Task rewards are contingent upon evaluation. Fong 04. Not yet triggered. Qin Hao's thoughts raced, remaining oblivious to Bai Wuji and the other elders' departure. After a considerable time, he snapped back to reality, casting a glance at the law enforcement disciples. Ostensibly under his command, before striding out, "Junior brother, are you leaving just like that?" Just as Qin Hao was about to step out of the law enforcement hall, a cool voice interrupted him. Li Muji blocked his path. "What is it?" Qin Hao lifted his gaze to Li Muji's somewhat refined features, a hint of confusion in his expression. Lais Han and Zhang Yuan, the bodyguards assigned to Qin Hao by Bai Wuji, exchanged nervous glances, wary of any sudden moves from Li Muji. "Do. It's nothing. It's just that as the law enforcement lord, shouldn't you be organizing the various affairs of the hall?" Li Muji replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor warm. "The law enforcement hall is not merely a facade. It possesses its own set of functions, patrolling the sect, safeguarding the 4 main halls, overseeing the vital routes up and down the mountain, and regularly completing various sect tasks, all of which require the law enforcement lord to coordinate. Leave it to my senior brother," Qin Hao replied. Perplexed, even if he wished to take charge, he lacked the capability. Li Muji, as the deputy lord, was clearly placed there to undermine him, a fact Qin Hao was acutely aware of. He also knew that within the hall's disciples, Bai Wuji had likely left behind other hidden pieces. Li Muji blinked, seemingly pondering something, before smiling and stepping aside. "What a peculiar fellow." Qin Hao silently scoffed, sensing that this third true disciple was subtly different from the others. After walking a short distance, Qin Hao seemed to recall something and instructed the 2 behind him. "You need not follow me any longer. If I require assistance, I will have Jiangyi summon you." Lais Han and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances, remaining silent as they turned to leave, evidently reluctant about the task of guarding Qin Hao. Qin Hao watched their departing figures for a moment, his expression suddenly darkening. Observing closely, one could see him muttering to himself, "Trapped in my own web." Initially, he had sought 2 bodyguards to ensure his safety against the likes of Duan Pengfei, yet upon reflection, he realized the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. He could only hope these 2 would refrain from appearing before him without his summons. Qin Hao was secretly planning to descend the mountain, but if he were to be followed at all times, how could he slip away unnoticed? While there were no restrictions for the disciples of Qingyun's sect to ascend or descend the mountain, evading Lin Dong's watchful eyes necessitated a stealthy escape. Should he act openly, he might very well lose his life within 10 miles. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Qin Hao sat cross-legged on the mat, eagerly opening the system's task panel. He received the reward for slaying Chaoong, which added 200 unallocated experience points to his experience pool. Currently, his character was at level 18, and with this additional experience, he could ascend directly to level 20, achieving the 2nd tier. Most importantly, he would gain a point of bloodline completeness, signifying his access to the next talent's blood lineage limit. Ding! Are you sure you want to level up? Confirm. 2 beams of golden light shone upon Qin Hao, and the scab on his injury rapidly healed. However, before he could revel in his success, a line of infuriating text appeared before his eyes. Level up successful. Current experience. Level 19, 99. Do you accept the job transfer task? Qin Hao's expression froze. He had forgotten about this. In the game, once a character reaches level 20, they exit the novice protection period, and thereafter, every 10 levels involves a unique job transfer, which entails a corresponding transfer task. Unexpectedly, this system included such an element as well. Qin Hao's face contorted in frustration. It felt akin to a beautiful woman beckoning to you, only to realize at a critical moment that Aunt Flo had come to visit. The sensation was utterly dreadful. Damn it, there's no other choice. I can only go and deal with Aunt Flo. No, I must undertake the transfer task. Muttering a curse under his breath, he gritted his teeth and accepted the transfer task. Transfer task. The young eagle spreads its wings. Young fledgling, are you finally ready to soar into the blue skies? This world is far more splendid and perilous than you can imagine. Now, let me witness your resolve. Such familiar words. Before Qin Hao could reflect further, a dark, ink-like fissure suddenly materialized before him, as if space had been cleaved apart by a bizarre force, emanating an eerie glow, black. Profound, mysterious, and dangerous. Ding! You have triggered a spatial instance. Before he could finish processing the announcement, Qin Hao was abruptly drawn into the fissure, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 32. Transfer Task 01 in Ancient Legends. It was said that powerful spiritual energy practitioners could shatter intangible spaces with their formidable cultivation, seizing the very fabric of space for their own use. Some of the rare treasures with storage functions today were crafted by these mighty beings. Some formidable entities could even imprison a section of intangible space permanently within time and space, creating a miniature world, be it hell or divine realm, at the mere flicker of a thought. The ancient has become bygone, and these powerful presences have long since vanished from the mortal realm. However, the spaces abandoned by their former masters linger in the continuum of time and space. Some fading away, some collapsing, yet others have persisted, occasionally appearing in reality, referred to as ancient tombs. This is merely the explanation for the natives. For players, there exists a more pertinent term, spatial instance. Instances, in broad strokes, can be classified into three major categories: map instances, spatial instances, and relic instances. That differentiates simply. Map instances are fixed at specific locations in reality. Once players enter, the instance is triggered. Relic instances pertain to caves, ruins, and the like, still existing within reality but requiring exploration or specific conditions to enter, such as the Thunder Domain or the Qingyu Dragon Pool. Lastly, the rarest are spatial instances, situated within the turbulence of time and space, perhaps only linked by a solitary entrance in reality, like the transfer instance Qin Hao currently triggered. His first transfer task was a spatial instance. Qin Hao gazed at the dark forest before him, and that was his immediate reaction. In the next moment, he firmly recognized another fact. This was an instance entirely unfamiliar to him. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with towering trees and dense foliage. It was a veritable paradise for ninjas. Qin Hao swore he had never encountered such an instance in the hundreds of his past lives. Observing the scenery, Qin Hao's brow furrowed, with a mere glance. He sensed the deep-seated malice within this instance. Every step concealed a deadly threat, a fitting description for such an instance. Each tree, every thicket, might harbor lethal traps or a hidden enemy. A moment's inattention could cost one their life. Instances like this often claimed the lives of players, necessitating countless repeated runs before they could succeed. However, in this lifetime, Qin Hao dared not place his hopes on such an improbable existence as repeated runs. He quietly exhaled, lowering his body close to the ground, gripping a kunai in each hand as he cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. He dared not move too swiftly. The eerie stillness of the forest was palpable. And usually, the quieter the instance, the more rife it was with danger. Without a revival, one could never be too careful that a swarm of black insects spread out from Qin Hao, radiating from him like a point of origin. After 2 minutes of tortoise-like progress, Qin Hao suddenly halted, his eyes widening at the sight of an extremely concealed silver thread, a trap. He clenched the kunai in his mouth, carefully pushing aside the nearby foliage with his right hand, revealing a round metallic sphere beneath which lay an explosive talisman. The explosive talisman was no mere bomb. Attempting to disarm it using methods learned from movies would be tantamount to courting death. Its sensitivity far surpassed that of a bomb, and basic ninja techniques did not cover how to dismantle explosive talismans. Qin Hao was not foolish enough to attempt an exchange between the kunai and the oddly barbed iron sphere. Though curious about the iron sphere, Qin Hao wisely abandoned the notion. He gradually maneuvered his body, circumventing the trap, and continued forward, slithering like a snake. His movements grew even slower and more cautious, his speed diminishing from tortoise-like to that of a snail. In this manner, within a 100-meter radius, Qin Hao discovered 3 identical traps, evidently crafted by the same hand at that moment. He finally received information from the insects, indicating the presence of a person approximately 200 meters ahead. 5 minutes later, Qin Hao quietly concealed himself behind a large tree, his eyes stealthily observing a patrolling figure about 30 meters ahead, a corrupted sentry, level 17, Earth-type spiritual energy practitioner, the spiritual energy practitioner. Aren't they ninjas? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed. The traps in the forest were not the work of a mere spiritual energy practitioner. After waiting in place and carefully observing for 10 minutes, Qin Hao confirmed several facts. First, this sentry was not a living being. Second, like all wild monsters and instances, the sentry's movements followed a strict pattern. Advance 18 steps, pause for 1 second. It was now .ina flash. Qin Hao darted forward, and at the moment the sentry halted, the kunai pierced through its heart from behind. Empty, the sharp blade met no resistance, and Qin Hao felt no surprise at the absence of that familiar sensation of piercing a heart. He had anticipated such a possibility beforehand. He had encountered these semi-living monsters in instances before. Withdrawing the kunai, he stabbed again. In the instant the kunai penetrated, the sentry ceased its turning motion, its body slackening. Losing strength, Qin Hao gently lowered the sentry's corpse to the ground. The putrid stench emanating from the decaying body made him involuntarily hold his breath. It was overwhelmingly foul, whether from the stench of decay or the exposed cadaverous markings. It was evident that this being had long since departed from life. Had it fallen victim to the corruption of Yin-type spiritual energy? As per Qin Hao's understanding, the only force capable of enslaving beings even after death is the Yin energy. Though it is conceivable that there may exist other peculiar methods in this world, which are beyond Qin Hao's current knowledge. With great effort, Qin Hao suppressed his revulsion and began to rummage through the corpse. This job transition dungeon was evidently an exploratory type, and such grotesque instances typically lacked task prompts. Players had to seek out all clues themselves. Indeed, he soon extracted a waxy yellow diary from the corpse. Its inscriptions already quite indistinct. You have discovered a diary. It may hold some value within. Qin Hao gazed blankly at the line of text that appeared before him, initially displaying a look of astonishment, which was swiftly followed by an expression of euphoric realization that it dawned upon him that this discovery linked directly to the first level of the concealed hair pavilion, with its sea of tattered tomes. If everything unfolded as he speculated, then, if the clues to the Qingyu Longtan were truly there, perhaps I would not need to exert too much effort to uncover them. Qin Hao chuckled softly to himself before gradually redirecting his focus back to the task at hand within the dungeon. Chapter 33, Job Transition 02 Ancient Era 2, 1798. Carnage, Celestial Revelation, Gate of the Void. The diary was in a pitiable state, its text obscured. Qin Hao exerted considerable effort to decipher some of the characters, yet he could not grasp the information conveyed. Ancient Era? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, as vague memories flitted through his mind. After a moment, his eyes brightened, only to be quickly overshadowed by a look of confusion. If I recall correctly, the official background on the game's website mentioned the term Ancient Era, albeit in passing. Could it pertain to a future expansion? Qin Hao sighed in exasperation. There were still 2 years until the game's launch according to his memory, so why dwell on such distant expansions? Turning the pages of the diary, he eventually stumbled upon a more coherent passage. The tainted forest of prosperity is lifeless, a realm of utter silence. The cultivation of all has plummeted, lost in the void. We are imprisoned in this space. Will the temple at the heart of the forest of prosperity be our salvation? I only wish to return to my homeland, even if the world has been corrupted by that strange force. I long to perish there. The sword of the empire shall never break. Glory is my destiny. Qin Hao closed the diary carefully, tucking it away in his bosom, muttering to himself, the temple at the center. Is it? Surveying his surroundings, he found it difficult to gain any sense of direction. Qin Hao continued onward, encountering several patrolling sentinels along the way, all of whom he dispatched with remarkable efficiency, although he found nothing of value on them. The increasingly dense presence of sentinels indicated that he was undoubtedly drawing closer to the temple. 8 minutes later, Qin Hao perched himself atop a grand tree, less than 100 meters ahead. 4 squads of patrolling sentinels moved back and forth within a fixed radius. Behind them loomed an imposing palace, spanning approximately 20,000 square meters, its entire structure a deep golden hue, adorned with bizarre murals. Obscure symbols, delineated by intricate lines, appeared with frequency, seemingly signifying some profound meaning. Due to the considerable distance and the dimness of the Forest of Prosperity, Qin Hao struggled to make out the details. He withdrew his gaze from the distant view, refocusing on the 4 squads comprising 20 sentinels. Employing reconnaissance techniques repeatedly, he murmured, "Second tier Earth, second tier gold, second tier gold, third tier .17 second tier, 3 third tier." Observing the sentinels' unchanging patrol routes, with his extensive experience in traversing numerous dungeons, a plan began to form in his mind. With a mere flick of his eyes that in 30 seconds, the 4 squads would disperse, and in 76 seconds, they would be at their farthest distance from each other. Qin Hao silently counted the seconds in his mind, sliding down from the tree and skimming along the ground, swiftly darting towards a destination soon to be reached by one of the squads. His speed was remarkable, showing no signs of caution towards traps. In fact, upon first spotting the palace, he had already meticulously examined the surrounding terrain and traps. For an advanced player, the dungeon's layout and environment are critical elements that must not be overlooked. Countless classic strategies for positioning, aggro management, and even exploiting game bugs are intricately tied to this aspect. Qin Hao's entire form submerged into the underbrush, his chest, abdomen, hips, and legs moving rhythmically like a cresting wave. With a gentle flick of his right foot, his body shifted smoothly, adjusting its trajectory with precision. Holding his breath, he seemed to enter the mindset of a high-level player, constantly calculating time, direction, and his next move. Ahead lay 7 positions, traps. Qin Hao squinted as he spotted a slightly elevated stone nearby, his body adjusting seamlessly, gliding past the explosive trap without a hitch. As he descended from the tree, he had just counted to 17 seconds in his mind. Yet he had already reached his predetermined location. This meant he had 59 seconds to set up before the first squad of sentinels arrived. Qin Hao's gaze drifted towards the distance, where a formation of 5 sentinels, 1 third tier and 4 second tier, approached at a steady pace. Just as he had anticipated, with his left hand gently extended, the decapitating blade lay across his chest, its tip angled slightly into the earth. He leaned back slightly, pressing his body tightly against the ground. Extending his left arm, palm resting perfectly on the hilt, the forest was cloaked in shadows, the underbrush lush. Qin Hao's diminutive form lay prone, inherently difficult to detect, especially as his posture diverged from the ordinary. Though he appeared to simply lie flat, a closer inspection revealed an uncanny curvature, as if every inch of his body was precisely concealed within the darkest recesses of the undergrowth, creating an eerie effect. Holding his breath, attuning himself to the variations of light, Qin Hao adjusted his posture, employing the knowledge of concealment from basic stealth techniques. 0.5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Qin Hao's eyes flickered slightly upward, resembling a serpent poised to strike. Coldly fixated on his quarry, each step the sentinels took seemed meticulously measured, inching closer to him with each unaware stride. Suddenly, Qin Hao's left arm tensed, gathering strength at that moment. The 5 sentinels advanced yet again. Then, with a powerful push from his feet, Qin Hao sprang from the ground, and in that instant, the decapitating blade surged forth with greater speed, tracing an arc through the air. The grass and earth were effortlessly uprooted. Scattering like raindrops,